The story begins in the city of Gangnam in the year 2006. We are transferred to the building of the company that deals with securities. There, a man shouted to the captain that the money had been transferred from Akam. The gray-haired man asked how much. Then the employee replied that about 20,000. The gray-haired man said that someone noticed it and decided to show himself. The employee was shocked and asked what they should do. The white-haired man rudely told them to immediately make a public notice. He shouted that they should know at least that much. The gray-haired man said he didn't know who it was, but he was definitely very lucky. The gray-haired man shouted that they didn't know if there would be anyone else, so he asked everyone to pay attention. He said that if anything else happened, they were dead. The man realized that they knew what the company was up to. The man was horrified. He wondered who it really was. Then we're transported somewhere. We see a young guy sitting at the monitor. This guy is obviously happy. He was happy that he had earned 46 million won in just 3 days. He was a securities trader. This guy was thinking about seeing such a mountain of money for the first time. It was still not enough for him. He thought he could get more. He thought that this was just the beginning. For a moment, he wondered if he should stop. But he immediately dismissed the idea and decided that more was needed. It was a room in a country house where the summer heat had not yet cooled. The main character, Jang Tae-san, is writing a story that is about to come to life in this small, almost dilapidated room. We are moving forward to 2020. The main character is standing by the Han River. Chan knew the company was doomed. He also knew that a little more, and he would have been hired full-time. He looked down and thought. The thought of just jumping came to his mind. Suddenly, someone shouted and attracted attention. Someone asked if he was going down. It turned out that a man who wanted to jump had climbed onto the bridge, and he shouted at them not to approach. The police wondered why this was happening only on their shift. The man who climbed the bridge said that he was sure that he was completely doomed. After saying this, he began to sob. In the end, everything ended well, and the man did not jump into the river. The hero thought about it. The Khan River, where dozens of people die in a day. Chang decided that the world wouldn't change if he was gone. He decided that tomorrow, he would probably go to the village. Chang stood at the crosswalk, and the boy was also standing there. This boy was playing on the phone. Chan looked at the boy and thought about how he envied the boy that this was a happy time. Meanwhile, the traffic light turned green, and Chang said it was all ready for them. Walking behind the boy, Chan said with a chuckle that the current kids were incredible. Suddenly, something shocked him. Chang saw that the car was speeding down the road, and a boy was walking along the pedestrian crosswalk. Chan was shocked. He couldn't figure out what to do. The car was going too fast. Chan didn't have much time. The car continued driving without stopping. The boy did not see the car because he was looking at the phone, and there were headphones in his ears. Chan didn't want the boy to be run over by a car. He started shouting at this boy. Chan started running towards the boy, shouting for him to run away faster. At some point, when the car was already too close, the boy still noticed it. Chan kept running towards the boy. He jumped and pushed the child out of the way. It was the last moment of his life. The car hit him, and he flew into the air. At that moment, Chan wondered if he was going to die like this. He was thinking that he hadn't had a good life yet. Then he thought about the fact that it was a pedestrian crossing accident after all. The hero thought that his parents would receive a cash payment on insurance. Suddenly, someone shouted at Chan and threw him into a stupor. Chan couldn't understand what had happened. He wondered why he was flying in the air. Then he saw his grandfather and wondered why he was here. Chang suddenly guessed something and was surprised. He asked if Grandpa was an angel of death. Grandfather said that he was the progenitor of the gods. Chan was shocked and asked who it was. The progenitor started shouting about how he was the one who made the heavens great. The progenitor asked if Chan would run like a submissive dog, wagging his tail back to the neighbors. He asked if it was really so that these scoundrels would continue to laugh at him. Chan couldn't understand what the progenitor was talking about, nor why it was so loud. The progenitor ordered Chan to listen carefully. Grandpa said he would give Chan a present. He told Chan that when he came back to life, he would not forgive his enemies because he was making a fool of himself. The progenitor told Chan not to contact him again. Chan was shocked and asked what the progenitor was even talking about. The progenitor shouted that for him, 500,000 years was just a moment. Then, suddenly, the vat began to fall down. He couldn't figure out what was going on, so all he could do was fall down while shouting with all his might. Then he saw that he was falling on the spot where he had died. The hero was shocked. He wondered if he was really alive. As a result, Chan fell to the asphalt. Then we are transported somewhere and see that someone has turned off the alarm. It was a young man. It turned out that this was the vat. He was surprised and couldn't figure out where he was. It turned out that Chan found himself in his room in the village where he had lived for a very long time. In August of the 2020th year, the hero was shot down. He was 32 years old, and now the hero turned out to be a high school student. He couldn't believe it himself. A dreary place to live. For the hero, this is a historical place of deprivation and loneliness of his teenage period. Chan was suddenly shocked by something. He felt his face, still unable to believe that he had become young. The hero was transported to 2006, the period of high school, left in the hero's memories only from photos. Chan was surprised that it was just like back then. The hero looked exactly as he remembers. He wondered how old he was then. Chan started counting and wondered if he was 18 years old. He happily exclaimed that this is the legendary age when the sea is knee-deep. Chang realized that this meant that his grandfather was telling the truth. Suddenly, the hero was flooded with memories of the last 32 years, when sadness was endlessly intertwined with joy. Suddenly, the hero noticed something on the floor. Oka said that it was like a prophetic dream where he saw his future. Chan started to think back to his high school days, when he lived carefree. He was suddenly ashamed. He also recalled the entrance exam to the institute. Something had shocked him. He exclaimed that he remembered everything. Chang suddenly realized that this wasn't a dream. Chang thought of the law exam. He wondered what he should do now. Suddenly, he remembered something else, namely that he hadn't taken the economics exam yet. It terrified him. Aiming to become a skilled worker, Chan studied 3 disciplines, namely securities, funds and derivatives, stock quotes, foreign stock prices, stock index futures, interest rate futures, currency futures, as well as options, derivatives, and foreign exchange margin operations. This was the moment in Chan's life when he tried the hardest. Chan knew that this wasn't a small lottery, but a tenfold winning bet in the Super Bowl. Chan wondered where all this was coming from. But then he remembered his progenitor's words about the gift. Chan wondered if this was the gift. Suddenly, I was distracted by something. Light lit up his room, and the hero screamed. The light was so strong that it blinded Chan. A voice asked Chan to open his eyes. Chang saw the raven first. This raven was sitting on the head of the progenitor. The progenitor said that he would now pass on the knowledge of the great limit to Chan. Chan didn't understand, of course. Chan asked who this person was. The hero then looked around and was even more shocked when he saw that they were somewhere in the mountains. Grandpa said that he is the health god Chin Ryung Shin. Chan exclaimed and asked, is he really the god of health? Jian yelled at the hero and said that this is an illegal exercise, and if Chan is caught, he will be suspended. Chan couldn't understand anything. He couldn't understand what was going on. He couldn't believe in the god of health or in any illegal teaching. Jian said that the hero has an excellent physique, but he asked why the hero is so frail. Jian also advised Chan to stop watching adult movies, because the hero, according to him, can spoil his bones. Chan wondered if he was at a doctor's appointment. Jian also told Chan to eat less ramen, because then the blood will rot. Jiang wondered what Chen would tell the proletariat to eat in an inhumane world. Jian told the hero to close his eyes. Chan took his time and thought about it. He asked if the place was dangerous because their activities were illegal. Chen asked if Chan was familiar with the three pillars of learning. God spoke about speed, accuracy, and essence. Chan thought it sounded ridiculous. Jian said that the hero might have seen this before. Chan assumed he'd seen it in martial arts movies or novels. However, Chen said that these are just fakes that make him sick. Chan wondered if the god of health was real. Suddenly, Chen said they were starting. Suddenly, the god was behind the hero. Chang felt a hand on his back. God said that he would only give the hero the basics of the technique, and Chan will have to improve himself. The hero asked how to do it. Jian said it was the same as now. Then, Jin started transmitting. Chan was in pain and could barely contain his cry. God put two hands on the hero. Chan couldn't understand what it was, but he knew that sound waves were coming from his back. Chan was already sick from the pain. However, God told the hero to be patient. Jian said that this method gives strength proportional to the pain he feels. Chang cursed the old man and thought he was going to die. Jang asked Chen to stop. However, the god of health continued. Chan screamed in pain as hard as he could, his veins bulging. Even the crows flew away from such a cry. After that, Chang understood what the phrase, out of your mind, meant. Sweat covered the hero's entire body. And with the sweat, all the toxins from his body came out. His nerves almost exploded due to the old man's Buddhist techniques. Chan really thought he was going to die. His veins bulged, as if they were about to explode. But even then, the old man didn't stop. Jian said that only when the tears and snot covered Chan's entire face would he become stronger, overcoming the pain. Chen shouted that he would give Chan the power of the 5 elements of Taichai in return. 5 elements Taichai technique is a martial art that can only be used by those who have undergone rigorous training. Then Chan was home again. Chang exclaimed that the old man hadn't lied. The hero has truly mastered the 5 elements of Taichai. After the old man did what he wanted, he told Chan not to look at what he looked like. Chen said that he had defeated the master of the teachings of Mu, fighting with him for 4 whole days and 4 nights. He also won the grand prize at the 233rd Jade Emperor competition. However, this didn't mean anything to Chan. It was a story that he couldn't possibly believe. Chan then looked down at his wet t-shirt. The hero was delighted that the effect of this Buddhist technique is simply incredible. Chan wondered if there were so many toxins inside him. Chang looked at the time and was surprised. He could definitely see the sun setting several times and rising the same number of times. But time in the real world seemed to freeze. Chan wondered if this was even possible, since it was irrational in his opinion. Then the wall caught the hero's eye. He exclaimed that these walls were screaming with poverty. Then he looked at his computer and chuckled. Chan had a very weak computer. He also had pirated software installed. Chan said it was like going back to the last century. The hero suddenly felt something unpleasant. He realized that his room smelled disgusting, and he needed to clean up. Suddenly someone called out to him that breakfast was ready. This voice also said that Chan needed to eat right. Hearing that voice made Chan almost cry. It was his mother's voice, a voice that warmed his heart, even though he had heard it all his life. The man who didn't leave Chan, even when he failed his exams and was out of work. His mother always sent him messages reminding him to eat 3 meals a day. Chang called out to his mom that he was going to take a shower and come back. Mom shouted to him to come quickly, because the soup is already quite cold. He went into the bathroom and took off his clothes. Chan looked in the mirror and was shocked. He couldn't understand what had happened, but he noticed that he had grown a lot. He wondered if all those impurities had always been in his body. The hero felt very cheerful. He exclaimed in surprise that even his skin had become so firm. Chan then left the house. He said he was refreshed. His eyes fell on the garden where his mother works every day. Dad's old lawnmower was lying there. It was a house that his ancestors had built and that had been passed down for 10 generations. Chang understood the reason why he was living in the country. Then his mother came out and asked him if something was wrong. Chang said it was fine, but he just thought the weather was really nice today. His mom asked him to eat faster before it got cold. Chang cried because she looked so tired, because she worked in the garden every morning. To Chan, she's the best mom out of all the moms he knows. Suddenly, he ran to her and hugged her. She asked if something was wrong. She said that he was already big, so he shouldn't act like this. Chan tearfully said that she was the best mom in the whole wide world. She asked if something was wrong, and then realized that he was crying. His mother is a graduate of the art department of Hongin University, where only talented artists enter. My mother said that before the wedding she never pulled weeds, but now she is a farmer. His mother chuckled and said that it didn't seem like his father was the only one with vision problems. Chan said that she was certainly full of energy, but he asked her not to overdo it. He said that no matter how much he looked at her, he never thought she was a country girl. His mother said it didn't matter, because as long as there were farmers, people would always have something to eat. Chan asked why his dad was so lucky. Chan asked if she had sold out the country in her previous life. My mother laughed, and then suggested that she should think that she was a princess who had sold out her country. Chan thought about how it had been so long since he'd heard his mom laugh. He decided that from now on, she would only walk on the path of flowers. Then his mother told him if he could eat as much as he loved her. Chan apologized and exclaimed that he was hugging her without her dad's permission. His mother laughed and said that he was right, because his father is very envious. Then they sat down in the hall and ate, while a cool breeze blew in their direction. Chan thanked her for the meal. It was really delicious. His mom's cooking, which he would never have tried if he hadn't come back. Chan started praising it and saying that it was incredibly delicious. He asked her if she was thinking of opening her own restaurant, because he was sure it would be a hit with her bean sprout soup. Chan also said that it's perfect for people with a hangover. His mother asked him if he really never drank alcohol, but he knows how people with a hangover feel. She sighed and said that her son was already so grown up. She took it as a joke and laughed. However, Chan did drink a lot during his college days, but now he has gone back in time and become a teenager who knows how people with a hangover feel. But something else bothered Chan more. He saw a rat running around in their house. The kitchen is in a terrible state, just like the other rooms. Chan wondered why they were living so poorly. Chan was shocked by this, as he only noticed it now. Chan simply couldn't ignore it. So the hero decided that he should earn money. After a while, his mother asked him why he was scaring her so much. She said that if a person starts doing something they've never done before, they might die. She asked him to just leave it as it is, because he never washed the dishes. Chan said that everything was fine, because he always washed the dishes after meals when he was in the army. My mother was shocked. Chan realized that he had let it slip and pretended to be joking. She asked me what it meant. His mother asked him if he was in league with his father and was laughing at her. In that moment, Chan realized that he was a bad son. If even just washing the dishes caused so much anxiety to his mother, Chan said he would make her happy. She exclaimed that his dad says this every day. Chang knew that his mother couldn't do anything at noon because of her physical condition. He decided that while his mother was sleeping, he would use all the skills he had learned in the army. Chan started mopping the floors. He decided it was time to get rid of that nasty smell. Chan washed the curtains. Then I hung them up to dry. Chan was worried that his dad went to the bank because of debt problems. Chan also cleaned the windows. He also took out a mountain of trash. Finally, Chan finished. The hero's father grows apples without using pesticides and fertilizers. However, organic food is not particularly popular in Korea. Besides, Chan himself knew that looking at their appearance, it would be hard to find any family that would eat these organic apples. Chan decided to try one apple. He realized that they were also nasty. Chang said there was nothing good about these apples, but he knew that his father's debts were still huge. All he has is a small garden and 2 rice paddies that he inherited from his grandmother, who died 3 years ago. Chan was saddened to know that even the garden and rice paddies would die because of this debt. According to Chan, It was at that moment that his family began to die. From that day on, even Cha Chan's brothers stopped coming. The hero was genuinely sorry for his father. Chang decided that first they needed to save the garden and rice paddies. The hero understood that the problem was money. Suddenly, Chan began to see tables with all successful operations. He said that he had only seen them twice, but they were clearly sealed in his mind. He wondered if he had become a genius. But then he decided it couldn't be. He then asked a more important question, namely whether history had changed after his reincarnation. Chang knew that the very fact that he was back in 26 was crazy. He wondered what was the point of having government bonds in this country, since the stock market had hit rock bottom. Chang knew that no lender would give a loan to a high school student. They also won't be able to save up enough money by moonlighting in their spare time. Chang realized that there was no way he would save up for the startup capital for his parents. He began to think about what was in demand today. He was thinking that promotions were cool, but Chan still wondered what he could do now. Chang knew that his computer was too old. The maximum Chan can work with documents. Suddenly, something dawned on the hero. He saw on the desktop one program that he needed. It was a site with Panmugo web novels. Chan suddenly laughed out of happiness. Jang apologized to writer Jang Hye. Jang recalled that Warrior of Magic and Sword of Lightning were considered great masterpieces in Korea. The hero went to the site and started doing something. The first publication of these works was in 2007. 59 volumes have been released by 2020, and it's still not over. Chan said he remembered everything in great detail. The hero started typing on the keyboard. He said he uses the same name, Warrior of Magic, name of the main character Ed. The main female character is Cho Yerin. Chan wrote that when her father passes away, her family begins to be poor. To give his starving sister a chance to go to school, Red, the main character and nerd, accidentally becomes part of the created game. Chan said the story was incredible. Surprisingly, Chan remembered all the contents of the novel he had been reading for a long time. He remembered even the smallest details. Chan said he took it back. Chan then said that he was a real genius. This popular work was revived by his forces. In Chan's opinion, it's such a delightful masterpiece that he doesn't even need to edit anything. And so the hero finished writing. He was thrilled to have written something like this so simply. He said he thinks his dormant talent as a writer has finally awakened. Chan wondered if he should send her to the free section first. He said that this novel will become popular. He said enthusiastically that it felt different. He wondered if it was still an interesting novel. Chan entered his ID. He said enthusiastically that he was so proud of himself. He finally understood what it was like to be a writer. Even if Chan had stolen this novel from the future, Chan was overjoyed. He immediately remembered one of the main character's popular phrases. Then Chang shouted that money has no eyes. Those who made it ate it. His mother wondered if Chang had eaten something wrong. Then we're transported somewhere. We see a teenager who has noticed a recent novel. He started reading it and said that the main character wasn't bad. He said that he thought the main character was just an ordinary loser. But there's something about him. Then the teenager said that it was just a short story, and it was probably the best short story he could remember. The teenager was thrilled with the manga. He laughed out loud at some points. He said he read the first 10 chapters in one gulp. It was a short story from a Gold River user. The teenager said that you should definitely buy his book as soon as it goes on sale. He said that first you need to throw in a pre-order and recommend the novel to the others. 3 comments have already been written. Even though this novel is available for free, it is still among the most widely read with only 10 chapters. Then we are transferred to some office. Assistant Manager Lee said he checked everything out. Lee said that 5,000 copies would be printed, even if they didn't get the publishing rights. The editor-in-chief said that as long as people like it, the novel will definitely sell. The editor-in-chief asked if it was too early to publish it, since it only had 10 chapters. Lee said that as you can see, the novel is very interesting. Its setting is original, and the plot develops organically. Lee said it was a great job. Then someone else said that most likely the author is already a veteran who decided to change his pseudonym and write a new novel. The editor-in-chief said that the novel was certainly interesting, and he asked them if they didn't think that the fantasy genre was much more attractive than novels about games. People sitting there said that the genre preferences of readers have changed and novels about games are in the top today, especially since Warrior of Magic is a good title and the novel has potential. The girl said that she also recommends this novel. She said that she read it yesterday and can tell that the main character will appeal to the reader. They told the editor-in-chief that they would contact the author. They wondered what conditions they were going to offer. The girl said that if the author is not a novice, then it would be fair to offer 8% of the profit from sales of 4,000 copies. She was asked if this was too much, but she said that initially she thought about 10% of 5,000 copies. The CEO said the first offer was better, and then instructed her to contact him. Then we moved to another publishing house. The editor-in-chief was asked if he was aware. The man said that this novel looks good. The editor-in-chief said that he saw it yesterday, and it looks like it's really worthwhile. The editor-in-chief said that this novel will definitely be a hit. The man said that he had a good feeling and offered to publish it. He said he was offering to give 10% of the sales of 6,000 copies. The editor-in-chief asked if it was too much, because their publishing house is going through hard times. He said that if the partners found out about this, they would probably get angry. Mujicina said that today he dreamed of a pig, so he is sure that they will be able to publish at least 10,000 copies. The editor-in-chief smiled. Then he said that he couldn't agree with the man, but he thought that this novel would become a bestseller. He instructed the man to contact the author and said that if the author responds, the CEO will personally go to a meeting with him. Some time passes. The action takes place on the mountain behind the garden at 3 o'clock in the morning. Chan is still having a hard time, but his body is holding up longer than before. His breathing became easier. The hero practices the circulation of celestial energy. He was thrilled that it felt completely different. Chan studied the 5 elements of Tai Chi. He jumped up and then did a roundhouse kick. Chang took a deep breath, then shouted that he felt fine. Chan shouted that he would never live like a loser again. He cannot practice the 5 elements of Tai Chi in silence when he is at home, so he found a small place near the mountain at an altitude of 500 meters above sea level. After a while, Chan was already home. As he expected, 5 major publishers working with this genre were interested in it. The first part of his plan went well. Chan decided that he wouldn't answer any of them just yet. The only reason Warrior of Magic was popular until the year 2000 was because the novel forced people to distract from reality, immersing them in its well-thought-out setting. Chan wondered if they were just trying to make contact with him. Thanks to the experience of writers whose work failed, Chan was able to get acquainted with many publishing houses. There are many stories on the internet about authors who fell for the publisher's tricks and signed a contract that they still regret. Chang knew that was why he needed to be even more careful. Chan saw that Nice Media was also interested in him. The short story, Warrior of Magic, was originally published by Nice Media. After a while, we see Chan's mother asking him where they're going and if it's too spontaneous. Chan said he would treat her to a full meal. She said she hadn't dated in a while, and she wondered if she should go out with her son. They are going to meet with representatives of Nice Media. Chang knew that he might be able to make a contract. However, he is held back by the fact that he is a minor. Since minors cannot enter into legal contracts themselves, they need the presence of a parent or guardian to legitimize this process. Processes that involve advance payments and penalties. To make things go smoothly, Chan brought his mother along as his legal representative, and so they arrived. His mom said that his sense of humor had improved markedly over the past few days. He suggested that she stop by for coffee first. His mom asked him in surprise if he knew what coffee tasted like. Chan said that of course he knows, according to him. In this weather there is nothing better than an Americano with ice. And so they went on. They came to one of the coffee shops. Chan asked his mother if she believed him. His mother said that she would always be by his side until she passed away. So they entered the coffee shop. Representatives of Nice Media were already sitting there and discussing the fact that he really is an ordinary schoolboy. Chang thought that they were just in time, so he should give them a point for that. Chan approached the men and asked if they were from Nice Media. The men were shocked. They asked if he was the Gold River Rider. Chan said it was him. His mother was shocked. The men were shocked to see that Chan was clearly not a veteran writer, as he looked like an ordinary student. The men couldn't figure out what was wrong with the atmosphere around him, because Chan has a confident speech and demeanor. The man thought that Chan noticed them as soon as he entered the cafe, and immediately went with a frontal attack. So we can conclude that Chan reads the situation as well as a veteran. Chan asked them if there were any problems. The man asked Chan to sit down. They said that Chan looks younger than they expected. Chan said that he is currently a high school student. The men were shocked that even his manner of speech sounded very authoritative. As they had expected, it wouldn't be easy with Chan. They realized that they would have to work hard to get Chan to sign the contract. His mother asked who these people were and what kind of writer Gold River was. The editor-in-chief realized that Head Choi was in a... It amused Chan that they couldn't even hide their surprise. Chang decided that if that was the case, he needed to push them even harder. Chan said that he believed they were unwilling to cooperate with the high school student. Representatives of the publishing house said that this was not the case and decided to introduce themselves properly. First, the head of Nice Media, Choi Woon-chun, introduced himself, and then the editor-in-chief, Wang Sungwoo. Chan smiled and said it was nice to meet them, and then introduced himself as well. Chan told his mother that she should introduce herself as well. His mother was shocked and asked what publishing house he was talking about. Chan said that today her son will sign a contract with the publishing house. Woon-chun handed his mom a business card and said it was nice to meet her. Woon-chun told her that she had a wonderful son. My mother asked me what was going on. Chan asked her why she didn't believe her son was a writer. She said that wasn't what she meant, but she knew how he wrote. In her opinion, it is strange that he suddenly became a writer. She said that Chan also had to study. Chan said that he decided to upload a short story he wrote during the holidays to the internet. Chan said that he came to make a contract to see her reaction. Chan said it was true and reminded her of her words that she would believe in him until the day she died. His mother said it looked like it was time to die. Woon-chun said that Mr. Chan's short story, Warrior of Magic, is really incredible. Woon-chun said that Jang has only recently started writing, but has already earned the recognition of his readers. He said he couldn't trust his son. Sungwoo said that as an editor, he can claim that this is the best work he has ever read. However, Chan didn't like something. His mother said it was a very good name. Then she looked at him thoughtfully. Chang asked if they could offer drinks to the guests. His mother reproached him for the way he talked to his elders. The publisher's representatives apologized for their manners and said they would order something right away. Chan said there would be iced coffee and patbinsu. Sungwoo went to order, while Woon-chun stayed at the table. Chang asked if they had prepared the contract. Woon-chun laughed and said that he could see that Chang was very impatient. Chan said he didn't know how impatient he was, but he was very curious to read the legal documents. Woon-chun said that he understood everything and that Chang could take his time. Chan started reading the document. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He saw that it says that the publisher has a secondary copyright for 5 years, and even with automatic renewal. Chan smiled and thought about how terrible it was. He knew he looked young, but he had passed the bar exam in his previous life. Chan said that secondary copyright should belong to the author. He asked them to fix it and send the contract again. Woon-chun got nervous and said that he thought the writer didn't know. But secondary copyright wasn't such an important thing. He said that technically, all writers sign contracts like this. However, Chan said that he doesn't like this point. He said he wanted publishers to only be able to publish his work. Chang also asked to note that foreign publications should be coordinated with the author. Wunchun and Chang's mother were shocked. Chang said that he also wanted 20 million won as an advance payment. Representatives of the publishing house were shocked. The mother looked at her son in surprise. Chan said that mandatory payments and royalties should be 10% of the 6,000 copies sold. Chan said that if they want to reissue it, they should send a monthly fee to his bank account along with a notice. Wunchun laughed awkwardly and said that Zhang was really up to something. Sungwoo apologized and said that no publisher would pay that much money to a newbie. Sungwoo said that even though the novel has a record number of episodes, there is no guarantee that it will continue. Chang suddenly saw the laptop in the representative's briefcase. Chang asked if they had a laptop on them. The representatives were surprised, and Sungwoo asked why Zhang was suddenly talking about this. The hero said he would give them a chance. If they are not satisfied with this, then they can refuse. Chan put the USB stick on the table. Representatives asked what it is. Chan handed them a USB stick and said they were drafts. The representatives were shocked. Chan said there were 5 drafts of Warrior of Magickin, the flash drive. Outside, the rain continued to fall. The mother asked Chan if this was all Takabai's doing. At that moment, Chang thought that even more amazing things would happen in the future, because this was just the beginning. Right now, Chan wanted to see how the representatives reacted. The representatives stared at the laptop monitor in surprise. Chan wondered what those sighs were. He wanted them to say that, if it was great. Wunchun asked writer Chan to sign a contract with them. Wunchun said that they would pay them 20 million won right away. Chang said it was the right choice and called Wunchun the boss, and so they gave Chan the contract. Wunchun said that the contract was changed to meet its terms, so it remains only to sign. They asked him to fill out a tax return without errors. They asked him to pay special attention to the provisions specified in the contract when reselling. Chan said he didn't look like it, but he had some experience in the industry. Chan wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing yet, but the money in his bank account gave him more confidence. His mother was still in shock and couldn't understand what was going on. Sungwoo said that since Zhang's mother is a representative, she needs to sign here. Sungwoo said that he had just transferred 20 million won to Zhang's bank account. In his entire life, there was a maximum of 2 million won in his begging account. Chang decided that he would always have money on him now. Zhang thanked them and said it would be a wonderful collaboration for both sides. Chan told his mother they could go. The representatives asked them to at least have lunch with them. Chan said that they would have lunch together sometime next time because they had to go now. Chan knew that his mother wasn't used to dining with strangers. Yes, and Chan is now supposed to rest. Then they left the cafe. His mother said she didn't quite understand what was going on here, but she wanted to apologize. Wunchun said that they were very lucky to have met writer Chan and made a lucrative contract. Sungwoo turned to Chan and said that there was something he wanted to ask him. Sungwoo asked if Zhang had decided how many volumes he planned to write. Chang said those drafts were enough for at least 10 volumes. Chan said he planned to write 60 volumes. The representatives were shocked. Chang wondered what he should do, since he only had 59 volumes in his head. Chang thought it would be extremely ugly to leave them only 20 volumes, when it had been popular for almost 2 decades. Sungwoo asked if he thought 60 volumes was a bit much. Chang asked them not to worry about the script, because he could easily write 60 volumes. Sungwoo asked him to wait a bit and decide later. He said they could talk about it next time. Chang was sure that they would cause quite a stir if they knew that Chang could write 100 volumes as well. Chan was thinking about how he had so much to do today. His mother asked him where they were going now. Chang said they needed to stop by the bank. Chang said there were things to do, and they were very important. His mother asked him why he couldn't tell his mother what was on his mind. She asked if he was a writer with $20 million in his pocket. Chang was thinking about starting work tomorrow afternoon, so he needed to open a stock account today. His mother asked him if he thought he should discuss it with his father. Chang thought about how he still needed a parent's presence since he was underage. With this 20 million won, Chan wants to get rid of his father's debts and banking worries. So Chan knew that he couldn't give up all the money now. Chan asked if she really believed him, just like she said. My mother said she believed me. Chan then asked for one more month, and then he would tell his father everything. Chang knew that this money was the first step that would lead their family to prosperity. His mother smiled and agreed with him, and said that his mother believed him. Meanwhile, the rain outside had just stopped. He said that now her son would treat her to Jiaying. She said that she also wanted Tan Sayak, since he had a lot of money anyway. After a while, just as the sun was rising, Chan was sitting on the mountain and meditating. He finally saw everything down to the smallest detail. Chang decided that now he was ready, and it was time for war. Chang decided that from now on, he would dictate the terms, and it was his turn to drink their blood. Chan said he hadn't done it in a while. The hero, looking at the monitor, said that they have quite a lot of deals. Chang said they were all going to die today. He wondered if he should go in now. Chang understood that the unit value of a single share in a bear market was 251, and the market value of a small block of shares was 50 million won. However, soon the price will jump more than once. In the past, Chan was a broker, so Pollen instinctively runs on the keyboard. Chang knew that the average value of a single share wouldn't reach the 2,500 mark until exactly 20,000 shares were sold. Then we are transferred to the brokerage company's office. Their employees shouted to the head that their assets were bought out from Calm. They said that about $20,000 were bought out. The head said that this means that someone noticed their recent activity and decided to rob them. The employee asked in a trembling voice what they should do. The head of state wondered what they should do, because there was little time left before the end of trading. The head said that they should at least share the package. He shouted that they didn't know if someone like him would show up again, so he asked them to be vigilant. They said that if they lost the bid now, they were screwed. The headmaster was thinking that this someone had appeared out of nowhere, already knowing their plans like a ghost. The head said he didn't know who it was, but he was definitely lucky. The estimated revenue from such fraud will be at least tens of billions of won. The chief knew that if this continued, at least 10 people would have to lose their lives. Then were transported to Chan's house. The hero wondered if it was really his money. He had 46 million won in his account in just 3 days, and he still hasn't withdrawn 26 million won from his last operations. He wondered if he should continue. Chan wanted more. He laughed and said that he hadn't even started yet. Chang said that money is never superfluous. He knew that if he wanted to get more, he would have to pay back a little. Chang thought about how he had never been so lucky in the past, even though he was a stockbroker. Chang knew that new promotions would be announced next week, and they will have a clear schedule. Chan said he would give them the win today. After all, to begin with, money must go all the way around. He said that he never thought that he would need to know about the skyrocketing stock price that he received when he was a broker. Chang was sure that the stock market was about to burn up. It was a cheat code that only Chan has. He was thinking that he would be a complete lunatic if he didn't use it. Then we're transported somewhere. We see that people have started discussing the novel Warrior of Magic that Chan wrote. The guy said that he thought the novel would be interesting. He said he'd take it. A friend of the guy said that the main character seemed a little boring to him. The guy said that he was boring, but at the same time has a charm. The plot develops consistently and quickly in his opinion. He said that he had skimmed through the plot, and it was quite interesting. The people in the shop also started to take an interest in the novel Warrior of Magic. The owner of the store told the guy to return it as soon as possible. The guy said that he will definitely return it, and if the novel is interesting, he will definitely tell you. Then some time passes, but still the night of the same day. The guy came to the store and said that the Magic Warrior was incredible. The guy was thrilled, and the owner was shocked that the guy read it so quickly. The guy exclaimed that this novel is exactly to his taste. He said that he had already pre-ordered the next volumes of the novel. Then we are transported to the main character's house. We see that he is having lunch with his family. His mother and two sisters were there. Suddenly, my mother was worried. She asked Chang's father if something had happened. My father just continued eating the rice in silence. Chan also looked at his father with concern. The father said that nothing had happened. He asked them not to worry and just enjoy their meal. The nurses also started asking if something was wrong. They said he didn't look very well and asked if he should go to the hospital. It was frustrating for Chan, so he decided it looked like it was time to show up. Chan placed the chopsticks on the table and loudly thanked them for the food. Chang said that mom's soybean soup was as good as ever. Chan winked at his mom and mentally told her not to worry. He thought of something that would cheer his father up. Chan then asked if they had any plans for today. The sisters couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Mom asked if something was wrong. Chang realized that she already understood. Chan said he was buying tonight. He said he treats them all. The sisters were shocked and asked if he was really going to treat them. My father started to say something, but then stopped and looked at the floor in annoyance. Chang asked his mother if she would take his father with them. He asked his father to bring his ID card and also asked the girls to bring their school IDs. His mother asked him why he needed an ID card. Chan laughed and said it was a surprise. The sisters began to ask what was wrong with him and whether he got a part-time job in secret from them. Chan said they shouldn't know about it and called them kids. The sisters were outraged and said that he was only 2 years older. Chang decided that they would spend his money now. Just thinking that he earns like a deer and spends like a wolf makes his blood boil. As they drove, Chan talked about becoming a writer. When asked about the fee, he said that it is not so much. And now the heroes have arrived in the city. Chang said it's been so long since they've been out in the city as a family. My sister said that not just for a long time, but this is their first time. Suddenly, they saw something and started to admire it. It turned out that they saw the phones that were in the window. They talked about how they liked the phone because it was cute and had a 13 megapixel camera. Chan just scoffed at that. The father told the children that they would not buy it. He suggested that they go further. However, Chang told them to choose which one they want. My parents were just as shocked as my sisters. The sisters asked if they could really take any of them. My father started asking me if these phones were too expensive for his little sisters. His father said that even if Chan gets a fee, it's too much. Chan asked his mom and dad to get a pair of phones that they liked. Then he pointed to the phone and said that this one looked really cute. My mother was happy and said that she would also choose a phone for herself. His mother said she liked the phone. Chan said he wanted to get the phone back, and his sisters asked him if he was sure they could buy them. Chan said they needed a regular data plan. He said that his younger sisters and he were still minors, so he asked the seller to put them in the name of their parents. My father was very nervous. Chang was then told that it would be 2 million won. Everyone was shocked. Chang calmly held up the card and paid for the purchases. The sisters exclaimed that he was the best. They asked if he would buy them lunch. Chan replied that he would certainly buy it. Then we are transported somewhere again. In this office, the head was indignant. The employee wondered what kind of backstab it was in the morning early. The employee said he didn't know. He said they came from Kaum's End and Gubo. The white-haired man was angry. He asked how much in the end. The employee said about the amount of about 1 billion. The head asked what kind of scoundrel this time. He asked really the same one. Employees said that the amount of money varies. The employee excitedly said that it looked like a major player had appeared this time. The head was very angry because, in his opinion, this scoundrel does not even know business ethics. Employees asked what they should do. The head got angry and asked what kind of question it was. He told them to take everything if he sold them. Then we are transported back to the hero. The family was walking down the street when Chang suddenly stopped. My sisters and mother asked if something had happened. Chan invited them in. He opened the door to a building. Chang said that they would go here from now on. The whole family was shocked because this place sells cars. There they were greeted by a consultant who said that they came to the salon of the safest and most proven cars. Chang thought that nothing was more important than the safety of his family. Chan decided that today would be the climax. He went to one of the cars and asked his father what he thought of the car. This car is the face of the Seaman Company. His mom said this car looks pretty solid. However, my father was not so happy. He was thinking about something and was sadder and sadder. Chan said he thought the car was perfect for taking the twins to school. The twins were thrilled, but their father asked what had gotten into Chan today. Jang said that everything will improve from now on. He asked his father not to worry. His mother told his father that not so long ago, Chan was going to buy this car without saying anything to the twins. After saying that, she handed him something. My father wondered what kind of checkbook it was. He said that he thinks Chan's novel is quite popular. My father was shocked. He saw a checkbook for 50 million won. My father was surprised because for him, this is a lot of money. The mother said that their son had grown up a lot. Chan asked his father to just trust his son. At that moment, the father realized that their boy had already become quite an adult. My father said that of course my father believed him. Chan knew how Dad felt. These phones were priced as the monthly amount that could be paid for a loan. Chan didn't want them to worry because he had decided that from now on, their family would start to heal in a new way. Chang asked if there was a similar car in their warehouse that could be delivered today. Chang said that if not, then it's okay, because this exhibition model will also work. Chan told the twins that they should get in the car first. He said he would take them shopping. Chan decided that from now on, he was the head of the family. Chan's parents were happy, and his sisters were even more so. They exclaimed that they loved him. With that, Chan's plans for today came to an end. Then were transported somewhere. Chan wondered how long it had been since he'd been out of school. It amused Chan that he actually became a high school student. And then the bus finally pulled up. Chan got on the bus. Everything was the same as in his memories. Chan thought about how much he missed his youth. Chan was on the bus to school. He was thinking that it had been a long time since he had sat here. It was the same for him. Chan listened to the music as he drove. Even Lee Moon sees music that he listened to on the way to school. Chan was driving to school and looking out the window, listening to music. Chan knew that Sadang would go online today. So as long as Chan goes to school, his investment earns him money. Right now, Jang should have somewhere around 1 billion won. Chang thought that he had not automated everything for nothing. Chan knows that ants don't usually invest in stocks that don't change in price. Ants take risks on jumping stocks and enjoy these waves. They love excitement. Chang knew that this was the true nature of ants. Chan had once been one of them too. However, compared to the power of the chart, they are simply nothing. Chang knew that in the end, the ants wouldn't be able to beat the system, and they start looking for sponsors. However, Chan has complete information about the future. Even if there were stock gods, they wouldn't be able to stop Chan. Someone on the bus said the holidays were over. They were some girls. A friend of the girl asked why she was so tanned. Did she really work on a pepper farm? The girl said that she went to Kwanli with her family. This girl's name is Mai Jin, and she constantly brags about going to the resorts, as well as her envious friend, Nayun. Suddenly, they both noticed Chan. They looked at him in surprise. Chan, in turn, was looking at them. They thought that he was so beautiful. He told them that if their bags were heavy, he could hold them. Nayun said that her bag is heavy. Chan said that there was nothing wrong with that and asked for the bag to be given to him. The other girls also started to remember Chan. They had the feeling that they had seen him often. Then two other high school students wondered if this bus was always ridden by such a cute kid. Everyone on this bus was looking at Chan. The hero remembered that the order of seniority works in this bus. The girls talked about how Chan was so hot and definitely their type. Chang remembered that in the future, female students who still had a bit of modesty left would be the first to take numbers from the guys they liked. They noticed that Chan was smiling, so they decided that they were probably caught, so they should try to talk to him. And so the bus reached the bus stop. Everyone started to get off the bus, but a little girl was still sitting there. Chan noticed the girl sitting there. His eyes suddenly shone, and he was excited. This was a girl he wanted to meet again at least once. Ki looked at her, but didn't say anything. This girl is the one he has always looked at from afar. Chan's first love. His favorite is Lee Yi-rin. The hero has already arrived at school. There, his classmates asked him what he had eaten to grow up so much. They told him that he was just a hunk today. One of his friends said that the mold fits like a glove on the vat, so it's different from everyone else. The heartwarming moment of being reunited with his first love was shattered when Chan arrived at school. Chan missed his friends a lot. T-sun, who constantly blows his nose because of his rhinitis. Young-suk, who always kept his hair short in hopes that it would help him learn better. Hyun-chul, who's already starting to go bald. To Chun, who ignores his friends if there is food in front of him. Self-proclaimed poet Bong-suk, who always acted as if he had lived a full life. Sung asked if Chang had stolen a magic pill from his father. He asked how Chan got so tall in the first place. Chan said that you just need to stop watching adult movies, and then you will grow up like him. However, T-sun didn't want to do that, and said that he would rather die. Jang said that in that case, T-sun's time had come. T-sun started yelling that Chan was crazy and wanted to hit him. However, Jang managed to catch T-sun. The classmates started shouting that he was giving up. Sung asked when Chang had become so strong. Sung asked if Chang really went to the gym during the holidays. Chan said that he is almost a high school senior, so of course he should pay more attention to his physical fitness. Sung asked if Chang really wanted to devote himself to physical education. Suddenly, someone shouted at them that they were too loud. The door to the study began to slowly open. A white-haired guy looked out and said it wasn't a kindergarten. He asked if they could close. It was Hong Sung Hyun. They were clearly afraid of him. Chang thought about how there was everywhere. That the week. Hyun said that Jang grew up over the holidays. Chang only thought that he hated that snout. Chan even got injured once because of that little Hong Sung Hyun. He belongs to a third-rate group called Scorpion. At school, he acted like their boss. Hyun called the hero names and said that he asked him a question. Hyun asked if Chang agreed that he shouldn't be kept waiting. Jang only smiled and asked if Hyun was jealous. Badass was shocked by Chan's response. Everyone in the class looked at Chan in horror. They were shocked. Hyun laughed and said that's why people like Jang should be beaten up every day. Hyun asks if Jang thinks that since he didn't meet him on vacation, he can now be treated like. Jang sarcastically said that he worshipped His Highness Hyun. But then Jang said that Hyun didn't even deserve to be called. Hyun was shocked and asked what Jang blurted out. Jang said that Hyun is much lower in the food chain. Jang called Hyun a name, and all of his friends were shocked, and their jaws were falling. They asked if he was crazy. They wondered what was wrong with Chan. Jang decided it was time to put Hyun in his place. He wasn't merciful because he wanted revenge for all the pain Hyun had caused him during his school life. Hyun started to approach Chan and asked him to repeat. Hyun asked if Chang had moved his head. Badass reminded Chan again that he had told him to do it again. However, there was only the faintest hint of a smile on Chan's face. Chan thought it was cute. Jang could tell that Hyun thought it was possible to solve everything with violence. Then, suddenly, the door to the study opened. An adult came in and asked what they were doing. It was the teacher. He said the classroom was too quiet, so he hoped they were studying. He asked if they were just standing there looking at each other. Chan apologized and said that they were just really happy to meet again. Chan was very uncomfortable. Hyun was burning up with anger because Jang was playing white and fluffy right in front of Hyun. The teacher yelled at Chan and called him an ignoramus. He told everyone to get back to their seats quickly. The students were thinking that it was a good thing that the teacher had come Otherwise, Chang would have made a mess of it. They thought it might be all right if Chan didn't reveal something else. Jang called Hyan a pet name as he left. He said they would meet in the afternoon. Everyone was shocked. Hyan wondered if Jang was so impatient for the next world. Hyan decided that since this was the case, he would grant his wish. Then some time passes and the lesson is already underway. The teacher instructed the students to look after him. The teacher said that the higher their CSAT score, the better their wife would be. Hyan was also sitting in class, but he was just burning up with anger. During the break after the first lesson, Chan was told by his classmates that he was a dead man. They said they thought Hyan was assembling his gang right now. Chan said he knew. At the break after the second lesson, they asked what was wrong with him. Chan said he wasn't afraid of, but just wanted to clean up. On a break after the third lesson, classmates asked if he really sniffed paint all the holidays. Chan sarcastically asked about how he found out. Finally, it was time for lunch. Chang asked if they were going to eat or if something was bothering them. His classmates yelled at him and asked if he was completely mad. They asked about how they can eat in this situation. They said it was all because of him. So now they can't even die in peace. They asked him what he ate to be so cool. They asked if Jang knew about Sung Hyan's gang. Rumor has it, it's a gang of scumbags. One of them wondered if he was going to die today because he had such a friend. Chan asked them to stop. He told them to eat and come back. They were outraged and said that they would not be able to eat, knowing that their friend was about to be beaten. Chan might not think they were doing the smartest thing, but he knew they were his friends. Suddenly Hyan came into the room and called them little rats. They were afraid, because Hyan didn't come alone. The other asked if they were going to come up with a plan. Chan said they were too loud for. Chan's friends were horrified, wondering if Chan had really gone mad. They were angry, of course. They asked him if he was in such a hurry to go to the next world. They said Chan was going to die today. The hero asked why don't they and go with him. Chan said they shouldn't make any noise in this class. The abbot said that Chan would die anyway, and they would be especially cruel to him. Chan asked his classmates to calm down. He said that as soon as it was over, they would go eat pizza. Classmates, of course, were outraged and asked how you can calm down here. Chan said it was time for the first fight of his life. The abbot said that Chan would swallow his own blood. Hyan ordered the others to be brought in. However, Chan was not afraid of this. On the contrary, the hero wanted the whole gang to join. Chan decided that this was a great day for spring cleaning, and so they went out into the street. The seniors shouted that they were here. Chang gave the phone to Chun and said that he would leave the phone to him. Chun was worried about his friend. However, Chang was confident, and there was no fear in him at all. Even though they were standing in a large circle, Chan wasn't afraid. To Chun opened his flip phone and began to take a video of what was happening. Hyan apologized to the juniors and said that because of Jang, they couldn't eat properly. He said they'd get drunk at his expense tonight. Hyan said that he would bring a couple of beauties, so he told them to look forward to it. Chan wondered if high school students were drinking and messing around with girls. Chan decided that this was a good start. Jang suggested that Hyan talk straight. Hyan asked if Jang was trying to look cool in this situation. Jang asked why Hyan would hurt weak people like him. Chan asked if they weren't comrades. However, Chang knew that no matter who he asked, no one would take the brat's questions seriously. Hyan said that he has many reasons for this. Bat said he was disgusted at the thought of going to the same school as the likes of Chan and his friends. Hyan said he also didn't like the smell of them after breakfast. And finally, Hyunwoo doesn't like the sound of gears in their heads. Hyan exclaimed that he was disgusted just to see their faces. Chang thought that this was an excellent proof. Chan said that they were still friends, and it was wrong to beat up your friends and take their money. Jang asked about Hyan's father, lawyer Hong Chang-hyuk, who is a member of the city council. Jang tells Hyan what kind of problems his father will have if the public finds out about Hyan's antics. Chan asked him to at least think about his father and stop hurting himself. Jang uses the name and profession of Hyan's father. He suddenly exclaimed, so that Chan wouldn't have to worry about nothing. In general, it is better to forget about it. Hyan said that his dad told him that Hyan needed to pressure the servants so that they wouldn't dare raise their heads. Chan realized that they had a really crazy family. Jang asked why Lee Hyan beats up his teammates, including high school students and juniors. Jang asked if Hyan was doing this just because of his father's words. Hyan said that this is certainly true, since the headmaster's son and the head of the administrative office is a friend of his father. Hyan said that all you had to do was give them some money, and they would all pretend that nothing had happened. Chan was thinking that it would be great material. Chan asked him to at least let his friends go, because they didn't do anything wrong. Hyan said they did a lot of terrible things. Hyan was angry that they dared to answer him. He said he would take this chance and beat each of them until they couldn't talk anymore. Chan apologized for them and asked them to let them go again. Hyan exclaimed that Jang was crazy. Badass asked if Chan thought he would let his friends go after this, and then left. Chang asked if they could continue to give him their monai. At the same time, Chan was thinking that Hyan had already fallen for his trap. Hyan said it was great. Badass said that in that case, if Chan gave him 100,000 won, he would forgive them completely. Jang handed Hyan the money and told him that his parents had invested their blood, sweat, and tears in it so that he could get to school. Chang said that there are also pocket money. Chan once again apologized and asked to let his friends go. Hyan laughed at the fact that Jang had some more money. Jang once again asked Hyuna to let them go. However, Hyan grinned viciously. He slapped Chan across the face. Even though Chang was fully prepared for this blow, it still hurt. Chan decided that he had already played his part in this show. His friends were shocked. Chan was leaning forward a little, looking at the floor. Then Yunkook turned around, his lips split open and bleeding. Chun was shocked, but he continued filming anyway. Chan wondered who to start cleaning with. Hyan was about to leave with the rest of the gang, but Chan called out to him. Chan asked him where he was going. Jang said that if Hyan left so easily, he would be extremely disappointed. Everyone was shocked. Chan asked if he'd let him go. Hyan got angry and told Jang to do it again. Jang called Hyan a failure and said that if his ancestors had seen what Hyan had become, they would have turned in their graves. Hyan was beside himself with anger. Hyan asked if Chan realized that he had just crossed the line. Chang said it was their own fault if their descendant was born such. Hyan's teammates started yelling at him, and they asked if they should cut Jang's tongue. Hyan asked what it meant to prune, and he yelled at them to make a bloody mincemeat out of it. All the gang members ran at Chan. They wanted to kill him. However, Chang didn't move for some reason. Suddenly, he hit one of them with incredible force. The shocked. Their comrade was thrown so far away from the blow that they didn't want to be exposed to such a blow. Chan mentally apologized. He still doesn't have much control over his power. Chan's friends were even more shocked, because they couldn't have imagined that their friend had such power. Hyan then started yelling at them to get on top of Chan together. Chan decided that it would be perfect to defend himself because he was smart. Hyan yelled for them to tear Chan apart and smear him on the ground. Chan decided that the time had come. Someone almost hit him. However, Chan dodged and hit back. He neutralized the second member of the gang. He threw the gang member at them, then jumped back. Then in midair, he hit the two in front of him. The impact knocked them both out. The others were shocked, but Hyan kept shouting at them not to be afraid and keep pushing. They tried to kill Chan, but he was much stronger than they thought. Hyan and his companions watched in horror. Chan defeated another member of the gang. Hyan said it couldn't be. He shouted to his companions to help the others. However, Chang dealt with the problem first, and then he knocked out the other one. They tried to kill Chan with spiked wooden sticks. Hyan wondered if this was exactly the loser Jang. The hero, meanwhile, neutralized 3 people at once with one blow and broke their bats. Chang said they weren't smart enough to bring such dangerous weapons to school. There were a couple of gang members left, but they were in no hurry to attack Chan. He asked them what they were looking at, and then ordered them to kneel down. The gang members got down on their knees, but Hyan was standing somewhere off to the side, looking nervous. Jang told Hyan that he should also kneel down. Hyan was shocked and asked if Jang really thought he would be left alone after this. Hyan thought that it was just a weakling Jang T-sang. The hero started to approach Hyan. This time, Hyan wasn't so sure anymore and shouted in a shaky voice to tell Chan not to approach him. Jang slapped Hyan's face. Hyan couldn't understand why Jang scared him so much. Jang told Hyan not to make him say it twice. Jang said that by doing this, Hyan would make his situation worse. Jang wanted Hyan to listen to what he was so happy to say. Hyan wept as he asked if Jang really thought his father would let him get away with this so easily. Hyan said he wouldn't forgive him. Jang wondered if Hyan was scared. Chan said the boy was so funny talking nonsense. Jang thought that swearing at Hyan was quite pleasant. Hyan shouted and asked if Jang thought Hyan was afraid of him. Hyan threw himself at Chan in tears, telling him that he was going to kill him. However, Chan had time to react. They punched each other's fists. Hyan was in a lot of pain. They hit each other with their fists, so Hyan's arm broke. He started to cry out in pain. Hyan was crying. His fingers were broken. Hyan rolled on the ground, holding his hand, and screamed in pain. Hyan said that Jang will not live, as well as his whole family. Chan said he couldn't ignore it. He said he probably needed to beat up Hyan again. It was a catchphrase from a movie released in the future, War on Crime. Hyan was even more shocked. Blood flew in all directions. Jang continued to beat up Hyan. His friends were shocked, but they were so afraid that they couldn't say anything. Blood continued to spray everywhere. Jang beat Hyan so hard that he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Chang thought that it would be a pity to end up like this. In that case, Jang decided that he should say hi to Lawyer Hong. Chang asked Chun to give him a mobile phone. His friends were horrified. Chan picked up his cell phone, then called 112 and started yelling that they had had a terrible fight. Chang said he was on the mountain behind Changchu High School. He said that including himself, 20 people were injured. Chan asked them to come quickly. Chang decided to add fuel to the fire. Then we are transferred to the hospital. There were many wounded people there. Someone had a headache, someone had a chest. Doctors were actively engaged in these patients. Then we are transferred to the VIP room. The doctor said that rehabilitation would take 16 weeks. The doctor said that the fingers and joints of the right hand were crushed to dust. 2 men were standing there. One of them said that they had performed surgery. But Hyan Naz will always be disabled. A man in a light suit asked where he was now. The man in the tuxedo didn't understand the question. Then Lawyer Hong asked where the scumbag who did this to his son was. He ordered them to find and put this man behind bars. The man said Officer Conway was already on the case. He said that this disciple was also injured. He's in the emergency room right now. Hong didn't question how such a person could be a disciple. He asked if they were saying that it was so difficult for them to arrest a student. Hong was extremely angry and shouted that his dear son would remain disabled for the rest of his life. The man apologized to the senator. Hong ordered the man to contact the precinct head and inform him that the senator wanted to meet with him. Hong said he would destroy whoever did this and his family. Then we are transferred to the emergency room. Jang T-san is lying there. He was interviewed by Tun Seok Park police. Park asked Chan why he did it. Park asked why Jang beat up these kids. Chan said that the officer was a little mistaken, because the victim here is Chan. And criminals, according to the hero, are hooligans. Chan said they hit him. The hero exclaimed that he was also a patient of this hospital. Park asked if Chan thought he would believe this nonsense. Park called Chan a name and said that he was the culprit. Park said that if he started an investigation, everything about Chan would come out. Chang knew that the detective didn't know that Chang was recording him on the phone. Park started shouting and asking about why Chang beat them up. Park started accusing Chan of everything from extorting money to beating up high school students. Chang asked if the detective had been bribed. Chang asked why Park was only questioning him in this case. Chan said that besides, Chan is still a minor. Chang said that neither his parents nor his lawyer were here. The hero said that the detective should not push people as if he was interrogating a criminal. Park asked, "And so what?" He got even angrier, and he grabbed Chan and called him names, then asked him if he really thought he could cover his tracks. Park shook the hero and simultaneously asked if Chan thought it was the first time Park had seen a bandit like him. Park called Chan a little scumbag. Chang shouted that he was already dizzy. He asked for another detective. Chan yelled at the doctor and ran out of the room. The hero said that this detective tried to kill him. The doctor asked what had happened. Chang then revealed that Detective Park had treated him like a criminal from the very beginning. The doctor got angry and asked what Park was going to do with this student in the first place. The doctor called out that Chang was a patient. The doctor asked me if I should ask questions slowly. The doctor asked if Detective Park would take responsibility if something happened to Chang. Then suddenly the nurse was horrified. She said that she thought Chan had fainted. The doctor started yelling at the nurse to get ready to lower her blood pressure. He told them to give Chan a quick X-ray and MRI scan. The doctor shouted that it was an emergency. He said it looked like Chan was showing early symptoms of a concussion, so the doctor asked them to be careful with their head. The nurses were also worried. The doctor once again yelled at Detective Park and asked if he had come to the patient for the purpose of an assassination attempt. Then were transported to Changchu High School. There was a meeting going on there. The man said that as they all already know, there was an incident of the school yesterday. The man said that this time the situation went beyond all bounds. The man said that the school should immediately deal with this situation. Then someone else shouted that they should expel this scumbag. After all, Chang had mutilated more than 30 students. Then another man got indignant and said that it was a fight of 1 against 30. So if they were going to punish one, then the others should be punished as well. Members of the meeting asked if Kim's teacher is protecting Jang because Jang is his student. Teacher Kim said that he was saying this because it wasn't fair to punish just one person. The man asked, "Does Teacher Kim mean that all the students involved in this incident should be excluded?" Teacher Kim was upset and said that wasn't what he meant at all. Kim suggested taking more reasonable measures. The principal then said that Jang Ju's sophomore high school student, class 4, Jang T Sang, was expelled. A person said that the police were looking into the incident, so they were not paying enough attention. The man said that this situation could leave a huge stain on the reputation of their school. However, according to him, if they immediately punish this student, it will help to raise the reputation of the school. The man looked repulsive, obviously hiding something. Then we are transported back to the vat. The hero was lying in the ward, but he had a laptop. Chan was trading on the stock market as usual. Chan was diagnosed with a concussion, so he was given an 8-week rest period. Chan was now free to attend school, so he was free to trade stocks. He thought that it was just great. He liked that the private room was quiet. He wondered what the point of making money was. Then the hero himself replied that the point, of course, is to enjoy something like this. What amused Chan was that he expertly swiped them around his finger, simulating a concussion. Thanks to this, Chan was able to deal with the school subjects without any problems. Chan was able to learn a lot through books and online lectures. Because of his studies and promotions, Chan's brain simply doesn't have any free time to rest. Chang was thinking that money begets money. Chang earned 700 million won today. So far, the dynamics have been positive. Chan decided that this was the perfect time to work. Someone came into his room and asked him how he was feeling. It turned out to be Chan's lawyer. The hero asked the lawyer to call him by his first name. Chang asked how long the lawyer was still going to go through the formalities with the high school student. However, the lawyer replied that this was their company's policy. It became clear that Chan had also hired a lawyer. This lawyer's name is Jo Yoon-T. Sam Woo's company is one of the top 3 companies in Korea. Just as Chang thought, there are no barriers to money. Chang laughed and said that lawyer Cho was too stubborn. Cho said that's why he was kicked out of the organization. Until recently, lawyer Cho was the deputy chief prosecutor of the district prosecutor's office, and after his dismissal, he became a lawyer. In Chan's opinion, this is an exemplary servant of the people. Chang guessed that Cho wasn't used to his new job yet. Cho laughed and asked if Chang knew about the organization as well. Chang said that he didn't know much, but if it wasn't used properly, it could be more dangerous than any knife. Chang was thinking about Cho's future background to the prosecutor's office when he heard shouting from outside. The man asked why they had allowed a lawyer to see Chan in this case. The man who tried to enter said that if they did not allow him in, it would be considered as disobeying the lawful order of a police officer. Cho looked at Chan questioningly. The hero was confident in himself. It was Detective Park, and he said that Chan would be finished today. Park said that Prosecutor Kang Kyung-jun of the Criminal Investigation Department came to bring Jang to light. However, Chan wasn't intimidated at all. Kang said he thought Chan had a concussion. However, Chan sits there as if nothing has happened. Park started yelling at Chan to stop pretending. Chan just wondered when Park would snap his mitt shut. Chang knew that the detective had suspected and pressed him from the very beginning. However, the prosecutor was different. The prosecutor looks like a sly fox. All that was clear to Jang was that the prosecutor had definitely received a bribe from Jang Hayek. Chang then asked if they had brought the decree with them. Park asked what the decree was and what kind of nonsense Jang was talking about. Chan wondered if they were nervous. Chan asked if I could see their ID card. Prosecutor Kang called Chan names and said that it turns out that he knows such abstruse words. Kang asked investigator Kim to show Jang around. The third man who was standing there began to reproach Chan for being a know-it-all in front of the prosecutor. Investigator Kim showed his identification and introduced himself. Chang realized that this was an ordinary civil servant. Chan said he saw their ID card. Chan then asked about their ruling. Kim said they found a stubborn donkey. Kim asked if Jang even knew what a decree was. Chan knew, of course. After all, this was the knowledge that the hero taught the Rada of his future. Jang said that the Constitution of the Republic of Korea guarantees respect for basic human rights and freedoms. Chan said the Constitution stipulates that a judge's order is required for state agencies to arrest and search a person or their property. Chang said, this is clearly spelled out in Articles 12 and 16 of the Constitution. Chang said that if they did, he would read them the entire text of the 12th and 16th Articles. Chan started talking about the warrant. The investigators were angry and couldn't figure out what was wrong with Chan. Chan said that arrest warrants, residential searches, physical searches, and other orders should be issued by the judge at the request of the defendant. Chan then shouted if they could tell him again. The investigators were suddenly startled. Chan started shouting and asked why they were only questioning him, the victim of the incident. Chang said that this hospital room is a special private space just for him. He asked if they thought it was normal for a student to learn legislative acts instead of mathematical formulas or English expressions. Chang was shouting so loudly that it could be heard far away from the hospital. Chang asked very loudly why he was being treated like a criminal without any investigation. Chan completed his goal and added a bit of emotion. Chan said that he was just a normal high school student, but they decided to come to him without a lawyer. Chang asked if the prosecutor wasn't supposed to protect the weak. Prosecutor Kang laughed and asked if Jang was really talking about being weak. Kang asked about how Chan dared to say something like that in front of him. Chang sensed that the prosecutor had the aura of a nutcase. The prosecutor said that Chan was quoting legislative acts and talking nonsense. The prosecutor said that people like Chan should eat rice and beans. Chang asked if they were going to forcibly arrest him. The prosecutor instructed investigator Kim to arrest these servants. The prosecutor said that he did not dispute that Chan had strength, but Kang was sure that Chan would not be able to do anything after the concussion. The prosecutor said that he had already contacted the judge, so the warrant will be issued now. Park said that Chan was finished now. Park asked if Chang even understood what he said to the prosecutor. Chan was smiling. He couldn't believe that they had revealed all their trump cards in one go. Chang called them rotten and said they were all completely rotten. They were shocked. Chan started talking about the fact that from the beginning there were detectives, so prosecutors, investigators, and now a judge. Chang asked if this was exactly his country. Prosecutor Kang shouted and raised his hand to hit Chan. However, suddenly someone ran into the room. He stopped the prosecutor and asked what he was doing. Chang looked at this doctor and realized that this doctor didn't have the guts. Park started yelling at the doctor to get out of the way because they were on duty. The doctor was shouting at them to get out of here immediately, or else he would report them to the police. The prosecutor said the doctor didn't seem to understand what was going on here. Meanwhile, Lawyer Cho was standing in the next room, listening to all this. The prosecutor said that Jang was charged with a crime, and there was a chance that he might escape, so they had to arrest him. However, the doctor tried his best to kick them out of the ward. Chan was very touched. The hero thought that this doctor is really a professional in his field. Only Chan knew it was being filmed. Chan wondered if he should play along again. Chug was about to break his kai a little. Suddenly, he felt sick. Chang thought about how his skills would rise to a new level today. The prosecutor and investigators were shocked. Suddenly, someone started shouting at Khan. It was Cho's lawyer. Kang was shocked because it was Vice Principal Cho. Kang couldn't understand why Cho was here. Cho walked over and immediately hit Prosecutor Kang. The prosecutor flew back. Cho started yelling at them and asking them what they had done. Park was about to say that this wasn't what the deputy chief executive thought, but he also suffered the same fate. Cho hit Park, who fell on top of Prosecutor Kang. The doctor and investigator Kim were shocked and terrified. Cho called an old friend of his. He called Ko Young Chan. Cho said he told Ko Young to train his men properly. Then Cho started yelling at Ko Young. Cho accused him of putting a prosecutor on the case of a school brawl. Cho asked if Ko Young really wanted Cho to kill him himself. Then we go back to school. The man said that Chan should be expelled. He said that the presence of such a scumbag contradicts the ideology of their school. Teacher Kim said that they don't know the verdict yet, so there's no need to rush, because Jang might be found not guilty. However, the executive director asked if he had any rights as the owner of the school. He said that he had heard that the prosecutor would handle Jang's arrest, so Jang was probably already sitting in the courtroom. Teacher Kim was shocked. Then the man with the receding hairline said that the head Yang couldn't do that. This is the deputy director. He said that such measures should only be taken after the event has been clarified accurately and the judge's verdict in the Chan case has been delivered. Ian asked what the deputy would do with the school's good name that had been tarnished. The headmaster said that first you need to wait for the results, because if you act rashly now, then not only the reputation of the school will suffer. After all, their school can also be checked by the Department of Education. Ian started to lose his temper and asked the headmaster why he was so hesitant. I insisted on making a decision. He then exclaimed that he had decided that Chan would be expelled from this school starting today. Young said that it wasn't a request, but an order from his father, who is the chairman. Then someone came into the room and spoke to the chief executive. This man was worried about something. Then he went over to Ian and whispered something about the internet going crazy. Ian asked what was wrong. He wondered if some kind of war had really started on the internet. Then we are transferred back to the hospital. A nurse came to see Chan and asked him how he was feeling today. Chan said that thanks to the care of the most beautiful nurse in the hospital, he is getting better. The nurse wondered why his words made her heart beat faster. She asked if he was also a playboy. Chang said that even if he tried to lie, the nurse's beauty couldn't be hidden. Chan said that if she was 5 years younger, he would have suggested dating her. The nurse said that even if these were empty words, it was still pleasant for her. Chan said he ordered pizza. He said she should get some snacks too. The nurse asked Chan how he could be so well-mannered. Chan said that he was not only well-mannered. Suddenly, the nurse was surprised by something. Chang said he was also rich, very rich. The nurse asked in surprise if this was true. Chang wanted Nuna to tell him right now. However, Nuna patted him and said that he must be making a lot of money. Nuna said that judging by his lifestyle, money is everything to him. As she left, Nuna asked the patient not to play games alone. She said he needed a break, and she also thanked him for the pizza. Chan felt uneasy because he wasn't playing games at all. Chang realized that she didn't believe him, but it was for the best because no one should know. Then Chang turned on his laptop again and looked at the charts. Today, the trading volume was tens of billions. Chang looked at his capital. Now his fixed capital is 20 billion. Chang thought about something. The hero wondered who would have thought that a high school student would be able to invest so much money in stocks. After the commotion, it was forbidden to allow visitors to the vat without a doctor's permission. This room was the perfect place. Chang stared out the window at the wonderful view. Then he remembered something. Chang said the disciplinary committee should be up to its ears in business. Then we are transferred to the school. There, members of the assembly watched a video of the fight. Hyan talked about how he didn't like the way Jang and his friends stank after breakfast. The assembly members watched as Hyan insulted the students and said that he was disgusted just to see their faces. Jang asked Hyan why he hurt weak people like him. Hearing this, Executive Director Yang became nervous and asked what it was. All the members of the meeting were shocked. The directors watched this video with special attention. In the video, Jang then asked Hyan to think about his father Hong Jang Hyuk, who is a city councilman. Ian was horrified when he heard the name of Hong's lawyer. In the video, Jang gave the money to Hyan. Hyan said that his dad told him to crush the servants so that they wouldn't dare raise their heads. The executive director was shocked, as all the members of the meeting watched a video of Hyan confirming his father's shady deeds. In the video, Jang asked Hyan why he was beating up his teammates, if it was because of his father's words. They watched as Hyan exclaimed that this was certainly true, since the headmaster's son and the head of the administrative office were his father's friends. Director Sun Young was shocked. He wondered how he had ended up here. Then we are transferred to events shortly before that. Lawyer Cho asked how far he should go. Chang smiled and then handed the lawyer the phone, telling him to trample on their reputation. We are transported back to school. Ian slammed his fist down on the table in a rage and asked what it was. Everyone was standing around Ian as he watched the video. Someone called him, and everyone looked at him with disdain. Yan picked up the phone and shouted loudly, but then suddenly calmed down. It turned out that Jan had received a call from his father. Jan asked if his father had anything to say to him. My father shouted loudly into the phone. My father said that he knew Ian would make a mess of it. Everyone was against Ian. The father told his son to wait for him, because he had already left for school. And so he ended the call. Ian was horrified. After the publication of this video, the internet and media broke. People wrote that he would be incarcerated in a juvenile colony. Then we are transported to the Blue House. There, a representative said that they would thoroughly investigate the case. We are being transferred to the administration. There were a lot of media outlets who took pictures of Hong Chang Hyuk. Reporters asked if it was true that Hong had put pressure on prosecutors and police. They asked him to say something. Hong apologized for everything he did. Hong Jang Hyuk resigned from the city council due to public condemnation. Then we are transported somewhere again. Lawyer Hong's son was visited by people from the police department. They said that Hyan has the right to a lawyer. After his rehabilitation, Hong Sung Hyan was also arrested. He was offended by Chan. Most of those who followed Hong Sung Hyan were expelled, forcibly transferred to other schools, or suspended altogether. Prosecutor Kang Kyung-jun also resigned. When Kang left, he said that he was very ashamed. Inspector Park Tong-seok and Investigator Kim were dismissed. The head of the district office was also removed from his post. Then we see the school bus coming. Everything was back to normal, like magic that only money can do. Chan rode the bus, listening to music and thinking that this world is beautiful. Suddenly Chang saw something and was delighted. He saw a girl he liked. It was Rin. Chang thought once again that this world was beautiful. Chan then turned to her and told her to let him hold the bag. In his opinion, this was the best girl on bus number 32, Lee Rin. She didn't understand what he wanted from her. Chan said he could hold her bag for her. Rin said it wasn't hard at all. The other girls immediately realized that this was a pickup phrase. Chan said her bag looked heavy. Chan also added that his hands are already withered waiting. Rin thanked him. Chan was thrilled because it was the first time Rin had thanked him. And so Rin gave him her bag. The 32nd bus was on its way to school. Rin asked if he was okay. Chan wasn't just holding Rin's bag. Chan kept a lot of bags, but he said he was fine. Chan said that they should help each other in this cruel world. Chang thought that no matter how old a man is, when he meets his first love, he will still act illogically. Ren was angry at the other girls who gave him bags. Chan looked at her and then said his name. She didn't understand him and asked him again. Jang said his name was Jang T-sang. After saying that, Chan continued to stare out the window. Rin suddenly remembered the name. Chan put the headphones back on. The song was just about how yesterday the hero's problems seemed so far away, but now they are here with him. Rin recalled that a student from high school T-san had started riding this bus since last year. Chan always looked so insecure and constantly slouched. So it was until the summer holidays. As Rin got off the bus, she thought about how much Chan had changed. Her friends asked her what she was doing there, because they were going to be late. And so the hero came to class. A friend immediately ran into him. When he tried to hit Chan, he said that Chan had just returned, and he would have to write tests. Then the other one tried to hit Chan and said that if he was in the hero's shoes, he would have stayed in the hospital longer and missed the exams. The third still hit the vat and told him to forget about the drinks from the hospital room. They asked if Chang hadn't asked the nurse for her phone number. They asked him why he even went back to school. They started hitting him and telling him that he should be grateful that he got off with a simple concussion. They talked about how cool he looked. Chan tearfully thanked them. Chan understood that they were trying to support him in this way, but they were still his dearest friends. Then the lesson began. The teacher said he hoped they were prepared for the test. The teacher said that in the last exam, their class took the last place. The teacher told them not to even dare to embarrass their homeroom teacher again. Teacher Kim asked if Jang was feeling better. The hero cheerfully replied that he was already better. Jang said that thanks to Teacher Kim, he feels very refreshed. They both smiled at each other. Teacher Kim said that in that case, their lesson would end there. Before leaving, the teacher asked them to give their best on their tests. He told them not to regret it when they realized it was the best time of their lives. Chang thought that the only people who really understood the meaning of those words were Master and Chan. The hero understood that when you go out in public, no one will talk to you. Chan understood that a person would miss every little thing that was in his homeland and in his school. Chan smiled when he saw the tasks and the test. Chan thought it was familiar. He couldn't help but smile when he saw these tasks. Chan wondered if it was really that easy. The hero thought that today was a turning point. A short time later, Chan was on the bus home. Chan handed Rin the chocolate and asked her to take it. The hero said that he waited a few days to give it to her. She was a little surprised. He said she was going to take her exams soon. Chan said sugar is great for stimulating short-term memory. The girls started talking about how Chan liked Rin, and they were jealous. Rin thanked him. Chan said that she was a high school student, so she didn't need to be so stressed out since Chan was only a sophomore. Chan knew that she had never met a guy who was so courting to her. At the end of the bus, A high school student seemed to recognize Chan. The hero asked her how she wrote the exams. Rin said that she wrote well, and then asked a counter question. Chan said that he also passed everything with a bang. Rin said he looked like he'd gotten a top grade. Chan's smile deepened. Rin asked if he was serious. Chan said that she was a high school student after all. The hero said that now he is too. The other girls exclaimed that Chan should be number one in the entire school. They admired him and talked about how cool he was, because he was even good at school. Chang said that he felt that the teachers just made this exam too easy. Rin was shocked. Chan asked if she had a phone, and then asked if she could give him her number if she had one. Chan said that he would write from time to time to cheer her up before the exams. Rin began to dictate. That's how Chan got Rin's phone number. The other girls were shocked that Rin and Chan exchanged phone numbers so quickly. Chan continued driving while listening to the music. When Rin got off, he waved at them from the bus. The bus continued on. Chang exclaimed happily. He was incredibly happy looking at Rin's number. Suddenly, someone called Chan over. A guy who was sitting at the end of the bus called Chan over. The guy called Chan names and repeated that he told him to come over. Jang recognized the boy as Choi Hyun Chan. He was mentioned several times in the local newspaper. Chan still decided to approach. Jang walked over and haughtily said that he was there, and then just as haughtily asked what Hyun needed. The furious at Chan's impudence. One of them shouted that Chang had completely lost his fear. The boy asked Hyung about what they would do with Chan. Hyung said that he would make a cutlet out of Chan if he kept chasing after Yirin. Chang thought about making not even a cutlet, but just a stew. Chan said he didn't want to do that. Chang asked what they should do. Hyung got even angrier. He started shouting that Yirin was his. Chan then said that he was tired of hearing that bear howl. Got even angrier. One of them attacked Chan. But that's what Chang had expected. The hero grabbed his arm, then threw it over his shoulder in a deft motion. Fell to the ground after such a throw. Hyung was angry, and the other boy was shocked. Chan said that the stress was completely relieved. The hero said that today was the day of the last midterm exam. Chan asked if they would entertain him. The hero compared them to a traffic jam and said that they don't worry about exams at all. But Chan isn't like that. Chan, holding the bully's tie, said that he wasn't in a hurry today, so he suggested that they have a good fight. Jang then asked if Hyung understood everything. Hyung was yelling at Chan. Hyung said he was going to break Jang's back right now. Suddenly, the bus driver slammed on the brakes. He indignantly asked what they were doing here. Chan immediately bowed. Jang apologized for any inconvenience caused on behalf of the as well. The boy angrier at him. Chang thought about what this beast wouldn't understand. Chan's dream is to become a model citizen. With the money he earned, Jang wants to gradually build several buildings in Gangnam, as well as several villas, so that he can relax on Jeju Island or abroad. And if there's still some money left, Chan wants a private jet or a car. That's how calm Chan wants to live. The hero decided that those who want to take away his cherished dream will be cursed forever. Then we are transferred to the school. The action takes place in the dining room. A girl with purple hair wished the students a pleasant meal. Then we see what exactly is being served to students in the cafeteria. Chan's friends were clearly not happy. One of them even said that his dog was better fed at home. The purple-haired girl told them to eat more. She asked them if they knew how good Song Twenjinguk was for their health. Rumor has it that this girl was the headmaster's mistress, and the one that makes disgusting food. The woman said that Twenjing made from homemade pasta is very useful. Chang suddenly remembered seeing her unloading cheap pasta in tin cans from the truck. Then Chang suddenly put the spoon down on the tray. This girl noticed him. She said he was handsome. She asked Chan why he hadn't eaten so much. Then she asked if he knew that he would be punished after death for such an attitude to food. Chan said that she apparently never got punished. Chan then threw all the food in the trash. She said that Chan, of course, should apologize for such words towards such a kind and beautiful girl. Chang told her to get one more time, so that she would get less when she died. She started yelling at him and asked if he had said everything he wanted to say. Chan turned around and looked at him. His face looked menacing. Chang asked if Mr. Executive Director was feeling well. The girl became nervous and indignantly asked about what he had done. Then were transported somewhere. Chan asked permission to enter. An old man was sitting there eating. Chang walked into the executive director's office. It was Ian's father, and he asked Chan to speak quickly. Chan asked him for some meat. The executive director didn't understand what Chang was talking about at first. Then he said that if Chan wanted to, he could take as much as he wanted. Chan said it wasn't for him, but for the guys. Chang said that the old man had put his mistress in the place of the school nutritionist. The old man said nothing in reply. Chan said that starting last year, school food turned into dog food. Chang said that students pay 3,500 won for one meal. According to Chan, in other schools, meat must be given at least 3 times a week. According to him, there is no longer a school where children eat only twengin pasta soup for their own money. Chang told Director Lee that it was an incorrect menu. The hero exclaimed that only by eating well can you learn. Chang asked Director Lee to file a formal complaint with the police. Chang then thanked Director Lee for listening to him. Director Lee told Chan that no matter how young he is, he should be held accountable for his words. Chan was embarrassed and said that everyone except Director Lee knew that what he said was true. Then an awkward silence fell between them. It cost 500 million won to deal with Hong Sung Hyun. The lawyers from Daeun Chan have to pay a lot of money for every move, but they are really pros. When Chang left the office, Principal Lee immediately started yelling at Deputy Park to call the principal and his deputy immediately. Chang thought as he left that if the headmaster left, it might turn the whole school upside down again. Right now, all Chan wants is to add a meat snack to the dog food. Chang thought about how easy it would be to just add the meat. Then we are suddenly transported somewhere. It's night outside. The action takes place in some rich place. The man poured a drink for his master. Then the man asked if it was worth killing him. But it is not known who exactly he wants to kill, because he did not give a name. The man told his assistant to sort it out quietly. The assistant said that dealing with some schoolboy is not a question at all. The assistant said that among the punks, there are many who want to join the organization. The assistant said it wouldn't rust. The senior said that if the assistant did everything quietly, then he would doubly thank the assistant. Hong has nothing left, just money and anger. He was very angry when he thought of Chan. Then Young yelled that Chan was going to die. Then we are transferred to the school. Someone shouted Chan's name several times. It turned out to be Kim's teacher, who ran into the classroom. Chang asked about what had happened. Teacher Kim looked worried as he asked Jang what he had done. Teacher Kim then showed the test results. Teacher Kim asked how Jang could be so perfect. Chan was put in an awkward position, and all of his classmates stared at him. All of a sudden, Chan's classmates started to get indignant. They were outraged that Chan had the highest grade. They were shouting about Chan being a liar. Then they even started demanding a thorough inspection. Teacher Kim asked if Jang felt that he should explain himself in front of everyone. Chang said it couldn't be helped. The hero thought that they were all dead. Teacher Kim and Jang's friends saw his evil smile. Chan started to say something. Everyone was excited. Chan said that today, he would buy pizza for everyone. All of his classmates were shocked. Teacher Kim and some of the hero's friends were still unhappy. Then Chang held up a finger and said there would be something else. Chan said that the internet cafe is also at his expense. Jang's friends were already loyal, and Teacher Kim was perplexed. All the classmates began to rejoice at this. Chan's friends started talking about how Chan is actually very smart and very well prepared. They said they believed him and also called him a genius. Jang told Teacher Kim that he seemed to have explained everything to the kids. Teacher Kim said that Jang won, so he can be free. At the same time, Chan was thinking that his classmates were just plain Then we are transported to the dining room because it's time for lunch. The students were surprised that it was a whole chicken today, as it was fried pork yesterday. The girl who became the new nutritionist apologized and asked if it was not enough for them. She said she would try even harder. When one muddy girl left the school, there was a peaceful atmosphere. The school even started a fan club for dietitian Jang Jugo. Not only meat was added to the school, but high-quality local products were also served as a side dish. The vendor in the market liked Juguo for buying up many different ingredients to feed 1,500 people a day. Then we are transported to the pizzeria. All of Chan's classmates were there, ordering pizza. They were rushing to the checkout counter to order quickly. The woman at the checkout asked them why they were so active. High school students said that they are treated to an excellent student who received the highest score in the midterm exams. The cashier asked if it was Jang T-san. Chan's friends were surprised and asked how she knew Chan. The woman said that her son also goes to this school. She said that it was rumored that thanks to Chan, the school is now peaceful. Then she asked where Chang himself was. Meanwhile, the hero was sitting at the table and thinking about something. He suddenly noticed that everyone was paying attention to him. Chang smiled and greeted the woman. The girls who were sitting nearby began to admire Chan and think about how cool and beautiful he was after all. The woman asked if Chan had enough money. Chan told her not to worry. The hero's revenue for today exceeded 1 billion won. Then, suddenly, someone approached Chan and wanted to ask him something. Chan answered the call and turned around. It was a girl. She asked if he was a second-year high school student. She called Chan Appa and asked if he would give her a phone number. Jang was surprised because Appa in Korea is called an older brother or boyfriend. Chan apologized and said that he already has a girlfriend that he likes. Chan's friends watched and envied his luck. The girl didn't understand if Chan had a girlfriend and asked him again if he had a girlfriend. As soon as she saw Chan's hesitation, she immediately said that it meant that he didn't have a girlfriend. Then she leaned forward a little and asked if he would give her his number after all. Chan was getting nervous. He was confused by the fact that he was approached by a girl who simply has no brakes. Chan said he didn't think it was right. The hero said that although his love is unrequited, but it is in some way a relationship, and he must remain faithful. She called him Appa again and said he was funny. Chang thought that he might have seen this brave girl somewhere before. Jang saw a badge that said her name was Kim So Ryang. Then Chang suddenly recognized the name and was surprised. He was shocked and wondered if it was really Seo Ryang that he knew. She's the most famous star, hailing from their neighborhood. Seo Ryan is an idol who will represent Korea in the future. It is the main one in the FOB group. She was once called the most important idol among female idols. Chan's friends started crying with envy and calling Chan bad names. Chan wondered if this was a dream or a reality. Ren asked if he would keep her waiting. Chan was suddenly taken aback. Jang realized that this was really Kim So Ryan. Then, suddenly, someone came in and addressed Chan questioningly. It was Ren. When Chan saw her, he was shocked. At this point, Chan wondered why it had to happen necessarily now. Seo Ryan then turned to Ren and called her Sunbi, which is how high school students are addressed in Korea. Chan was horrified when he realized the whole situation. Rin thought about the occasional text message. At best, it was all sorts of ridiculous jokes or awkward greetings. But Rin didn't know why. But Chan's name suddenly came out of her mouth at this unexpected encounter. Rin's friends started asking her if she knew this guy. They talked about how Chan was handsome and well-built. Chan stood there in confusion as he addressed Yi Rin, calling her Nuna. Chan's friends started shouting that he was a corpse, calling him bad names, and saying that Chan spent the whole vacation training Casanova's skills. Then one of them shouted out that he knew the girl. He said that she is the most popular girl at Changju Girls' School, who is in her third year. They were shocked that Chan was already at the top of the sophomore rankings, and even here, Chan had the highest score. They shouted that it was a completely different level. Chan tried not to be nervous and to behave as appropriately as possible. He asked if Rin had also come to eat pizza. Rin said that this is true because her friends offered to buy her a drink. Chan repeated the words about the treat in surprise. Then Rin's friends started saying hello to him. Ra even said that she was the most beautiful girl in school. Chan felt awkward, but he had no choice but to say hello back. The girls told Chan that Yi Rin had done well in the midterms, this time too. Rin's friend said it was a crime that Rin didn't tell them that she had such a cute hube. Usually, a person from a junior year or class is called a hube. Her friend pointed a finger at Chan and asked if he could just be called Hube. Then Ren exclaimed that she knew. Ren asked Rin if she was Appa's unrequited love interest. Ren suddenly froze. She was silent. Ren asked if everything was correct and hit Chan with her elbow. Chan and Rin were facing each other, with Ren standing between them. Rin suddenly turned to the blonde girl. Ren answered Rin's call. Rin then asked if Ren knew Chan well. Ren said it was the first time they'd met. Chang let out a sigh of relief and thought about the fact that he was alive. But after that, he was shocked by Ren's words about Chan being completely her type. Ren said that Chan seems to be a good student, so he's also a pretty boy. Chan was horrified. He couldn't understand why she was doing this to him. His friends were crying with envy and kept calling Chan bad names. The two girls looked at each other. Ren had a smile on her face, but Rin didn't show any emotion. Rin suddenly smiled and said that she felt the same way. Chan was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Chan's classmates were completely shocked because the hero now has not one, but two. Rin walked over to Chan and asked Ren if she could. Ren said Rin was incredible. Then Ren began to approach Rin. Chang thought something was going to happen. However, Ren passed by and asked if they would play fair then. Rin thought about it. She didn't know what to say. Chang tried to change the subject and said that the weather was fine today. Then Ren asked for a second. Suddenly, Ren loudly asked if Rin knew his phone number. Ren said that in that case, she should know him too. Ren said it would be fair game. Chang was horrified, clearly suffering from it. Rin then told Chan to give her the number. Ren smiled when she heard this, because she was satisfied. Rin once again told him to give Ren his phone number. Chan wondered if this was the same pride battle between girls that he had heard about. Chan was confused at first, but then he even seemed happy about it. He reached out and told Ren to give him her phone number. Chan picked up her phone and started writing down his number. Ren was standing across from him, looking straight into his eyes. In fact, at this moment, Chan envied no one as much as he envied himself. After all, a real soap opera was being formed between Chan and the girls, which is waiting for interesting plot twists. Then Chan finished writing down his number. My classmates didn't seem to understand what was going on. Chan thought that this was a good plot development. On the one hand, his first love, and on the other, the future superstar. Irin vs. Kim So Ryang. His classmates shouted that Chan was shameless and a bad person. Then the girl called and told someone about everything that happened here. Then we are transported somewhere and see who this girl called. It turned out to be the same. Hyang said he was going to kill Chan today, so he instructed her to call the boys. Then the coach yelled at Hyang to keep up with his training. The coach then approached him and ordered him to respond quickly. The coach walked over to Hyang and put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he could hear. However, Hyang was so angry that he threw and knocked down his coach. Hyang started yelling furiously that he was going to drop him. Then he called out Jang T-san's name. Then we are transported forward for some time. We see that Chan gave his father a new car as a gift. He took his whole family shopping. We also see that people have started working in the garden. My father asked them to take a break, but they refused because they get paid for it. Chan's entire family was happy about it. Chang said that, as they say, you can break through everything with a penny. Then we're transported back to the night outside. Chan enjoys the keyboard clicks that echo through the empty room. Chan left home and started living on his own. The commute to school became less busy, and Chan began to devote the free time to himself. Its revenue for today exceeded 7 billion won. Chang said that tomorrow, it seems, he will be able to earn about 9 billion. The stock market continued to grow rapidly. Prices rose tenfold in just one day, which will allow him to make even more profitable deals. Chan said that everything is true and that the world is beautiful. Chang was talking about a world where money rules. However, Chan still does not work with futures and options. All this is due to the fact that to work with futures and options, you need a completely different amount of startup capital. Chang thought about what was really waiting for the right moment. Chan is in for a subprime mortgage crisis in 1927. It also expects a concomitant sharp rise in the price of imported raw materials and a rapid increase in prices on the international currency market. This is exactly what Chan is waiting for. Then we are transported to school the next day. A friend approached Chan and asked if he would go home. Chan said of course he was coming. The school was quiet now. Chan wondered if he should go home and check out how much he had earned today. Chan realized that getting back to school wasn't so bad after all. Chan thought about studying, which he hated. Chan was walking with his eyes on the floor when he bumped into his friend. Chan asked why he was standing up. Chan said he almost ran into him. Chan's friend was shocked, but Jang's friend was scared because Choi Hyan Chan's gangsters were standing there. Chang wondered what the worm wanted. The hero said that they looked like a flock of sheep. Then one of them asked if it was Chang Lai, and then the second bandit replied that it was really him. The bandit shouted Chan's name. The hero asked them who they were and if they knew each other. The bandits told him to follow them. Chan was silent and thought about how he really couldn't have anything to do with losers like them. Chan then told his friends that they could go. However, friends stood in front of Chan and asked if he would pay for pizza and an internet cafe if they went together. Chan said that of course he would pay for it. The hero burst into tears and said that they were real friends. The sunny day was already drawing to a close. The sun was already sinking below the horizon. After some time, the bandits came to their eldest, who was called Hyungnam. They said they brought Chan. There were a lot of bandits there. There was a snarl on their faces. There were quite a few people there. Hyungnam said he finally came. Hyung called Chan bad names. Hyung told Chan not to even think that he could get out of here alive. Hyung said that Chan can't escape. Jang said that when he looked at it, Hyung was exaggerating a little. Chan then asked if they were making movies. The hero called Hyung a fatty. His friends started laughing about it, and so did Chan. Hyung said he would kill Chan. The two groups were facing each other, but there were more people in the group, and even more so, they were older than Chan and his companions. This place gave Chan a strange feeling. Chang heard a loud sound. After training, not only did his body become very sensitive to the surrounding stimuli, but his intuition also increased. It seemed to Chan that something wasn't clean. Chang then asked them if they were aware that what they were currently doing was a particularly serious crime. Chang suggested that they just calmly disperse. Chang said that even though he has lived only a short time, he knows that life is only a moment. Chang asked them if there was any point in wasting this moment on a useless face-off. The bandit said that it seems that the worm has a ball behind the rollers. The second bandit asked Hyungnam not to worry and said that now they will straighten out his brain. Chang then said that according to Article 261 of the Criminal Code, this is a crime committed by demonstrating the strength of a group of people or persons in collusion, with the aim of attacking a person with a weapon. The bandits didn't understand what Chang had told them. The hero said that even if he just gets a nosebleed, it's already a serious injury. Chan said that their parents would pray very hard for him, because if something happens, the can go to jail. Chang asked if they even had the money to cover his treatment. Chang asked them to pay attention to the fact that Chang had recently suffered a head injury and had been in the hospital for 6 months. Chang asked them to take into account that he prefers to lie only in a private room. Chan's friends took a step back. Hyung said it was cute and called Chan a worm. Jang said that Hyan is a because smoking will interfere with his sports career. Chang said that Hyung's head was probably full of sawdust. Jang's friends were intrigued, a small smile giving them away. Hyung then shouted at that the older bros would take care of the consequences. Hyung said that their task is to turn this worm into a chop. All of a sudden, Chan's friends were nervous, scared, and wanted to apologize and leave. Chang said that all these punks can do is bark. Chan couldn't believe they were scared. The bandits told him to keep talking his nonsense. They said they were all minors. Then even if they hurt Chan, they would get off with a fine of 1,000,000 won, cry in front of the judge, and go home, and Chan would have to lie down for half a year after being beaten like that. Chang thought that this was why the laws needed to be tightened. This is the criminal law system in South Korea, in which respectable citizens suffer without exception because of the attacks of minors. Chang decided that he would repeal this law, destroy it by any means necessary. Hyung then shouted for everyone to go into battle. The Hu brought metal pipes and raised them above them. They all ran towards Chan in a crowd. Chan's friends were very scared when they saw the rebar. Chan ordered all of his friends to move back. Chang was also taking a step back, but suddenly his foot hit the step. The Hu running at Chan. His friends were excited. Chan was sitting on the floor, while a crowd of angry high school students ran at him with rebars. Then we see that one of them swung a rebar. Chan was shocked, and he froze. Then we see that someone's tooth came out, and with it, there was a lot of blood.
At this moment, our main character sees how he is attacked by a lot of people with different bits. Blindfolds, they clearly want to kill him, or just very badly maim him. He, with Eason in his eyes right at them, began to sweat a lot. He needed to make a decision in 1 second. All the enemies, looking at how our protagonist was scared, decided to laugh and smile, but in an instant our character just took one of them and charged it with his foot right in the face. One of them even lost a tooth, and then our main character jumped away from that very place, along the way continuing to deal with everyone who started attacking him. He knew that they had taken him by surprise, but they were still because the weapons they had could not compare with the weapons of our main character. He knew he almost didn't remember, but there was still nothing he could do about it. Right now he was standing over one of the recumbent opponents who just wanted to kill him. He took up his stance, then looked at them with a big smile, saying that it was necessary to finish this all quickly. After all, he and his boys still have plans for the evening that he hasn't completed. He immediately stood up and said that this is the power of the 5 elements, which was definitely very much surprised by all the enemies. They were stunned. But then they decided that it was worth attacking as soon as possible, because there are still a lot of them. Our main character will definitely not be able to cope with all this. But our protagonist, continuing jump and run, understood that most likely they saw how the movie main character scatters villains. He will definitely do the same. He decided to put on a show. Today the main character of this area will be our character, who in an instant rushed through all his opponents, simultaneously continuing to support himself, and they say that he would crush all those who had mocked him before. The people standing around realized that they didn't have a word, but it was too late, because our protagonist went into a rage. He continued to distribute his blows to every person standing around him. They tried to run away from him. Some of them continued to carry their beams straight at him. But even so, even if they gathered together, they could not defeat him, because they were scattered in an instant. Our character turned to them and said that if I had nothing to do, I should call the rescuers. They were obliged to report everything. It was even necessary to say that this friend alone attacked the thugs. The leader, who was looking at all this situation, understood that we ordered to finish off our protagonist, so if they fail this task, then everyone in the organization, including even the younger ones, will ignore them. The man, taking out a knife, immediately rushed at our main character, who continued to brag about his success. The man was already behind him, and everyone standing around started shouting at our protagonist to turn around. But our character only turned around and realized that Steel Banner had made the very decision that he would regret for the rest of his life. In an instant, our main character turned the fat man's hand so that his bones shifted inside. The fat man screamed in pain. Everyone was shocked by this phenomenon, and the fat man, who was already lying on the floor, could not believe it and what exactly happened just now. Our main character, who I was now looking at him from a height, said that he starts with serious drama, which was obtained as a result of attempted murders, as well as the creation of a criminal gang, and ends with a particularly serious charge of assault. At least he will now rot for several years in prison. The fat man didn't believe the words I was saying to our characters, but it was already too late. Our protagonist was on the phone. I turned to the lawyer, telling him that he had an attempted murder of a gang of criminals, that his lawyer should take on this case. The fat man, lying on the floor, asked him to forgive him. He cried, realized that our main character is not such a simple guy. But our protagonist, looking at him and then continued to smile, asked, does he now smell what the smell is sharing? After a few seconds, we can understand that the case of an attack by a group of criminals on persons who have not reached the age of majority has caused a wide response in society. High school students have formed a gang and committed attempted murders, attacking the same students, and they end school violence not only in our school, but also on the streets. The people who watched this program were very unhappy because how will they even deal with this mess now? Of course, they were sure that this case would come to an official investigation, so they would definitely be pinned down. One of the hair people asked for forgiveness, but one of the remote controls also flew into it and his boss said that there is no internet TV, there is not a single snake that has passed by such a high-profile case. Everyone was watching it all now. She was the main character, sitting on her bed, continued to rest in the hospital, and the police had already caught all those involved in this case. The boss knew that he, in turn, could not get through to the purchased customers, and he knew that everything had failed. Now I'm his assistant, too, should heal for some time, but he will take care of all this. But if this time he screws up again, then it will definitely be easy to get off. The assistant, giving some whiskey to his boss, also decided to leave, but someone on the street made a sound. A rock flew at one of them, and a strange man in a hood came out to meet the boss, which scared him very much. It was raining. It was evening. The man introduced himself as Death with a scythe. The boss thought that this person had definitely lost his fear since he had come all the way to his house. Clearly he was tired of lying. But she is the main character who clearly decided to cry. The boss said that this boss has committed too many sins. So he is like a real death. I think it's time to pay off. No one can help him. Hair, despite him, and then a little sweating asked, after all, what were the cases in general? Did the person understand who he was contacting at all? The boss immediately took out one of the alcoholic beverages, or rather a can. He tried to hit her, but it was too late. Our main character was several times faster. He immediately hit this boss in his impudent face. The boss leaned far back. His whole face was covered in blood. He couldn't believe that someone's person who came to his house dared to touch his face. But the first blow was followed by another. The boss realized that we were not only hurt, but also scared. But our main character, looking at him, continued to say that this boss killed too many people. The boss, despite him, said that he didn't kill anyone, that she stopped our character's fist a little. Bossa, trying to hide with his hands from the blows, said that he swore that he did not kill anyone. For a moment, the protagonist lowered his hand to his head. She then asked if the boss had heard a sound. He said that this is a critic of those who, so this boss decided not to spare me. All these corpses immediately began to approach the boss. He could not believe what was happening. Now many hands were reaching right towards him, continuing to take off his clothes, pull in different directions, and then it says that he was the one who killed them all. The boss that I started going crazy said that it looks like hypnosis or drugs that most likely our main character sprinkled on him, that the boss even almost believed, but she is the main character. Or just Death said that these hair saw it, more precisely from the soul of those who were they were unjustly killed by him, as well as his sixes. There was nothing to be done. The boss started saying that it was all a hoax, so our programmer had to put his hand on his head again. All the corpses and other ghosts began to cover the boss. As soon as it was over, our main character looked directly at the lying body of the same boss, realizing that if he suffers, then it does it for the first time, which is more new to him. But does he feel the pain and suffering of those who died at his hands? Most kept shouting that he didn't know anything, but she also told the main character that there were no survivors like him, that of course, before he died, he must completely atone for his sins. So a moment later, our character started to send a hand to him again, but the boss started asking him to stop, that he didn't want to die. But our character, continuing to look at him and hold his hand right over him, asked how many did this boss kill, whether the dark ones really get married. These were the questions in the boss's head. He realized that there was no other way to explain the appearance of all those ghosts right in front of his eyes. Bossa replied that there was only a person, but she also told the main character that there were 10 of them, that he probably didn't even remember his first murder, the girl who was dressed in a school uniform. The girl immediately appeared in front of the boss, which made him surprised. This incident happened 13 years ago, which he simply did not want to ever remember. He brutally dealt with a schoolgirl who was in love. Even the main character immediately threw the phone directly to the boss, said that in order to atone for his sins, he should turn himself into the police and then get punished for what he did to his gang. The boss replied that this does all the things that he does not, But she is the main character, looking at him once again, said that this boss stopped another person because if he did not do this, then he will make up his whole family and fall off too, as he did today. The boss realized that it was like a demon in front of him, that he couldn't do anything, so all he had to do was bow down and say that he would do as he was told. Now, according to the news, a lot of people have seen that several bodies were found hanging down. It was the reservoir that also became a crime scene where the body of a schoolgirl who disappeared 30 years ago was found. The criminal was declared to be the gang leader, whose name was Pac. It was he who turned himself in. It was he who covered for another boss. Because of this incident, the area was completely cleared and all the thugs and bandits were exterminated. This was not even all. A full check in the prosecutor's office and the police was productive. Our main character, who was lying in bed, was very scared because he still continued to see the very ghosts that scared him very much, even despite the fact that he was finally able to get rid of all those who hindered him, or rather gangs. Right there on TV, many people were saying that they didn't gather today to discuss the incident that was related to the murder of 10 civilians by gangsters. They wanted to start. He told me that not just a corrupt policeman was definitely involved in the case, but a real prosecutor. This case requires a more thorough investigation than what they currently have. Others said that this is just all very strange information, that they even have a suspicion that this incident was provoked by the opposition party, that they should start an investigation with them. Many people have started to argue, saying that they should not first accuse the parties and then not accuse them, but simply announce the facts. But it was our main character who continued to see those very ghosts. He knew that he was constantly seeing. He was just going crazy. He thought that he had become a shaman, or maybe. But that person was also a ghost, because if that was the case, then most likely it was logical that he died, and then he was resurrected by a ghost. Our character hid under the pillow again. He realized that his head was already spinning from all the thoughts. He just needed to calm down, come to his senses. He was sure that everything would be fine. But as soon as he crawled under the covers, he also saw the ghost himself, which he didn't want to see. He realized that there were so many of them because he was in the hospital, but why were they even following him? Looking at one of the doors, he realized that it was most likely another ghost, but as soon as the door opened, a certain girl entered, who immediately jumped into his arms. She cried, said that she was very worried, thought that she would never see our main character again. Our character, looking at her, realized that most likely she should be at school at all. What did she forget in the hospital? But the girl just kept saying that there was no point in studying if you had a lot of time for the exam. Her education won't make her a successful Milda, so if our genius understands too, she'll probably let it go. But as soon as she wanted to let go of him, she immediately started snuggling up again, asking about what injuries he had sustained while still crying. Our main character, looking at her, then feeling her touch on him, realized that her hands were very soft. This atmosphere was very strange. Then he even looked at her breasts. And then he realized that it was quite dangerous. She was old enough for him to be a daughter. He had to get ready. But she was the main character, holding a little by the shoulder. The girl, having looked at it all, then with trembling hands immediately pulled with a kiss our character point. Of course, our main character understood that his heart was already occupied. But still, the girl to be in front of him was a very hot spot. He understood that the atmosphere suggested that he could kiss her. On what he should have done it anyway, he knew it wasn't. But now, just as he was leaning forward, another girl with dark hair entered the room. She asked me what was going on. Our main character also jumped aside and said that there was nothing in it, that he just got something in his eyes, and the girl who was standing next to him wanted to pull a speck out of his eye. The girl who had tears in her eyes said that she thought he was hurt, but did he pretend all this time, even though she came here because she was worried? Our character, who clearly wanted to clear his throat, realized that it felt like his wife burned him for cheating, but still said that everything is clear. Now both girls got on each other's nerves. A huge field appeared in front of them. Like a war, both wanted to win the attention of our protagonist. Even the main character only started to push them out a little, saying that he wanted to bring them something to drink. After bringing them both sodas, the girl sat down on the sofa and talked about how the entrance exams were just around the corner, that one of them thought that Sunbi would study much more seriously. But the black-haired girl said that she couldn't study so hard. When she was waiting for the hero to be injured, the first thing she had to do was hang it as his. Our protagonist, despite all this, understood that he was given to smile and at the same time glared at each other, that it was urgent to change the subject. But really Ren was only a lie lately. It's our truth that I didn't hear that she had already signed a contract with the agency. The girl asked, but how did she even know that she was the main character about this? She was very surprised that he was very interested in her. And at the same time, our protagonist turned to the black-haired girl that he had heard that she had written the midterm exams. But when will the results be? The girl was glad that he was also interested in her, and then said that there was nothing special about it. She wrote the second part quite well. But the USSR had a hard time. But why is she so worried about these results? See, she will pass any strange point. Our main character decided to support them both. He understood that most likely the atmosphere has improved. but it was clear that everything has become much worse. Now both girls were offended either at each other's power supply or at our main character, so he decided to offer a little pizza to eat. Both girls didn't mind, so our character said they should go out because he needed to change clothes. All the girls thought that while he was changing clothes, he was incredibly masculine with this outfit, but they still said that he could not be shy about them. They thought that everything was fine. In an instant, they could see that a certain person was very surprised that their boss was some kind of genius, that they had already double-checked everything. He had not made a single mistake, that all his actions were really completely legal. He was just a monster. The man with the hair said that all this was true, that it was obvious, but they did not have a drop of dignity left. All the people were surprised by this statement. But the man, adjusting his glasses, said that all the people in front of him were master traders. They could not cope with an ordinary high school student. Everyone was delighted, or rather just horrified, because really they were all bypassed by some child. But it was already snowing outside, and everyone thought it was just incredibly beautiful. It was the first snowfall of the year. Everyone was so mesmerized by the snow that they were constantly looking up at the sky, and our main character noticed that his father was actually surprised. But his father promised that our protagonist would understand everything when he joined the army. Of course, our main character said that he knows what he's talking about because it feels like white feces falling from the sky. The old man was surprised by all this, but our main character only pretended that he did not understand anything, and then began to point out to his father that most likely the work was almost completed. Now the house is undergoing a major renovation, or rather, the living area is expanding and the interior is changing, preserving the grandeur of their family as well as the Korean apartment building. The old man looked at his son and said that he thought they would be able to move in about a month. They were all happy because they would be living here when they entered high school, most likely. My father said that the girls' high school was very close, you could even walk there, and then they started eating dinner. They saw that the apples were cut incredibly beautifully. My father said that thanks to the new removal of a lot of sunlight, the quality of the apple was noticeably improved. He thinks that only the cooperative will accept them without further ado. Now my father had a perfectly subsistence economy, and my mother found the main character asking him if everything was going well with his work. Our main character, who at this moment bit immediately choked, he realized that the mother should not have asked about it so suddenly. He looked at the monkey and replied that he had sent more than 20 manuscripts. All the sisters started supporting him, and our friends started talking about what the publisher said, so he didn't have anything to worry about. My mother looked younger and younger, but if you asked anyone, they would say that she had become the most beautiful woman in the city. But at the same time they were handed money. It was 200,000 won, and it was money that made them happy. His parents often ask him about money, probably because they think it was very hard to earn it. Such moments are all very grateful for the money and never ask for more. The twins are happy with pocket money, even if it's only 200,000. Mother and father thought it was a lot, but it is clear that if you go too far with something, you can be fed up with it. Also applies to money. Everyone's still the same, but he's changed. His stock assets have finally reached 100 billion won. Thanks to this unearthly income, the brokerage companies will try not to lose sight of him like this company that he worked for in the future. Immediately, our main character came back a little. He turned to his mother and said that I had to fly abroad for a long time. Everyone was shocked with this information, but the main character said that he wants to gain new experience and find inspiration so that his work becomes even better. My mother thought it was very strange that her son wanted to fly alone, but still, he wasn't a child anymore. The twins were immediately thrilled, asking if he could take one of them with him. But it turned out that there was no way, that he should practice his expression of affection to the interlocutor more. But did he prepare a passport? Of course he prepared everything. The baby wanted to offer to go with him, which surprised our main character very much. He also realized that she could speak English, French, and Japanese. I bet he didn't even know that. It was very strange that she could speak 4 languages, but then she started asking not to be surprised so much because she was still a graduate of a good university. It was just incredible that a mom could speak 4 languages, but still she continued to believe her son was being told that he should have a good rest on this trip. The son was ashamed that he didn't know anything about it, but the father had already told him that they shouldn't thank him, because they were born with such beautiful and intelligent people as their mother, whom he married, and the father of the wheelbarrow. She started to go to her father. They constantly say that she loves him, but are they sure that it's worth doing this with their own children? Oh, these lovebirds. Everyone had goosebumps before this whole thing. On all these feelings, the things felt by the main character right now were just fine. In an instant, our protocol officer woke up. There was some strange person in front of him. He said that it was nice to meet you. It was a person who looked like a certain grandfather. She was still not so old. She was also the main character, who also started asking him to answer the question, but where was the place at all? The old man replied that this is his house, something very surprised about the main character, and then was very surprised that our character started talking about this place as a roadside run due to a small level as a result of insufficient points. Is it really something like a new instruction? The old man, after a little thought, said that in his entire life he spoke 25 years like her. In addition, he can understand 50 languages, but why did he start talking about these 50 languages? The other man also said that he was feeling better and Chris was helping him. In fact, he has learned 21 languages in his entire life, but why did he start all this? But the man only continued to say that his house looks so neglected because of shortcomings. He knows how hard it is when it comes to foreign languages, so he decided to help our main character. Because language is the basis for building relationships between people, and language is also very important for understanding the culture of the people. Without it, you just can't. He can achieve nothing great. Most likely, he is also one of these divine entities, but what does this person need from our main character? The person immediately made it clear that in order to learn foreign languages, he needs to have a decent teacher, but why intrude on other people, crucify themselves? A person started saying that starting to learn languages in educational programs is because the basics of the language are laid in an open dialogue. If you listen carefully, his speech will feel really a little strange. He continued to argue that the most important thing is to find the right teacher. Even the main character, a little bailiff, said that he understood. But still he had one question. What did this old man want from our main character? After all, really, you didn't invite him here just to chat about the shortcomings of modern education. Of course, it wasn't necessary to tell all this. He didn't need to take all the details. If the house of such an old man looks so neglected, then because of the lack of points, it means that our main character needs him. When the character approached him and realized that he was probably not a god, the old man replied that he was a god. There wasn't a penny left in his words, so should I push him a little more? The old man immediately started saying that they should think that he took it to heart. He didn't really care at all, but why did he say that? The old man immediately said that all his life he was not studying at that time, that he had completely forgotten good deeds. Even the main character understood that he had already brought out the old man, because he thought that our hero said that he would ask only one question, but why does he continue to ask everyone one by one? The old man immediately began to say that if he had the money, he would give it to charity, but most likely just a pillar. He studied so hard that after his death he became a native speaker, which is a special language for such people. This interested our main character very much, so he decided to check something out a little. And that to get these points he needs donations. If you know the truth, I'm a few drops a little deeper bloom such that a special point, most likely this was his first instruction. First you need to know about the points, so for this, that they already have it. The old man started saying that they understood what he was talking about. Why was he questioning him like he was a fraud? However, he definitely has the right to do this, so why didn't you call him into work illegally? It was the old man who should have understood that earning these points was very difficult. The old man was already falling apart. He realized that our character knew all about it, so swallowing one of the tears said for 5 that our brother is finally right, that the karma points that he gets for good deeds are very important. Because if he earns, just commit, just stop. Very high rated our main character, the hero, as he jumped under the car to save the child. Recently, he did something else, an operation to clean up the neighborhood, together getting rid of the poor bandits. He brought peace not only to the school, but to the whole city. The compensation for his unjust death should also be quite big. Why is he so crucified? Not really decided to understand the karma points on the sly. The old man immediately started saying that he would never dare, but why is he acting like this? He just told our main character the basis of his instructions, so he asked me to misunderstand him. Even the main character smiled a little and looked at him, saying that he only wanted them to help each other. Probably so, but he should have said honestly, how much did they want to take for all this? The old man immediately replied that 50%, but did he know that it was simply illegal to appropriate them without his permission? The old man immediately said that this was the reason why he had invited him with such a story. But still, no one knew how many points there were in this 50%, so it was probably necessary to stop at 20%. The old man started shouting, saying that it was too little, that they would be enough for him to build the main building with full of marble. But was it too unfair? He needed more flowers to make this place a garden, but should he give it 30%? Our main character decided that most likely he should try to do something different. He said that, then turned to someone else. Of course, it was clear that the old man would probably be able to, but it was still worth catching him on the hook. Our main character, smiling a lot, said that he just turned to others because his patron is none other than him. The old man immediately fell down. He realized that it should be, but Grandpa, who was resurrected by his very important boss, he is quite enough with just one language, but he wants to be a little greedy. The most important thing was brought together by fate, so you need to offer something a little more, or rather 25%. Even the main character thought that he was very generous, Just incredible, but what did the old man think about it all? The old man had nothing left to do, so she, also the main character, continued to bombard him with questions, asking why all the buildings were made in the Chinese style, there were so many medieval castles or Korean traditional houses. But the old man only said that he was just a fan of martial arts, especially Chinese ones. By that time, some people wanted to meet with the branch director. Unfortunately, it was an unplanned meeting, in which case, he would not be able to meet with the branch director, because all of them scheduled meetings are automatically rejected by Wheelbarrow. She is the main character, who immediately took out a certain letter saying that he has a very big business offer, so couldn't the girl do him a favor and trade her the documents and then simple everything. The girl, that he wants to appear because he doesn't understand anything, but our body just winked and said that she will find out when she sees it. Our character needed to be more confident and afraid, and the girl said that now everything will be sorted out. Our main character, turning a little, then starting to inspect this room, realized that he had not been here for a long time. This bank was located near the company where he worked in his previous life. For this reason, he came here several times. Is it possible that it can only be blurred by people who went back in time? It was definitely a bit strange. But at the same time, a girl who was standing right behind our protagonist replied that Mr. Benson approved of their meeting. The girl asked him to follow her, but only when something like this happens to him, even the main character begins to realize that he really got his time back. Just think, but he went so far, he's about to meet with the director of the local branch of the Hong Kong Commercial Bank. Only representatives of large companies can afford it. But it wasn't worth it worry, it was only necessary to go further ahead, thought only about how to say much more influence, and then shake the point going up the elevator he went up, that there is no need to be afraid actually that this sound is the beginning. But a few seconds later, he immediately met with the director of the Hong Kong branch of the bank, Stephen. Our character, holding out his hand, replied that it was a great honor for him to meet him, then introduced himself. The person said to himself because our main character has a great pronunciation. Did he really learn abroad? But it was clear that the skills that were passed on to him by the same teacher worked with a bang, so our proto-teacher replied that he learned it himself. Immediately they sat down, and the girl brought the same black tea. Whether our main character likes tea, then of course that it was also. The men that looked at him couldn't have been lucky cause he's such a kid liked black tea, it seems. But he knew, and his passion is like a black tormented point. The man on the left a little bit in mug said that black tea will always be perfect if you follow the rule of 3 threes. 3 grams, 3 minutes and 300 milliliters. Our character, who pulled a little mug towards him, said something that looked great on him, and the director managing the branch couldn't understand what a young-looking person was like, how he could remain so calm. Did he really have such a huge pride of bravery that was not typical of his age? The principal immediately asked the age of our main character because he looked like a college student, but the main character immediately looked at him and said that in a month's time he would become a third-year high school student, which even more surprised all these people. He also imagined an ID card, but in the sense that he wasn't lying. Our squeezed and I said that the director's tea was delicious and asked if he could pour him another cup. The director had already reviewed the documents that had been submitted, and he simply couldn't believe that he could see such extremely clean numbers. But it was understandable because the total amount in his shareholder account exceeds 250 billion. 1 point director. Our main character said that they should get to the point. What is the reason for our main character's visits? Does he really want to open an account or deposit? But our character immediately put the toy on the table and said that he came to take out a loan, which surprised the director very much. Of course, the company that was owned by the Commercial Bank of Hong Kong to pay several subsidies, for example, for security investment companies as banks. He wants to open his own investment corporation in Hong Kong, would like to take out a loan and bring funds to this account. He needed help if he wanted to play big. The person could not say that he had his own corporation, but our main character, looking at the person, replied that he plans to go to Hong Kong tomorrow, but can Mr. Stephen help him? The person understood that our protagonist was on a completely different level. He could not regard him as a child. So I replied that it was fine, but only for the reason that he was a particular client. For what amount did he want to take out a loan? The girl who was sitting next to us wanted to stop the director, but it was too late. Our protagonist found his own victim. Stephen started treating them like an important person, discarding the age. So our main character looked at him and replied that he needed $100 million as collateral. He uses a securities account. Both were shocked, but why were they so surprised? Because this was just the beginning, when our main character was already able to get licenses to start a business. If you tinker a little, then the entire corporation may not even be of legal age. The lawyer did a great job. But still he was not sure about the decision of our board. After all, he is just a student who should attend school and study, and will his parents be against it? Our hero also replied that he got the highest score on the last mock exam and won first place in school. And to obtain a license also requires parental consent. To establish a corporation with a capital of more than 1 billion won, a certificate is required. So our main character very much counted on your support, or rather on the support of his lawyer. His parents were busy moving, and his lawyer will now be busy with the audit. Of course, the lawyer could not believe that a high school student opens a corporation with a capital of 1 billion, the person is. Or rather, our main character was simply incredible. The company name is quite unusual. Did he really put some special meaning in it, lol? But our main character only replied that there is nothing wrong with this, it means only the legend of regression or the legend of the queen. Of course, the name was too loud, because what kind of king is this anyway? The lawyer asked to look at the people of their country, because are they worthy to be called kings, or is it so? It definitely did not make sense. Our protagonist only said that the present transcript is a legend of return, a legend of regression, which was very surprising from that very guy. Even the main character could not reveal to anyone the fact that he's a regress, but he wants to be a legend, so as soon as the evening came, he accepted dinner. He looked out the window, saw a lot of lights, it was very beautiful, but where should he start? Or high school students, who cannot describe alcohol, and this buffet is better than any expensive restaurant. He also opened a soda and began to enjoy the drink, along the way humming to himself to the point that at one point a certain girl who passed by him very much fascinated him. He even spilled some soda on the table. The girl sitting down at the table said that she was at an interview with a lawyer. She said that she was already the main character is just beautiful. The director, or rather our main character, looked incredibly young and attractive. Of course, he was often told that he looked younger than his age, but he didn't just look like a teenager. He was a teenager. After beating off her soda a bit, the girl went on to say that that he was doing an interview in a hotel restaurant. Our character just said that he thought it would be nice to get to know each other over dinner, because they are close to the fourth revolution, so people should also change. This name was very strange for me, so our main character said that the old-fashioned view that these mistakes of the past should disappear, something like that. It just went against the company's ideology. But has the interview already started? Our main character said that this is not the case, that she can start working tomorrow. The girl was very surprised, because our character did not even look at her resume. Our main character only replied that he was recommended, or rather it was recommended by a very important person, and he just had nothing to worry about. Does she really think that he should look at her resume? The girl was still perplexed, but the boy said that at the moment she would not have so many responsibilities, so if she has certificates in a foreign language, or she wants to get it on time, then now is the time. Indeed, everything was going too smoothly right now. This is usually an office job. Her salary will be terribly low. The girl asked how much she would get a year. Our main character replied that 70 million won. The company will also cover the 4 major insurances, which surprised the women very much, but she said, more precisely, the manure of the eyes of this girl. Our main characters even thought that it was not enough, but the girl only said that it was too much. Our main character continued to fill in the information, and then that this is all not counting the bonus, because for example the bonus will be for you for a year and an additional payment scored completely for the holiday, and she will also receive paid vacation. But did our main character manage the agglomerate? The main characters did not understand what she was talking about, but still said that he was a thief, which surprised the girl at all. He called himself a thief who could handle the whole world. Lived for several days, ended boarding the plane to Hong Kong. Everyone passed all the terminal, but that people were crowding. She was waiting. The hero who walked in all this continued to understand the strange languages that were around. All this information he was able to acquire overnight. These illegal instructions to the stage on the halls. He was even able to afford a first-class ticket to Hong Kong. Many people could not believe it, because why did our character look so cool, famous, or some very important person? A lot of people came up to him on a regular basis. They were flight attendants who prepared for her an onboard menu, a list of wines, Korean food, and so on. Our main character said something that they print alcohol, because he is still not an adult wheelbarrow, but at one point one of the flight attendants even gave our character some information. A note saying that she liked him very much, that she wanted him to call her. By that time, he had already arrived at the Hong Kong airport. He met the same girl who was now standing in heels. She said that she worked in his secretariat. Her name was Clara Taka. She came to meet him and knew all the employees. She is the main character, also introduced himself, but asked just to call Chan, despite the fact that it was welcome as the most good guest. I answered as soon as I got in the car that I had already ordered a plane, but he happened to be the son of the head of the conglomerate. On Thursday, the back of our character came to say that this is not so, and then said that his father is a farmer, grow organic apples, so if the girl wants apples, then let her contact him. He can even show them the old house farm wheelbarrow. This girl had beautiful eyes. She was very charismatic. Thanks to the training of the 5 elements, he became too charismatic, fearless, and also confident. But by that time they had already arrived at the main office of the commercial bank. Now our protagonist realized that it was time to take the money from that very tiger. He realized that he needed to get as much as possible this time. He had to achieve everything in so short a time. As soon as he passed, one of the people ran out to him, who said that it was just amazing, because it's just unimaginable to achieve such success at such a young age. But can you even trust this report that was lying on his desk? The man who was sitting on one of the chairs said that all the lawyers who were at their company checked the accuracy of this information several times. The person said that there must be a reason why he owned such a large amount of capital. Most likely it was some secret inheritance, or it may even be that he is a simple and investment genius. The credit rating was a with 3 pluses. This is not a rating that an ordinary child whose father is an ordinary farmer can afford. But when an individual wants to take out a loan of $100 million as a safety net for their multi-billion-dollar equity account, this is a very large amount for people, so if it pays off, there will be a lot of problems. One of the people who looked at the director said that there is nothing to worry about, because this is a loan with 15% sometimes applications. Then they will get as much as a tedious profit in any case. But now our protagonist looked at the very building, at the main office of a commercial bank. He was finally able to arrive here. The girl, looking at him with her own eyes, asked if he wanted to go inside. If so, they were all created by him. Our main character realized that this was true. However, after a few moments, he was finally able to find himself in a building where they could all believe their eyes. They actually saw a young guy in front of them. They ran up to him and said that they were happy to welcome him, introducing themselves as Leo, the director of financial investments, and the team leader, Harry. Our character gave a hand, said that for him it is a huge part of the third British aristocrats. He also introduced himself, could not believe that this person in front of him was too relaxed, but during a conversation with them, one of the finance, just do not underestimate him point, look at our main character, said that most likely we can hear his family, did he study in England? The same said that it wasn't true that he didn't study abroad, just interested in this country, however, that the Stewart family has a huge big reputation. The old man couldn't believe it, because despite everything, he had a good feeling when he first saw such a boy. The old man immediately asked the girl to come out. The girl also agreed to come out, but wouldn't such a good person want a cup of tea? I immediately sat down and said I still remember it's the aroma of the tea they drank at Stevens, so don't say no, here's another wheelbarrow. The old man. Look at our hero, said he's the best comma player he's ever met, that he's got a good level of pay, not a language, incredible pronunciation. Another person also asked this question to our character, because did he really reveal some kind of investment algorithm or so, because if so, then this person was going to pay any money for it. But you know the truth if you started laughing that he invests thanks to his somehow, that's all. Both people were shocked, but it was all true, because he was looking at the shares, it would seem to him, because they would go up, it was like a gift from God point. After listening to this, all thanks to the documents delivered that now he can take out a loan in shares as collateral point. Hong Kong, anyone over the age of 18 can install their individual corporation. Their bank will take responsibility for this. The old man was smiling, and our character who was sitting on the chair said that he would never forget such kindness. In Korea, there are no taxes on foreign investment. Since the tax contract has already been concluded, he will also be able to avoid domestic taxes, penalties. Of course, he is going to use Hong Kong as an intermediate link. He is going from the edge of the corporation to the royal accounts and tax havens. If he does some fraud, then he will not be able to what they can't find, just like hot money owners around the world can't find. The old man at this moment, looking at the documents, said that they will transfer funds as soon as the corporation is founded. Does our character agree to such conditions? The old man immediately asked to sign the documents, and as long as the Hong Kong corporation is working properly, there will be provided all administrative, legal accounting conditions including secret. On the street, when by that time it was raining heavily, the girl who was standing with our main character said that winter rains resemble and generally like Gaga. It was there, or rather in America, that she studied business management. It was all very interesting. Most likely she was one of the Chicago students who insisted on neoliberalism. The girl replied that only a burning passion, determination, wearing and accurate results of the capital, and certainly liked this topic during training. However, I showed that our main character's eyes trembled when he came out. Did something really happen? But at this moment, we understand that our client did not do something wrong. He said that he wanted to change the contract. Everyone was shocked. Again, can something really be wrong? The contract was more than perfect. The interest rate was 15%. She, as the main character, said that the whole thing is not in this commas. He wants to increase the amount of the loan, yes, that now he wants $200 million. The interest rate will be 20%, 40%. They realized that our character was just crazy, but there was nothing more pleasant than the sound of rain, which was still flying in the mind. The girls liked the sound of rain by the sea. The green light began to glow, and now it was noticeable that a person who was riding a motorcycle could have crashed into our main characters, shouting that his brakes had failed. Now our main character had only to save the girl, throwing her aside so that she could not get hurt.
Before us, the awards began, announcing that a certain girl who received a scholarship from the law department of the University of Korea will be awarded a special award by the mayor himself. Many girls watched it all, but still this particular girl was singled out as one of the graduates they were waiting for. So it was she who was asked to say something to her parents. At the same moment, the girl stood behind the microphone. She said that thanks to those who gathered in this place, it stands on this podium, that it was her loving and caring parents who served as the first reason why she became what she is. She also praised her principal, her teachers, her friends who had done so well, and the high school juniors who had already graduated, and it was she who wanted to express her deepest gratitude to them. It is prevented by the fact that she graduated from a high school for girls. By the time our protagonist finally entered the building, he was holding a bouquet of flowers. Everyone was looking at him. And then they were confused, thought that he was an incredible handsome man. And our character was finally able to go up and find the very girl who was very happy that our main character came. He met her gaze and started waving, but only then realized that the girl wasn't waving at him. She was waving at another person who was much taller than her, who wanted to take a photo with her. Many people wanted to take a picture of these two people, and the man even continued to tell the girl that her sculpture should be put here, because there are so many people who want to take a picture with her. Our character, who finally lowered his bouquet, was in complete shock as he watched the girl to whom he brought a bouquet of flowers now stands with someone else. The girl continued to talk to the guy who was standing next to her that after this, no one would take her as a wife. But the boy continued to say that there was nothing wrong with this because she had him. They continued to talk together, while our protagonist was still clutching what God himself had brought. Now he understood why she kept replying shorter and shorter. Her memories of her, his first love, were clearly imprinted in his mind. Since he was too innocent, he now felt a pain in his heart. He was someone who had experienced 3 breakups in his past life. But at the same moment he noticed that some person, some middle-aged man, said that he was very lucky that his nephew was Appa Yi Rin, which surprised our protagonist very much. But he continued to follow how this person continues to live by the hand of another, saying that he can't believe that this particular person is high and his daughter. But then the conversation got to the point where they were talking about their nephew. Both men clearly wanted to combine their children's lives. They say that they are not children. They can already decide something on their own. Our main character was finally able to get to know the political judge, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Lee Kang-suk. And later he was appointed president to the status of a Supreme Court judge. He looked at all this and realized that representatives from the National Association of Physicians and a high-class judge. He even heard the name of the very guy. His name was Dong Song. Our main character remembered him exactly. He saw him on TV. He is the 3rd son of the head of Anna Group. One guy's parents said that this young man was incredibly smart. He was able to enter the law department of a Korean university. He started working in a group right after passing the bar exam, and he took the position of managing director despite his young age. This guy is often shown on TV, just like a playboy, and our character, who was approached by girls and asked for his number, only asked to leave, because he was in a very terrible mood. Now the girl was finally able to spot our main character off to the side. She noticed that other girls were approaching him, and then they made eye contact. Our protagonist was not so happy now, and the girl just said that she didn't know the boy in question, that she thought she did, and then hugged the guy's hand as tightly as possible, that they still had a lot of photos to take. But is it really such a feminine instinct that falls for a more successful man? A farmer, of course, the choice is obvious. No matter how you look at it, he cannot go in comparison with Dong Sung. Well, okay, because it's only for the best. Now our protagonist's left under the exclamations that the very girl with whom he was in love, he was supported by everyone. But what should he do now with the very bouquet that he now had in his hand? When he got out of there, he noticed a certain girl who was standing to the side. He saw her parents behind her, talking about how their beloved Sa Ran had graduated. that such a wonderful girl had grown up, even without them and Dad. I was shaking, and our character was surprised, because he can still see ghosts. The girl burst into tears. She was holding her document. But at the same moment, our protagonist handed her a bouquet, congratulating her on her graduation. The girl was shocked, because who was in front of her? But she, as the main character, only said that these are the words of her parents. They are grateful that she grew up such a wonderful girl. They would like her to live a happy life. The girl was shocked, but our protagonist just turned around and said that she should take risks, take everything from life. I should stand aside. Because now they have a new hero of the occasion. The parents who were standing behind the girl bowed, thanking our main character. After coming home, our protagonist was finally able to open his eyes. He obviously drank a lot. Now it was on the couch, but someone started calling him. It is said that he should wake up, because really his heart hurts so much that he lay down on the couch and does not want to answer. Our character opened his eyes and noticed a dark silhouette in front of him. He thought it was just another ghost that was starting to scare him. But the man who had the earrings in his ears said that our protagonist will know who he is as soon as he hears his name. In an instant, we could see an incredibly beautiful man. He called himself Casanov. All this information greatly shocked our main character, but clearly interested, rather than frightened. The man immediately started saying that he and our main character are very similar. But the protagonist was more surprised that Casanova was in front of him. Casanova is the greatest surfer of all time, who at that moment wanted to make a deal with our main character, because he was known for another of his traits. Born in the merchant city of Vidnitz, he became an abbot at 15 and received a law degree at 16. He was also an excellent merchant, thanks to his extensive knowledge of medicine, mathematics, and chemistry. Our character looked at him and immediately said that he would be happy to make a deal with him. By that time, one of the people who was sitting in his office said that someone had withdrawn all the funds from the corporate account, that they could not withdraw anything to stick out a third. The corporate account was used and immediately closed, and as they all know, but after closing the account, all information about it is immediately deleted. The man said that here the boy understands very well what he is doing, despite his young age. Both realized that not everyone will have to take out a loan for $200 million, and the balance of the Korean account is growing at a rapid pace. But where was the money invested from this account at all? Someone was wearing $400 million. The guy, after looking at his system, answered that the stock is one of the companies with a return of about 1%. The man, after looking there, realized that if this is the same company, then does this mean that our protagonist wants to make a long-term investment, or he just wants to take a break? The old man immediately started shouting that they couldn't lose contact with this boy. They had to gain his trust. The old man had no idea what was going on, but it looked like he knew a terrible secret. What kind of surprises did this guy have in store for them? While one of the cars continued to drive on the road, there was news that said about the economy, that the price of oil, which was at a height for some time, suddenly collapsed. The price drop was about 20%. People made a huge profit in just a few days. She, as the main character, understood that one of the games, which he played in a little earlier, is just awful. The celebration will start tomorrow. So perhaps this is the reason why people were mindlessly buying oil. This is what it means to manipulate the market, because it resulted in a profit of more than $285 million for a 20% return on 300,000 contracts. A few days ago, he was finally able to earn through $300 million, and together with the initial capital of $200 million, his account balance was already $600 million. His funds are stored in a secret checkbook, and thanks to Casanova, his understanding of the market has improved markedly. Now he had a much better understanding of the situation when it came to business. And he also gained an incredible ability, because even sadness can become a beautiful memory. He learned some techniques that allowed him to fully control his emotions. Our protagonist understood that even breaking up requires special skills. He realized that from next year he and the same girl will study at the same university. But their interaction is limited to this. So as soon as he thought about it, he decided to accelerate at the same time, break the pedal to the floor. When he arrived at one of the places, he realized that money is a great thing because he was finally able to come to his new home. The old tiles had been replaced with a new one with a black sheen. The wobbly clay walls had been redone with red bricks. This place definitely looked much better than ever. But as soon as he looked to the side, he noticed the dog. He realized that the better the owner lives, the better his pet lives. But at the same moment, our protagonist heard some screams from the house, which said that income is simply incredible, that you need to save some money. A certain person signed a contract, but he does not have enough capital. It is much cheaper to take a debt from him than to take a loan with human interest. People were shameless, which I realized is our main character. But our character, despite all this, realized that my mother held out for a very long time. So now he believes he came to the queue to take his contribution. As the eldest son, he needed to turn the situation around. As soon as he reached the house, his mother ran out. Well, what happened? Why did she have such a hairstyle? People who were sitting on the couch asked, after all, why does such a little thing interfere in an adult conversation? So the person immediately started shouting that they should continue the conversation. Because where did they even get so much money? Where he got it? Why the neighbors don't know where he earned this money? And so on. They all asked our protagonist to tell us. Help his brothers. He had a lot of money. They asked him to help again and again. But our main character, look at all the adults asked why all the uncles and aunts came, how they were doing in general. He even forgot what they all looked like. But the person who was sitting on the couch just started saying that this is nonsense. What is a little thing that continues not to even bow and show him respect? Why are they so respectful of speech? Is he really mocking adults? One of the girls asked. When did he become so ill-mannered? The father continued to be silent, did not answer anything, and our main character just spread his hands, asking what had come over them. What manners people can talk about. That they came to the anniversary of his parents. The person was ashamed of them. The guys immediately started shouting, getting angry. I asked the man where he got this stuff. Did his mother teach him so much bad stuff? Our character noticed that his mom was in shock, so he decided to go up to her and ask if everything was okay. After all, why does the kid dare to ignore both adults and so on? Our main character only said that there are no adults here, except for his father. One of the people wanted to attack our character, but she really didn't hear him in the hand and told them to calm down. Then his father definitely exploded. He told everyone to and stop. Finally, the father found the protagonist was able to show character. It was the roar of the same awakened tiger. The father began to say that they probably forgot that they were in the presence of an older family member. They started asking what someone meant. But my father just kept saying that I should call him Big Brother. As soon as the kids started calling him Big Brother, they decided to ask him why he was so angry. But it was clear that the correction of our body silenced everyone. He immediately asked his son to apologize to his relatives, and he asked them to apologize to his son, which should be expected, because the eldest in the family just has a huge influence on the rest. She is the main character immediately bowed and said that the submissive asks for forgiveness for his manners and behavior. They decided to say that they didn't behave in the best way, that they wanted to apologize. Well, the father of our main character only said that if they needed money so much, then he should talk to his eldest son. He decided that it was he who should manage the money in his family. That's how their New Year's holidays ended. She is the main character, who returned to the office and immediately received a New Year's gift. The girl said that she went to Australia with her mother, and the locals praised this dietary supplement very much. He said that her director works so hard at night, so it's likely that if he takes these pills, he will become as energetic as a kangaroo. The girl said that these supplements are very expensive, so she asked to drink 1 tablet a day, saying, while running away, that this makes a hard-working person out of men well, as expected. But the winter break actually came to an end. It was time to say goodbye to life and soul. It was very hard to become a high school student. But I wonder if the head of the team will quit if he finds out that the head of the company is a high school student? Our protagonist immediately began to look at the monitor, bringing up that from 2007 to 2009, this calm world was experiencing a huge shock. The US economy, which was considered an unsurpassed leader, would collapse. If the US Federal Reserve System had not agreed to provide additional funding for quantitative easing, then the world would have experienced another Great Depression. Only the US could become the king of finance. This was a chance for our main character, because chaos is what is needed for the birth of a new hero. So far, he wasn't going to get his hands on real estate and destroy the companies. There was no way he could hide the real estate, since he couldn't match the tracks. The same applies to companies, the nominal neon owner. Otherwise, it would become the number one target. But he knows how and can manage them well. And only money rules the world, or rather finance. He wants to be the one who will pull the whole world by invisible strings. Of course, the huge number of pizzas that our main character bought during his vacation was very much surprised by the very girl. She could not at first think who the director really was. Because he pays with a corporate card, pizza is not a stock. So why would he need so much? As if he was not alone. Was he really with your girlfriend? No, it's too expensive for an ordinary date. So much can only be eaten by someone who has a truly bottomless stomach. The girl thought about it, but realized that she hadn't seen the director for a whole month. So she assumed that he was living a happy life without women. By that time, our protagonist, who was sitting in his house, thinking that everyone around him was an couldn't even believe that pizza helps him get rid of stress. But it still makes him feel bad just looking at it. Probably. But everyone gets a lot nervous as soon as they become a high school student. School cafeteria lunches are balanced, but they eat like crazy. So of course no one cares how much money they spend. Especially the fact that he spent $5 million on just one snack. But now the time has come. The American Stock Exchange will open on the morning of the 3rd of April at 10:30 Korean time. The timer back in the countdown shows 5 minutes. He has been all over the world. The sum of all his savings accounts in various banks, including accumulated profits, is $1 billion. And this whole 1 trillion point today is this. The amount will increase several times. Today everyone will finally be able to find out about his name. His heart was pounding like crazy. The face of our main character was incredibly focused because a week ago he made a noise with short sales of the stock, the second largest and most popular in the United States. At the same time, he sold several individual call options of the same industry as the same company, so he was able to buy options. This will turn the entire exchange upside down. A second was left for seconds. The US Stock Exchange will finally open. Unlike the Korean Stock Exchange, but in the US, stocks can fall indefinitely. Not only them, but also the largest giant companies from the same industry that experienced a major fall. Unthinkable decline. Stocks instantly crashed by tens of percent. Finally, the bear market of the US collapsed, which I was very happy about our main characters. However, at this moment, a new person appeared in front of him. A new outline. Immediately, the same guy we saw earlier asked our main character what happened in his world. Because really something happened in it. Because our main character looks a little different now. Our protagonist was just wondering why Tut suddenly pulled him out. And how did God even know? I don't think he's doing anything right now. This man, named Chris, was very different from his brother, who was part of the pantheon under Zeus. But the man only extended his hand, saying that he was congratulating him, because as he looked, he had raised the level. Our character was incredibly happy, because it was his words that he raised the level that clearly pleased him if he had just defeated the American Bears. But after looking at his hands, he thought that he hadn't changed anything. So is the old man sure that something has happened? The old man also started saying that he could see it perfectly. He could see a faint blue aura. But why couldn't our main character understand and see anything? What was the purpose of this old man to visit him? Why would that friend choose to reappear in front of him? The old man smiled through his glasses and said that why is there so much distrust in him? Because not so long ago, he learned a new language. So our main character will definitely be sure. He will definitely want to learn it as soon as you find out what kind of language it is. Of course, not that he was interested in all this. So he decided to ask in pity, what kind of language was it? The old man immediately began to say that it was an ancient language, the knowledge of which was long lost, a runic language. Immediately, our main character's face changed, because the only thing he recognized about Ron was that they were often used by fantasy and games and novels. This is the language that the Germans used in witchcraft, but given the lack of knowledge, people believed that they too were a kind of magic. The man thought he found something really cool. That's why he looks so cool and confident. Well, does he really want to say that this is a true language to use magic? Our protagonist thought it was just nonsense. Magic doesn't exist. However, the old man surprised the face of our main character and began to play with him. Asks that if he is not very interested there, then he can leave. But if he wants, then one moment can teach him everything. A few minutes have passed. Yesterday, the protagonist multiplied $1 billion 5 times. It was 5 times the income. This event can become legends in the financial world. Legends that no one will surpass. He will not even be surprised if George or Warren call him Big Brother. In 2010, more than $21 trillion were hidden in tax havens, a company that operates independently and has a capital of 42 quadrillion won. Our main character's 5 trillion won is just a paper boat in this vast world of finance. For our main character, this was very small. A moment later, he heard the phone ring, which wasn't too far away from him. He replied. He said that they wanted to have a little late snack, so they would like our character to join them. They are going to make rabaki. Yisul is also coming to visit. In an instant, our protagonist hung up the phone. He thought that he had decided to accept, so there was nothing he could do to help the twins while cooking. But still he was very hungry. All he could make was ramen. He initially thought that he could enroll in some cooking classes, but now there was a woman who called herself Jang Jian, the same great woman. So it looks like she is also a god. But why did they decide to visit our protagonist so often? The girl was very happy that our character knew about her. But is she really the great one? The woman was a little embarrassed to be called great. But still, she said that's what she is. Without a doubt, she is the great Jang Jian. But why did they all suddenly appear in front of him? But the woman started telling him that he wanted to learn something. Didn't he say that he wanted to take cooking classes? At this point, our main character realized that if they had heard about it, then most likely the gods can hear what he wants, and he just wanted to eat spicy rabaki. The girl grinned a little and started to say, there's nothing that the gods don't know about, because the gods control the world that our character lives in, so they will definitely hear it, especially those who need karma points like her. She's always watching our character. Our protagonist hears these glasses, so even such a great woman doesn't need them. But why does everyone need them so much? The goddess also started saying that the karma he earned was highly valued by the gods. She gets karma points while cooking, but it's nothing compared to the karma that people earn. This is the reason why they need his karma points so badly. It seems that the girl understood what was going on in our character's head. She was so kind to tell him everything. He, on the other hand, did not know that his karma was so precious to the gods, and that this was why they were so willing to get close to humans. However, the girl just laughed and said that he would find out about everything when he got to that color. However, he can communicate so openly with the feet despite the fact that he is no longer a follower of them. This is an extremely unusual phenomenon. The number of God's followers has exceeded their expectations. But in the world, there are only by voice, which he has never even heard of. The girl asked to be careful, Vito, that they are gods. This does not mean that he can fully trust each of them. They, the gods, are extremely cold-blooded when it comes to instructing someone other than their descendants. In this respect, his ancestors are very powerful. However, our character just bowed and said that he didn't need anything on earth, asked to take care of him, and then even said that there was enough talk on this topic. It was necessary to get down to business. The woman said that she just wants the best. So we need to get down to business. she immediately began to say that the purpose of cooking was not just to make delicious food, but to create a good medicine that can heal the ailments of the body and mind. All this was hitting our main character's head hard. Clearly, his head was busy with something else. But still, it lasted quite a bit. And after a certain amount of time, he was finally able to show off his cooking skills. Everyone looked at this with incredible surprise, thinking that the older brother, or rather she is the main character, is actually a chef, although he said that he can only cook ramen. Everyone thought that he was just the same chef from the program. With his knife, he definitely paved the way to the hearts of each of the girls. Many thought that they fell in love, but our protagonist at that moment thought about the very instruction from the teacher. She was too kind to him. She again miscalculated his thought. So I decided not to think about it, but just a dogu that after all what he was preparing at this time. Our main character said that this is the first time he made such a dish, so he doesn't know what it tasted like. But the people who were sitting in the area just now could not believe that this was actually the case. As soon as they tried it all, their face contorted. Our main character was shocked, because what happened to the girls in general? The girls continued to cry, tears streaming down their eyes, unable to speak, just crying. Our character, after looking at them, asked them to stop. But then all three of them turned to our main character and gave a thumbs up, saying that it was just gorgeous, that they couldn't believe that they had tasted such delicious food. Our main character, who clearly scored such a reaction, said that he almost lay down in his pants. But still, despite all this, people continued to greedily grab wand after wand, not understanding how such a thing could be prepared by a person who all his life said that he could not eat. Our main character, who himself could not believe that he cooked so delicious, decided to try it himself. Well, as soon as he took one of the chopsticks in his mouth, he started crying himself. He just couldn't believe that he could cook such a thing. Many people even started telling him that he could open a tent near the school to sell such a beautiful dish. He realized that this time with the girls would be a great memory for him, but he still couldn't earn any karma points. As soon as night fell, he returned to his home. The game started. It was necessary to earn money, devour them. Today he will have to give his best. Witches are karma, and money is money. The same margin trading. When the two became the foreign exchange manager, the real estate market, and the margin market. His next goal is margin. As of April 2007, the cost of operating in this market is estimated at $3 trillion a day. This is a gambling game that was created by those who allegedly want to follow the rules. But still, there was a serious bet. He was even able to cause changes in the schedule. That's why he collected money, all for the sake of this moment, because his goal was to strengthen the Canadian dollar. Exchange Canadian dollars for Japanese yen of American dollars. Time flew by unnoticed. Our main character felt his heart beating hard. It's time to finally put an end to leadership on the continents. The era of naval war has come. $5 billion is some kind of with a little money. He will invest 1 billion Canadian dollars in the market, so that he can use the remaining 4 billion in the Canadian dollar, which is involved in a huge number of transactions. A few days ago, he sold all the shares that he owned. He also covered $2 billion along with the interest that he took from another company. That's why he used other hidden finances. Now our main character was free. This was just the beginning of his plan. He was happy, because from now on he will only receive golden mountains. He did everything in his power. People who were sitting in their offices kept looking at it all. They called God stocks that no longer conduct any operations, and not just realized that he sold everyone out. There was about 10,000 won left in his account. He took all the money, even from the second account that was connected to this point. Now they understood that the stock god was gone as well as he appeared. More precisely, suddenly point, he does not act openly, but is among the best people in this world. Everyone immediately started asking to find him. But the person realized that most likely he had moved to the foreign exchange. This person received a call from one of his friends who work in this field. So yesterday one personal account received hundreds of billions of won. Many people thought that this was a casino. But then they thought that no one but the god of shares could have invested so much money. They realized that the guy didn't even work, and they called him the stock god. The old man asked to check one of the accounts, but the man also said that there was no activity there, even thought about quitting this company and working for the stock god. Otherwise, he would eventually go bald if he continued like this next. Both employees laughed, because the two of them would like to work with this person. They don't want to work for this company for the rest of their lives, but they still start worrying about their shares, because the foreign exchange is a dead number. But all the same, our character understood that they didn't know anything. And now the god of stocks became the god of currency exchange. The point was Yule. Life at school was quiet. The point on the shoulder of high school students was the burden of responsibility for their final exams. But everyone was even so cheerful. Under the guise of his mother's name, the character was able to restore air conditioning in every classroom. Everyone shouted from home that she was grateful to his mother, and the school rose in the rankings, having received anonymous support every day. He must have had no idea how the people around him were feeling, but he probably scored me few karma points. Today he will finally close all his accounts. 3 months of investment have come to an end. It's time to close transactions with the Canadian dollar, which has strengthened strongly against the yen. People who looked at our main character looked a little tense. But isn't he the only one who saw a ray of light, even in the pitch darkness? What happened to him and the goddesses? They had a bad feeling, because every time he makes such a face, something bad happens. Our character immediately picked up the phone, which rang. But from this phone immediately appeared a person called Daniel. It was Clara. She immediately began to tell the pipes that that very night was very important and gentle for her. All the students who were standing in the area were shocked, because did our main character have another woman, or rather a foreigner? Our character said that he was having breakfast after a proper success, and Clara continued to say that the director asked me to say hi. But whether our protagonist was bored or not, because they are separated by thousands of kilometers, but her heart is still with him. It made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it. Finally, the night came. A man wanted to tell many people about their problems. He sat down with his friends and began to pour them alcohol, saying that today margin accounts were closed, which were designed for long-term investments. They were sold for Canadian dollar yen, and the profit from these operations amounted to more than $3 million. Everyone was shocked by this information, because really someone invested in margin. It was an institutional investor. But the person who put alcohol on the table said that this is one of two things. Although it may be both, the profitability was 970%. Many people did not believe their ears, because this person should definitely be a god, who is called the god of the foreign exchange market. If this gets out of the news, the entire industry will be mired in chaos. But this is not even the appearance of the usual chaos. This is the appearance of a new star, because you just had to think about it. The profit from the sale of foreign currency was about $3 billion. In an instant, another old man appeared behind these people, who said that they would forget that the profitability indicators of their customers are the strictest secret. If this information appears in the public domain, and our main character knows everything about it, then they will not remain on the market. Not everything will be on the street. If he finds out that this information has gone out of their company, then he will personally strangle each of them, so that no one can find out about it. Morning came. Someone started digging into something in the past. The person was sweating, because really there are still some bandits in their area. But our main character asked to find out about his mother's past. The old man wondered why this was so. But our protagonist said that there was nothing to think about this bad. He only asked to carefully check her pedigree. Such a thing should be spat on for such a specialist as his lawyer. The sooner the better. But still he'll get it all. As he was offered the point, he sank to send him her name, registration number. Again, a little time passed, and the main character finally flew to another area, where he met with Clara. All the people who were around the house said that it was two models, that they looked incredibly good together. The flight happened just fine. The girls couldn't wait to meet him, that they couldn't sleep even last night. She was so eager to visit Korea. But now she was here. and it even seemed that a little bit of our character had grown from their last meeting. But is it really thanks to his brother God, who helped him grow up? Now Clara was driving with our main character in a car, and the underwear was noticed by our programmer. He understood that she was very cruel if she knew how hard it would be for him to resist her new perfume. The girl who continued to work for our main character did not understand where he went. Did things really appear? Because the working day was not even over, and after that he had already caught a cold. What is he so busy with? Isn't it just him, who has been visited by so many people from the company's finances, who has been presented with gifts from other people? A woman who says he won't go out with other girls, but still can't help it. She just has such a temper. The woman thought that she simply had to force him to spend the holiday doing all sorts of seminars alone with her. However, by that time Daniel, or rather our main character, continued to ride with the girl. She was constantly surprised by everything, continuing to flirt and shine her body to our protagonist. They finally went to eat. She wanted a lot. She was the main character and continued to slip many things. He said that this is food that is hot. You should have thought about it before biting. The girl liked these snacks so much that she asked our character to buy them on a regular basis. Her taste is much more Korean than his. While our character was still buying food for Clara, he noticed the very girl he was in love with. He was a little shy with her, said he was just a normal boy, so it was nothing special, everything was fine. The girl, looking at him, realized that he had become incredibly beautiful, and our main character did not understand why she decided to talk to him right now, because she ignored him at the graduation ceremony. After looking at her bid farewell, and now Clara was standing together behind him. She was also looking at that same girl. Everyone was confused. Clara, looking at the same girl, said that if he knew her, they should introduce each other. Now our protagonist, right in front of Clara, said that this girl, or rather Sunbi, they lived next door, so they've known each other for a long time. Clara immediately said that she was Daniel's girlfriend, and Clara, despite the embarrassment of the girl's friend, began to say that she was very nice, that they should definitely become friends. Sunbi, standing off to the side, said that they should greet each other next time. So Clara immediately replied that she wanted to go home, that they would see each other again. The girl, who now realized that she had lost our character, thought that Clara, despite her embarrassment, was an incredibly attractive woman. Now she saw, or that our main character and Clara were walking into the sunset together, that T-San didn't even turn around. She realized that she hadn't been able to tell him that she'd broken up with that guy. And now she was finally alone. Clara, as well as our main character, now came to the house to my mother. She was incredibly confused by the fact that the girl keeps telling her that she is very beautiful. They both constantly praised each other. And then Clara looked at the walls and saw a certain picture, saying that there is a masterpiece hanging there, that she feels that the author has invested, it has all your emotions in it. At the same time, our protagonist replied that it was a picture of his mother, and my mother was immediately confused. She said that she studied art when I was at university. Clara came up to her and said that he also once wanted to become an artist, that our main character's mother was very attractive. But where did they meet at all? Do they meet? Clara, looking at her mother, replied that they met in Hong Kong, that she was a good friend of our character. Mother, looking at him, began to push him, but she, is the main character, only asked her not to start, saying that everything is not as it thinks. But now our character's father finally showed up. The twins were also there. They finally came back from vacation. They moved in after themselves before they left. But who was the beautiful girl at the table? The girl who got up to greet the father of our main character, which surprised them all very much, replied that she was a friend of our main character, that she asks to love and favor. By the time the evening came, our character's father decided to talk to his son very seriously. He said that in the era of globalization, nationality is not a problem, that he fully approves of their wedding. Karma points were earned, but our main character started waving his hands, saying that they understand what they are talking about, because they are just friends from Clara. but my father only asked me to talk as little as possible, because now they are going on a vacation at the sea, a family vacation. They will go with the whole family and take Clara with them. She already asked her about it. She really liked the offer to my mother. Now both cars were packed. Everyone was getting ready for a vacation. But this vacation is just for fun. He needs to think about his future plans. Well, what does Clara think about his family? Clara immediately replied that she didn't like it very much, that his father was brought out sad. But he was cute, much nicer than she thought, and his mother was very elegant. The twins are still very young, so they call her the eldest point at the same time. Our protagonist, looking at her, said, if she has any reliable friends from college. Clara, he asked again, said that if he needed employees in his company, then she could find someone. Our main character, looking at her, replied that since the graduates of the economics department of the Chechen college, then she should have a couple of reliable acquaintances in the financial industry, because recently many people were forced to quit their jobs due to the financial crisis. Our character said that they will pay any money for help in finding employees. Of course, the girl understood that first of all he would look for people with management skills, and the most important thing was that they should be loyal and ready to follow him. Our protagonist confirmed her words, saying that if possible, he would like to hire mature people who would be on the same wavelength as young people. So if they have a connection with American politicians, it will be even better. Clara, looking at him, understood how talented he was, but still, such people will be very difficult to find. They will have to pay a lot of money. Our main character replied that this is not a problem. He will pay those increased rank. Clara, looking at him, said that why not hire her, because if they were together, everything would go like clockwork. But still, our main character replied that relations between employees are prohibited. He needed someone to be his hands and feet. It was time to take some money out of an unofficial account. By that time, the family finally came to rest. It was a very beautiful place, and our main character asked his father a little, because someone could confidently talk about a vacation when they didn't even book rooms at the very peak of the tourist season. Her father was a little slow, saying that he still had to go on vacation. This was his first family vacation in the last 10 years, but in general, she expected the hero to be able to book seats so quickly, because they had absolutely no free rooms, and this is a luxury hotel. But already at this moment, everyone was on the beach. Clara, who shone her body, continued to attract all the men in the area. The twins constantly pestered her to play. People who were in the area began to notice the girls. They were at one of the tributes. The same guy we saw earlier asked, because how is he even worth a girl from school? There was Bang T-shik, Dong Sung's best friend, grandson of the owners of the company. But Dong Sung only said that they broke up. He is terribly sad about it. But the rest on this beach helps him a lot. Besides, isn't her father's promotion the best gift? They realized that he was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, although he had a very complex personality. But after being demoted to a provincial judge, he realized how cruel the world was, and the girl was still cute, as his friend said. They talked about it all, but she beat him out of it, and besides, she was a stickler for words, which often turned up her nose. Dong Song looked at his friend and said that he was very kind to her, so she decided that he would really become her fiancé. They knew that even the girls were only 20 years old, and she already wanted an easy life. And they knew that they had dealt with all this very quickly. But one of them was immediately told by Dong Song that his uncle had given him a gift, that they needed to set aside some free time. They all started talking like a good old friend, talking about how their families decided to support his uncle. They all thanked each other, and then continued to drink. They looked at the girls who were on the beach and decided to follow them. Or rather, the twins and Clara went ashore, and the twins were very excited because they noticed that they were being watched. But Clara asked them not to worry, because it often happens when you go out in such crowded places. He said that he had two friends who had nothing to do. But Clara said that they were not very interested, that they were not even interested in the sports car and the bathroom. She immediately got up and said that it didn't matter who his father was, that all they had to do was get out of this place. Dong Song was clearly displeased. He said that it wasn't often that people were found who dared to be rude to him, but it seemed that it probably wasn't convincing enough. So he immediately started threatening them. But the twin, looking at him, began to scream, saying that if everything is allowed to him, then he is just a psycho. Dong Sung lost his temper. He wanted to hit one of the twins, but our protagonist stopped him, saying that he was an equal opponent. Our protagonist apologized for being a little late, but I should have warned them all that there was trouble like him hanging around. Dong Song, even though the person wasn't putting in much effort, started to get nervous, because why couldn't he get out? Our main character told him that he knew who he was, that this was the third son of the head of one of the big companies. Friends immediately began to sing along, shouting that it was not worth touching his friend. Now our character realized that he was going to meet with his friends, these guys who were in the latest news. It was he who was involved in the drug scandal that blew up the internet. The incident was quickly hushed up due to political pressure on the media, but people continued to organize protests. The people demanded to punish him, but the higher officials pretended that nothing had happened, so it merged with the media. People kept shouting. The main character kept holding the hand. Our protagonist even called himself the one who gets rid of like this person. My little sister and Clara also thought that our main character was cool, while Dong Song kept lying down and shouting about doing something to our main character. Now the stage was set. It was time to start the performance. Our main character started shouting that Dong Sung, the third son of the head of the company, should apologize to his little sisters. Everyone started looking at him, while our protagonist continued to look down on him. A friend of this son of the head immediately stood up. He was trying to figure out with his uncle, who is a presidential candidate. But his uncle is usually a fraudster who avoids taxes and easily turns illegal affairs as if nothing had happened. Our protagonist immediately gave them all away. They all started shooting from each side, shouting that they were. But our hero, who was not afraid of them, who I knew all the sins behind them, despite all the threats, began to say that they should stop, that his grandfather was like the head of a media company, that the grandson of a journalist of this level should not harass minors. Now I was definitely hoping for a trinity. Even the threat about the phone didn't work. Dong Song started throwing punches at everyone standing there. Our protagonist saw how this scoundrel looks at ordinary hard workers from above. No, it was even hard to believe that he was accepted at the law university. The university lowered its bar for sure. But Clara at the same time said that she would file a formal complaint against the head about this incident. Clara said that she was the secretary of the main office in Hong Kong. Their lawyers will file a lawsuit against them on charges of priority harassment. Now they were scared. Everyone knew they'd better not mess with this place, that they might take their father's company by the ass. They started to leave. But still, after turning around a little, they began to threaten our criminal hero. But the protagonist realized that no one was allowed to leave. He said that nothing should end so quickly, so he made her apologize to the girl. Dong Song was dissatisfied with this. The main character, looking at him, replied that Anna Group will go bankrupt in just 1 year, that he will become a poor man. He understood that these assholes will even sell their homeland just to be in luxury. You just need to wait. You know the protagonists will clearly take everything from them that they have. Lawyer Cho shouts, asking that he wants to set up a private equity fund. Chan calmly says that this is exactly what he wants to do. Cho then asks if Director Zhang knows what kind of foundation it is. The hero replies that he is well aware of this, saying in his head that he already worked in the securities industry, and then saying that he needs a private equity fund to take over another company. This surprised Cho very much, and he asked, "What is it?" "I'm sorry, what? Do you need a fund to take over another company?" "Director Chang, are you really serious about this?" Chan decided to say, "Well, not really. I'm going to hire a professional manager for a rotten company and use its funds for the benefit of society." And then he thinks that Dong Sung doesn't realize what he's done. But Zhang Da does, because the pieces on the huge chessboard are already in motion. Cho is a little confused because he's not even sure if Chan is a high school student. The hero says that to have a successful business and earn a lot of money, what could be better? Cho explained to Chan that setting up a private equity fund is not as easy as he thinks. Jang asked why, and lawyer Cho went on to say that there are many restrictions on the foundation, even in his homeland, not to mention in other countries. Landstare, known for its MVO fraud, was also a private equity fund. And if their reputation in the eyes of the public falls, they will have to resort to the help of politicians. Chan understands that this is all true because politicians are connected to tax investigations. So the private equity fund will be a trap. It will be a huge surprise for Ana Group. Then he said that he plans to make small investments because he wants this fund to be established and work from the shadows. Cho then asked how much he was going to invest this time. 100 billion, Chang said. This surprised Cho very much. The hero saw lawyer Cho's face and thought that 100 billion was too little, so he asked if he should invest more. Jang doesn't understand why Cho is making such a face and says that he brought his car here on a private jet, so Cho can be sure that he will pay Jang well. In response, Cho thanked him, and then the hero asked about the assignment he gave him, if he found anything. Cho said that he did it because it wasn't difficult at all, and then added that Chan really doesn't know anything about his mother's bloodline. Chang replied that he really didn't know anything. Then Cho said that Director Chan has the blood of successful entrepreneurs. Chan was surprised. Have you heard of Dongryong Group? I'm sure you know exactly what's going on, said Cho. The hero was very surprised in response, because this is the same company that owns Dongryong Cement, Dongryong Security, Dongryong Magic. He didn't even want to believe that such giants of companies are his family. He thought that his mother was raised in such a rich family. Cho revealed that his grandfather, Chairman Ju Young Suk, passed away 20 years ago, and now the post of chairman is occupied by Chan's uncle. Chan is still in shock, not even sure what to say. And then he thought, stop. Dongryong Security is one of their branches, after all. This is the same company I worked for after I graduated from college, a company that does not accept graduates from regular universities. With every passing minute, he was sinking into memories. A moment popped up in my head where all the colleagues were talking about Chan being some kind of thug, and where all the employees were shouting that he had talent. At that time, no one could understand how he passed the interview. But now everything fell into place, and Chan began to think that he was absolutely mediocre. Even he could not write codes. Suddenly, Cho handed him an envelope with all the information, and added that his mother had a hard time. The hero thanked him, but he said that it was not necessary, because it was his job, and said that he needed to leave, because the execution of his assignment would take several days. The hero, being in the room alone, began to think, look at the papers, and immerse himself in thoughts. How strange that people from such a rich family worked as farmers and lived up to their necks in loans. Usually people help their relatives with at least some money, even if they have a different last name. Looking at his mother's documents, he understands that this is a Pandora's box. Opening the file, he laughed. After all, his mother was the daughter of the chairman's third wife. Gee, my grandfather was quite a ladies' man. Fortunately, my grandmother wasn't the main wife. My grandfather is a womanizer, so my mother was the youngest daughter. And then the drama begins. The other wives' children hated my mother and grandmother, and my grandmother was labeled the main wife, even though she wasn't. And my mother had a talent for art. Even though she was by her siblings, she grew up to be a beautiful woman. And then I met my dad. At that time, my grandfather was bedridden due to a serious illness. My uncle, being the vice chairman, was against my mother's wedding because he wanted to give her away in a marriage of convenience. My mother refused and ran away with my father. My grandfather died in a semi-vegetative state. He wanted to meet his youngest daughter before he died, but his son, Jo Hyun T, cut off all ties with her. It was a long time before my mother found out about my grandfather's death. My grandmother was kicked out of the family. She wasn't greedy, so she didn't have any influence. Soon my mother became pregnant with me. At the same time, my grandmother died in a mysterious car accident. My mother was supposed to file a claim for the inheritance, but it was a nightmare, and my mother was so angry that my grandmother was sent out on the street as if she were just a beggar. All these documents moved Chan very much, and he read them with tears. Then a rumor spread in the family that the will was forged. And after this incident, Chan's mother completely separated from the family. It seems that she didn't want to have anything to do with this terrible family. The hero decided that he should call his mother by dialing the number. She answered, and he says, "Mom," through tears. Mom, hearing the tears, thought that something had happened. Maybe it was hard for him to study. Maybe he wanted her to come to him. Chan says, "Mom, I want you to know that your son loves and appreciates you more than anyone else in the world." The mother is still trying to find out what happened, but Chan said that nothing happened. But at that moment, he decided that for his mother's sake, he would stir up everything and find out the real cause of his grandmother's death. They must pay for all the suffering she had to endure. We are transported to Robert, who is standing at the window with a cigarette in his hands, looking out at the night streets of Hong Kong. We're back in Chicago, in a bar somewhere, where Robert and his father are sitting. And my father asks if he's doing well, because he hasn't been looking very well lately. To which he replies that Wall Street is a place where there are no rules. He never liked the fight for high positions, so he tried to stay away from it and earn a living as a manager. My father suspected that something was wrong. At the same time, Robert admitted that he received a letter saying that he was dismissed. This surprised my father, and Robert said that he warned his investment company about the impending crisis. But no one listened to him. And when the coming crisis hit, which led to huge losses, they blamed him. This angered my father, and he said, "How dare they? This is crazy. You are a very talented and honest person. Why did they do this to you? Cheer up, Robert. You can still take out a loan and get a job somewhere else." Then Robert said that his mother-in-law was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease and cancer, so he was in debt to pay for her operation, and now he can't even take out a loan. She died soon after, and his wife cheated on him with her boss. "My life is worse than a beggar's," Robert said with tears in his eyes. So they decided to divorce, and he left all his possessions to his wife, but says that he has no regrets. Then my father asked about the children. He replied that they did not need a poor father, and reproached himself for not paying due attention to his family. Then the father decided to support him, and said that he should not hang up his nose, because he is not going to give up and tie up with finances. Robert looks very upset, and since he is already 50 years old, no one will want to hire him. After all, he was already branded a loser. My father thinks that he has completely lost hope in himself, and they just sat in silence for a few seconds. Then he decided to offer him something. This cheered Robert up a little, and he had a little hope. Here we are for a moment, where he is again standing at the window and thinking about Professor Matthew's student. Then we are back in the bar, and Robert is very happy and tearful shouts that he agrees to such a job, and says that if they take him, he will serve the new boss faithfully to the end. He is ready to sell his soul to any office, just to return to the financial market. We go back to Robert's apartment, where there is a knock on his door, and then someone comes in and asks, "What is it?" "Your manager, Robert Lyon, right?" In front of Robert's face is a girl named Yi Chan, who introduces herself as, "I'm a student of Professor Matthew, Clara Lee." All of a sudden, we're transported to Chan's plane. He looks out the window and thinks about how much of a hassle it is that he can't fly to the US without a visa, since the interview is outside of Hong Kong. After all, to officially enter the American market and make a name for himself, he needs someone who has already made it for himself on the US stock exchange. A genius who will be Chan's hands and feet. He thinks it would be cool if he could figure it out at a glance. There is a big flash, and Chan is transported back to God, not knowing where he ended up this time. The man asked if he wanted to meet him. He was a monk with long blonde hair, and he was sitting under a huge oak tree. Chan asked his name. His name is Seigo. and he asked if he had heard of him. Chan said it was the first time he had ever heard that name. Then God sadly said that there was nothing to be done about it. Once his name was on everyone's lips, but now everyone seems to have forgotten about him. Chan decided to laugh it off, saying that it was his fault because he doesn't know much about history, and then asked what does God want from him. Sego said that Chan himself wanted to learn about people by their faces, to understand people just by looking at them once. Got it. So you are an expert in physiognomy, said the hero. God added, for your information, I was able to predict the start of the Imjin War during Myeongjong's reign. Jang Joyous asked if he could learn physiognomy from Nam Sego himself. God said that he didn't have enough karma points, so Chan asked for a small discount and promised that he would pay him in full next time. Suddenly, another man comes up to them and shouts, "Hey, Hyungnam, you can't do this. That's not what we agreed on." Chan is in shock. Soga asks why he came here, and the man tells him not to pretend that he doesn't understand. God said that he just answered the call for help. Chan is confused and does not understand what is happening. He sees them together for the first time. The man asks what kind of sign it is, because if he changes reality every time, then he will have to report it to his superiors. Soga shouts at him to be quiet, as it's a tradition, and they need to honor the laws. Chan decided to ask who the man was, calling him Ajosi. Soga said since he doesn't know him, it's not surprising. The man introduced himself as, I am Park Yuban, who was famous throughout the country at the end of the Joseon dynasty. Haven't you heard of the great artist who saw Kajong, the son of Hyungseong, as the future king? I don't want to brag, but I'm an expert in physiognomy. Thanks to my skills, I realized that I needed to get rid of one eye to become an official, so I personally gouged it out. Chan was very surprised by this and said that it looked like his skills were up to par, but in his head, he thought that he was just crazy. Soga started yelling at him, saying that he was lying because he died of poison, because he didn't know when he was going to die. And then he added that real experts in physiognomy, like him, can even predict the time of their own death. Park told Chan not to listen to him, because he was only a 6th rank official, and to be chosen by the kids, he had to reach at least the 3rd rank. Soga responds by saying that he doesn't have a lot of pride for someone who couldn't predict his own death. One says he doesn't want to be a poison taster. The other says he doesn't want to be an ordinary person. Chan then decided to take matters into his own hands and shouted at both of them, looks like both of you don't really need karma points. They both said they needed more, and the hero decided to offer them if he asks them one question, and the one who answers correctly will receive karma points. He told me to take a good look at him and his physiognomy. They stared at him intently. Chan noticed that they were silent for a long time and asked them what was going wrong. They replied that it wasn't something that didn't work out. And then Puck said, you have a past, but at the same time it's not there. It's the present, which is not quite the present. Don't tell me you're a deity too. Chan is just an ordinary person. Soga said that with the help of physiognomy, you can learn about the past, present, and future of a person. But Chan's physiognomy says absolutely nothing, because he has lived too little. Well, Changyi said that they both failed the test. The two gods begged for another test, since they didn't need to lie about it. The hero suggested to them, in that case, would you be so kind as to provide your instruction at the lowest price? As a bonus, you can tell me about feng shui. One of them shouted, I can't believe I couldn't recognize the physiognomy of a simple fraudster. We're transported to the apartment where Clara, Chan, and Robert are sitting. Clara started to introduce Chan, but he stood up and said, Mr. Robert, you seem to be in turmoil after losing your dream. It may be strange to start an interview with this, but you are currently going through a difficult period in your life. Your family has left you, and you are very financially strapped. Many of your acquaintances pretend that they don't know you. These words really surprised Robert. How could Chan have known about this? Chang added that he did not conduct an investigation, but simply learned it through a physiognomy course organized by Tingyang. Robert calmed down and said that he had heard about such courses. The hero thinks that Robert has the same talent as the giants of Wall Street, and it will become known by the end of the year. Having connections with such a person is extremely beneficial. Clara offered to continue the conversation with a cup of coffee. Robert agreed, and remarked that he would finally try the same coffee that Professor Matthew had praised. Clara laughingly said that you should not believe Professor Matthew in words. This coffee is quite cheap. Then she told them to continue the interview. Suddenly, Chan says that he is accepted. This surprised everyone. Yes, you are accepted. Is something wrong with you? Chan asked. Robert, of course, said that he was very happy, but he didn't really have time to introduce himself. The hero replied that this was unnecessary, and that he looked forward to mutually beneficial cooperation, calling Robert the director. Robert asked again, Director? Did Chan say that he wants a higher position? He had a hopeful look on his face. He was so excited about this job, and said that he would try his best. You have received karma points. Or fast forward one day. Robert and Chan see each other again, and Chan says, About our conversation yesterday, to tell you the truth, I have a special method of investing. We get all the profit at once. You can think of it as something like the company's philosophy. Be very careful, by the way. You cannot worry at all, because we do not resort to illegal methods. Have you ever heard of it? Absolutely all beetles are attracted to flowers with a large amount of nectar. First, I ask you to open a hedge fund company on every continent. Let the capital be $3 billion. Then Robert asked how many investors they have. The hero replied that so far none, and that he would invest everything himself. He will offer him all the necessary support and money to create a company, and he also asks him to create his own team. Robert asked if he should do it right now. Chan said that he can now hire experts to complete the task as quickly as possible. He added that he was putting everything in his hands and counting on him. Robert is very surprised, because it's only been one day since they met, and he's already trusted him with everything. At the same time, Changyi told him to just believe in him, because from now on, his life would be something that he could not even dream of. Robert was deeply moved by these words, and there were tears in his eyes. It is narrated that according to Robert's physiognomy, you can understand that he is a very influential person. After all, he did an incredible job during the few days he was in Hong Kong. He quietly hired the fund managers and employees he had been eyeing for a long time. He has repeatedly flown to the United States from Hong Kong and back, and provided detailed reports without delay. He also has an office in Hong Kong that Clara doesn't even know about. In just half a month, he became the head of a hedge fund company in a low-tax country. Looking at this, Chan realizes that he did not take him for nothing, because he does his job at the highest level, because he already had experience working on Wall Street. They founded hedge fund companies in London, Manhattan, and Hong Kong, and now they're ready. Chan is even a little nervous. It's time to conduct full-scale marketing. We're moving to the Repulse Bay Area. Chan looks at him and says that it is not for nothing that he is considered elite. When he sees Clara's house, he is shocked that it is such a luxurious cottage. When Clara appears in front of him, Chan tells her that the house looks really cool. She said it wasn't her house, but her parents'. Chan said that it would be her home later, since she was an only child. He started asking her what her father did for a living, because he must be rich to live in this house. The size of the plot and the house amazed Chan. Then Clara called out to her parents that Chan had arrived, and Clara's mother introduced herself. Her name was Emmanuel Pierre. He thanked them for their hospitality in French. Clara's father came up to them, and my mother was surprised that he could speak French. Chan says it's an honor to meet them, and introduces himself. My father also introduced himself. His name is Lai Jiancheng. They decided to shake hands, but Chan's face changed at the same time. My father looked very calm, but then he started squeezing Chan's hand harder and harder, and he said that Chan is quite strong. The hero, in response, said that this applies to him too. I even thought that he might be a martial artist. Clara's mother says what's gotten into them. Clara herself tried to calm her father down by telling him that Daniel had bought him his favorite Mautai as a gift. Then my father said that he had good taste, and he gave my mother 47 roses. She was delighted with them, and asked how he knew her age. The hero replied that he felt it was worth taking 47 roses. In fact, he didn't even know how old she was. There were only 47 roses in the store. Her parents told her that she had found a good boyfriend and invited everyone to come into the house. After entering the house, they said that their home was modest, but Chan should not be shy. Their house was really luxurious. They were just modest. They even had a 65-inch TV in that era. And even more so, it's not even DPD, but LCD. This is an exorbitant level of luxury. Clara said, "Dad, there's no way this house can keep up with Daniel's. I'm ashamed to even talk about business here. You will never be able to keep up with the centuries of architectural development." Chan decided to dilute the atmosphere and said that the house is just a place where you live. No matter how small it is, the main thing is how comfortable you are to live in it. Clara and her family were surprised that this house was too small for him. Then the father laughed and said that he liked Chan and addressed him as Daniel. "No, Jang Ti-san, would you like a drink with me?" The hero replied that wherever he went, he never gave up on this. My father said it was great, so they should have a drink together. He added that they had prepared the simplest food. Chana was very surprised. Isn't that what they call a simple meal? Chan was given a glass and said that if he didn't mind, he would drink it first. My father said that he only wished him success. Chan thanked him for the invitation and wished him and his entire family unlimited happiness and wealth. Then my father said, "Clara said you were a VIP client of a Hong Kong bank. Is that true?" The hero replied that he wasn't sure if he could call himself a VIP client, but he did take out one big loan, because they had no reason to refuse him, since they approved his collateral. My father said that he was quite cunning and praised him for such work. And then he assumed that he was an investor, or the founder of a secret fund of a Korean conglomerate. Chan said that he owns a private equity fund. This surprised the man very much, and he asked how old he was then. The hero joked that does age really matter when it comes to money? This put my father in a stupor, and he also laughed it off, saying that he was absolutely right. It was stupid to ask about it. And then he asked again, what does he invest in then? Maybe it's shares or gifts, or he gives loans to businessmen. He has the physiognomy of an experienced merchant. A man with such a face is waiting for unprecedented riches. Back then, Chan said it was just a business secret, but the man was burning with curiosity and said that he could easily tell, just considering that it was like a father-son conversation, and added that he could die of curiosity. Then the hero resolutely asked if he was ready to invest himself. The man laughed and said, "Invest? Tell me more about it. I will not refuse to invest in my son's business." Yi Chang said that he would give him 1% of his shares. This upset the man, and he even thought that he had said something wrong. "And the price of the initial investment is $1 billion, Chan said. This surprised his father, and he knew that Chang probably wasn't lying. And then he asked, is he the only investor? Then the hero said that at the moment, yes, but his people are already attracting new investors. My father said, your people, all of a sudden, we are transported to Robert, where he is sitting in a certain room, sipping coffee and talking to his friend. And he says, long time no see, Robert. To which he replied that he was a much better politician than a scientist. The man's name was Jack. He said that he had heard that Robert had almost sunk to the bottom, and asked who had hired him. He said that he was personally hired by the owner of a private equity fund. And he also added that although he does not have a very large turnover right now, this guy is a very ambitious investor. Then Jack asked who it was. Robert asked, laughing. Does he want to meet him? Jack started laughing too, and said he was just curious. Then Jack said, the presidential election will be held next year. If there is a person in the world who is interested in financing my election campaign, then I am ready to fly even to the other side of the world to see him. The interlocutor said that he would help him. This made Jack very happy, and he said that he knew that he could always rely on his best friend. Then Robert added that it will all be for a reason. After all, he personally supports federal Senator Obama. Jack was surprised by this. And then Robert called the price of the Democrats and Obama. It was $100 million, saying that he would be able to provide even more money. The man looked very downcast and said, "Doesn't he know how popular Hillary is right now?" We are transported to Chan, where he is sitting in class and thinking that time is flying very fast. After all, it had already been a year since he returned to the past. And during this time, a lot has happened for him. He didn't even think that he would be able to punish such a large number of hooligans and scammers, and finally achieve peace. He believes that he spent an unforgettable vacation in Hong Kong. But unfortunately, he did not manage to invest in Legyung Chan. The last semester of the third year of high school is about to end. Two classmates came into Chan's office and started a conversation, where one of them asks, "Hey, is Hyun skipping school again today?" The second one thinks that something happened to him. Chan tells them that he's been having a very difficult time lately. They asked him why. Did something happen to him? Then one of the friends said that in truth, he gave him his word that he would keep his mouth shut. Then his friends started begging him to tell them everything about him. Because he didn't even come to school, he wouldn't know about it. Then one of his friends started crying and said that Hyun was a foster carer, and he was betting that none of them knew about it. This surprised them all very much. It is narrated that now apparently the orphanage has a very difficult time. So far, they've managed to stay afloat because the price of renting land was low. But just recently, a housing development was announced, so they were told to move out. It is said that even the city hall could not help the shelter, as the National Assembly of Korea is involved in the case. So Hyun Suk went to work part-time as a construction worker. His friends felt very sorry for him because he wanted to work in the social department. Jang couldn't believe that Hyun Suk was in such a situation. Then he thought about what they said about the National Assembly. He realized that they were all in this together. We're transported to the car, where Chan is talking to his mother. She asked him what had happened, why he wanted to volunteer on Saturday. Then he said that he wanted to be like her, because she really has a heart of gold. She was delighted, and said that he knew how to please her. He looks out of the window and thinks, there used to be an orphanage here. I'm sure they will move state institutions to keep a balance in the development of the regions. But they're building an apartment complex right next to them. I can feel the amount of money that was brought in here. I can feel it perfectly, and it's disgusting. We are transported to a night stop, where a bus passes, and a young man gets out of it, whose face shows that his whole body aches. All he thinks about is that he worked all day, but earned nothing at all, 60,000 won, and that it's not easy to earn money. And he thinks that with such pennies, he can't even go to school. I have to help the shelter, but I can't help anyone with such a small thing. I can't even buy the kids their favorite treats. The boy says with tears in his eyes. He is very sincere, and it is extremely unfortunate that he got into this situation. Approaching the shelter, he hears the joyful exclamations of the children, who say that it is very tasty. He wondered who it was that was there. They all shout that Jang Tae-sang is the best. Hearing these words, he didn't even believe it at first. But when he looked in, he saw a bunch of children happily eating delicious food. Then they noticed Hyun Suk. Then Chan saw it too. This made the guy very happy, but also confused him. At the same time, many children ran up to him and invited him to eat with them, saying that they were eating pork breast. Jang introduced Hyun Suk to his parents. They greeted each other politely. Hyun also greeted them. Then they said they had brought some organic apples. Hyun Suk saw how much they brought and what was in those boxes, and he just burst into tears. Chan told him not to stand still, but to go help and not forget to eat. These words and actions touched the boy very much. He thought about how his best friend, Jang Tae-sang, had wasted his precious time in his last year of high school. I thanked him for that. We are transported to some agency, where they say that no one will like living in shopping areas, even if the price is low. And if the house is far from the school, it will be difficult to get to it. Then Chan asked me to show him something like a closed school. And the happy man said that if he is considering the option of a closed school, then he has one perfect offer. It is located 10 minutes from the shopping area. It used to be two schools, but then they closed. He explained that the building was in good condition and that it was also up for sale, so Chan could buy it right now. But it's very expensive, and he said that he only suggested it because he thinks it can still be used. The man named a price of 15 million won, hinting in a tone that it is indeed expensive. Chan understands that for a place where 100 people will live, this is very cheap, and said that he would like to purchase it right now, and if possible, he would also like to purchase the mountain behind the school. This shocked the man because Chan asked to buy right now, so also the mountain behind the school. The hero explained that he was going to buy it all on behalf of his mother and donate it to others, so he was counting on their cooperation. Taking out his phone, he dialed an architectural agency. "Hello, Chief, it's me, Jang T. Sang." The hero said hello. The voice from the phone also greeted him. Chang then asked if they would like to make some extra money, and he said that this case concerns a closed school, which he would like to adapt to a residential complex. He said not to worry about the money because he will transfer it soon. The man was very surprised because Chan seemed to him not an ordinary boy. After a while, Chang went outside and dialed someone again. A voice from the phone asked, "What do you want, busy head Chan?" This amused the hero, and he asked why he was so angry. At the same time, the man on the phone asked what he could do to help this time and suggested that school again. Chan said that he wanted a lawsuit to be filed. "A lawsuit? Are you in trouble again?" the man asked. Jang joked that it was just a coincidence and added that he just wants to be the one who brings justice to the world. Then he started telling me that his friend was living in an orphanage. But some people are planning to build a city Miria there, without giving the orphans a new home. Senior officials and the mayor are involved, so he's asking for some pressure on them. The voice on the phone says, "What are you talking about? Are you now facing higher-ups? I assume you don't want to take the case to court?" Jang replied. "Please do it under the cover of a free lawyer for the orphanage. I'm not asking for much, just help them set up a new shelter. If anything happens, I'll be in touch." The man said he could handle it. Then he closed the phone and thought about how Hyun Suk would finally be able to go back to school. But he has another very complicated case to deal with. A full-scale war on his real job. The margin market that collapsed last spring. It's time to finish with the US and Canadian dollars. We're transported to Chan's night office, where he happily shouts, "Great, Noogle's stock price is almost there. 400 billion went up to 3 trillion won. If the financial crisis is not stopped, the stock price will also fall. That's what I like. There is no need to drown in small Noogle shares while they are busy splitting their shares. I think I'll buy all the shares of Amazon, Noogle, and Apple's next time. After all, now Noogle is also going to sell its securities. We're done with him." And then we have, when suddenly there is a flash, and Chan again finds himself in the world of the gods. He found himself in some wintry place where there was a river and a boat. Suddenly, behind Chan, a man greeted him, and he said his name was so and so. And he said that he would have to cross the river Styx very soon. He asked Chan to introduce himself, but he wasn't up to it, as he vaguely remembered the day of his death, where he had crossed this river before being reincarnated. It was a river where the dead should swim. Then, he tearfully asked if the man with the scythe was Death, because Jang had just earned his 3 trillion won. Then the man calmed him down and said that he needed this boat. And the hero asked why he was able to summon him, if he is not a god. Grandpa said that he used to be one of the gods. This confused Chan. And Grandpa went on to say that ascended spirits don't need to cross this river. It is narrated that the ascended spirit is a term used to describe individuals who were honored to ascend to heaven and become gods. This river has another name, and it sounds like the river of rebirth. After all, if you cross this river, you will be reborn. Chan then asked him that he wouldn't see him again. The man replied that most likely, and the hero asked why he had summoned him here. He doesn't understand why the man wants to show him how to cross the river. Then Grandpa tearfully said that he just wanted to thank Chan from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, a man comes to them and asks if anyone wants to cross the river Styx, and then he introduced himself. His name is Richard Kang. This is the soul carrier, and then thanked them for choosing him. Chan thought that he was dressed oddly for a soul carrier. And then Richard said, "It's been a long time since anyone crossed the river Styx from here. So nostalgic. These days, everyone prefers to use high-speed transportation services. But this is a ferry, not a roller coaster. At least they don't tax us." Grandpa said that his time has come, and added that thanks to Chan, his descendants' future has changed, and promised to pay him back for it. And then he asked me to stay just as kind and look after the kids. The hero thought that he knew only two people with the name Cho. This is a lawyer and his friend Hyun Suk. So this grandfather was Hyun Suk's ancestor. Richard wondered if he felt like he'd seen the kid before. We are being transferred to the Central Bank of Canada, the Foreign Exchange Department, where they shout, "Director, it started. We get margins bought with dollars." Everyone started asking again, "These aren't futures, are they? Who is he?" It is described that the organization that deals with the final approval of financial transactions between banks and individuals is the central bank. Employees are shouting that they have checked the number of futures on the account. But this is definitely margin. The margins were submitted by a commercial exchange organization in Chicago, and they are sent from the UK, Hong Kong, USA, and other countries. They all understand that large margin packages will affect the currency market instantly. The employee started asking, "Director, what should we do?" In response, he says that he also asks, of course, they need to protect the economy, because if this continues, then they are finished. Unlike the futures market, margin trades are made in real time. The department is completely focused on protecting the economy, so they had to accept $5 billion. And then they were able to deal with only $3 billion. We flash back to Robert, where he looks at a poster of Obama and says that this design is very good, thinking about what the boss will do next. Suddenly, his boss called him. They picked up the phone and asked him how he was doing, and has he contacted any idol dealers. Robert replied that he was in the office right now, so they could meet him, and it was all thanks to the boss. Then the boss said that he should thank himself because he made his life easier several times. And he said that he would send investment orders every day, then asked the dealers to start acting. Robert replied that he would do it now. Chan said, "Then I won't distract you. See you on winter break." This confused Robert, and he asked again. Jang laughed it off, saying it was just a joke, and asked how the politicians were doing. He replied that everything was fine now, because he was acting in accordance with the instructions. Chan told him to watch them carefully. "See you in Hong Kong in the winter," Chan said. Robert hung up and said that he was always so nervous, and then immediately started looking at investment applications. He noticed $20 billion there. It really surprised him that Chang trusted him with such a large sum of money. Robert does not understand where the safe investment is, and believes that this is increasingly like a carefully planned attack, with no escape routes. Chan's investment can be compared to a knight rushing at enemies while letting out a battle cry. Such a strategy can only be followed by a person who has information about all the economic trends in the world. Then Robert decided to make a training request for the M and a department. This means that they work not only with global companies, but also with Korean ones. And he needs to prepare requests for the legal department and the M and a department. When he suddenly noticed Dongryong Group were transported to Chan's apartment, which screams in frustration that this is all happening on his winter break. After all, he had just started enjoying the life of a high school student, and says that this is probably his last vacation. Then he thinks that the college entrance exam is coming up very soon, and he's about to finish school twice, not at all regretting how he spent that time again. Then he holds his cheeks and asks if he really owns so much money. Maybe it's a dream. And noticing that he lives quite modestly, just an apartment and his own car. An ordinary high school student. Then I decided to buy myself something. It's time to play big. But first he needs to unlearn only one day. We flash forward to another day, where Chan is told on the phone that the mayor's office failed to conduct an investigation. They have all the necessary agreements and documents. The hero thanked lawyer Cho for his work. Cho said he was getting paid for it, so don't thank him. Yi-chan says that it's all thanks to him, then asks about the mayor being quite famous, isn't it? Cho says that he was initially stubborn, but as soon as he had to show the documents with his dirty deeds, he immediately turned tail and said that Chan would scare him if he dialed from an anonymous number. He replied that he didn't need to do that, because he was just a small fish compared to Cho, and he's thinking about buying the law firm's department. Cho replied that whatever the job was, he would do it without hesitation if paid. And he added that nothing is impossible for money, and asked how many percent of the company you need to buy. Chan said it was about 30. Back then, Cho said that it was possible, moreover, if 30% were his, then he would be an important figure. Lawyer Cho, start acting. How much will 30% of the company cost? The hero asked. Cho said that this company is one of the 3 largest in Korea, so it won't come cheap. Then Chang offered 100 billion. This surprised Cho very much. Yi Chang added that if he didn't believe him, he would believe the bank account. Cho asked if he really wanted to trust him with all this. He hung up and thought about how Samwoo wouldn't be willing to give up 100 billion won. When the phone rang, Jang picked up the phone and a voice said, "Appa, it's me." The girl asked him if he had forgotten her voice. Chan was beginning to recognize the voice. The girl asked if he was really dating Yi-rin. Jang finally figured it out and asked Seo Ryung if it was him. Seo Ryung screamed that he was terrible and asked how he could have forgotten her voice. She said she wouldn't forgive Chan. It wasn't surprising, since the last time Chang had spoken to her was a year ago. Chan apologized and said that they hadn't called each other in a while. Jang asked her if she would debut in a week. Seo Ryung asked about how Jang found out. Jang said that she saw a very interesting page on the internet that said that Fob Entertainment was putting together a group of perfect idols. Seo Ryung said that the rumors had reached the internet as well, and then left. She asked him about who he had been talking to for so long. Seo Ryung asked if he had been busy on the phone all this time. Chan said he had spoken to his lawyer. She asked if he was getting into a fight with some hooligans again. Chan said that his hands were clean and that he had opened his own business. Seo Ryung asked him what he thought about university. She asked if he had ever mentioned that he wanted to enroll in the law department of Koryo University. Chang said that it was, and that there would be an interview tomorrow. Seo Ryung screamed and said that she knew Appa was cool. She said that he would definitely pass the interview and that she believed in him. Seo Ryung said that she doused herself with holy water every night and prayed for her dear husband's success. Seo Ryung said that she knows that he misses her very much. She said she was going to be a star soon and would be able to take good care of him. She said that when Chan left for the army, she would definitely give him a consolation concert and take good care of him. Seo Ryung then said her goodbyes and said that she had to go because the manager was here. She asked him not to forget how much she loved him. Then we move on to the next day. The action takes place at Koryo University. Students say that, according to rumors, gaining the highest score on the entrance exam is extremely dangerous. Another student said that this is true, because the results will be publicly available. Students also said that even though the results of the exam will be posted shortly after the day of the event, the results of the interview and essay will play a decisive role. Many people will be disappointed with their results. We see that Chan also came there. He couldn't believe that he was about to be interviewed for admission to Goryeo University. Chan was very grateful to his rebirth for being able to experience this feeling. A teacher came out to the students and said that the interviews would start any minute. He told numbers 1 through 5 to go inside. Chang thought about how it wasn't a work interview, but everyone was dressed so strictly. Suddenly, all the students' attention was suddenly directed at someone. There was a girl walking there. Chan wondered what was going on. Chan realized it was Yirin. She greeted everyone. The students also greeted her and asked if there was anything they could do to help her. The student asked if Yirin Li had left for Silumdong. Yirin said it was just a normal walk. She said that one of her friends would be interviewing here. Yirin then started walking forward. Chan was shocked and confused. She told Chan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She apologized and said that she didn't have time to come and support him before the essay. She said she hoped he understood. Chan only had one question. He couldn't understand what was going on here. Chang asked her what he should understand. She felt awkward. Yirin asked if Chang was angry. She asked if he would like to have lunch after the interview. Yirin said they had a lot to talk about. Chan said he'd call her when he was done. Yirin said that she would wait for him in front of the university then. The students were shocked as they wondered if this guy was really an acquaintance of Yirin's. One of the students asked if Yirin was still dating Dong Sung. Another student replied that according to rumors, everything is over between them because this guy is a womanizer. They talked about how people were already lining up. Chan was very angry. He was thinking that these students wouldn't pass this exam even in a million years. Chan also had an impression of Yirin, namely that she was arrogant. Yirin, meanwhile, came out of the university. She thought that she had done a great job and that the worst was over. Thanks to her friends, Yirin found out about Jiang Ti-sang. His family suddenly became rich. There are rumors that Chan is the heir to one of the conglomerates. Yirin understood that Chan was very different from the other guys. She senses his incommensurable ambition. She was sure that Chan would never fail this interview, and also that the professors would immediately recognize his talent. Suddenly, a girl called out to Yirin and asked her what she was doing here. Yirin said that she came here because her Dongsing is having a university interview. The girl asked if it was really a relative. Yirin said that it was just an acquaintance from the city where she used to live. The girl asked if Yirin, who was so hard to please, had decided to hit on someone. Yirin said that this person was just her Dongseng. The friend replied that she had a feeling that she knew him. Yirin asked the girls why they were here. They said they were here to check out some rumors. Yirin immediately became nervous. She said she'd heard that a guy who looked exactly like a model was coming to their department. Another girl said that applicants write about it like crazy. Yirin realized that this was about Chan, but she thought that she would never miss him. And so Chan came out of the interview. He said it was a bit weak for an interview at a university of this level. Chang said that he was very hungry. At the same time, the teachers were sitting in the classroom and still couldn't get over the shock. It was obvious to Chan that he had passed. Chan was driving a car, and at one point, he happily shouted out that it was time for lunch. We see that Chan has turned around, and Yirin is standing at the corner. Chan didn't even look at her. He remembered that Na had asked him if he would like to have lunch after the interview. Chang thought about how he wouldn't be able to keep his word. After all, Yirin had changed her phone number, and he didn't have her new number. As he drove past her, Chan wondered how he was supposed to call her. Chan isn't as naive as he used to be. As he drove past her, he mentally said goodbye and said that they would not see each other again. Then we flash back and see Chan meditating, thinking that the biggest shopping season is coming. The US dollar will collapse in the blink of an eye. So the Federal Reserve has launched its printing presses. Chang knew that the whole world was going to have a huge shock in the spring. And those who are not prepared for this challenge will suffer much more than the International Monetary Fund. Chang knew they were all going to collapse. Then were transported to Chan's house. We see that they are asked to enter the applicant's phone number. Chan entered his phone number. Goryeo University, Law Department, entrant number 44, Jiang Ti-sang. The hero was scared. He was told that he was accepted. Then were transported to Chan's mom's house. The hero called her and said that he had entered. Then the mother told the father that their Chan had entered. Chan's father started praising his son. Chan understood that this was a small joy for parents who did everything for their children. And that's only part of what they deserve. Chan took off his headphones. Suddenly, Chan got a call from the head of Nice Media. The man asked Chan how he was doing. Jang said that he was doing great, and that he had entered Goryeo University. The head congratulated Chan and said that they had somehow become colleagues of Chan. Chang asked if it would affect their business relationship in any way. The head said that working with Chan was a pleasure. He said that writing Chan is a real treasure. The head said he had to tell Chan something. The head said that something happened earlier this year, but the head kept it from Chan. The hero asked what it was. The head said he wouldn't name names, but one writer brought his own manuscript, which is called Warrior of Magic. Chan was shocked. He asked if the head was sure. The head said that this is absolutely consistent with the script of Chan's work. The head said that in any case, this is quite enough to accuse a person of plagiarism. The head said that he couldn't believe that someone could copy a huge part of the work and pass it off as their own. The head said that he had given him a severe reprimand. Chang thought about how he'd forgotten all about him. The head was saying that Chan had never plagiarized, and the head would rather die than let anyone else plagiarize at his publishing house. Jang realized that he had taken everything from writer Jang Hee. The head said that Yi stood his ground and said that he had been working on the script for a whole year. Chang said that the head must be shocked. The head of state confirmed this and said that he was very disappointed. But not so long ago, this writer Yi provided the head with another script. Chan asked what the scenario was. Chan asked what the script was about. The head said it was a short story called I Am an Aristocrat. Chan was shocked. He seemed to recognize the novel. The hero thought that this greatly distorts the timeline. After all, this novel introduced the pop dance genre to the masses. It was a hit among internet novels. In 2000, novels about games, fantasy worlds, and martial arts were popular. This novel did not exist in the year 2008. Chan thought about how she showed up early, but then told the head to sign the contract. Chang knew that if this novel was published, people would be thrilled. Chan assured the head that it would be a hit. The head asked again. Chan confirmed it and said he had a good feeling about it. Chang ordered at least 5,000 copies to be printed in the first print run. Chang said, as for his piece, they can print 10,000. Jang thought about how he was able to get a huge mountain of money through Jang Hee's work. Chang told the chapter that it was their responsibility to publish it, and that he would vouch for it. The hero thought that if there was even a drop of justice left in him, he must answer for his actions. Chan was thinking that if they ever met in the future, Chan would definitely buy him rice cakes. Then we are transported to the shopping center. We see a lot of people there. Then we see Chan with his mom. The hero thought that they hadn't walked like this in a long time. Chang asked her if she'd had a chance to stop by. His mother said it must have been 10 years since she'd last been here, and the first one since Chan's father quit and went out of town with her. Chang asked his mother why she loved his father. He said that she was such a beautiful and talented artist. Chan said he was sure she could have found a better man. His mother said that this was a very unusual case, because he said that he fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to date her. Chan's mother said that she went out with him several times because he was so cool. My mother said that he was also very kind. Once he even said that without her, his life would have less meaning than that of a dead man. Chan said that Dad was very lucky. His mother asked Chan why they had come here. Chan suggested that she take a walk here and said that after all, this wasn't a restricted area. They were then greeted by 3 girls. Chan offered to pick out new clothes for Mom and Dad. He said they seemed to be having a hard time lately. Chan said that as their son, he would do anything to help them. His mother said that his father's wardrobe was really a little out of fashion. She then asked Chan if he liked the costume. She said she thought it would suit her father very well. Chan asked his mother to remember to pick out a few things for herself. He said that the wife of the head of the district should monitor her image. His mother asked if it was just her imagination or if Chan had grown up. He told her that there were so many first-class clothes here that she would definitely like it. They chose clothes, and my mother said that these colors really look harmonious. Then suddenly someone laughed and asked who it was. This woman wondered if it was really Seo Ran. Chan's mother was shocked and asked if this woman was really Sun Cha. The woman said she didn't know any Song Cha. She said that she changed her name to Ju Seo One. Chang wondered if this was the Ju Sung Chand he was thinking of. This is the greatest woman of the century, who changed Korea in the year 2016. However, Chan then realized that they looked very different and wondered if they were just namesakes. Chan said it surprised him, but he didn't think his mother knew her. Ran said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ju Seo said that she was very surprised to hear that Seol Ran was kicked out of the family 20 years ago. The woman asked how this could have happened to the queen of the entire university. Chan was shocked because he didn't know that his mother was the queen of the university. Seol Ran asked if Vaughn wouldn't mention it. The woman said it really didn't make sense. Vaughn asked about leaving Seol Ran here. Vaughn said that she had heard rumors that Ran had moved out of town. Vaughn asked mockingly if farming was hard. Vaughn was about to ask if Saul Ran was already used to living in the mud. But Saul Ran interrupted her and asked if Vaughn could stop talking nonsense. Chang realized that his mother wasn't doing it with a finger. Vaughn apologized and said that she had completely forgotten about Seol Ran's brash nature. Then Chan chimed in. He asked his mother who the fat woman was. Vaughn was shocked to be called a fat ant. Seol Ran said that they went to the same university. Then she asked Chan to introduce himself. Chan introduced himself. Vaughn asked if it was really Seol Ran's son, because he was tall and very handsome. Vaughn said that he would be a perfect model, but something tells her that he's not doing very well in school. Jang said that this is not the case at all, because he went to Seoul University. She said it was nice. Chan wondered why she thought he was having trouble with his studies. Vaughn said that, as they say, from dirt to princes. One then started bragging about her son's admission to the law department at Jongguk University. Chan smiled and said that he was so lucky. Vaughn laughed and asked him what university Chan went to and what his major was. Chan shocked her by telling her that he had entered Goryeo University. Vaughn started yelling that this couldn't be happening and that Jang was lying. She asked him about how a worm like him could get into Goryeo University. Chan said she could check online. Chan also asked if he should show it to himself. Vaughn was very angry. Chang thought about how she really shouldn't dig her own grave. Vaughn asked them what they had left behind in such an expensive place. She asked if they had received a gift certificate from someone. Chan wondered how much he could do. Vaughn asked if they'd come to cash out the gift certificate. Chan then turned to the salesperson. Chan asked if they could pick out some clothes for his mom. Chan said that 5 outfits would be enough. Vaughn was shocked. Chan asked them not to worry about the money and just pick out what they thought would suit her best. Chan said that his mother is more important to him than any money. Jang said that he believed that Vaughn had also come here to buy clothes. Chang asked that since Vaughn was an old friend of his mom's, maybe he and she should buy something. She started shouting and asked him about how dare he look down on her. She said that she wouldn't wear the clothes from this boutique, even if Chan gave them to her. Vaughn said there was a homecoming meeting at the Felton Hotel at 7 o'clock next Saturday night that Seol Ran had to attend. Chang realized that this aunt would stand her ground until the end. Chang was aware that Vaughn was inviting his mother to a meeting while making such a face. Chang was thinking that luckily for Vaughn, his mom wasn't so easily annoyed. Chang asked one not to worry and said that his mom would definitely come. Chan then asked his mother and winked at her. His mother didn't understand at first, but then confirmed it. Vaughn said she would invite everyone and told Jang to come too. Chan just wondered how long it had been possible and if she was ashamed of herself. As Vaughn walked back, she screamed about how she didn't understand how Seol Ran only had the guts to show herself in public. Chan watched her go. He was thinking that he would definitely put her in her place. Although they say that patience is a virtue. However, it is a great sin to tolerate such worms. Chan mentally said that she would definitely pay for everything she said today. Then we are transported somewhere to a certain area. Chan and his mother came to buy an apartment. The realtors told his mother that it was just a wonderful apartment and that there weren't many places in Qingdam with such an incredible view of the Hangan River. The realtor said that in addition, the apartments are located far from the Olympic Stadium, so the area promises to be calm. And in the summer, according to him, a pleasant breeze blows here. Chang asked if they had sold it yet. Chan said that the housing is good, but because of the mortgage crisis in the United States, sales are not very good. The real estate market is a complete mess, as most of the major players have gone bankrupt. Chang then asked his mother what she thought. She said she liked the place. Chang was shocked that she called this apartment an apartment because it's about 130 square meters. Chan asked the realtor if he was saying this penthouse was worth 4.5 billion. The realtor said that this is indeed the case and that this is the most expensive housing in the Olymp quarter. The realtor said that he thinks there is no penthouse in all of Korea that is more expensive than this one. Chang thought about how the price of the penthouse had peaked in 2000. Chang asked the realtor if his name was Manager Chun. The realtor said his name was Chun Woon Chan. The hero asked Chun if he could be more honest and give them a discount. Chun said that if they bought it today, he could give them a 10% discount. The price dropped by 10%. That's how this world works. Chan asked about what if he bought 3 luxury properties. Chun was shocked. Chan said the US won't be paying back the margin loan anytime soon. Chang asked if Chun thought it would be much more convenient if he received the money as soon as possible. Chun asked if there was anything else Chang wanted. Chang asked Chun to take into account all the fees, including the acquisition tax, adding them up to 10 billion won. Chang asked Chun to calculate the total cost of the objects. Chun was completely shocked. Chang said that Chun might be free. Chun understood Chang's order and said that he would deal with it immediately. Chang noticed that his mother didn't flinch when Chang mentioned 10 billion won. Chang knew that it wasn't that she didn't care about the $10 billion. It was just that she was used to it. Chang asked if mom would like to go shopping and said that now they need to buy furniture. Chang thought about how that was why he loved his mother. Then we see Chan driving his red car somewhere. People he passed by were surprised by his car and talked about how cool it was. Students wondered who it was. Chan parked near the university. He opened the door and got out of the car. The girls were immediately surprised because Chan looks like a model. Jang was happy to come to Goryeo University, the best university in South Korea. Chan thought that this was exactly what you would expect from a prestigious university. Chan was walking to class, and the students he passed were wondering if Chan was really a freshman. The students said that now all the girls' attention will be focused on the vat. They wondered if it could be that Chan is just a coward who plays to the public. However, another student said that Chan just knows his place and makes the most of life. Chan was amused, since everyone was gossiping about him now. Suddenly, someone came up behind Chan and asked if he could buy some coffee. Chan turned around. He wondered who it was. Chan recognized her clothes and wondered if she was who he thought she was. Chan wondered if this was the legendary student from the art department. Then, that purple-haired girl reminded Chan of her question. The girl, covering part of her face with her cap, held out her hand. Her fingers are long and slender. Her skin was as white as the first snow. She said it was the only coffee machine. She asked if Chan was studying law. The girl said it was the first time she had seen Chan. She said there weren't many hotties going to law school. She said she would definitely remember Chan. She asked if Chang had seen any law students, because many of them look like old people. So according to her, Chan stands out a lot from them. Chan thought that technically, he was the old man. The girl picked up the coffee and put it to her cheek, saying that the coffee was quite warm. The girl said that the heater in their classroom is just awful. She wondered why other groups have warm audiences and only they have bedlam. Chang thought about how he hadn't jumped to conclusions, but it looked like it was really her. The girl said it was typical discrimination and asked if Chan thought the same. Chan wondered why she brought it up all of a sudden. Chan said she could borrow his hand warmer. The girl said that she completely forgets about the temperature when drawing, so her hands quickly freeze. She said it looked like her circulation was too weak for her height. Chang thought that Na was a specialist in disjointed answers. Chang asked her what her business was with him. The girl asked him about his current course. Chang asked if it was proper to question a person without telling them anything about yourself. The girl said her name was Song Yu Rai, and she was in the 6th grade. She said her specialty was Western painting. The hero introduced himself and said that his name was Jang T. Sang. He is studying in the 8th group, Law Department. Yu Rai asked freshman Li Chan, and then said about how time flies so quickly. Yu Rai said that she feels like she only entered yesterday, and it's already been 2 years. Yu Rai said that deep down, she still feels like a freshman, even though she's already in her 3rd year. Chang thought that she was very strange. Then he asked her if she shouldn't be happy that she still had 2 whole years left to study. Chan said that going to university gives you unforgettable memories that you will cherish for the rest of your life. Chan liked the way she talked to a freshman like an equal. Yu Rai asked if a freshman was lecturing her about her university studies. Chan found her quite cute. Chang said that he wouldn't call it a lecture, because it's just an exchange of opinions. Chan said that what he wants to say is that studying at the university is very important, and they should use these fleeting moments wisely to ensure a bright future for themselves. Chang asked her if she thought God had given them enough time to live a happy life. Yu Rai said that Jang may be a freshman, but a lawyer will always be a lawyer. She asked him to try not to say anything like that on a blind date. She said that even though he looks young, he acts like an old man. Chang chuckled inwardly and thought that he was the old man. Chan told her that he knew better than to say something like that on a date. Yu Rai asked him if he wanted to say that he had decided to say it only to her. Chan confirmed it. Yu Rai asked him what was special about her. Chan said that she herself said that she was sad, so he gave friendly advice. Chan apologized if he was too rude. Yu Rai said that everything was fine and that it was very nice to hear his opinion. Plus, Chan even bought her a coffee. The students were shocked, and they wondered if it was Song Yu Rai. She's the most beautiful girl in the arts department. Yu Rai and Chan stared at each other in silence. Then she said that she had a small gift for him. She asked him to give her a phone number. She asked him what he thought of crows. Yu Rai said that it was a little awkward for her to stand like this. Chan excused himself and gave her the phone number. She started to dial her phone number. The students were shocked. Yu Rai asked if Jang was available for the evening. Yu Rai said that if he was free, he could write to her. Chan said he was free. All the students were shocked and shouted that this couldn't be happening. Then we are transported to the audience. Chan immediately noticed that this audience was huge. He sat at his desk and wondered how he could get rid of this awkward feeling. Meanwhile, a man said that he was pleased to meet the 8th group. He said that he was a 3rd-year student of the 3rd group. The man said that he had recently returned from the army. He said that he spent most of his time serving as student council president, so he asked them to forgive him if he spoke too casually. He said they were going to hold an initiation for freshmen. He said that if possible, they should all try to come, since it is there that they will meet their teachers and, of course, get acquainted with undergraduates. He said he would break them down into subgroups. The man said that there would be 20 people in each subgroup. There are 200 people in total, so that makes 10 subgroups. Students don't have to be friends with all 199 people. But first, the man said, it would be nice to meet friends from their subgroups. The man said that today, he would like them to meet the student curators of their subgroups and choose a prefect. He asked the first subgroup to go out to the hall and asked the others to wait here. Then a girl waved to the 10th subgroup. She suggested that they get to know each other. She said that if they behaved well, she would take them somewhere in the evening. This gray-haired girl said that she would be affectionate with all of them. She said she would try very hard to make them have fun. The girl said that students from the business school also agreed to come to their dedication. The girl said that so that they would not feel awkward, she would tell them the secret. She said that business school professors are very shy when it comes to their department. She asked them to prepare for a vibrant university life. Chan asked her name. The girl said that she had a badge, and then introduced herself and said that she was Kang Ah-rin from the 6th group of the law department. Kang then asked Chan who he was. She said he was handsome and famous. Chan was embarrassed, but introduced himself. She said he was like that arrogant boy. Chan didn't understand what she was talking about. He asked her what she meant by that. Kang said that she meant it literally. Then she called Chan arrogant. Chan wondered if he had already been given a nickname on his first day of school. She asked if he hadn't said during the interview that he would drop out of uni if he got on the board in his sophomore year. Kang said Jang even offered to take an IC test with professors. Chan said it was really him and asked if there was any problem. She wanted to make fun of Chan, but he wasn't that simple. Chang was thinking that every single one of the upperclassmen here couldn't hold a candle to him. Chang thought about how he had made billions of dollars. Every day, several hundred billion won drips into his accounts. Chan was thinking that he wasn't an arrogant boy. He's the richest man in Korea, Jang T sang. Then we are transported a little forward in time. Jang called Yu Rai, and she asked him if he was driving. She said first years were scarier than adults these days. Chan was sitting in the car. Next to him was the 3rd subgroup's Sunbi. The students shouted at him that Young Hoon was the best. He laughed and invited everyone to get to know each other better over a glass of soju. Yimkook said he knew a good place nearby. Jang then asked if Uri would mind if he picked her up. She asked if he could, but then asked him to drive up to the art department building number 50, which is behind the law school. Jang followed Uri. The students were shocked, and they shouted at Chan if it was possible to drive a wheelbarrow like that. Then they realized that it was the same guy they had seen before. They realized that Chan was driving a Porsche. Then we see that Jang has already taken Uri. She asked if freshmen were allowed to drive at all. Besides, Uri wondered if Jang was rich. Chang turned on the heated seats. She was thinking that Chan was also sensitive. She wondered if Chan was trying to pick her up. Chan advised her to fasten her seatbelt. He asked her where they were going, and if Uri had any favorite places. Uri mentioned a bar with Sunday called the Grumpy Old Lady. Chan said he understood her. She wondered if Chan really lived somewhere nearby. Otherwise, how would he know about this place? Uri told Chan that he was very good at driving, and she asked if it was his car. Chang said it was really his car. She thought about which family Chan was from. She couldn't understand if there were people who trusted their sons enough to buy cars worth several billion won. Uri asked him where he lived. Chang replied that he lived in a provincial town nearby. She said that Chan's parents must be working hard. Chan said that his father grows apples. She said they probably own a big farm. Chang said the whole area knows about them. The hero said that in other ways, these are organic apples, so they don't sell very well. It didn't add up in Uri's head. So she asked him about who his mom was. Chan said that she is a housewife who likes to draw. Uri asked Chan about how he got the car back then. Chan said he bought this car with his own money. Then were transported to the place where Jang and Uri came to visit. An elderly female waiter approached the heroes and immediately recognized Uri, calling her a cheat. Uri greeted her grandmother. The woman said it was the first time Uri visited her with her boyfriend. Uri said that Jang wasn't her boyfriend because they were just studying at the same university. The woman said that she knew Uri was seducing him. She said that they knew everything. So she asked Uri not to lie to them here. Then the woman turned to the customers and said, threatened them, asking them what they were looking at so much. The customers looked at Chan and thought that he was very handsome, and that this girl next to him must also be a model. The woman asked Chef Lee Chan how else he could make Sunday so well. The woman said she didn't remember seeing Chan before, but he reminded her of someone. The woman asked if they knew each other. Chan said no, because it was the first time he'd looked in on her. She said Chan looked very familiar. Then she said it looked like she was getting senile. The woman turned to Yu Rai and advised her to take on Jang seriously. She said that she thought Chan was a very rich guy, even though he was still a dog. The woman said that the girl he fell in love with would be incredibly lucky. The woman told Yu Rai to take the bull by the horns. She asked if Yu Rai understood her. The woman then told Chan to stop by more often. She said she wouldn't say a word, even if Chang brought another girl with him. Chan said sheepishly that he understood her. The woman said that Chan can take the place of a handsome regular. She told him to let Chan see how the others were looking at him. She asked if Chan could see that they were trying to seduce him. The old lady suggested that they have a drink, because alcohol will help them get closer. Yu Rai told the old lady to bring them soju and beer. Chang thought that drinking paktanju would certainly be out of place right now. Yu Rai then asked Jang if it was true that Jang had never been here before. Chan confirmed it. Yu Rai said that her grandmother said that she had already seen Jang. Yu Rai asked about why Jang is so good at making sundae. Yu Rai said she was willing to bet Jang had been here before. Chan said he was just really good at cooking. They were served alcohol, and Yu Rai asked if Jang was even allowed to drink. She asked if he was of legal age. Jang said that the grandmother's eldest son is the head of the Seoul prosecutor's office. Jang said that her second son holds one of the highest positions in the National Police Department, and her youngest daughter is a judge. Chang said he wasn't likely to be charged with anything while he was here. Yu Rai was shocked and asked how Chan knew this. The hero said that he was told about this by Sun Bi Sung. At the same time, Chan wondered who this incredible art student was. The girl said it was strange because she thought it was a secret. Chang thought that she was the one who was weird. Chan then poured both beer and soju into the glass. Yu Rai asked if Jang was really going to mix them. Chan said he was doing paktanju. Then he drank it. Chang asked if she would like a cup. At the same time, something told Chan that she would get drunk quickly. Chang said it was okay if she refused, because she didn't have to drink. Yu Rai shouted that she was actually a third-year student, and that it was common for her to drink all night, until her legs couldn't hold up. Then they clinked glasses and drank. Chan asked if she liked it. Yu Rai asked why it was so delicious. Yu Rai said that the mild aftertaste of the beer was gone, and then asked for another drink. Chan said she'd get drunk. The hero said that since he mixes beer and soju, the degree is quite high. The girl screamed that she wasn't as simple as he thought. Suddenly, a girl came up to them and asked if Yu Rai had stopped by for a drink. It was Rin. This gray-haired girl asked Yu Rai about who she was drinking with. Chan recognized the voice immediately, and they were shocked when they saw each other. Rin asked if they really knew each other. Jang said that he fell in love with Sunbi at first sight, so he invited her out for a drink. Rin said he was a freshman. She asked if this meant that Chan only went to university to shoot girls. Rin exclaimed that Chan had no chance with Yu Rai. However, Rin said that Chan's eyes were sharp. Rin said that she doesn't like noisy companies. Rin said that if she was a guy, she would definitely hit on Yu Rai. Chan wondered if she was praising him. Then Rin said that the food was ready. Rin turned to the students who were standing behind her and suggested that they eat here. She asked if Yu Rai would mind if she drank her beer. Rin took the glass and drank it immediately. She was delighted and said that the aftertaste was so sweet and refreshing. Then she told the students to sit down and bring their glasses here. Rin asked Chan if it was soju or beer. Chang asked her not to bother, because he would pour it himself. She told him he had a nice voice. Suddenly, the student turned to Rin. He asked her who Yu Rai was. Rin said it was Yu Rai. Rin said she was a third-year student in the Western Painting Department of the Art Institute. Rin and Yu Rai have been best friends since high school. The girl said that it was nice to meet you. and then introduced herself. She offered a drink, and the students, of course, happily agreed. And so they started drinking as a group. They drank like mad that night. Chan made a lot of paktinju. Uri knew what hell would be waiting for her tomorrow. Then we are transported to a certain house. Uri couldn't figure out what this place was. She thought it was Rin's apartment. However, she woke up and realized that she was in an unfamiliar place. She was in shock and wondered where she was. Uri realized that this wasn't a girl's dorm. She woke up and lifted the blanket. Uri let out a sigh of relief. Chen then asked her to wash her face and go to the gym if she was already awake. She screamed and was shocked. Uri wondered about what was going on. She figured she'd figure it out later. Uri was thinking about seeing him first. She saw the view from the window and realized it was Gangnam-gu. Chan asked her to sit down at the table. As Uri walked, she thought about how this apartment was very big. Suddenly something surprised her. She saw a lot of dishes on the table. She immediately realized that this was the work of a professional. Chan said that he prepared everything himself. Chan asked her to try it and said that he didn't add any hot spices. The dishes gave off an incredible aroma. After tasting the dish, she tearfully said that it was incredibly delicious. At the same time, she wondered how ordinary eggs could be so delicious. Chang asked her to eat more slowly, otherwise her stomach would hurt. Uri said that Jang is very good at cooking. She said it must have been hard to learn. She asked Chan how it ended yesterday. Uri asked about how they broke up with Irene and the others. He asked her if she had forgotten. Chan asked if she didn't remember what happened yesterday. She was shocked and excitedly asked him about what happened yesterday. Chan asked her why she did it. Uri became even more excited and asked him about what she had done. Chan clarified and said he was asking why she did this to him. She was even more shocked. Chan asked her why she liked him. Uri screamed and asked what he meant. Chan said he clearly remembered her saying that. Love at first sight. Chan probably cheated on her. But he's really curious about what she'll say. Chan asked her to take responsibility. She was shocked and apologized. Jang thought about how third-year Song Uri was innocent, like a little child. Then we're transported somewhere. Chang looked at the time. 11 o'clock in the morning Korean time. It's 10 o'clock at night in New York. Chang made a phone call somewhere and said that he must have picked a bad time to call. Robert said he was in touch. Chan apologized to Robert for calling so late. Chang said he wanted Robert to buy some shares as soon as possible. Chan said they were shares in the Felton Hotel. The hero said that the value of all the shares is about $10 billion. Chang said that hotels and travel companies will be the first to suffer from the economic crisis, and their share prices will soon fall. Chan was thinking that starting this Saturday, the Felton Hotel would host a homecoming event where his mom would go as well. Chang asked if Robert could buy at least 40% of the shares. Chan asked Robert to buy them on the stock exchange and from brokers. Robert asked if he should start right now. Chang agreed and told Robert to start as soon as the exchange opened. Chan was determined to do anything to help his mother. He was thinking that there was no other such caring son in the world. Chan said their tactics were simple. The hero instructed Robert to lower the price by selling their shares short, and then buy the necessary securities. Chang said that if Robert could get it done in 3 days, he could drop the price by more than half. We are transported to a school where music is playing merrily, and we see Chan taking pictures with flowers. His parents thank him, but he says that it is he who should say thank you to them. Two twins walk up to Chan and say, "We're so proud of you, Appa. You're the best. Appa, you look even better than usual today." The hero's mother notices his friends and asks if they are coming to see them. Chan wonders why they came here in the first place. When they come up, they say hello, saying, "Dear mother-in-law, no mom, I'm your first son-in-law. Nice to meet you. And I'm your second son-in-law." Chan is kind of angry. Friends greet the twins. Chan suddenly got a call from an unknown number. When they picked up the phone, they called out to him, "Appa," and Jang recognized Seo Rang's voice. Friends and girls are shocked that some Seo Ryung is calling him. A congratulatory song came from the phone. Friends thought that So Ren, who is from Fob. After the song, they all shouted, T Sang Appa, congratulations on your graduation. Seo Rang decided to congratulate her separately, and the other girls said that she was crazy about him, saying Chan's name every night while hugging the doll. This made him laugh, and he said that when they met, he would definitely treat them to lunch. The girls were delighted. The hero asked if they knew that he was in Seoul right now, and if they would mind if he called this number. They replied that it is unlikely to work, because they are not sure that the boss will give them phones until they make their debut. Jang thought that idols' lives are inviolable, because a step aside is considered an escape attempt, so they have a hard time. And then he said that he would contact them when the time came. His friends are very surprised, because these are the same fob. And the boys don't like that he's already hooked up with Seo Ryan, and they began to drive him away in a crowd. We are transported to some prestigious hotel, where they ask about how the preparation is going. It is narrated that a couple of days later Felton Hotels changed its largest shareholder. The employee says that everything was done as well as possible, referring to the general manager. The change of shareholder occurred so suddenly that not a single employee found out about the change. The manager replies, Manager nah, we can't make mistakes. And then I thought that even he, the general manager, only found out about it yesterday. And he couldn't believe that they were demanding something that even the head of a large corporation couldn't afford. And he says that the guests will arrive soon, any minute now, and then asks the staff to provide the best service. We see 2 cars approaching the hotel. And then there were 2 girls. Every time we meet, you become more beautiful. I'm so jealous, one of them said. You've also looked prettier since we last met. Where did you have the operation? The second one answered. The girl in the red coat replied that Yoon Cha's husband is a plastic surgeon, and he is very good. The girl in the light coat also thought about making an appointment with him, to which the other said that he would also be at the meeting so that she could arrange with him personally, and she asked where her husband was. My husband will arrive a little later. The girl in the light coat asked if the others were coming. She was asked a counter question by Sun Cha. Will she come today? The girl didn't understand who she was talking about. Then she said in a nasty voice that the escape queen was coming. The girl in the light coat was surprised, because she knew who she was talking about. It was Ju Sol-ran. Sun Cha keeps saying with such a vile voice that she will trample her pride into the ground, so that she will never dare to show her face in public again. An employee approaches them and says that several more cars have arrived there, and also asked if he should meet them. They were both surprised at how quickly they arrived, when suddenly they noticed a very expensive car and began to think what kind of rich people they were. When Ju Sol-ran suddenly gets out of the car and asks if they really came to meet her. Both women from Beauty Chu are very surprised. Chan asked, Hey auntie, what's wrong with your faces? It's not funny. Ju Seol said hello and said, Hi Seok, it's been 20 years, right? She happily said that she hadn't seen since she left Seoul. It feels like I was walking around school yesterday. Time flies by. And she added that she is young in soul, but in body. Jang realized that Hai Suk was much more well-mannered than Sung Cha. Song Cha didn't calm down and shouted, What kind of car is this? Did you rent it for the homecoming party? Don't you think that's a bit much? It costs a lot of money to rent such a car. The employee said that he would park the car for Chan. Song Cha immediately saw him and shouted that he was the ill-mannered one. The hero smiled maliciously and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And he said it was his mom's car, and she uses it when she needs to go grocery shopping. Sun Cha asked, Does he even know how much it costs? Chang smilingly replied that it was only 300 million won. The mother said, T-san, this is my best friend from high school, Jang Hyo-juice, introduce yourself properly. Chan said hello and introduced himself. Hai Suk happily exclaimed, You're beautiful. You must be an actor. Have you already entered the university? Jang said that he was accepted to the law department of Goryeo University this year. Hai Suk noticed that he was very smart to be taken there. And I congratulated my mother for such a son. They probably had a hard time. Sun Cha was already red with anger and thinks that she was just lucky to have her son. Chan thought, exactly. That's why I came to the meeting. What else can this aunt boast about besides her husband's son and money? At the same time, this evil aunt came up to him and asked why he was here. Jang said that his father went to the chairman's course, so he came instead. And he noticed that, as she might have noticed, his mother was weak, and they were a real family, unlike some people. This angered Sun Cha, and Hai Suk noticed it and asked why she should be angry, since she also took her son last year. Suddenly, she was even more furious that she wasn't Sun Cha, but CO1. This made the others laugh, and Hyosiok suggested that we go inside. When they entered the banquet hall, they saw a bunch of people and a very beautiful hall. When suddenly everyone in the hall saw them and was surprised by such a beauty. Then they started coming up to her and asking if she remembered them. And they noticed that even after all these years, she looks like a goddess. Jusial Ran told everyone that she also missed them because she hadn't seen them for a long time. Suddenly, several hotel employees approached them. They introduced themselves. Chu, it's an honor to meet you. I'm the general manager of this hotel, Eric Benson. Chu asked, excuse me, general manager. Everyone around us was surprised and thought it was their friend. But Eric said, I want to thank you on behalf of the entire staff for visiting our humble establishment. We have also prepared a small gift for you and your guests. Chu was surprised that a gift was prepared for them, when suddenly the chefs appeared from behind with excellent food. And Eric explained that their chef, Albert Leo, and his team had prepared these dishes especially for them. All the classmates are still surprised. Eric took out a bottle of wine and said that it was Shadow Daikum from 1992, and then offered to try a glass of such a wonderful wine. Chu is just shocked. Why would she get such honors? But she agreed. Classmates are surprised and think, what did she do all these years? The general manager himself pours her wine. Do they really know each other? This can't be happening. Suddenly everyone bowed to her, and Eric said that if she needed anything, she could tell them immediately, and said that their managers were always available. Hai Suk is also shocked and asks her friend if she really knows the general manager of this hotel. Jusial replied that this was the first time she had ever seen it herself. This is a top-class hotel, since the general manager has come down to us. Can the chairman of the board of directors also pay attention to us? My classmates thought. Then they came up to her and enthusiastically started asking her how it happened, whether they opened a business, or maybe it was just some kind of joke. When suddenly Sun Cha got out and started yelling, business. Don't make me laugh. It looks like Seol Ran has finally started squandering her playboy father's money. So what? Chu asked. Chan thinks enthusiastically that his mom's voice sounds so threatening and confident. Sun Cha was even angrier than before and said, stop playing just because you're reunited with your father. Chu pointed out that Song Cha was so pathetic because Chu knew that she had been jealous of her since high school. But she did not give up hope that one day she would change, but she remained just as pathetic. You have nothing but a pretty face. You're just a lover's daughter. You're nobody. Sun Cha was rude. Suddenly, a glass of wine flew in her direction and drenched completely from head to toe. Then Sun Cha ran to her husband. Achu said that she didn't care if she insulted her, but she would never forgive her if she insulted her parents. Running to her husband, she began to complain that she was doused. And her husband did not go far from her, and also began to shout, are you completely out of your mind? I'll sue you. And Sun Cha shouldn't have added the phrase that her husband works at the Samwoo law firm. Chan heard this and knew that he wouldn't forgive them for that. The husband began to come up with reasons for the claim, and he said that this is a real physical abuse. Chan asked why would it be violent. This angered the man. Who the hell are you? Do you think you have the right to interfere in adult conversations? The hotel has no right to interfere in our dispute. How dare you, an ordinary waiter, cross your guest? Ju Sol said it was her son. The man also tried to justify himself and said that he didn't care that it was her son. It didn't concern him. Then Jang decided to say, "My name is Jang T. Sang. I'm a law student at Core University. I'll pay you for the dry cleaning. It looks like you both only care about money. By the way, don't forget to finish your bread." This made them so angry that they asked what the young man was doing. And the husband said, "Just look at him. Everyone in the family must be so rude. An apple doesn't fall far from the tree. All this is due to the upbringing of an ignorant mother." Jang noticed that this could be considered defamation, so he decided to sue them for slandering their mother. "Your wife called my mother the daughter of a playboy and a lover, and you also used words like rude family or ignorant mother. Such words have no place at a high school reunion." The man stood red as a tomato with resentment and anger. After all, he knew that Chang had already covered all his words with a couple of facts. That's when he decided to call Cho's lawyer and said that he would like to sue someone for defamation. He added that he was from Samwoo's law firm and was standing right in front of him. The guy rudely replied that he at least understands who he takes for blackmail. Chan said that maybe his lawyer knows who this guy is. He picked up the phone and introduced himself, when they suddenly shouted so loudly from the phone, "Hey, Lee Dongquan, are you completely out of your mind?" He didn't understand who was on the other end of the phone and asked who it was. And when Cho's lawyer introduced himself, he was immediately so devastated that words couldn't describe it. Cho asked if he even knew who the man had raised his voice to. And he said, "Well, apologize to my client immediately and quickly to the office." "Got it, pig? Quickly?" Chan saw his reaction and asked what his lawyer said to him. Suddenly, that evil man was already bowing down. Sun Cha yells again for him to raise his head. And then bam, she gets a hard slap in the face. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, because the husband himself slapped his wife in the face. "And then he dragged me along." Hai Seok told Seol Ran not to think about it. And all her classmates confirmed her words, because Sun Cha was always such an upstart girl, and it was good that they put her in her place. Chu apologized to everyone for causing such a drama. Then all of a sudden, the idols come on stage. Everyone is moved by the sight of them. And this was the fob group. Seo Rang thought that it would just be a special event held by the hotel. And it turned out to be a reunion of graduates, and they have a long way to go. And she hadn't eaten in a long time. Everyone wondered if they had seen this group before. Someone said they'd heard this song before. They find them cute and noticed that they dance well too. Then everyone shouted at once that they hoped that they all liked it, and that they were fob. Cheers can be heard from the audience. "You are the best. Girls, you are just super." After the performance, a man came up to them and said, "I'm the manager of On Chang Su Hotel. We have prepared dinner for you. Please follow me." The girls were surprised, because their manager usually didn't allow it. But the man said that he had made an agreement. Their faces were just filled with tears of joy, and they said, "Do you want to feed us? I love this hotel. I thought I was going to starve to death." After walking into a separate hall, they saw a huge table with a bunch of delicious food. There were also steaks and lamb meat. They were drooling at the sight of the food. Director H1 told them to eat, but not overeat. Dinner shouldn't affect tomorrow's schedule. The girls pounced on the food and said thank you to the manager. They shouted happily, "I don't care if I die tomorrow. I'm very happy right now. I understand you. This is a very delicious meal. I'm ready to die even now." All of a sudden, Jang walks up to them and says that he brought So Rying ice cream. The other girls started shouting that a pervert had come to them and began calling for security. That's when Seo Rying jumps on Chan and starts hugging him, shouting, "Appa, you have received karma points." The other girls were confused because she was the eldest daughter in the family. But they put it aside and decided that he was now their appa as well. Chan tried to calm her down and told her not to cry. Otherwise, the others might think that he was the worst guy in the world. The other girls began to realize that it seemed to be the same Appa. Jang Ti sang Appa. Chan said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself to them, then asked if they liked the food. The girls thought that she was saying that it was just a neighbor's guy who was good at school, but in fact there was such a handsome guy. Seo Ryan was surprised and asked what the food was like and said, "Don't tell me you paid for all of this." Chan replied that he had promised to treat them to lunch. She asked if their performance today and the fee were also his doing. Chan explained that it was his mom's high school reunion, so he decided to invite them, and he also promised to treat them to lunch. The girls' eyes filled with tears of joy, and they all seemed to fall in love with him, because then they started asking who was the first to fall in love with him. They asked how he was able to convince their manager, because he is very stubborn and does not give in to any persuasion. Chan smiled maliciously and said that it was a secret, and then said that if they ever wanted to rest or eat, they could let him know. They realized that Chan was the owner of their company's shares. It is narrated that K&B Entertainment, which collected the fob, is a relatively new company. So Jang went ahead and asked them for 51% of their shares and sent 3 billion won through Cho's lawyer. As soon as they heard about the money, they wagged their tails. Chan smilingly explained that his mother was rich. Seo Rang asked how his studies were going. And how did the initiation week go anyway? The hero replied that it will start soon. The girls said they would like to go there, and they asked if the procedures in the legal department of the Corps are different. Then he asked if they would like to see it. They all shouted at once that they really wanted to. Jang took out his phone and dialed someone's number, then said, "Sunbi, I wanted to talk about our group's performance. Can I prepare it myself?" He was asked if he could do it on his own. He said that he could, if no one interfered with him. "Well, fine then, I believe in you." I called everyone to get ready, but they hung up. The girls are just in shock. They seem to understand what Jang is up to. All of a sudden, we're on a plane, where they view it, and consider how beautiful it is. They wonder if they should ask him for the number. Chan sat texting someone. In the correspondence, he was asked if he would go to school. He replied that he needed to fly to Hong Kong. The interviewee is surprised that he is doing business at his age. Chan explained that many heads of large corporations have already started businesses at this age, so it's okay. He added that he would be back tomorrow. Chan said that he was going to be initiated on Tuesday, and he would like to go out to dinner afterward. The interlocutor agreed, and said that she would like to correspond with him more often. The flight attendant said the plane was arriving in Hong Kong soon. We flash forward to a short time later, where Robert sees Chan and goes to greet him. Then they're in the office, and Chan asks, "How's the election going?" Robert replies that he is still following Hillary. Chan asked, "Then what about the pressure?" He replied that it wasn't something that wasn't there, but because of the war and its aftermath, the Democrats gained more popular support. The hero asked to invest money in Hillary's company because after the election, the government will need Hillary, because without the Democrats, Obama will be an imperfect president. Chan suggested that they understand Obama's side. Then he asked how many private equity firms they had opened. Robert replied that they had opened 35 companies. Chang told him to increase that number to 50 and gave 20 of them to him, and the rest to enter into equity participation with investment instructions. The hero said that soon this world will face great upheavals, and he asked me what about his last request. Robert said that she was with him and handed over an unlimited American Express card. Then Chan said, "One last thing. Personal aircraft sales will start soon. I'd like you to buy a few planes, both long range and short range, and a few medium range ones." Robert was very surprised, because personal planes are the pride of Americans. Finally, it's time to buy a couple of private planes. Robert considers Chan an elusive king. Then we are transported somewhere and see that someone asks someone if this is not too small. The woman told Henim that 3 billion was more than enough, even despite their popularity, no matter how much they are milked. You can't get more than 500 million. The man asked if they would stop there or wait a little longer. The man in the blue suit offered to see if they could still raise the price. He said that if they didn't get a ride, they would just find a sponsor and sell them as soon as they went up in value. The man said that many agencies would give a lot of money for them. Then he laughed and asked what about 300 million for two. The bespectacled man then asked if he knew why they were in a girl band. Hugnam said it was because even their failure could earn them money. The man in the blue suit asked him not to discount CO Ryan. He said that it could bring them at least a billion won. According to him, if she obeys them, the amount may become even more. Hugnam said it meant they should at least keep her and raise her properly, and only then sell. The man in the blue suit said that when they were popular enough, they would be able to pump them up and take a couple of good photos, because it would be a good insurance policy. Then he asked if anyone wanted to rent the girls for 3 days, starting tomorrow. A man in a blue suit said that an investor called him and said that he would pay double the price. Hugnam laughed and asked why there were so many worms in this world. They were both gloating. He said that it is thanks to such worms that they can live a comfortable life. Then we are transferred to another location. Chan reads the report on K&B Entertainment and gets very angry. Chan said they were just ordinary pimps who only care about money. Cho's lawyer said that the company is owned by two brothers, both of whom are weasels for what else to look for. Chang asked if there were really only two people there. Lawyer Cho said that one is worth the other, because one sets the conditions, and the younger agrees with him. Cho's lawyer said that they first tell the girls that they will make idols out of them, and then hand them over to their sponsors. Chan slapped the table. He was furious and called them bad names. Cho's lawyer said that there are rumors that they are drugging girls in order to film them in intimate videos, and then blackmail them with it. Of course, girls can't sue them. So many just go out of business. Cho said that some people committed suicide. Chang started yelling at lawyer Cho to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Chang said he had to make sure they rotted in prison. Cho's lawyer asked Chang not to worry and said that he would definitely bring them to light. Cho's lawyer said they think they got $3 billion for nothing. He said that at first glance, it was true. It's a common gesture of goodwill toward a business partner, but it's a good chance for a lawyer to charge them with embezzlement. Cho's lawyer said he would also raise the case of the children they assaulted. This will be handled by the wards of lawyer Cho. Chang was very angry. He thought about taking everything they had and destroying them. Then we go to the K&B office, and the manager yells at someone that they can't come in here without permission. Chan said he'd brought the girls something to eat. The manager said that if they ate it, they would definitely get fat. Jang said they were homemade burgers made from natural vegetables, bread, and Korean beef. The manager said that fans don't care what they are made of, so he forbids it. The manager, Mr. H. Wang, asked Chan who he was. H. Wang said that Jang wasn't an employee of the company, but he came here anyway. Chan said the main thing was that the girls were alive and eating well. Chang looked around the room. It was very sparse. Chan is very disappointed. The hero was thinking that manager H. Wang is not the most charismatic, but Chan thinks that H. Wang is a nice guy, just working for the wrong people. Chang could see that H. Wang's eyes were full of determination. Its labial groove is moderately deepened. The lines between his brows are 3 lucky banners, indicating that you have met a noble man. Chang thought about how he had read H. Wang like an open book. Chang then revealed that he was Appa Seo Ryang. H. Wang remembered and asked if he was the same person from Goryeo University. Chan said he hired the girls for 3 days starting today. H. Wang then asked Jang Lee to come to them at the hotel. H. Wang said that Jang is given a lot of pocket money. However, Chan said that he earns money himself. H. Wang asked about the fact that isn't Jang still a freshman at Goryeo University. Jang asked if H. Wang really meant that the first-year students from there couldn't earn their own money. H. Wang was taken aback and said that wasn't what he meant. H. Wang then asked if there was a burger for him as well. Jang realized that H. Wang was a good guy, and so they began to go to the girls. They, in turn, rehearsed and danced to the beat. Fun dance music was playing. Chan glanced at the place where the girls were practicing. The entire room reeked of women's sweat. Seo Rang saw Jang and was overjoyed. They immediately noticed that Chan had brought hamburgers, but suddenly Chan was somewhere else. He couldn't figure out where he was because it was very dark, so he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the projectors turned on and illuminated the silhouette of a woman. The music started playing, and this girl started dancing. Chan was surprised. This woman continued to dance. Chan was confused, but he liked it. This is his second encounter with the goddess since Jang Jiam. Chan realized that her aura was on a completely different level. Jang was thinking that if the goddess Jang Jiam was an elegant Korean woman, then this Nuna, this goddess, is a cheat. She called him Appa and asked if he had called her. Chan was surprised by this and asked her who she was. The goddess said he was cute. And then she said that she was like mountains. He was like a stream. Chan was shocked. She said that a stream flows, and the mountains are unchangeable. A stream far away from the mountains, longing, crying. Chang immediately remembered a name that he would never have thought of when describing this woman. Chan asked her if she was really Genie. Then he realized that it was Miss Hwang Jinny. This is a legendary woman who melted the heart of more than one man during the Joseon dynasty. Hwang Jinny. Enough time has passed since the recent events. Preparations for the speech of the 10th subgroup of the legal department are ready. Chan said it was time to start the show. Then we flash back and see that Yu Rai gave Chan coffee. She asked him if he had finished his training. Yu Rai said that Ah Rin said that Jang was preparing to perform alone. However, Chan denied this. He said that he is not preparing a speech alone. Then we are transported to the Bo Yun Phoenix Park Resort. Some guy is talking about how he got fed up with these old guys. The guy said that he had enough to do, so they still forced him to attend this event. Friends of this guy said that all students from management must attend events up to and including the 4th year. Another guy said that he had heard that there were a lot of hot chicks among the freshman girls. The guy in the red suit said he'd heard about it too. They told Dong Song to just tell them, and they would bring him a bunch of girls. However, Dong Song said that he could handle it on his own. He asked if it had already started. Song suggested that they go to the tank after everything was over. We are transported to the event and see that the host is saying something. He invited the audience to enjoy the presentation of the management direction. The host said that they are so hardworking that they even prepared the costumes themselves. Suddenly, one of the guys saw a girl and asked Dong Sung if she was the one. The guy then pointed at Lee Yiren. Dong Sung said that she would spend her entire life pursuing her studies. The guy said she was very cute for a law student. Dong Sung said that people already know that he left her. Students were performing, and a guy on stage asked a girl to accept his burning passion. However, she turned him down and said they couldn't be together. She said you couldn't get enough of love alone. The audience said about the girl that she was beautiful. They say she's the most beautiful freshman in the entire management group. A student said he'd heard that she was the daughter of the head of a conglomerate. The girl said that Romeo should at least have some friendly capital. The audience was delighted and exclaimed that the management of the 8th group is the best. The speech ended, and the host said that now it was time for the last performance of the 8th group of the legal department. The host asked to greet the 10th subgroup with loud applause. Suddenly, the lights went out. Students wondered why they turned it off. Suddenly, the floodlights came on. Girls started to come on stage. The audience was shocked. After all, it was an FOB group. The students thought that this could not be the case. The girls greeted the students. The audience wondered if this is the performance of the 10th subgroup. Then the girls started singing. Suddenly, Chan stepped onto the stage. Lee Yirin was shocked. Fun music was playing, and Jang and Seo Ryan were singing. The girls really enjoyed this performance. They wondered if Chang was exactly a freshman, and if he was definitely from law school. Dong Sung was shocked to see the upstart. Chan then asked if the fun should start. Chan said that they will have their next performance. The audience was shocked. Dong Sung couldn't figure out where Jang was coming from. The music started again. Jang sang about how he wanted Seo Rhying to be the meaning of his life. The girls screamed with delight. Professor Myungki enjoyed the performance, while Dong Sung was shocked. Chan thought about how grateful he was to his little sister Jeannie, because that was just great. Lai Yirin watched this and was distraught. Jang started hugging Seo Ryan. Yirin began to cry, feeling uneasy. Students shouted to the heroes that they were the best. They started cheering and chanting Chan's name. The hero received karma points. The host said that it was incredible, and that it was a great performance that outshone Park Jae-yoon and Oh Taek-young. Leaving, the girls thanked for the invitation and said that it was fob. Professor Minky exclaimed that it was a scam. He said that a girl band took part in the performance. The professor once again repeated that this is unacceptable and a scam. Chang told the professor that as far as he knew, the rules of the talent show didn't prohibit outside help, which meant Chan could call anyone he wanted. Chan asked if he was wrong. The professor hesitantly said that Chang was right, but he wanted to make a point. The professor exclaimed that it wasn't fair to the others. Then Chang said that the professor also danced. The professor hesitated, confused, and hesitantly began to deny it. However, the students shouted that it was a lot of fun and that the performance of the 10th subgroup was the best. Chan thanked them and said that Chan and his friends were with them. Then were transported somewhere. Dong Sung called the head of Cha. Song asked if Cha knew the fob group. The head of Cha asked if Song was talking about a girl band. Dong Sung said that since the head knows, then he will be brief. Dong Song instructed the head to prepare the fob. Absolute power. 10 of the largest conglomerates in Korea. Dong Sung thought that there was nothing they couldn't do. Dong Sung singled out Seo Ryan and said that he would like to meet her as soon as possible. Dong Sung decided to see what head Cha was capable of. Dong Sung then mentioned Jang and spoke unflatteringly about him. Song was sure that Chan had fallen into the tiger's clutches. Then we are transported somewhere and see that Chan is drinking in the company of his comrades. And Rin got drunk first and said that she seemed to like Chan. And Rin asked if Chan liked her. She said that she was always ready to accept it. Then, suddenly, someone walked up to the group and called out to Chan. The hero asked the girl why she was here. It was Yi Rin, who said that she was just a sophomore passing by. Then she introduced herself and said it was nice to meet you. They told her she looked great, just like an actress. Yi Rin thanked them and said that she hoped she would make friends with them. They offered her a drink with them. However, Chan was skeptical. Yi Rin sat down next to Chan and asked if he would pour her a drink. A guy from the company asked Yi Rin if she knew Chan. The girl replied that they lived in the same area. Chan said he followed her around because he liked her. The hero said that you can say that she is his school love. They asked if this meant that Jang entered Goryeo because of Yi Rin's Sunbi. Chan only said that she was very nice. Then the guy got angry and asked if Chan really liked her. Chan said it was just a mistake of his puberty. They asked him if that meant it was all in the past. Chan said that he was in love with someone else right now. And Rin said that of course Chan didn't have to go chasing after this rascal. Rin said that Yi Rin thinks men are just clowns. Then Yi Rin asked how to understand Rin. After all, she called Yi Rin Kyotsuni, which is a nickname for a cute girl. And Rin said that Yi Rin is a rose with thorns. Rin yelled at her not to take Chan away from them, because he would belong to Yu Rai. Rin said that Yi Rin was no match for her. Yi Rin was shocked. Rin said that if Yu Rai didn't want Chan, then he would belong to her. Rai then said something about what Jang and Yu Rai did one night. The guys indignantly asked if it was on that very day. Chang said that they had misunderstood everything. Jang said they were just getting drunk, so he brought Yu Rai to his place and put her to bed. Chang asked them not to look at him like that, because they weren't doing anything shameful. He told them that their glasses were already dry. Chang offered them more drinks and told them that they would drink until morning. Suddenly, someone else came up. The woman's voice caught Chan off guard. because he didn't know who else it was. The guy asked if this is the same Juliet. She said hello and said that her name was Ayu Ra and that she was from the management department. Chan said their performance was great. Chang said that they must have spent a lot of effort to prepare, but it was worth it. The hero said that they deserved this success. Ra said he didn't know what she was capable of yet. Ra said that at least she doesn't rely on girl bands. She said that Chan beat out the others because he cheated and invested a lot of money in it. Chan wondered why everyone was so worried about this contest. It's like Chan got some kind of super prize for it. Chan said that he thought about this competition for a long time and decided to do what he could. Chang said it was just an ordinary investment of the capital he had on hand. Chan said that since they were talking about the contest, they could talk about their expensive outfits and fancy props. Chan asked if they made them with their own hands. Chan asked her if she liked to lose. Chan said that he believes that the greatest vice is to criticize others without noticing your own sins. Ra said he would admit defeat, but she told him not to think it would happen again. Yirin exclaimed that Ra had come to their party to say something nasty. The girl asked about Ra's manners. Yirin asked if all the freshmen in their class were so ignorant. Ra said that Yirin shouldn't be so worried, because Ra doesn't like this kind of talk. Ra suggested that we go out for a drink together sometime. She said that she had a feeling that they would meet again and again together. Chan mentally exclaimed that they would see each other when class started. Then we are transported somewhere in the mountains. There we see Seo Rang and the other girls rolling around in the snow. Manager H. Wang said that children are always children. Zhang said that it must have been very difficult for H. Wang. H. Wang said that you need to try your best to have at least a chance of making your debut. And after the debut, you need to work day and night just to survive. H. Wang said that the idol industry is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Chan said he had booked cottages. He asked them to rest properly until tomorrow. H. Watt thanked him and said that Chan was doing something that the company couldn't do for them. All of a sudden, H. Wang asked if Jang Seo Ryan liked him. The hero said she was cute and cool. H. Wang said that he didn't think that was the right answer for a guy at that age. H. Wang asked if Li Chan was exactly 20 years old. Chang said it couldn't be more precise. H. Wang asked why Jang was so relaxed. H. Wang said that he and Chan talked, as if they were in the same unit. Jang asked if they were preparing for their second album. H. Wang said they should release it, of course, but the company doesn't want to spend money on it. H. Wang said that he didn't know what the reason was, but he assumed that the president and director were preparing something that H. Wang didn't even know about. Chang asked if Fob had made them a lot of money. H. Wang said that it might be CUSA for him, but that's not what the top thinks. H. Wang said that they select those who didn't pass in the past and put them in a group. Chang thought about something and looked at H. Wang. Chang asked if H. Wang was the owner. He would have acted differently. H. Wang said that he would have done something completely different. Chang asked how exactly. H. Wang said he takes as many bites as he can swallow. H. Wang said it would keep them afloat for a long time. H. Wang said that none of the companies that made a lot of money left the industry because they wanted to get more. It was a small question, but the answer was great. Little did H. Wang know that the director's interview had already started. Zhang then turned to the manager and asked if H. Wang hadn't heard that their company was sold today. H. Wang was shocked and asked what Zhang was talking about. H. Wang asked about why it was sold. Meanwhile, the girls continued to skate. Chang said he heard that the company has received private equity. Zhang asked if H. Wang knew who the investor was. Chang asked if the new owner of the company would take care of the staff. H. Wang said he would pray to them on his knees. H. Wang said the girls have an incredible staff. He said that if he were a director, he would definitely protect them. In 2020, K&B became a leader in the entertainment industry. But Chang had never heard the names of their directors or heads. Chang thought that maybe H. Wang had become the head of the company. H. Wang shouted to the girls that he would definitely protect them. They shouted for H. Wang and Chan to come over to ride together. Chan got a lot of karma points. Yu Rai said that she hasn't been to Hongdi in 100 years. Yu Rai asked Chan how he was feeling. Chan said it was all right, and he wasn't even tired. She said it showed. Yu Rai asked him why he was grinning. Chan said it was because he was very grateful to her. Chan said it gives him the strength to move forward. He asked her to look around. Everyone is looking at the heroes. Chan held out his hand and offered to carry her back. Suddenly, something surprised Yu Rai. He took her hand and told her that her hands were cold. Then we are transported somewhere again. We see two K&B heads saying that they are honored to meet a visiting guest. The man with glasses said that he was the director and his name was Yong Dok Kwan. Ian said it was cool in here, so he asked the guest to go inside. Dong Sung said that he would like to talk in private. Song asked if they could arrange it. Ian said he could count on them. We are transported back to the vat. He told Yu Rai that if she didn't like it, then he could let her go. Chang said that there were too many people here, so they might get lost in the crowd. She asked what Chan was talking about. Yu Rai said he was a playboy. Yu Rai said Ah Rin told her that he was flirting with some sophomore from law school. She also said that Chan ignored her when she confessed to him. And finally, Chan was flirting with a girl from the management department. Chan said that he thinks that everyone is free to choose with whom and how to communicate. Chan said that Ah Rin confessed to him when she was drunk. She told Chan to leave her and go to her place. Chan said that flowers are not to blame for the bees coming to them, while they just exist. Chan said she should know better than anyone else. Yu Rai was shocked. Chang said that she would probably be annoyed if he called her a girl of easy virtue. Chan said the same goes for guys. Chan said that they were getting closer to each other, but don't forget about their manners. Yu Rai said he sounded like a playboy. Suddenly, someone called Chan. Lawyer Cho exclaimed that there was a problem. Chan was shocked. We are moving back to the K&B building. Yong said that Dong Song didn't have to worry, since there were security guards at the entrance of the building, and there were no cameras in the building. Yang said that confidentiality is guaranteed. Dong Sung thought that these two crooks were probably planning something to get free advertising. Don told Ian as he got into the elevator that their company was pretty good. Ian said they still had a lot to grow. Ian said that he hoped that the dream would help them on this difficult path. At the same time, Ian was thinking that Don had already gotten to him. Song said that he even liked them, so he thinks he can cooperate with them. Ian swore his loyalty to the young master. At the same time, Ian was thinking that this Dong Song didn't even realize that he had entered the tiger's den. They got out of the elevator, and Dong Song exclaimed about how unexpected it was. Ian asked if Sung-woo liked it. He replied that Director Yong had good taste. Dong Sung then asked about the girl. Director Yong asked if Dong Seong-woo could see that room. Ian said she was waiting for Sun there. Dong Sung asked if she was clean. Director Yong replied that she was pure and immaculate. He said Dong Sung would see for himself. Director Yang then said that he would leave them alone. Director Yang told Dong Song to have a good time. Dong Song saw Seo Rying and thought that she was beautiful. Meanwhile, Chan was driving somewhere as fast as he could. Jang was very angry with the K&B directors, and he was very worried about Seo Ryan. Chang said that if even one hair fell from her head, Chang wouldn't leave a wet spot. Chan pulled up to the building. The guards were standing at the entrance, and one of them ordered the others to keep their eyes open, because if they made one mistake, they would be finished. Chan started walking toward them. They told him that he couldn't come here. The guards shouted at him to get out if life was precious. However, Jang was going to come see Seo Ryan. They shouted if he was deaf or wanted to die. Suddenly something happened. In an instant, the guards flew into the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chan was sure she was here. Dong Sung, meanwhile, entered Seo Ryan's room and greeted her. She asked him who he was. Dong Sung said that he is her dear Appa, who is crazy about her. Dong Sung said he was her Appa. However, she said that one not T sang Appa. Dong Sung asked her not to say that Jang was her first. Then he touched her. Dong Sung said that he knew that idols were on a completely different level from ordinary girls. She pushed him away and screamed at him to get away from her. Dong Song got angry and called her names. Then he hit her. She fell back on the bed. Dong Sung asked her about how she dared to raise a hand against him after all his kindness. Seo Rang started crying and started whispering Jang's name softly. The directors watched it through the cameras and talked about how good Dong Seong was. Director Yang said that the rumors about him didn't lie. Director Yang said that Dong Sung is just a nutcase, a male who knows how to keep his libido in check. Suddenly, he came up behind them and said that he could see that they liked to peek. The directors were shocked. They wondered who it was. Suddenly, a punch landed in Director Young's face. The man in the blue suit was shocked because his brother flew away from this blow in a knockout. The man could not understand what was going on and what kind of nonsense it was. Chang looked at the director coolly, and then he hit him too. There was a pool of blood on the floor. Both directors were lying on the floor, unconscious. Chan asked if they liked peeking or not. Then Chang shouted that they were worms. He said they were just disgusting nonentities. Chang took the two of them by the throat and lifted them up. They were shocked. Chang said that worms like them didn't deserve such a carefree life. Chang said that he would make sure that they would never get out of the hospital bed again. However, if they pay for their sins, they may still be able to go to heaven. Director Young asked Chang what he was like. The hero said he was a reaper. He squeezed their throats even harder. They began to cry out in extreme pain. Chang said that from now on, their lives would be a living hell. He released them, and they fell unconscious. Then Jang heard what Dong Sung was saying. The villain told her to come to him or else he would kill her. This made Chan lose his temper. Chan received dark karma points. He was incredibly angry. From now on, the evil gods will keep an eye on Chan. Dong Sung liked the fact that she was crying. He wanted her to cry even more. She asked him why he was doing this. Sung asked if she thought Chan was coming to save you. The dream said that she was only his right now. He asked her to stop kicking and suggested that she get down to business. She screamed that she didn't want this and screamed at him to get out. He pulled his hand towards her, and she started to scream. Song said she had a pretty sweet voice. Suddenly, someone said Dong Sung's name. Then his name was called again. Dream was shocked. Seo Ryan, meanwhile, was crying. Song jumped up and stood with his back to the door. Dream asked him who he was. Suddenly, Chang smashed through the door with his hand and grabbed Sung by the neck. He lifted Sun up with one hand, along with the door. Chang said that there are so many worms in the world that think they are human. Chang said that with enough power, they can easily take away what doesn't belong to them. Chan said that this is really how the world works. Chang said that he would like Sung to know how much this pisses him off. Chan said that this world is terribly unfair, so today, he will try to partially change it. Jang said that the dream takes away from the weak and pretends that nothing happened. Chang said that Song even taught himself that good and evil are nothing more than ink on paper. Jang said that this is Dong Sung's true nature. Dong Sung, meanwhile, forcefully asked Chan to spare him and said that he would give the hero money. Chan then asked how much Song would give him. Song exclaimed that he would give 1,000,000,000 won. Chan asked if this was the cost of Sung's worthless life. Chan asked, is this really all that Anna Group is capable of? Song then said that he would give 10 billion. Chan tossed him aside and told him to forget about the money, because Chan had something better to do. Chan was shocked, trying to catch his breath. Chan then tossed him the pills. Chan said it was time for Sun's favorite pills. Jang ordered Dong Sung to drink this dope and dance for him. Chang ordered him to drink every single pill. Dong Sung began to cry. Jang said that then he would spare Dong Sung. Dong Sung screamed that he was wrong and begged Chang to spare him. Chang said that bitter medicine is the most useful. Dong Sung stuffed a lot of pills into his mouth. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he also had tears coming out. Chang ordered Sung to chew them properly. Then we see that news about Dong Sung has started to appear in the media. He got high on drugs and ran around in the Gangnam Center. Everyone in the comments laughed at him. Then we are transported to a building where someone was screaming hysterically. Everyone in the office was shocked. The man was smashing everything in his path and asked about how many drugs Sun had consumed. The man asked the employees about who they gave the drugs to. The manager said that they gave the drugs to the K&B talent agency. The manager said that he was afraid that the drugs were transferred there. The man started shouting for them to bring him these worms now. The manager said it was too late. The manager said they were taken away by the police. The man asked if it was because of drugs. The manager said it was because of trust abuse and embezzlement. And they are also accused of driving the singers to suicide. The man was shocked. The man then turned to the head of Department E. The man ordered the head of department to find a good lawyer and do everything possible to hush up the incident. The man ordered him to comply and said that they must stop this farce at all costs. He also ordered the department head to contact Ju Hyuk and arrange a meeting for them. Chan continued to read the news about the son of the head of Ana Group. Jang said goodbye to Oh Dong-sung. They say Dong-sung ran around the city shouting at the top of his voice. Dong-sung will remain like this forever in the memory of Koreans. A traumatized Seo Ryang returned home. As soon as she lay down on her bed, how she fell asleep immediately. Jang also seized all the CCTV footage. The boss and his younger brother used their connections to stop spreading the news. But Chan thinks they will lose all power in the near future. Luck doesn't last forever. Chang thought that they might never be able to go out without diapers again. Although they are still alive, their lives were made hell by Chang. Chan remembered that he had received dark karma points. Chan wondered about how many dark karma points he had received. But that's not all. Chan thought that the world is unfair, so Chan is trying to change it. We then transfer to the main office of the Felton Hotel in Virginia. The head of the hotel asked the subordinate where all their shares had gone. The man said that 20% of their shares were bought by the private equity firm Unios. He said that at the same time, several other firms bought their shares, so they can't track them. The man asked if they had already contacted Unios. The man told them to offer them double the price. The man asked how they could have sold all the shares without informing him. The man exclaimed that he had never suffered such a rout in his life. The man told Harrison to turn on his head. The man said that they sold the shares for $3 billion, while the property totals 10. The company has changed its head. The man said to shout that he didn't work hard to watch his company go to someone else. Harrison said he thinks the threads lead to South Korea. The man told Harrison to give him the details. Harrison said that by buying their shares, unions set a condition, namely, to provide the status of a company owner for one person from Korea. Harrison said it appears that one Korean company owns 1% of Felton's stock. The man asked if Harrison meant to say that he was a private investor. Harrison said the structure of private equity firms makes it impossible to track the owner. The man instructed Harrison to find the man now. The man also instructed him to donate money to Hillary's campaign. The man said that if anything happens, they will be able to use the help of the government. Harrison said he'd start right away. The man said that they might not know who was buying up their shares, but they would never let him profit from them. The man said that he would find the hero and throw him in the middle of the desert. Then we are transferred to Office Chan. The hero ordered Robert to prepare for the start of short-term sales. Chan said he sent Robert the schedule. The target is Anna Group from Korea. Robert asked what the boss's goals were. Chan said he plans to take over the company. Chan said he hopes that Robert will make it through as soon as possible. Robert said he would start right away. He said he forgot to tell Chan. Robert said Felton contacted their firms. Chang asked if this was due to the purchase of a large share of shares. Robert said it was true. He said they wanted to buy them back at an inflated price. Chan instructed Robert to tell them that he wasn't interested. Chan instructed Robert to organize a transparent business and announce the status of shares to all companies. And he also instructed to say that they can keep them at home. Chang thought about how he hadn't even started haggling. Robert said he would pass on Chan's message to everyone. Robert said he would keep Chan posted. Chang thought about turning them all into his employees. The hero also thought that Dong Song would not dare to meet his eyes, even in the next life. The receptionist then told Zhang that manager H. Wang from K&B had come to see him. Chan asked me to show him to his office. H. Wang came by and Chang said he was glad to see him. H. Wang was shocked when he recognized Chan. H. Wang thanked him, and Zhang asked him to sit down. Zhang said that H. Wang must have been very surprised by Zhang's invitation. H. Wang said it was true. Chan said that the head and director of the K&B were arrested. H. Wang said he heard it, but he doesn't know who did it. But it looks like the person who did it has a grudge against the company. Chan said it was him. H. Wang wondered what Zhang was carrying. The hero said that he looks forward to fruitful cooperation. Zhang said that he is appointing H. Wang as the new head of MTS. H. Wang was shocked. Zhang asked manager H. Wang if he remembered what he said to Zhang. H. Wang wondered if he was really going to be the head of the company. Zhang said that H. Wang would only take as many bites as he could swallow. H. Wang thought back to the words he had said back at the resort. Zhang said that the Korean wave would provide them with a crushing success. Chan said that Hallyu will soon become a trademark. Zhang said that the whole world will know about K-pop. Zhang said he hoped H. Wang wouldn't change his mind. The hero thought that Seo Ryan would now be up to par. Zhang asked lawyer Cho about how profitable the entertainment industry is. Then he asked about Seo Ryan's friend, who lived in the same neighborhood as Chan. With the help of lawyers from Samwoo, Chan was able to settle everything without too much fuss. The hero thought that lawyer Cho looked much more cheerful now. The lawyer asked if Jang So Ryan liked her. Chan said that she was like a sister to him, so he kept an eye on her. Jang then said that it would be a good idea to buy out Samwoo's remaining stake. Jang asked Cho's lawyer to look into it, because they wouldn't sell her for nothing. Jang said that he would buy back the primary assets for 100 billion won, and the secondary assets for 90 billion won. Cho's lawyer said that his words to Jang made it sound like it was nothing. Jang said that Samwoo's law firm is worth the money. However, lawyer Cho shouted that it was too expensive and that 50 billion would be enough. Chan asked him not to worry and just act. Chan asked him to do everything quietly and also to take the position of a consultant. Cho's lawyer said that no matter how Jang views Samwa, it's a fairly large firm. Chang asked him not to worry and said that there would always be bigger fish. And now the main thing is not to go into negative territory. Jang said that lawyer Cho can keep the loyal lawyers, but the unreliable elements should be thrown out. Cho's lawyer asked if this meant that he had unlimited powers. Chan said that this is true, but said that he would like to see the list of employees first. Cho's lawyer said there was no problem with that. He asked if this assignment had the highest priority. Jang said this was indeed the case and advised Cho's lawyer to proceed with the case as soon as possible. Jang said that at this rate, they will soon be flying on jet planes. Then we are transferred to the international airport. We are transported to the VIP room. Two men are talking to each other. The man on the screen said that they were receiving a large amount of unidentified funds. Another man asked what it meant to be unidentified. The source said that they were sent from tax havens and arrived in the United States, Europe, and even Hong Kong. The man said that we are talking about tens of billions of dollars. He said they were well camouflaged, so he was only able to track them down recently. The man in the suit said he didn't think they were small players. He asked if it wasn't Child, or if it wasn't them, it was Knights. The man said they couldn't identify them. However, they are sure that this was done with the help of private capital firms. He said that they tried to track the IP, but all without success. The gray-haired guy said he understood. The man then asked the Lord if he should announce this to the council and examine the primary traces. The Lord said we should watch a little more. The Lord said it was a lot of money, so they shouldn't lose sight of it. If they hit the grass with a stick, they will scare away all the snakes. The Lord said that this is a very important time. The world was finally paying attention to them. The Lord said that the children of Child should celebrate their victory, because this is what will destroy them. The Lord said that he endured these humiliations for 100 years. He ordered the man to contact the altar guards and also track down threads. But be careful. The man said that he listens and obeys his Lord. He, in turn, said that he would stay in South Korea for a short time. Therefore, he instructed to use encrypted communication channels in case of anything. He thought that the days of black and white cats, who prided themselves on hunting mice, were over. He thought about how he didn't have much time left to hide his fangs. The action still takes place at the airport. Chan is holding a business card that says he is the CEO of MTS. Chan said it was pretty good. Chang thought about how Head H. Wang could handle it on his own. The hero knew that soon Anna Group would be theirs. Besides, Robert is the only one who knows that Chan is the real owner of the Felton Hotel chain. Chan wondered how his uncle was doing. At the same time, the hero thought that he did not want to leave his mother. During the 2008 financial crisis, many companies changed owners. The effects of this were felt for several more years. It was a game for the richest, while the rest of us could only watch from the sidelines. Suddenly, someone called out Daniel's name. It was Clara, and her parents were standing next to her. Chan exclaimed her name happily. Then we are transported somewhere and see that someone says that the time has come for the descendants of those who wore metal masks. The man said that they woke up from a long sleep. Their sword of vengeance will decapitate snakes and dragons. He called them his children and told them to get ready. He shouted for them to crush their enemies. The men in suits also shouted that they would be crushed. The man told them to use all the power of the new kingdom. He said that they would crush the descendant of the Iron Hand, even if God's punishment awaited them. Then we are transported to the hero's house. There, Chan's mom greeted the guests. Clara threw herself into her arms. Chu said that Clara had looked prettier since their last meeting. Meanwhile, the guests admired the beauty of South Korea. The woman said that her name was Emmanuel, and that it was nice to meet her. Then Clara's father said that his name was Li Jiancheng. Li apologized for the unexpected visit. He said they would try not to embarrass them. Chan's mom said she was grateful that they visited. Chu said that they would always be welcome in their home. Chan then asked where Dad was. Chu said that her father had some business to settle with the National Federation of Agricultural Cooperatives. She said that he and the twins would arrive a little later. Suddenly Li was surprised. He asked if this amazing house was really a family estate. He said he couldn't believe he had visited a place with such an ancient history. Then we are suddenly transported somewhere and see that someone is extremely dissatisfied with the VAT. The man asked if Chan was definitely studying at the Goryeo Law Department. The secretary said that Chan only entered the university this year. The man then asked how Jang is related to Sung. He said he didn't see the second naked guy running around the streets. The receptionist said there were no cameras in the building, so they were unable to identify the attacker. The secretary then said that the girl who was with Sung called Chan Appa. As far as they knew, she didn't have an older brother, so there was only one person she could call that. The receptionist said it was a guy named Jang T-sang. The man asked if the secretary was sure this was true. The secretary said he was sure. He also said that the information department confirmed these data. The man asked in shock if this meant that this freshman had attacked Sung and drugged him. The man asked what the head of the company and his brother said. He was surprised that they didn't see the attacker's face either. The secretary said it was true. They didn't see his face. The secretary said that Chang attacked and fled like the wind. The man asked if Chan was really that good. The secretary said that Jang once defeated knife-wielding hooligans from his hometown. The secretary asked if the man hadn't heard. The secretary said that 2 years ago a gang of hooligans was smashed to smithereens. The man was shocked and asked if Jang T-san really did it. The secretary said that apparently Chan has a lot of money. The man said that then they should find him. The man then ordered Chan to be captured by the second squad. The secretary asked in surprise if the man was sure. The man then said that since Chang was so good at fighting, then no one but the second squad would capture him. The secretary accepted the man's request. The man thought that if this story was true, then Chan must die. Then we are suddenly transported to the family estate and see the fun going on. Lee and Chan's father were drinking alcoholic beverages. Lee said that if Chan's father emptied his glass, he would pour it out again. The twins looked at it and wondered if the two of them really didn't know each other. The twins then asked their mother about Appa's current location. Then we see Chan and Clara going somewhere together. Clara said there were a lot of stars and an incredible view. She called Chan Daniel and said that Korea seemed to be a perfect match for her. Chan said he enjoyed staying with them in Hong Kong. She said that of course she loved Hong Kong, but any place would be heaven for her if Chan was around. Chan asked what she was talking about. Then she turned back into a hero. She asked him to promise that they would love each other wherever they worked. Chan said he couldn't understand what she was talking about. He asked her if she was tired from work. He said if so, she could just drop it. Chan said that she could work for his company. However, Clara exclaimed that she would never do it because her father had retired and asked her for help. She said that if she worked with Chan, she would be kicked out of the family. Then she turned back to Chan. She put her hands on his shoulders and suggested that they just forget about it and just enjoy each other. Some time passes after these events. Seo Ryan called Jang and offered to meet him. He asked her why she had suddenly suggested it. Ren said she was paid today. Seo Ryan said that their company had changed investors, so manager H. Wang became the new head of the company, and a lot of things have changed since then. They're getting better food now, and they're also driving around in the car like popular idols. Their coaches were transferred from fixed-term contracts to indefinite contracts, and they also got 4 insurance plans. Seo Ryan exclaimed that she was very happy. Chan was surprised to say that her company was just something. Seo Ryan said that their contract terms had changed. Seo Ryan said that they will be able to receive money starting next month. Jang said that it was a great company, so Seo Ryan should stay and work for it. Chang, meanwhile, was taking the elevator down somewhere. Seo Ryan continued to praise the company and said that there are hardly any other companies like this in Korea. Chan said he didn't know who their investor was, but he was probably very sensible. Seo Ryan said she doesn't know what these investors are, but she thinks they're almost as cool as Jang. The hero grinned and said that hardly anyone can compare with him in steepness. She laughed and said he was right. She exclaimed that she loved him the most. We see that Chan went down to the underground parking lot, but there was someone watching him. Seo Ryan, meanwhile, continued to talk to Chan. She said he hadn't been on a date in a while. The girl said that guys don't know a lot about women's intuition. Chan said he was busy preparing for the new semester. He said that she was also busy preparing for the release of her second album this summer. She was surprised that he knew about it. Chan said it was about her, so of course he knew everything. Chan said he's betting the album will be a hit. Chan said that he would always support her, so he told her not to let go of her hands. Chang suddenly felt something and immediately told her to go to bed because it was getting late. And so Chan ended the conversation. Suddenly, someone behind him called out his name. Chan turned around. There he saw a whole crowd of people in suits. Chan wondered what kind of thugs they were. Chang said that the person who called out his name was not a good speaker. The man called Chan a worm and said that he likes to joke. Chang immediately realized that the man had the physiognomy of a killer. Chan said that he was a busy man, so he asked the man to get straight to the point. Chang realized that the others looked like bandits too. Then we are transported somewhere. We see that the secretary is sitting at the phone and waiting for a call. The secretary said that for some reason, the second squad is operating longer than usual. The secretary said he had a bad feeling about this. The people in suits were shocked. Chan apologized and said that he didn't control his power well. He told them to think about their behavior in the hospital. The hero continued to throw the bandits around. He had a smile on his face, clearly enjoying it. This made the bandits even more shocked, and they wondered who he was. Chan said they said so themselves. The hero then revealed that he was Jang T-san. We are again transported to the office and see the secretary, who was called by someone. The secretary asked squad leader H. Wang about why they were taking so long. The secretary asked if it was really that hard to put down just one boy. Zhang then asked if that meant Manager Yu was waiting for squad leader H. Wang's call. Manager Yu was shocked when someone he didn't know answered him. The hero told the manager that his name was Zhang T. Sang. Chan asked him what he had done to get a group of bouncers to come after him. Zhang said that he wasn't involved in the incident with Sung. The hero said that the dream is the only one who has. Zhang said that besides, their leader should know how ignorant Song is. The hero said that he had nothing else to say, except that Chan warned him that he could make a fuss. The hero asked if they wanted to experience it for themselves. Manager Yu ordered Zhang to give the phone to squad leader H. Wang right away. However, Chan replied that the caller was temporarily unavailable. Zhang said that rather, H. Wang was lying on the floor unconscious, so Zhang decided to pick up the phone for him. Chang told Manager Yu to shut up and listen carefully. Zhang said that every one of Manager Yu's worms showed up on Zhang's cameras. The hero said that one more such trick, and he will upload all the videos to the network. Chang said that no matter how well the manager covers his back, if he has a head on his shoulders, then he should protect the whole body. The manager was shocked. He wanted to ask something. However, Chan interrupted him by asking if he really thought they were the only major leaguers. Chan said his mom was one of them too. Chang said that his mother is from the Chu family. The hero told them not to joke with him. Manager Yu was shocked that Chang's mother is from the Chu family. After all, it's Donggrown Group. Then some time passes, and the sun is just rising. Cho asked if Chief Chan was calling early in the morning because he had some business to attend to. Chang said that they were signing the contract today, and then asked if Cho had forgotten. Cho's lawyer said that the deal will officially go through at 11 o'clock. Cho asked if Chan was satisfied with something. The hero asked the lawyer not to take it into his head. Chan said he hoped everything would go smoothly. Lawyer Cho replied that everything will be done according to the highest standard. Chang asked how the election of the new head of the firm was progressing. Cho replied that half of the staff approved of Chan's nomination of Anwu Hyan, the former head of the Supreme Court. Chan said it was good. Cho asked about what Chang was getting himself into again. The hero asked Cho not to worry. Chang said that everything was fine, and he was going to discuss the details with Cho later. Chang then wished lawyer Cho good luck. Chang mentally challenged Chairman O. Chang then called Robert and asked if the preparations were complete. Robert asked if something had happened. Chan said that the Ona group tried to kidnap him. Robert said he could send a hitman. He said he had a couple of ex-KGB officers and trained assassins in mind. Robert said they could sort it out without too much fuss. Chan said no hitmen were needed. He asked how their plan was progressing. Robert said that all the funds were ready, one word from Chan, and they would start. Chan told Robert to start today. Robert said he'd make sure everything went right. Chang also ordered him to send everything at the same time so that they wouldn't be able to accept them all at once. Chan told Robert to grab them by the neck and finish them off in one blow. Robert said that no one could do it better than him. Chan said he was counting on him. Chang thought about how Chairman O's life was going to be hell today. The chairman asked if the manager was sure that she was Chairman Chu's younger sister. Manager Yu said that this is the case, and that they checked this information this morning. Manager Yu said that she is the daughter of the former chairman of Donggrown Group. Chairman O said that it means that Chairman Chu has a half-sister. The manager said that besides, that kid is stronger than they thought. The manager said that he sent squad leader H. Wang and his boys to him, but they were beaten up without a chance. The chairman shouted that they were weaklings for not being able to deal with one boy. The manager said that maybe Chang was trying to confuse them by mentioning Chairman Chu. The chairman exclaimed that Chairman Chu was a loser, but it was still better not to quarrel with him. Manager Yu said that Zhang T-san's family is quite rich. The manager said that he thinks Chan also owns a bunch of shares. The chairman asked how much money Chu had left his daughter. Suddenly, the bell rang. The receptionist said that the head of the finance department, Li Nam Kyo, said that he had an important matter to see Chairman O. The chairman told her to let him in. Then Key rushed in, shouting. The chairman asked in surprise why such a rush was needed. Key said they were in huge trouble. Chairman O asked who else was causing them problems. Key said that these are not the same problems. He said that foreign funds are randomly attacking all their branches. The chairman and manager were surprised. Key then said that they were being attacked with short-term sales. The chairman and manager were so shocked that they jumped. Then we see someone on the phone saying that Anna Group's stock continues to plummet. The person said the U.S. Internal Revenue Service is investigating a tax evasion case involving one of Anna Group's subsidiaries. This led to a drop in the value of the company's shares by more than 40%. Many believe this is a prerequisite for a possible financial crisis. Chan said that by the time they got their problems sorted out, they would have a life worse than hell waiting for them. Chan said that he hoped they would survive, as their punishment had only just begun. Chan then drove to his university. He was standing by the vending machine. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. It was Arin, who said he was a generous soul. She asked if it wasn't her, who should be marked down for buying her a drink the first time they met. Chang thought that if she confessed to him after just one drink, then Chan would definitely not survive the next one. Chan had told her that she looked adorable today. Chan thought that thanks to Nova's brother's pickup truck lessons, embarrassing the girl wasn't a big deal for Chan. Chan then offered her a drink, saying that even in warm weather, you can catch a cold. Surprised, she asked him where he'd learned to be so casual with people. She said she couldn't even believe Chan was a freshman. Chan suggested that they eat together sometime. Chan said he had to go to his lecture for now, and Rin got angry and asked if she should attend the event again. Rin thought about how freshmen shouldn't have lectures on the day of the entrance ceremony. She also knew that law school freshmen didn't have couples on Mondays. Then we are transferred to some other university. At the university, we see Yu Rai. She thinks that all she does is sigh. She suddenly thought of T-san. The girl who was sitting next to her asked about why Yu Rai was hanging her nose. The girl asked if Yu Rai was really rejected by a guy. Yu Rai asked why she thought that. Yu Rai said that she just thought that 2 more years of studying would suck the last of her juices out of her. The girl asked if Yu Rai was joking, because she was one of the best students. The girl asked what problems Yu Rai might have. The girl said that all doors are open for Yu Rai, and she advised her to just continue studying at her own pace, take a second higher education abroad, and become a professor. Then the teacher said that today was the first day of school, so they would have a roll call. The teacher said that in the future, he will not check attendance. He told them to remember that in his classes, the artist should express himself only through paintings. The teacher said that if they participate in art competitions, they will be excused from classes. He said it would allow them to earn extra points. The teacher also said that if he liked one of their paintings, they would get a prize in his subject. Then he asked if it was cool. The teacher gave Choi Di-Kong's name. The teacher told him that sculptors are famous for their tenacity, so the teacher expects Cole to do the same. Then he called out to Song Yu Rai. He asked her if she had attended his classes last year as well. He said that he was looking forward to the next works. After that, he called out to Lee Han Kal. The teacher asked if Han Kal had returned from the army, because he sounded like a soldier. Then suddenly the teacher asked what the law student had left behind. Yu Rai was surprised that a law student was here. Then he called out to Jang, and it turned out that Jang had been sitting behind Yu Rai the entire time. She turned around and was shocked when she saw him. Chan was sitting at the back of the class. He sat there and smiled. The teacher was embarrassed and asked if Chang had confused the audience. Chan said that he came here consciously. The girl who was sitting next to Yu Rai asked if Yu Rai knew this handsome guy. The teacher said he had no idea what a law student had left here. The teacher asked if Chan had applied for a liberal arts degree. Chang said it was true, because he had heard that some areas could be considered humanities. The teacher said that each of his students must give their best during drawing. Chang asked if the professor had lied. The teacher asked in surprise what Chan was talking about. The hero said that artists should express themselves through their paintings. The teacher said that this applies only to those who are serious about art. Chan said he was serious. The teacher asked Chan to stop playing pranks and said that just because Chan is a freshman, it doesn't mean that everything is allowed for him. The teacher said that Chan has a week to choose another subject. He asked Chan to take the choice more seriously this time. However, Chang exclaimed that he had already made up his mind. Chan said he was confident in his drawing skills. The teacher slammed his fist down on the table and called Chan a who underestimates art. He got really angry and asked if Chan thought they looked like clowns. Chan said that he likes art more than the law. Chan then asked what it was like to be a clown, because having only one vocation is bliss. The teacher paused, furious. Chan said he would prove it to him. Chan asked the teacher to give him a task like the others. Chan said the tool wasn't important. Pencil, watercolor, oil paints, or gouache the teacher can choose according to your taste. The teacher said that Chan would be evaluated by him. The hero smiled and said that he agreed. The teacher said that if Chan failed, he would never set foot here. And so they agreed. Yu Rai was even more shocked. Chan said he didn't want it to come to this. Then suddenly the hero is transported somewhere. Chan wondered where he ended up this time. A man was standing in front of Chan, and the hero asked who it was. It was a bearded man. The man said that he was Chan's uncle and also a great artist. Chang asked if this man was one of his ancestors. The man asked him not to cling to his words and said that Korea is a very small country, so wherever you spit, there are relatives everywhere. The man said that was why they were the eldest for Chan's aunt and uncle. The man said that when Chan needs to call the waiter in a restaurant, he calls her aunt. However, Jang replied that this is the way it works, because it is customary in Korea. Then Chang suddenly realized what the man had said about being an artist. Chan was shocked. He seemed to recognize the man. The man said it was exactly that. He said that he is the drunk artist that Chan knows Owen. Chan then started to ask Owen something. However, Owen cut him off and told him that he was playing this scene to make fun of Chan. Owen said that they should help each other. For example, Chan can donate karma points to a humble monk uncle. Owen said that, of course, to teach Chan everything he knew. Owen asked if there was anything more important than compassion and helping others. Chang asked what good it would do him. At the same time, the hero thought that he had never met Owen before, but he already has experience in communicating with the gods. Owen asked if Chan even knew how much you could earn through art. Owen exclaimed that it is much easier to do this now than before. Chan said they both know how it works. The hero said that even if he painted a masterpiece, it would only be appreciated after his death. Chang said that he already had a lot of money. Owen got angry and said that Chan should be more generous. Owen said that Chan's avarice is so great that even after becoming a saint, Chan will continue to be known as a crowhopper. Chan said that he would live a life of luxury instead. Then, suddenly, someone behind him called out to his senior. 3 men were standing there. Owen asked them what they had left behind. Owen indignantly asked if they knew how hard it was to persuade youngsters these days. My uncle told them to stay out of the way, or else he threatened to send them to hell. Chan was shocked. He had a lot of questions. The men's clothing was strange to Chan. These men said that Owen is not in shape today, because they would have coped with this much faster. Chang asked his uncle if he knew who it was. Owen said they weren't famous enough for Chan to know. The long-haired man said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself. His name was Gauguin. Chan was shocked. The man said his full name was Paul Gauguin. Chan recognized the name. One of the most famous post-impressionist artists is Paul Gauguin. Gauguin said that Chan probably also knew his friend. Then the man introduced himself and said his name was Paul Cézanne. Chan recognized that name too. The great artist also known as the father of modern art is Paul Cézanne. Chan was shocked and wondered if this was serious. But that wasn't all. Chan could see another man behind them. The man looked so familiar to Chan. The hero noticed that the man's ear was bandaged. Chan began to understand who it was. Still, Chang recognized him, the Van Gogh man. Then we are transferred back to the university. Everyone was watching how Chan draws on canvas. Chang continued to draw something. Everyone watched with bated breath. They were shocked and wondered who Chan was. One of the students asked if this is not the style of Van Gogh. The teacher was also shocked. He could not understand how this is possible, because this is Van Gogh. Some time passes after these events. We're still in that professor's office. All the students had dispersed, but the teacher was sitting in front of the picture that Chang had drawn. The teacher thought that this is a riot of colors that only Van Gogh can convey. Brush strokes, in which the artist's soul is embedded. The teacher said that this guy is much better with a brush than he is. The teacher said that Chan also used turpentine and linseed oil. The man also knew that Chan's movements were harsh and sloppy, but that was his style. The teacher knew that any famous artist of our time would immediately say that this is the work of Van Gogh. The only difference is the method of painting. The teacher realized that Chan's worldview was as good as Van Gogh's. Chan denies melancholy, despair, and insanity. Calmness replaces madness. The beauty of reality replaces dreams. Suddenly, a man ran into the classroom. Professor Shim asked Professor Cha if something had happened. Professor Cha began to think about where to start. Cha asked if Shim knew the person Cha had just met. Professor Cha said that he met an art legend. Professor Cha placed the painting on the table and asked Professor Shim to look at it. The picture was of a tiger. Cha said that he didn't have the words because this tiger looks like it's alive. Cha asked Shim to look into the tiger's eyes. Cha asked if Shim thought the tiger was about to step off the canvas and roar at Shim. Professor Shim was shocked because it was just unbelievable. Shim said it was impressive. The teacher said that if this is Shim's work, then he has a real talent. However, Cha said it wasn't his job. Shim then asked with a smile, "Is this the work of one of Professor Cha's graduates?" However, Cha replied that the student who did this is still far from graduating. Shim was shocked. Then he saw a red spot on the painting. It turned out that the painting had Chan's initials on it. Professor Shim asked in surprise if a student from another field had visited Professor Cha. Cha said he'd looked in. Shim asked if it was a lawyer. Cha replied that he did, and also asked in surprise how Shim knew this. Shim was shocked, because he was finally convinced that this brilliant work also belongs to Jiang Ti-sang. Then we are transferred to some institution. We see Yu Rai asking what this means. Chan asked if she had never seen a lawyer draw before. Ri said that wasn't what she was talking about. Chan asked what it was all about. She asked who was drinking Macaulay in broad daylight. Chan said that as soon as he saw Ri, he wanted Macaulay. She said it was the second teapot Chang had been drinking. Rai asked if Jiang was overdoing it, because she said freshmen shouldn't get drunk on the first day of school. Chang replied that they should have a drink today, because Chang never drinks without a reason. Then Ri asked in surprise what the occasion was today. Chang looked at her and smiled a little, then said that they were drinking to her beauty today. Ri was confused. We flash back to the future and see Yu Rai. Ri woke up, smelling a familiar smell, but at the same time having a headache. Then she suddenly woke up and wondered where she was right now. Yu Rai started looking around the room and recognized her. Yu Rai wondered if she had passed out again. Suddenly, an obsessive thought occurred to her, and she looked under the covers. Ri wondered how much she'd drunk. She got dressed, and as she left the room, she wondered where Chan had learned to drink like this in the first place. When she came out, she saw the paintings lying on the floor. She was shocked, because she recognized Gauguin's style. The girl wondered what that meant. She was shocked that Chan had drawn all this. Then we are transported to the future, to the music department of Core University. There we see people playing the violin. There was a man in the music department who was wondering if he should quit this job. This man is Raoul Reichert, professor of music at Core University. He said that he was 40, and he missed his small homeland. Suddenly, Raoul heard some music. We see Chan sitting at the piano. Raoul wondered if it was a Rachmaninoff composition playing. Raoul said it was impossible. He couldn't believe it was a freshman. Chan, meanwhile, continued to play the piano. Everyone was shocked, because Chan has truly incredible skills. People crowded in front of the vat. Raoul watched Chan play in surprise and wondered who he was. Then we flash back to Jang's house and see that On Yu Rai has mentally exclaimed that Jang is a consummate genius. He asked her if she liked his paintings. She said she liked it. However, Chang surprised her once again, because she didn't know that he could play the piano. Chang said she could take it if she liked something. Yu Rai couldn't believe that Jang would give up such masterpieces so easily. Chang said that he still has a few more works on easels. He asked her if she liked his performance. Yu Rai said that it was amazing, because the notes were smoothly changing each other, giving an aesthetic pleasure. She said it was the first time she'd ever heard something like this. Chan thanked her. She realized that nothing was impossible for Chan. Yu Rai admired his coolness. She asked if Chan had rehearsed before taking part in a competition. Chan said that wasn't the case. Yu Rai asked what the reason was then. Chang said that he would have an audition for the music department in the afternoon. Yu Rai couldn't believe that Jang, a law student, had decided to pursue painting and music, which required a lot of practical skills. She said she thought she was going crazy. Then we are transferred back to the music department of Core University. Everyone applauded Chan and said that it was an amazing game. Chan decided to introduce himself. He said that he was Jang T-san, a freshman from the law department. He thanked them for allowing him to attend today's class. Everyone was even more surprised when they found out that Chan was a lawyer. Chan was thinking that Brother Nova was talented. Chan wondered where Nova had learned to play the piano so well. Then we are transported somewhere again. Cho's lawyer told Chan that the view from the new office is amazing, at least much better than from the old building. Chang said it was all due to lawyer Cho. The lawyer said it was worth listening to Chang, as he felt like Cho had bought the building himself. Cho said he could use Chang's money. Cho then asked why Chang had called him today. Chan said that he had called Chan about a case they had discussed recently. They understood the exact case they were talking about. Chang said that he would have an interview today. Cho said it was good, but still asked why Chan needed it. The hero said that Cho is the director of the Samu law firm. Chang said that Cho has a lot more experience in dealing with people, so he decided that Cho simply had to attend such an important interview. They were both smiling, but they were tense. Cho was also tense, and asked if Chang was sure he didn't want to cover up with him in case of something. Chang noticed that Cho was perceptive. Chang asked if Cho was refusing to make extra money, because today, according to Chang, Director Cho had a great chance. Cho said he was just joking. Director Cho said that thanks to Chan, he was able to get his life back on track. So helping Chan is the least Cho can do. Then the secretary said on the phone that the applicant had arrived. They told the receptionist to let the applicant in. Then a man came into their office. As soon as the man entered, he immediately bowed to Director Cho and greeted him. Cho smiled and said he wasn't the head. The man asked who the head was then. Cho said that the head is the person on the man's left hand. The man was shocked when he realized that the head of the firm was Chan. The hero immediately realized that this man is a naive and honest tool. Jang held out his hand and said that he was Jang T-san, the head of the investment corporation. Chan knew this man, who in his previous life had devoted himself entirely to the company. Broad shoulders, height about 180 centimeters, big forehead, sharp eyes. Chang realized it was a predator's gaze, never missing its prey. The man then introduced himself as Han Jin-woon, the head of a T Security. Chan asked him to sit down. Chang was aware of the fact that it was said that the number of Jin's employees had been reduced from 50 to 20. They shook hands, but Chang pushed a little. Jin then wondered what kind of kid he was. Chan asked Jin to sit down again. Chang knew that Jin had already invested all of the family's savings and had even taken out loans to stay afloat. Therefore, it will be easier to recruit Jin. Lawyer Cho asked why Jin was looking at him like that. Cho said that he was just a director of the Samwoo law firm. Jin was surprised because he knew it was a big firm. Cho asked him not to think anything bad about Chan. Then Cho said that Mr. Taehan looked a lot more reliable than Cho had imagined. Han hesitantly thanked Director Cho. Then, all of a sudden, Jang said that he wanted to buy Han's company. The man was shocked. Cho and Han looked at Chan. But then it was Cho and Chang who looked at Han for an answer. Khan said his company was almost bankrupt. The man said that it will not bring them profit, even if they invest. Chang said that was why he wanted to buy it. Han asked what Chang meant by that. Chang said he wasn't looking for profit, because his main goal was safety. Han said that even if the additional costs are not taken into account, Chan will have to spend a lot of money on paying employees. Khan said that all of them are experienced fighters who have passed a special training course. Chan said he knew about it. The hero said that he trusted Mr. Han's every word, so he decided to buy his company. Jang said he was willing to take all employees under his wing, including Han. Then the head of the company was shocked. He asked why Chan needed it. Chang said that once they signed the contract, he would raise each employee's salary twice. Chan said that what's more, he will immediately pay the employee's salary arrears. Han thought Chan was joking. However, the hero continued to surprise Khan and added that he also intends to upgrade the necessary equipment for work. Han burst into tears and thanked Chan. The hero told them to hire and expand staff as well. He asked if the Khan would be able to handle 50 men by the end of this month. Khan was encouraged and said that there would be no problem with this. Then Chang said that there was one more detail left. Cho and Chang smiled. He said that he would like Han's company to move to the 5th floor of this building as soon as possible. For this, T-Sen received a lot of karma points. Then we are transported again. Chan sits at home and watches the news on the internet. There, he saw a headline saying that Anna Group was on the verge of bankruptcy. Chan wondered how this reporter came up with such a great headline. Chang said that he would have to order another article from him. Chan reviewed the comments and said that nothing lifts the mood better than Anna Group haters. He said the chairman was probably tearing out the last of his hair. Chan received dark karma points. The hero said that in a month, this company will end. Then, all of a sudden, Chan wondered if he should sign up for another class. Chan turned to the gods and asked if there was anyone who understood programming. However, nothing happened. When suddenly there was some kind of flash. Then we see that Chan has woken up in the dark. He wondered where he was. Chan was shouting and asking if anyone was here. Suddenly, a light appeared in the distance. It was a lighter that a man had taken out to light a cigarette. Chan asked him who he was. The man replied that his name was Vladimir Dmitrievich Bushkov. Chang was surprised that it was either Russian or Eastern European. Chan asked him if he was a god. However, Vladimir answered with riddles. Chan wondered why he was being so secretive. Chang wanted that if God is God, then that's how he would respond. Vladimir said he was waiting for Chan. The hero asked Vladimir in surprise that he was waiting for Chan. Vladimir said that the only person Chan could turn to was him. Chang guessed that Vladimir seemed to have some special skills. Then Vladimir said that he was disappointed. Chan got nervous and asked what was the problem. Vladimir said that he got the points much later than he expected. Vladimir said that Chan is different from the others. This shocked Chan. The hero wondered if there were still people like him. Chang said it was a little dark in here. He asked if Vladimir could turn on the light. However, Vladimir told him to be patient. After all, this is their first deal, so Vladimir can't trust Chan. The hero was suddenly surprised by the sudden uncertainty in his voice. Chang asked skeptically, "Isn't Vladimir the god?" Chan asked if he thought it would be easier if they trusted each other. Vladimir called Chan a worm. The hero got nervous. He asked who Vladimir was then. The man once again said that his name was Vladimir Dmitrievich Bushkov. Chan started shouting that he wasn't asking for a name, but who his patron was. Chan asked if Zeus was his patron saint, or if Vladimir was a freelancer. Chang asked that if none of the options were correct, then who does Vladimir serve? Vladimir said Zeus. Chan was shocked that Vladimir had called Zeus lame. Chan began to piece the picture together. Lack of light in the room, and an insult to another god. Chan asked in shock if Vladimir was an evil god. Vladimir laughed at being called an evil god. Then he asked permission to introduce himself properly. Vladimir said that he is a deity of darkness, greedy for dark karma points. Vladimir asked Chan not to be afraid and said that he was not one of those who needed human souls. Chan also wondered how he could not be afraid after this. Vladimir asked what skills Chan needed. The hero asked Vladimir just to train him in programming. Chang said that would be enough. However, Vladimir laughed and said that Chan was funny. Vladimir asked if Chan knew what their deal was. Vladimir said it was a kind of deposit of Karma Chan's dark glasses. The hero seemed nervous. Vladimir said that the first condition for summoning an evil god is to have dark karma points. Chan asked if this meant that he wouldn't be able to get new skills if he deposited them. Vladimir said that wasn't the case, and that Chan got it all wrong. Vladimir said that the only problem is the deposit, but Chan can give him light karma points. Then Chan exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face. Vladimir said that light karma points are delicious. Chang realized that even evil gods needed light karma points. Chan thanked Vladimir, but said that he refused. Vladimir was shocked. The hero wondered how long he had been looking down on the gods. Then he thanked me for the offer, but decided to decline. God Vladimir became alert and asked in an anxious voice, "What?" Chan announced himself in his mind as the new director of the currency exchange among the gods. He confidently said that he was willing to exchange dark karma points for the evil god's knowledge. The main character repeated, "So what? Will we sign a contract?" The evil god responded positively, and they can make a contract. He started shouting that he was an employee of the FSB, and all the Russian special services considered him the god of hackers, that also no secret organization in the world is able to repel his hacker attack. God claimed that he knew the codes for launching nuclear missiles and offered to stop talking nonsense and trust him. Trying to persuade Chan, he said that with his knowledge, he would be able to control the entire internet. But Chan just calmly asked, "Is that all?" This angered Vladimir, because he believes that there is no person in the world who could surpass him. The hero decided to ask, "Does the evil god know what a blockchain is?" God did not know the answer to this question. "What about Bitcoin?" Chan asked. Vladimir still did not know the answer to his questions and said, "What nonsense, stop talking to me." Before he could finish, the hero interrupted him, saying that they should turn on the light in the room. The evil god was very wary and asked Chan how he was going to do it. Chang had already realized in his head that if he pushed him a little, he would immediately swim. He had long understood how the world of the gods works, so he was no more afraid of Vladimir's attempts than fun. "I'll take that as an agreement," Chan said. Then he took out a glowing object. It turned out that he was carrying a magic ball that Yi Ra had bought to decorate the office. The room gradually began to fill with light, and the silhouette of that evil god became visible. The hero and Vladimir look at each other very surprised. Chan then shouts out that it's just a normal apartment. God Vladimir in shock said only, "Oops." Chan wondered if the evil god he saw was just an ordinary liar. He said he was just a normal kid, to which Vladimir began to deny and say that he was a god. The main character, realizing his superiority, began to approach Vladimir and say that after death, some people get the right to become god. But Vladimir is clearly not one of those, and that God's punishment will wait for him. With a snide smile, Chan continues to say that he knows firsthand what death is, so he doesn't care. The evil god is terrified and asks him not to come near him. "Don't be afraid, I won't hit you," trying to calm Vladimir down. If anyone saw them now, They would probably think that Chan was the evil god, not Vladimir. He said, "You're still a rookie, aren't you?" Chan started asking Vladimir how old he was when he died. God replies that he is 18 and died about a month ago. This surprised Chan, who exclaims 18, since you died a month ago. Then you really are a rookie. The hero asked how he managed to become an evil god. I killed him, is he someone? No, I didn't even hurt a fly, says Vladimir, plunging into his memories. Chan wondered why then. Many people have suffered because of it. The evil god began his story. While working for the FSB, he hacked into other people's accounts. And one day he found a list of and gave it to another party, which earned him a lot of dark karma points. Gee, so you really screwed up. Chan replied, lost in the story. He added, wouldn't it have been easier to go straight to hell? Vladimir says that not everyone can get there. Like what? The hero asked. God replied that he did not know, because he was told so when he died. Why did you die? Chan wondered. The evil god continues the story by saying that out of boredom, he hacked into the president's bank account and got caught doing it. The president, Putin or something? Exclaiming, Chan says. Yes, Vladimir answers positively. And then what? You robbed him? The hero asked. Vladimir said that slightly. How much? Chan says with a calm face. The evil god shrugs his shoulders and says that he only took $500 million. Chan's face changed at the same time. Just what? Chan pondered. 500 million means quite a lot of money. How much did he work to save up so much money? The hero says sheepishly. Vladimir replies that he had about 200 billion ards in offshore accounts. So he thinks that he did not steal much at all. But how could a pro like you get caught like this? It turned out that Vladimir worked with his best friend, and he turned him in, not realizing at all that he was an FSB spy. What did you do with that money? Because I don't think they decided to kill you just for stealing it. Teyeri Vladimir invested all his money in gifts, and all his money went down the drain. Gifts, Chan said. The evil god invested all his money in Canadian dollar margins, and some bad person stole them all before he could sell them. He put a $3 billion debt on me, Vladimir shouted. So you didn't hack anything? Chan asked in surprise. Really this? The hero pondered. It is excluded. Transactions take place in real time, interrupting your thoughts, thinks Chan. It must have been not so long ago, the hero said. Chan had already realized that he had spent all the money that this guy had earned with his life. I didn't have that much money, so I hacked into the president's account again, remembering the horrifying moment of his death. Starting something, Chan asks Vladimir if he is good at programming. This question interested him so much that he started shouting that his hobby was developing special algorithms and exploiting them. He also created firewalls for all major ministries in Russia. Have you eaten anything yet? Asked Chang, smiling. Vladimir did not receive any karma points at all for a month, so he had to starve. Aren't there other gods here? The hero asked. There are a lot of evil gods living in this place. But alas, they all only care about themselves, the god said in frustration. Vladimir tearfully begged Chan to give him some of his karma points. Hying, this place is terrible. Life here is hell in Java, is how God describes this place. With karma points, I could become a spirit. Continuing to beg, Vladimir says. This was starting to annoy Chan. But Chan decided to exchange his light karma points for Vladimir's dark karma points after all. Then we are transferred to some office in a big city. The company's shares are plummeting. The employee notices that their shares are falling in the morning, after which a stack of papers flies at him, calling for silence. What a horror! Are you still going to sit back in your seat? Exclaiming, says the director of the company. The atmosphere in this place is heated. The director says that he does not pay employees for this, that he needs an action plan. The ferocious director shouts, why is everything so complicated, President Choi? Don't be silent. Can't you request more financial support for Anna Group? Choi replies that they already took out more than they could, and the supervisory committee already sent them a warning because they were late on their loans. The director asks department head Lee how much money they have left. 200 billion won, Lee replies. We pay our salaries and bills. But even so, we can hardly last a month, the employee shouts out. The director becomes enraged and bangs on the table, shouting, how are we supposed to get out? One of the employees thinks that they have already reached their credit limit, so banks refuse to issue loans to them. Some unknown people leaked their credit history to the network. The public began to turn away from their company. How dare they ignore our calls? The evil director shouts. The process of bankruptcy of large corporations is no different from an individual entrepreneur. The employee continues to think. If the company cannot take out a loan, the second financial sector will switch to private lending. Even a person who is far from the economy knows that this is a very tough process. The employee thinks with a drooping face. The invisible hand of the market. There is clearly something wrong here, the employee guesses. Foreign investors often expand foreign markets. But this is clearly too much. There is clearly something wrong here. Again calling into question the fall in stocks. Someone is deliberately putting pressure on the company. The employee guesses. And what are you doing? Do not sit like idols. Organize meetings with the heads of banks. Take out all sorts of loans. The director shouts. It was said that the company barely kept afloat due to chaotic sales without coverage. The market is testing us. We must survive at all costs. The director adds. The value of liquid assets accepted by the company exceeds all limits. Wait, maybe this is his doing. Thinking about it, the employee finally guessed. After all, problems had been plaguing the company since the day they contacted that guy. With Chan. Then we are transported back to Chan and Vladimir. Chan is faced with the question of whether he wants to exchange his karma points for Vladimir's karma points. How I can influence the karma of the gods. What should I do? Dark penalty points can be exchanged for light penalty points, Chan thought. Hyungnam, please, I'll do whatever you say. Help me become a bright god, Vladimir tearfully pleads. Chan reflected that in the world, every action has consequences, and that what happened wasn't just Vladimir's fault. After losing his parents at an early age, Vladimir was raised in a harsh Russian society. Chan understands that Vladimir can't be blamed for suffering such a difficult fate. Do you want to make an exchange? Without thinking twice, Chan agrees to make the exchange. You have exchanged your light karma points. The room began to flood with bright light, blinding our heroes, teleporting Vladimir and Chan to a village house outside the city. They are both very surprised where they got to, wondering where they got to. And that's it. Is it that easy to exchange karma? Chan understood. Vladimir happily shouts that now he has become a god. Chan noticed that he was much more innocent than he thought. But Chang thought that even though he had turned into a god, he didn't have many karma points left. Even though he received karma points donated to orphans every month, he still had enough of those points for a carefree. Hyang, you're the best life, god exclaimed very happily. Chan asked what happened to the money he stole the second time. Well, it's a funny story, Vladimir replies. Tell me more, Chan asks. You got the third level. We are transported back to the big city and see Chan holding a can of drink in his hand. Thinking, what other levels? I'm not in some kind of game. Chan is transported to the crowd of people who are looking at him. And everyone is wondering who this handsome guy is and where he came from in their department. Are these financial karma points or what? Happily looking at his university, he thinks that here it is, university romance, and the weather is wonderful today. But it didn't last long. Chan had already stopped liking anything there. The smell of sweat and testosterone everywhere. Walking down the hall, Chang finally found the audience he needed, room 302. Approaching her, a girl appears from the doorway, takes Chan's drink from his hands, and says, "Oh, coffee, thank you." This surprised Chan a lot. But the girl was not at all embarrassed by this act, and she decided to drink his coffee. Chan was completely embarrassed. So I refueled with caffeine, says the lady. The hero was surprised that girls generally go to a technical specialty. Maybe it's all a dream. Are you new? Decides to start a dialogue with our kid. My name is Ong Si-yoon. What a beauty, Chan thought. Girl. She says that this coffee should be considered a tribute to her elders, and Chan would know how tired she is, so coffee is her real salvation. If you need any advice, contact me. I'm very talented, adds C. What do you mean? Chan asks. The girl says, look at their faces. They're all jealous of me. With my help, you can easily get the highest score, C exclaims. Well, surprised? She's drunk, Chang thought. She decided to meet the hero and asked what is his name. Jang Ti-san, he said. The girl boldly said that Chan has a beautiful name and he also looks beautiful, and then offered to sit next to him. The students in the back began to ask what she had forgotten in their course because she was older. Someone decided to shout out, so what did Sunbi forget in our fourth-year class? He's finished. To pass the test in this subject, you need to think with your own head, the neighbor noted. Everyone still thought she might be joking. And what does this guy do in programming? It can be that he is from a different direction. Denying it, they say that programming is difficult to take it in an additional subject. Chan hears all this and feels out of place. Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Sati, says the teacher for this semester. He explains that the goal of his course is very simple. He wants students to understand what it means to be a real programmer. With a smile, he claims that, as he said, it will all be very simple. He believes that a programmer should fully master the language that he chooses, that the value of a specialist is his experience and skills. He also notes that he will be extremely disappointed if his students become mediocre programmers. The basis of all programming is algorithms, which are increasingly encouraging students. In other words, first of all, knowledge of algorithms is important, and only then comes the code. These words greatly encouraged each student, and smiles could be seen on their faces. Algorithms are a set of rules for solving mathematical problems or performing certain tasks. As it develops, new specialties appear, such as information security, games, and so on. Chan accepts this information from the teacher in surprise. In connection with the recent announcement of the iPhone, software developers for mobile devices have become extremely popular. Rahul continues. Show me what you can do, and maybe I'll invite you to join my team, mentoring my students even more. Surprised voices can be heard from the audience. Wow, the team. I'm already in my fourth year, just 1 year out of school, C thinks. The teacher calls out to her, and she's a little confused. Rahul says, this is her last year of university, and yet you are no better than a freshman, asking her if he is right. Still confused, she replies that yes, you're absolutely right. Chan is speechlessly surprised. It looks like you're familiar with the young man next to you, so I'm putting you on the same team, the professor says. C and Chang's faces immediately change to horror. Chan timidly asks, what does he have to do with it at all? The teacher, without even listening, continues to say that their creation before the end of the semester will be the development of a mobile application. How surprised C and Chan were. Chan had already realized all the hard work that was being pinned on them, and he thought they were being joked about. Immediately recalling the great people in the electronics breakthrough like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, the girl began to wonder why it was developing the app. Chan laughingly thinks that it's not difficult at all, but C is shocked by it. Then Chan decided to intrigue the lady by telling her that he had an iPhone, which worked, and C asked in surprise, iPhone. And it looks like she didn't trust these words at all, because the iPhone. It hasn't even been released on sale in Korea yet. The hero tried to convince that this is not a lie, because the iPhone was given to him by a friend from Hong Kong. But you can't use it in Korea anyway, C said. Chan doesn't think it's a problem at all, which surprised her. Still, as a problem, she exclaimed. Why not? Chan asked her. Apple's policy is too strict. So once you develop an iPhone app, you have to send it to Apple for review and get approved, Roman 11 said. The hero still didn't understand the problem, and the girl continued to explain, the problem is that iOS is the property of Apple, and besides, in Korea, there are no tools for developing applications on iOS yet. They say that the people who developed iOS are not all at home. I'll make a note of it, Chan said. C says, that it is much easier to develop an app on Android, but it will be difficult to find a good device for testing, and that many complain about bugs and errors that occur when using this operating system. Chang noticed that the fourth-year students thought very differently. Deciding to cheer her up, he asked if she was giving up, to which she became enraged and resolutely said that if she did not pass this test, she would never find a good job, and that she still had to prove to the professor that he was wrong about her. Chang listened intently. C then asked what Chan's own plans were, which surprised him a little, and she added that if he did not pass the test, he would be in the same position. The hero replied that everything was fine, because for him, it was not a mandatory exam at all. C was very surprised, because this discipline is absolutely mandatory for all programmers, and if they do not pass, they will not find a good job. That's exactly what it is for programmers, Chan said with a malicious smile. C was shocked, because it sounded like programming wasn't his specialty at all. That's right, Chan said. What's that? Aren't you a freshman? C asked. Yes, I am a first-year student of the Group 08 Law Department, confirmed by the hero. Legal? C asked in her mind. The main character decided to dilute the situation and offered the girl to take a coffee break, saying that it perfectly helps to relax. Well, if you suggest it, the lady agreed timidly. Our heroes are on the street and have been conducting a dialogue for some time. Roman 11 asked, "What did you say, blockchain?" Exactly, Chan said, opening a can of coffee. This is a technology that uses a peer-to-peer network to prevent double payments, says the hero. Roman 11 didn't know about this and thought that he was trying to talk her out of her teeth, because in fact, its use is illegal. Peer-to-peer networks are the future of online transactions. Chan continues his story. The girl is still at a loss and asks questions, because pi 2 pi is the root of all evil, and it will be used for online transactions. Chan began to think about her competence, because it is she who is studying for its security, and he should not understand programming. There is a way to track the fraudster's data packets, Chan said firmly. This surprised the girl, and she exclaimed that such technologies do not exist yet. The hero said that one of these algorithms will be released in the fall. C was shocked and shouted, "Seriously?" The principle of proof of work, says, trying to interest the girl, keeping in mind that only one lawyer knows such an term. C wondered what proof of work was, and who Chang was anyway. After that, I decided to ask why he told her this, because such technology is not yet publicly available. You wouldn't be able to develop such a thing, even if it became your life's work, Chan joked. Are you kidding me? No, that's the truth, the hero replied. To commercialize this technology, you need to come up with a unique algorithm and be a math genius, said Chan. What do you say? Can you pull a Sunday? He said, while still making fun of her. C was silent. You say your specialty is its security? The hero asked the question. The girl confirmed that although she is not a genius, she is well versed in information security and firewalls. In other words, you're a hacker, Chan said. And then he decided to suggest to C that he had a security system in mind, and she would need to try to hack it. You're not offering me crime, are you? The girl asked fearfully. Come on, it's only natural for hackers to break into firewalls, Chan says, trying to calm her down. Hey, I don't want to risk my family's future. My parents are just ordinary people, C says, still looking scared. She also adds that she wants to get married. Sunbi, says Jang. To which the angry C shouts, what else? Chan suggested that she accept if he took full responsibility. This surprised her very much. Oh, these girls, the hero thought. I'm not a person. But Roman 11 reacted so ridiculously to my words that she initially acted calmly like a man. But in the end, she almost burst into tears like a powerless woman. At that moment, we were transported to Chan's car. He asks the girl in the seat next to him if she needs a ride. She asks me to take her home. Chan thinks she wants a drink. He also thought about the fact that he recently turned the head of an it girl, and now he's already flirting with an art student. It looks like I'm the only one out of the two of us who spends time alone, Chan says teasingly. Fortunately, I don't get any dark karma points for this yet, but if I bring a girl to bed on New Year's Eve, I will definitely earn dark karma points, the hero thinks. Sunbi, don't forget that sleep is very important for your health by still flirting with her. Then we are transported to some very strange place. The hero thinks that he should be more careful. A voice says, "So, let's start our meeting." He's telling everyone to sit down. We see a lot of hooded faces. Apparently, this is some kind of sect with a small number of participants. One of the cultists says that the last time they met was about 10 years ago. The phrase, "God bless you, my brothers," is pronounced from the circle. Then each sectarian repeats it. The head says that this year will be like 486 years since they took this castle from them. Even though they were able to drive the Muslims off the island in 1912, they will never get rid of the shame in their blood, and that they should not forget it. All the sectarians are shouting at the same time, "We will never forget this." The head adds, "Let me tell you the reason for this sudden meeting. You have the floor, Sir Luthen." Luton says that there has been a lot of unrest in the East lately, with the followers of heaven and earth, as well as the serpents, busy searching. The head asked if they were looking for an artifact, after receiving a negative response. Luton says that they are acting cautiously, so they could not find out the details, but it seems that they are looking for a certain person. One of the crowd asked, "A man?" The cultist replies that most likely they are looking for the heir of one of the legendary families. The head asked if he was talking about the successor of the Iron Mask, and he firmly said that this is the time to make your move. One of the cultists says, "Keep your temper." The crows were alarmed. The sectarian says that our main goal is to eradicate non-believers. All the sectarians at once shout, "We will remember." One of them says that not a single decade passed before they managed to unite all the seekers of the Holy Grail. "My brothers, it is our duty to protect the faithful subjects of the Almighty," the head added. He says that the children, the descendants of the lost ones, declared economic war on them, and that they must crush them. The chapter says that they should unite with the followers of earth and heaven, as they once did in the past. After that, the head proposed to conclude an economic marriage, asking his subjects what they thought about it. Everyone responds once that they agree. Then they decided to start implementing this plan. The head's eldest son must marry the daughter of the head of the earth and heaven cult society for the Holy Grail. He said this so menacingly that all the crows around him were ruffled. We're transported to Chan's office, where he looks at the charts and says that there is nothing better than charts of falling stocks. "Everything burns like the end of a festival," the hero said happily. Chan began to recall the cryptocurrency bubble that created chaos in the global economy, becoming more and more lost in thought. On the 16th, Morgan bought out the failed investment bank, the Bear Stearns. At the same time, the price of one share of the bank fell to $2. The conglomerate that once ruled the world and Wall Street is at rock bottom. After all, in this cruel world of finance, you either keep your sanity or you are left with nothing. While I have to be even more careful, many people have only seen these numbers on their screens, lost in the thoughts of Mr. Chan. He has to speculate with money that he believes others do not dare to dream of. While everyone else is playing hot potato with their stocks, people like Chan are cashing in on their stupidity. Chang thought briefly that he had $32 trillion hidden in tax havens, but it wasn't enough for him. He considered it just a drop in the ocean, a bucket of water in a huge ocean. "I don't have to use everything. There is no one I can trust completely. I need to always stay alert," confidently thought out the hero. After all, he cannot know who and when he will have to face next time, because now the stock exchange and the foreign exchange market are controlled by someone from the shadows. Someone very powerful, says Chan. A huge flow of finances that he cannot track. The thoughts of this plunge the main character into melancholy. "What a nice fragrance," Chan's secretary noticed. Chapter, "Are you not studying today?" The girl asked a question. Chan replied that he decided to attend lectures only on certain days, from Monday to Wednesday. The lady smiled and said that she was jealous because in the years of Chan, she had to spend all her time studying to find a good job. Chang himself jokingly asked if she was judging him for this. No way, the receptionist replied. She decided to ask how the hero was doing with the girls. He said it was nothing special. The lady decided to cheer him up, saying that he should not be modest because no girl wants to miss such an attractive guy. Sometimes men do not even realize that it is not they who are hitting on girls, but they allow them to take the first step. Girls are much more active than you think, the receptionist added. These words pleased our hero, and a bright smile could be seen on his face. Chan asked if she was happy with the office setup, to which he replied, "Of course, I couldn't have dreamed of more." We hear a call on the phone. The hero picks up the phone, and from it a voice. "Director, how are you?" Jang thanked head H. Wang for making his life a little more peaceful thanks to him. The voice on the phone asked if the hero has any plans for tomorrow, because it's related to the audition that H. Wang mentioned earlier, which will be held tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chan didn't hesitate to say that he was in. We are transported to someone's house, and we see a girl from the art department who has been looking at her phone for a long time, as if waiting for something. After that, her mother comes up to her with the words, "I would break your phone," realizing that the daughter is waiting for a call from the so-called cavalier. Sunbi tries to hide it and says, "What other date?" then asking if she is good at painting pictures. The mother answers with incomprehension that she is the best artist in her field. Well, isn't that an indicator? And besides, her latest paintings are so good that they could be sold to an art gallery. The daughter replied with a drooping face that these were not her paintings, because they were given to her. This shocked my mother, so she asked who gave them to her. "Unfortunately, the professor doesn't draw that well," says Sunbi. "So who drew them?" my mother asks, still trying to find out. It turned out that they were given to her by her beau. Then we are transported to the city where the car is traveling. We see 6 employees who tell the director to pass. Chan gets out of the car and heads for the elevator. After leaving it, he finds himself in a certain hall, where they ask to line up, because there they call according to the number. You can see a lot of people in the hall. "How do you like my makeup?" 2 girls ask each other. The guy tells his girlfriend that he was so nervous that he couldn't sleep at night. The main character compared this place to a goblin cave. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Kango Yoon." Chan heard this and immediately turned to look for her, noticing the girl who raised her hand and said that it was her. He wondered what Kango Yoon, who played the lead role in Goblin, was doing in this place. Seeing another guy who's like in Boy from the Future, Chan was asked, "Did you come to the audition too?" Which surprised him. Turning around, he saw a blonde guy who told him not to stand like a pillar, but to go get the number. This strained the hero a little. The guy didn't stop talking and added that Chan's speech style was older than him, and asked if he was a singer or an actor. "I don't," Chan managed to say before he was interrupted again. "You don't look much older, so you're probably an actor. I have to admit you're very handsome, because compared to you, all the other guys are just goblins," the masked guy said. The hero was amused by this attitude, after which he asked if the boy came alone. He said yes. Jang asked him if he was a singer. The blonde guy said that he wasn't just a singer, but a future idol, and then he introduced himself. His name is Woot Ray Hayek. The hero thought it was strange, so he asked if it was a pseudonym. Hayek noticed that he has a good intuition, because his real name is Ma Dong Chon. Chan tried to cheer him up by saying that it was a good name. The guy replied that yes, it's good, but not enough. He thinks that Ray Hayek sounds much better, because the idol's name should match his image. A small group of girls began to stare at them from the crowd, thinking about who our Chan is. "He's too tall to be an idol. I'm sure he's an actor. With that look, all the main roles are his," they say. Chan smiled sweetly, and it made the girls' hearts glow, and they all started looking at him and calling him handsome. "Probably a new actor. Why is he so handsome?" comes from the crowd. The hero heard this and thought that the prank of the year was coming. We're transported to a mansion somewhere. Someone comes out of the elevator and thinks that everything looks luxurious, that there isn't even a speck of dust in it. Chang stepped out of the elevator, and this was exactly how he imagined the main entertainment company's office to be. H. Wang greets the hero, asking if he is ready to start work, because there is a whole crowd gathered below. Chan asks if you have recruited staff. The secretary replies that they have hired all the candidates approved by Chan, and that the company currently employs more than 80 people who deal with organizational issues, public relations, choreography, and support of wards. Chan was pleased with the news. As I thought, you don't abuse your power, and we won't trade our stars. That's all you need to remember, the hero said firmly. The employee replied with confidence that he did not have to worry, because he would have done so. He never would have, even if Chang had ordered him to. Then he added, by the way, I was planning to subsidize your company. Chan said that it is not necessary. He will bear all the costs. Employees are only required to develop the talents of stars, because if they want to take the top of the entertainment industry, they must understand and meet the needs of consumers. Chang asked if they had already hired teachers. The secretary said that they have already hired teachers in English, Chinese, and Japanese. He is sure that people will be shocked to learn about this. Director, your train of thought is amazing. Why are you so fixated on young people? Chang pondered and said, Lao Tzu wrote, Heaven does not give wealth for the sake of luxury. I give it to help the poor. The secretary appreciated this, saying that such goals are worthy of respect, despite the young age of the hero. You have received karma points. Karma points? The hero thought. But it's just like an RPG with a level system. It seems that the hero can earn karma points by earning the trust of people around him. Someone started knocking hard on the door, asking to be let in. Zhang and H. Wang were surprised by the abrupt visit, and they said, Mrs. Yisio, you can't do this. Yisio says that she made an appointment to meet with a head, because it's urgent. Can I talk to him for at least a minute, please, she says. Chang asked what was going on here. The secretary explains that this is an aspiring actress from the Lure group, and at the moment she is not going through the best of times. He talks about how she once hit him while they were working together, and calls out her name, King Yisio. Chan was very surprised by this. Through the doors, requests for admission were still coming. I know her, but what's more, I was a fan of hers, the hero thinks. Let him come in, Chan said. H. Wang tries to talk her out of it, because Lure has forbidden her to communicate strictly with Chan. And if you sign a contract with her, you may get a barrage of criticism. Are you afraid? Calms Chan down. The secretary replied that it wasn't that he was afraid. Chan told him not to worry, because he would have several bodyguards with him, and Samu's law firm was on their side, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Let her in, the director said firmly. A lady jumps on Chan in tears and says, Head H. Wang. Chan is really shocked because she's crying on his shoulder. God, I couldn't have asked for more. Our hero thinks. Yisio, I'm here, H. Wang says, and then the girl immediately comes to her senses and jumps away from Chan, who awkwardly asked if she had cried too much. When the secretary asked who he was, he introduced Chan. Yisio apologizes to the director and explains that H. Wang is the only person she can trust right now. H. Wang himself reassures her that the director is like his own, so she cannot be shy about his presence at all. The girl is still in tears, thinking that if only everything was so simple. Chan, trying to gain trust, says that he is ready to listen and will try to help the lady if possible. Yisio decided to tell everyone that the head of her company told her to go to Bali tomorrow to take part in a photo shoot. H. Wang and Chan didn't understand what the problem was, and the problem is that she will have to go there all alone, without a manager. This shocked the guys. I tried to refuse, but the head said that he made a very good deal with one of the sponsors, so I have to do it. The girl says tearfully. Otherwise, she will be thrown out on the street, and she does not understand at all what to do in such a situation. The guys didn't like it at all, because how desperate she was that she came to cry to H. Wang. a competitor of her company. Chan had heard that the entertainment industry is a place where people's desires are as hot as fire, but he would rather call it hellfire. Jang decided, Kang Yiseo, what do you want? By offering her sever all ties with the head of Lure. The girl saw hope in those words, and Hwang was a little surprised. Yes, please save me, director. He's unbearable. Yiseo shouts happily. Chan confidently says, whatever you say, I will definitely help you. You trust me, right? He then asked if her parents were currently living in America. After all, as a big fan of Yiseo, he knew everything about her. The lady wondered how he knew about this. Does your current company provide you with housing now? The hero asks. The girl replies that yes, now she lives in the Lore hostel. Chan decides to send people to pick up her stuff from there. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. From the phone you can hear, glad to hear from you, head. The hero tells President Han to send bodyguards to MTS because their target is a girl. So you need to send 2 guys and 2 girls. The voice on the phone says, Roger that. I'll send people in immediately. Chan continues to ask her if she has any proof. They were lucky because Yiseo recorded everything on her phone. This news was very good, and Chan started dialing again. Lawyer Cho, I have a job for you. Everyone sitting next to him was a little surprised. A voice from the phone asks what kind of work. Chan explains that it is necessary to break the contract of an actress who is threatened by her boss. The voice from the phone says, Roger that, I'll look for an industry specialist. I need a confident person. Send them to MTS. Chan adds. Head Hwang, our hero. You have a good security system, don't you? Hwang answers in the affirmative, because they have as many as 8 guards. You heard, Miss Yiseo, you're safe here. Jang reassures and inspires confidence. After these words, the girl was encouraged. The hero offered to stay in their dorm, since it is located in the building of the company itself, saying that for some time she will be able to live there. This building is also the headquarters of the security company, so this is the safest place in the city, not counting the police stations. We will terminate your contract in no time. The main character said smilingly. The lady was taken aback, got up, then thanked her and said that she trusted the director. You have received karma points. We are transported back to a full hall of people. We see a girl looking around the building, wondering how huge it is, remembering the same guy from the audience, with thoughts. Is that guy an actor working for an agency? It's so beautiful. The girl still walks around the hall and thinks that she is very bored, not knowing what she can do while Yiseo talks with the head of the company. I hope she's going to be okay, she says. Suddenly someone called out to her from behind. Nice to meet you. My name is Jin Soo, the man said. The lady was a little surprised, because this is the assistant manager of the planning group. He asked if she had a moment, as the director would like to meet her. Director, what does he want from me? Kang asked, and thought it would be an old man. The manager reassured her by saying that he just wanted to tell her the results of her friend's audition. She wondered why she was here, and what was going on here at all. The man didn't wait for her to agree, but led her along. Director, I brought her, he said when he arrived. Chan greeted the lady. Good afternoon, my name is Kang. The girl managed to say it, when she suddenly saw who the director was after all. This surprised and delighted her very much, after which she wondered if this was not the same guy she was thinking about. Chan asked if she would like to become an actress. Then we are taken to the village house, where we are told that Kang Go-yoon is a real actress who played the lead role in the TV series Goblin, which will be filmed in 9 years. She signed an exclusive contract with 100 million won advance payment. We hear a voice asking, what is it, Hyang? A man was thinking that Kang Yiseo, who he's a fan of, brought her along for support. Rich men always attract women. Do you like it here? The man asked. The interlocutor says that he filled his mouth so much that his cheeks ache. But these snacks are too delicious for him. Then he asks if Hang needs his help, because he says he looks like a drunk who drank 4 bottles of something. This angered Chan, and he shouted, what did you just say? But he quickly calmed down, because this is just a friendly joke. Chan reveals that he auditioned for his company today. Vladimir happily says that this is very cool, because the more money he has, the better. What? So you don't need my karma points anymore? Chan asked. Vladimir continued his speech and said that it is better because the more money, the more karma points he can earn. Chang realized that Vladimir wasn't such a simpleton after all. Chan came to Vladimir with a question and decided to ask it. With such incredible hacking skills, you can probably bypass the protection of NASA and the special services of other countries, right? And then he thought that even a genius like Vladimir can't do absolutely everything. God clarified that this is actually classified information, because learning such skills can take a lot of time, not to mention karma points. Chan reassured him, telling him not to worry because they had plenty of time. Vladimir began the story that as a child he had only one dream. This alerted Chan, as Vladimir's face was terrifying at that moment. For the sake of fulfilling his dream, he even decided to rob the president. Yeah, and what kind of dream is that? Asked Chan, implying that he should tell him about it. Trying to gain trust, he says that he will help in any way he can, asking if he needs karma points or if he wants to increase his level. Vladimir happily shouts out that he really wants to go to the amusement park. Chan was taken aback because he had expected to hear something else there. In the city where Vladimir was born, there is a huge park with a bunch of cool rides, and he really wants to get there, asking Chan to take him there because this is his only dream. The hero remembered that he had heard about this park and reflected with sad thoughts that the only thing this little boy dreamed of was just going to an amusement park with his family. He just wanted to feel happy, like other children. Vladimir is much nicer than he once thought. We're transported to Chan's office, where he sits at the computer, and he can't wait to meet some mathematician who is well versed in algorithms, considering that Vladimir is good, but not enough. It was thanks to him that Jang got the skills from him that made him realize how many holes there are in Korea's cybersecurity. To become even stronger, I must find new experts with extensive knowledge, the hero thinks. He still can't believe that Vladimir was able to teach him the algorithms that will become the basis of hacker attacks in 2017. He firmly said that for the next decade, all the computers in the world will belong to him. We are transported to the university where Chan is studying. We hear a few people saying, "Wow, who is this? I don't think she's studying in our department. Could it be Si-yoon?" Everyone was surprised at how beautiful she was and even envied her. Until now, the phrases, "Come on, there are no such beauties as her in programming." C is a little confused because she arranged to meet him in the parking lot, and he's still not there. Then we see a crowd of rude people accosting C and saying, "Where is she dressed up like that?" From their mouths sounded rude phrases. "Didn't they teach you to greet your elders? Just look at her." They didn't want to leave her, asking why she didn't dress like this before and why she hid her face behind her hair. C herself considered them annoying, comparing them to viruses. When she ignored them and left, they started shouting at their backs that they were actually complimenting her. "Who do you think you are, you rascal?" These words stung C so much that she could barely contain herself from crying. When suddenly, a guy came up behind these bad people and took two of their heads, forcing them to apologize to her. They were all taken aback by this, asking who you are. C saw the one. "I'm Si-yoon's boyfriend," Jang said. "It's Jang T-san." And she calmed down when she saw him. Then we see him take him to his car, and she asks him if he's from a rich family. To which Chan said something like that. "So that's what he really is," C said, horrified. But then my thoughts turned to the car, because it was very beautiful. Chan asked if she wanted one, so I can give her this one. This surprised her even more, as she didn't even know how to react to such words. The hero confidently says that he promised to take care of Sunbi, or she has already forgotten. "Do you really want me to marry you?" the lady asked. Chan asked if she wanted to do it herself, to which she replied, "Why does he tease so much?" So he decided to suggest that we start at least with a first date. C was very embarrassed and said that he himself claimed to be her boyfriend and that she did not pull anyone's tongue. Is Chan going to be responsible for such words? Don't tell me you're offering me a lifetime contract, right? You've got me figured out, Chan said softly. On Siyun Sunbi, do you want to have a sweet life with me? Then we see a parked car near the amusement park. Chan calls C to come with him and adds, no matter what anyone says, he's her boyfriend today. This surprised the girl. She was confused and did not know what to do with him, even though she considered him handsome. She even thought it was all a dream. The hero decided to make a gift to the lady, but she is still in a little shock and embarrassment. The gift will be the most powerful supercomputer in the world, because he considers it the most suitable gift. C remembered that the reason she was going to train as a programmer was because she wanted to create the best supercomputer with her own hands, and wondered how he could have known about it. Then we are transported to an office building. The voice on the phone says, "Is that all you can do, President Lee?" Lee apologizes in a shaky voice. The voice on the phone says that he's had enough. How can he trust someone who can't deal with one girl from his agency? Remember that your agency isn't the only one on the market. And don't call me again, the director said. Lee tearfully asks the director to give him another chance, offering to send Arayam to him, claiming that she is incredibly popular. This suggestion interested the man, and he asked which one is from Unix, and if it is not occupied. Lee, still trying to stay afloat, reassures the director that you can't take it so lightly if the guest is the executive director, and he has to send her on a plane in the evening. The man once again confided in President Lee, saying to continue to work well. The president thanked the director for this. When the director hung up, he called Lee a worm. The director started yelling at his employee again, asking where the audacious girl had gone and if they had found her. The employee hesitantly replied that they found it, which interested the man very much. The director began to ask what was wrong with her and if she was in the police. The guy replied that it seems that this girl went to President H. Wang in MTS. The director was surprised. Is this the same H. Wang Yangti? The employee says that they were sure that she went to the agency, but after that her trail completely disappeared. Yang T, did you want to die? Very menacing, the man said. This angered the director so much that he started shouting harder than ever to get her captured in any way and bring her to him, and at the same time to take H. Wang as well. How dare he take mine? The man shouted. The guy assured me that he would take care of everything. The headmaster was very angry, insisting that H. Wang wouldn't be able to live in peace anymore. We're transported to Chan's office. We hear Robert's name being called, and then they ask us to attract more lobbyists and invest in election campaigns through the acquired businesses. Robert said that they had already invested heavily. The hero said that they should invest more money, such as $5 billion. The numbers made Robert sweat. According to Zhang's plan, 5 trillion won will be enough to sweep away the US election campaign. As before the development of social networks, the effect of advertising and campaigns to improve public opinion was good. Robert says, this is a very bold bet indeed. Distribute everything as unobtrusively as possible, and give Republicans a reasonable service as well, Chan said. Then he thought that 8 years after the election, the world will change again. In the end, the reason why us politicians are so greedy for power is still the same money. Good weather, noticed the hero looking out the window. Then someone knocked on the door. Come in, Chan shouted. ECO came into the office. She began to wonder if this was really the president's office, since the head of the team said that he was still a student. Is he from a conglomerate family? The lady counted. Chang asked if she was doing well, and if there were any inconveniences. Still wrapped in her thoughts, she thought that his skin was even better than hers. This question made her a little confused, after which she said that everything is absolutely fine for her, because it is comfortable as at home. Chan added, what kind of cosmetics does he use? And his body is in very good shape, the girl says in her thoughts. She decided to ask what the headmaster was doing after all, because Sae Ross said that he was still a student. Jang explained that he is a freshman law student at Korea University. These words surprised the lady so much that she cried out, "Korean University of Law." The hero added that he is the director of MTS and the head of an investment company. Yaseo said it was really cool and asked how old he was, to which he replied that he is now 20. This embarrassed the lady so much that she blushed. Chan just laughed off the situation with a smile, saying, "Is there a problem with that? What, he's really 20 years old? Is he an alien?" The hero asked if she had an American visa. She certainly did, because she's a citizen. "Great, I'm planning to go to America soon. Would you like to come with me?" Chan suggested. The girl started to cry, finally breaking down when Chan asked her if she missed her parents. Deciding to calm her down, he tells her not to cry, because now only good things are waiting for her. Then asks if her contract was terminated. Where would she want to go? "If the contract is terminated, I would devote my entire life to MTS," the girl said firmly. "You have to keep that promise," Chang pointed out. She asked hopefully if MTS would really take her. The hero said that he would make her a star so that she could represent Korea and beyond Asia. Suddenly the phone rang. There was an awkward pause before she picked up the phone and her aunt called. I could hear crying on the phone. This made Yi Seo very alarmed. So she started shouting into the phone what had happened to her. Suddenly, instead of auntie, a man's voice spoke up and said, "Kang Yi Seo, it's me. Have you already forgotten my voice? I'm Director Choi." He said it with a sneer. "Director Choi, where did you get your aunt's phone number?" Still sneering, he answers. Is it because she really doesn't know? Or is it because she's hiding at Director H. Wang's place? Yiseo shouts that Auntie has nothing to do with this, so why involve her? "Let her go, Aunt. Shouts through her tears. "Go back to the office while I ask nicely. I'll let your aunt go when you get back," said the voice from the phone. When suddenly Chan snatches up the phone and greets the kidnapper. "Who am I, President H. Wang?" the kidnapper asked rudely. Chan says no. "I'm the one who gets the worst out of people like you. So I'm even crazier next door, don't you think, Hying?" This is Chan speaking. We are being transferred to the MTS security office, where they are already shouting at the top of their lungs that an emergency has occurred. Everyone is panicking about what happened, but you can't disobey, because this is the boss's order, and they must act according to the plan. They were ordered to report it to everyone via an emergency communication channel, considering it a top priority mission. Everyone moved, started putting the plan into action, and they were given 1 hour to do it. The employees were a little scared. Although they don't know who did it, they believe that if this someone crossed the road to their boss, then he is dead in 5 minutes. We are moving to the office of another campaign. The man reviews whether all the documents are in place, and he says that there should not be the slightest mistake. Speaking of which, the one who gave them a helping hand in a difficult moment, and they won't forget his help. Reassuring employees, he says that they should not be afraid if something similar to fists flies around them everywhere, because in order to be close to him, they must endure it. Employees respond so that the director does not worry because they were criminal prosecutors in the past, and this does not frighten them at all. "President Chan, it's time to go," says one employee. Chan says they should hurry then. We're transported to the villain's office, where he asks if Yiseo is going to the office, to which it gets the answer that yes, it goes. "You said she left. Didn't she run away to America?" the boss asked. The kidnapper said that she was captured by her aunt, and she will not run away. She is not such a sharp character. This amused the villain, and he was praised for such work by the dastardly kidnapper. He decided to teach her a lesson, because according to him, because of her looked at him askance. Send her to Kwang Pil for a month. She'll come back and be a good girl. Anyway, it's time to warn the other kids. They don't know yet that the political power has changed. Now it's the law in our hands," the boss said, laughing. Assenting, the employee agreed that the time had changed because according to him, if it had been in the old days, he would have taught them a good lesson with a wooden rail. Then the phone rang. From it, a trembling voice can be heard President, we have big problems. What's wrong? The police are here. The villain became agitated. The voice on the phone explained that it was like an assault. These words made him more worried than ever. The voice from the phone also added that several dozen people in black surrounded the building. The president couldn't believe it, so he kept asking. And they all came with Kang Yiseo. President, there are several people on the elevator right now. The man on the other end of the line said. The villain began to shout that they were locked up there and somehow tried to stop them. Suddenly, someone started knocking on their door. Both villains were sweating profusely. The president shouts at Director Choi to contact Kwang Pil as soon as possible. After the door opened, a huge crowd of people entered the office. H1 greets President Lee, which angered him, and he started insulting everyone. H1 responded wittily to these insults and didn't try to act like that in response. And then he said, "Can't this be considered an insult or slander, right, lawyers?" I received a positive response. After all these words, he took out his dictaphone and turned on the recording of bad words from Lee and explained that all this serves as perfect proof. In desperation, Lee began to say that he would call the police and put them all in jail for raiding, asking Director Choi to call 112. They just laughed in his face and asked him if he even knew what a raider takeover was. These words stung Lee, and he began to ask who this man was and what funny things he said. "He's yelling too loud for a kidnapper," the man said, "trying to get away from everything he's done. He says what a load of nonsense this madman is talking about. I'm the director of the Samu law firm, Jo Yoon T." The man introduced himself. This caused the two villains to be so confused that their jaws dropped open. Cho then began to narrate, "That's right. It would be a shame if you forgot how our firm protected you a few years ago. But because of ethics, I don't want to divulge confidential information about the client. So don't act like a law-abiding citizen. You're unscrupulous." Cho added that although he looks a few years older, so he should understand the reason why Cho talks to him informally. Because he's a former prosecutor, and when he sees a criminal, then automatically switches to the dialect. Chang was thinking about how tough lawyer Cho was, when Yiseo suddenly comes up and asks where her aunt is. The kidnappers didn't even know what to say. Lawyer Cho, with a malicious smile, says that kidnapping is a serious crime, and for this you can get up to 5 years in prison. "Director, maybe we should contact the Central Prosecutor's Office, as you think. Since this is how it turned out, we will also call journalists trying to justify themselves. They shout this is not a kidnapping." Yiseo yells back that it's a lie, because he's the one who kidnapped her aunt and brought her to the office. All his excuses sound ridiculous, but now he doesn't understand how this is possible, because according to him, he only invited her to discuss the future. Lee is very angry about the whole situation. Yiseo is still trying to persuade me to tell her where her aunt is. Cho's lawyer asks him to contact the police, because he has already USTARTED waiting. He would not like to spend his whole day off here. Besides, he was going to meet with his classmates in the evening. Lee chose Chan as an easy target, which Chan didn't like at all, and he decided to be rude to Lee with the words, "What are you looking at? Haven't received it for a long time. Well, let's go out. I'll quickly rein you in." Lee and his co-worker didn't like it very much. Chan doesn't calm down and asks, why are they waiting for his guys to come up? "Okay, we'll call them. I called a few reporters, and it would be nice to see the president of a garbage agency in jail for kidnapping. Tell the guys to turn this place upside down." According to Chan, it should be an oil painting. In an attempt to intimidate them, he mentions Director Choi and asks if he remembers him, because he is the same crazy neighbor Hyang, and he is also the director of MTS Entertainment. And this all means that he is involved in this case. Well, contractual relationships that should be built on moral duty and trust are in a complete mess, Chan says. Lee is overwhelmed by all the devastating facts. The hero asks Choi if he thinks it's too much to kidnap her for a sponsored acting project, which is why actress Kang should change her agency. Shouts Lee. President Han was asked to find his aunt, and Yiseo was sent along with him because she could probably guess where his aunt was. Lee still doesn't understand her situation and tells her to dare leave, because if she takes her aunt, then her acting career will be over. When suddenly Chan slams the table with all his strength and says that he will finish them off. Pieces of wood and sawdust were scattered all over the office. Absolutely everyone was in shock. Yiseo, don't worry, you can go get your aunt, Chan said. Then he turned to Lee and Choi and told them to keep their heads down if they cared about their lives. The game you planned is over, you've lost. I know that you have a secret ledger that lists the names of your special clients, Chang said menacingly. The hero adds, how narrow-minded do you have to be to do this? Director Choi was ordered to carry Kang Yeso's contract right away. Cho says they have a nasty smell coming from them, so maybe they should contact the juniors first and pick them up. Looking at the villains, he says to them, hey you, I'm the director of the Samwoo law firm, hinting that he will absolutely be able to do it. This scared Lee and Choi. Then we hear happy voices talking through our tears. Auntie, are you really okay? You didn't hurt yourself. Yiseo spoke, and her aunt tried to calm her down, saying that she was a little scared. But it's fine now that Yiseo found her. Lee tells Choi to carry Yiseo's contract. You got karma points, you got dark karma points. Chan is excellent, because he was able to get double karma points. We are transported to some mansion on the ocean. The head asks, what is the reason for such a drop in the stock in the Hong Kong market? The employee says that since October last year, foreign funds have increased short-term sales. Do foreign funds trade without coverage? The head asked again. Xu Juliang explained that investment companies and private equity funds established in the United States, Europe, and tax haven countries conduct a large number of sales. The head of state reflected that the global securities market is falling all over the world, but there the decline is faster. He wants to fulfill his Chinese dream, but it cannot yet be realized because numerous militaristic and regional powers will not be destroyed. Juge claims that it's only a matter of time, even though the difficulty is quite high. The head asks whether these are children's funds or religious ones. They tell him that they are all mixed up, so it is difficult to understand. What are the countermeasures? The head asked. Yulian explained that they will have to suffer some damage, which means that to cut off the head, they need to give up one side. The head thinks out a plan. There is a competition between those who manage economic power from the shadows, and wars break out every day because of conflicts and confrontations, alliances and alliances. And the current union doesn't even trust the child, so they should hit him as soon as he turns his back. Then he tells the employee that since they can't figure it out, it must be either an order or a children's organization. If it's neither, then it's a secret assassin organization. Jude replied that they would search as best they could. There is no need to frighten the snake by shaking the grass. It will show itself when the time comes anyway. By the way, when will the order's heir arrive? Said the head. The employee said that he should arrive next week in Hong Kong. The head asked to inform Clara about this. Miss Clara will be satisfied. The son from the order is not only good in appearance, but also quite capable. Even if she doesn't like it, it doesn't matter, said Jush. It is said that you can defeat other enemies, if only you are bound by blood ties with the order. Clara also knows about this. The man in blue thought that Clara wouldn't hate her father. That was his fate. Thinking specifically about yourself. Or transported back to Chan's office, where he stands at the window and can't get through to Clara, thinking that something has happened to her. Then it is narrated that the year 2000 was a time of dramatic changes that affected the entire next decade. If fate is in store for the heavens, then we will meet again, the hero said. His thoughts are filled with love, and he tries to get rid of them, realizing that now he needs to focus not on love, but on the global economy. Chan said that the butterfly effect still hasn't shown up. It is narrated that in October of last year, the Chinese stock exchange reached 6,000 units, but this year by November of the 2008 year, sharply to 1,700. This is how the free party will begin. After all, even without money, you can get shares by using short sales. Chan wanted to take everything for himself, since power only works when there is money. Having thought that foreign capital should flow according to expectations, so it needs to continue to hide the exchange rate. Everyone has a share in the investment, don't blame me. It's your choice, Chan said menacingly. The hero makes fun of Oh Seung Hayek in his mind, because he knows that right now Hayek can sleep well and eat well. But in just a few months, he will have to wander around at the bottom of the abyss. The main character remembers that next month Robert will call a general meeting of shareholders, so everything should be over by June. Once again, he thought ominously about how he had promised Dong Sung that in a year's time, he would see what hell was like. Then he calmly decided to prepare for uni, because in comparison with the dreary law department, the Department of Arts suits him better. But then he remembered that he had promised to go on a date with Yuri tomorrow and go with Si-yoon on Wednesday, thinking that everyone who sees him will mistakenly think that he goes there to seduce girls. And he doesn't care one bit, and he just says, well, it doesn't matter. After all, going on dates with a beautiful girl for a 20-year-old guy is just a blessing. Then he came up with the idea of summoning Mozart. Maybe he needed some glasses. You cannot summon a god who has already been reborn. This surprised Chan very much, because before even 200 years had passed since Mozart became a god, and he had already been reborn, what had happened? Deciding to remember who else besides Mozart is still there, he found himself in an unknown place. Then he turned around and saw a horse flying at him, and he got into a stupor, because for the first time he sees a horse with wings and a horn in the middle. Often visiting the world of the gods, he sees the unicorn for the first time. When he asked the horse, it was he who called him, to which the horse began to wave its head as if it wasn't him. Then, behind his back, someone called out to him, saying that he had summoned him to this world. Chan was completely confused and even started to stutter a little, because this was the greatest composer of all time. It was Beethoven. Smiling, he tells Chan that the memory of him is still there, because he recognized him immediately. The hero thought that the same great composer Beethoven, he is called the standard of music, and this person is now standing and laughing in front of him. Chan decided to ask if his ears were getting better. Ears? I'm completely cured. All human diseases disappeared as soon as I became a god. Besides, it wasn't a disease that could be cured by humans. To put it simply, it was God's disease. Beethoven said. Chang repeated. Ludwig van Beethoven said that perhaps the hero does not know, but most artists are gods, and they communicate with each other. They hate that they were born human, but the gods are busy studying music, art, literature, and other things of the human world. Beethoven is among them. Chan is very surprised by such stories. After all, Ludwig even left masterpieces without hearing, since he got this ability by communicating with the gods. His mentor Mozart too, and in general, most other famous musicians were the same. All their creativity is a product of cooperation between God and man. Boy, you don't have to worry, you met me. Chang called for Beethoven instead of Mozart. The situation didn't seem very pleasant at first, so he decided to ask where Mozart had gone. This question baffled Beethoven. He's your teacher, right? I'd like to see him once. I hear he's become a god. Looks like he's here. Won't he come now? After saying that, Chan started calling out to Mozart. Beethoven, not knowing how to come up with an excuse, began to say that Mozart was away on business, that he was asked to hold a concert upstairs. Chan insisted and said that he could wait, since he likes Beethoven, but is more of a Mozart fan. Well, let's wait. I do not know when he will come, said Ludwig. He then offered to help, saying that if there was a talent to teach, he could always ask for it, which Chan decided to decline. Ludwig van Beethoven asks if Chan didn't say that he liked him, because when he first saw him, he looked like his younger brother. Chan decided to find out if he really looked like him, and if they were paying rent for these tents. When he went inside, he saw a lot of different artists. I thought about how they were in complete chaos. but the music was surprisingly good. Boy, what do you think? Are you excited? Although the instrument is worn out, this is my 99th symphony. Beethoven narrated. Isn't it like the Ninth Symphony? Chan wondered. Beethoven said that as soon as he became a god, his head began to think much better. The hallucinations that tormented him disappeared and gradually came out. Chang was surprised, despite the fact that the instrument is already quite dilapidated. And the environment, the masterpiece remains a masterpiece. Because if humanity hears this 99th symphony, it will be a sensation. Then suddenly the music stopped. The hero decided to ask what happened. Why did everyone stop playing? Maybe it ended. Beethoven replied that it was rather sad. But yes, it was over. Chan recalled that Ludwig had once said that the last movement should have vocals that were similar to the chorus to enhance the impression. That's right, Beethoven replied. Because there is no god who sings songs. After all, among all the gods that are there are no vocalists at all. They do not come there after becoming gods. Chan asked why. Why they don't listen to these masterpieces? Because they are worthy of praise. There are a lot of singing birds, spiritual beings, so they pushed back the singers. They look divine and sing beautifully, said Beethoven. Then, with sad faces, we see the rest of the artists, where it is said that now almost no one listens to the classics. Fashion has long changed, and it has become difficult to earn a living. Chan suggested that Beethoven go down into the world of people and let them listen to this masterpiece, thinking that this should change the fashion. I already tried it, but it didn't work out, Beethoven said sadly. Suddenly a man came out of the crowd and said that they had cut off their own leg. Chan asked him who he was. The man introduced himself, and it was Chopin. Chopin was called the god of the piano. Suddenly, another man came out and said that even if he came to people and gave them inspiration for a new song, it soon disappeared again. It was Wagner. Richard Wagner is a great composer and ideologue, overflowing with talent, running into debt, and causing countless scandals. Rachmaninoff stepped out of the crowd of artists to ask for help, even though he had a falsely terrible reputation, but Chan himself played his works. And then he suddenly stands in front of him. Soon all the performers joined in and began to introduce themselves, including Puccini, Verdi, Schumann, Brahms, and Tchaikovsky. Chan said that they were all famous people once. They all say that in fact, they have already lost all their karma points. So if you don't pay the rent for a few days, you will immediately go down to earth. That's why they asked Chan to help them. Suddenly, people who played the symphony with anger and resentment say that if it wasn't for the person who took the remaining points, he said to trust him and take the points, he is terrible. They are sure that that person wouldn't even be able to shed tears, calling him a traitor. Chan suggested that it was possible that this person could be Mozart. Beethoven replied that yes, he was the thief. Then Chan asked how he could help them, because his points are not unlimited to help everyone. Suddenly everyone was shouting for him to buy his talent. Some offered to buy cheap. Some offered their own symphonies. Others gave a 99% discount. Then the hero came up with a plan and invited them to work, while calling Ginny Nuna. When suddenly a beautiful girl flies out of nowhere and asks what he needs from her. Little brother, is something wrong? Nuna asked. To which Chan replied that he was just bored. She called him a liar. All the composers blushed and stared at her forms. Beethoven asks Chan who the noble goddess is. The others started asking her if she was a sly fox in her previous life, telling her how beautiful she was. Everyone thought it was perfect. Chan decided to approach her and speak harshly of everyone around her, calling them all worthless, to which the girl agreed and added that she knows this because looking at them, it is immediately clear that they will be kicked out of the divine kingdom today or tomorrow. When suddenly Chan tells them to come to their senses and stop staring at the lady. Aren't you afraid that she will be the one to banish you from the divine realm? How many people have accumulated points while living in the human world? You are all connected to art, sensitive, and have a complex character. So none of you were able to earn points. After all, if you return to Earth now, you will simply turn into a dog or become an ordinary pig. You know that, right? Do not think that you will not be affected by this. Tomorrow your friend may become like this. Our hero made a very motivating speech. Nuna asked him why he had called her, because she was very busy with the renovation of the club recently. So she took the glasses Chan gave her and expanded it. It's supposed to open tomorrow, which is why she's so busy. The hero asked if she needed people to work part-time. Pointing to all the composers, he asked if she would take them on as part-time employees. These words gave inspiration to absolutely everyone, and they began to shout that they want to work for her and are ready to do whatever they say. Nuna said that then you should start right now. Suddenly, everyone was transported to the newly built club, where everyone is surprised at how cool it is made. Chang noticed that this place looked very luxurious and even rich, to which the girl said of course, because she had paid the dwarven gods. These words surprised Chan very much, since dwarven gods are not even human gods. Then he said that there was quite a lot of competition here, since she was using the services of the dwarven gods. Nuna agreed that it was difficult to earn a living here. Suddenly, Chan shouts, drawing the attention of all the musicians. Dear musical geniuses, as you were called in the world of people, now we will introduce you to your new part-time job. They ask to explain in detail so that they can understand everything. He tells them that they first need to give away their useless talents from the past life on the cheap. Even if they have old-fashioned things, no one will take them in this world. Then he says, watch carefully, I will dance with my little sister. Everyone is surprised, including Nuna herself. Then he takes her by the waist and tells her that they need to compose a song according to their own feelings. All the composers were embarrassed. A melody starts playing, and Chan asks if Nuna is ready, to which she replies that she's been waiting for it. Someone shouted, here we go. Suddenly, we are transported to Chan University, where someone is standing with a phone and waiting for a call, thinking what happened, because they agreed to have lunch together. It was Sunbi, wondering why he didn't even show up for class today. Did he take it off the schedule when lunchtime was already over? Suddenly, everyone around them heard a violin. It was chilly outside, and all the people were gathered to listen to someone playing the violin. Everyone was delighted, saying that it is really possible to play like this. From such a game, they have goosebumps all over their bodies. They had never heard such a tune before. It was so charming. At that time, it seemed to Sunbi that the sound was too far-reaching for a normal violin. Suddenly, she saw who it was who played the violin so well. It was Jang Tisang. This talent surprised everyone around her, even the girl herself, so much that she was delighted with it. After the game ended, everyone shouted, bravo, bravo, encore, play it again. Chan saw the girl and asked if she was hungry, and she started swearing sweetly at him for skipping a lecture and putting some violin performance in front of her. Chang himself was also surprised, as he had learned this through the end of his contract with the gods. Sunbi was still in shock, asking how he could learn all this, remembering how beautifully he played the piano, wondering if he was even human. Chan simply replied that he was a different person, discounting the fact that there are many such people in the world. Come on, you know how hard it is to learn even basic drawing skills. Your piano skills are good enough to take part in competitions, but there's also the violin. Do you have any other talents? I started pestering him with Sunbi questions. Speak up, is there more? Throwing questions around. Chan replied that today, it was as a training session. Training? What is it? The girl asked. Sunbi asked the question. Why would he do that? Is he going to save up some money and build a building? The hero replied that he was thinking of donating the money. After walking for a while, the girl noticed that Chan was a little lost in thought and often thought about something, so she decided to ask what he was thinking. Chan decided to turn the question into a compliment, saying that he was currently thinking that everything was fine because he was currently spending time with her. This confused the lady, and she also laughed it off, saying that he spoke like an older brother or uncle. Then, in my mind, I really thought that he was like an older brother, and at the same time like an uncle. Then someone called out to them, calling for Chan, and asking where he went today. It turns out that they were classmates from the law school, and behind them, he saw Yeren Sunbi. Someone asked Chan about where he went earlier today. Yuri and Chan were surprised. A group of his classmates came up to Chan and asked him what he was doing here and if he was going to get something to eat. Yunkook greeted Yuri Sunbi, but Yeren was standing silently behind them. She asked him why he didn't come to the law class. Aaron looked at the floor and said that they rarely see each other. Chan asked if she needed to know. Yeren was shocked. Chunchik said that if you look at it like this, you can hardly see Chan at the lectures. The guy who was standing next to him asked if Chan had chosen any specialized items. Chan said that he had already mentioned that he did not choose any specialized subjects this semester. Meanwhile, the jurists were looking at Li Yirin, the queen of the law school, the most beautiful girl in the university, and part-time ex-girlfriend of the womanizer Donson. This became an indelible stain on Li Yirin for the rest of her life. Chung asked Chang if he would come to the meeting tomorrow. Yuri, meanwhile, was wondering if Yeren was going to whitewash his reputation by using Tisan. The hero said that of course he would come and ask Chunchik to send him the address by SMS. Yeren was angry with Yuri. Yeren thought about how she didn't like Yuri from the beginning. Then she switched to Chan. She thought that he would definitely kneel before her, because now she would no longer feel sorry for him. Then we're transported somewhere. Chan is sitting in the classroom while the other students discuss him. They said that they had heard that he was studying at the Faculty of Law. They knew that Chan could also play the piano and violin. They talked about how Chan was so cool to death, but also very handsome. Suddenly, someone approached the vat. The two girls asked if he was really from the law school. Chan wondered why they were asking if they knew. However, Chang replied that he was studying at the Faculty of Law and said that he entered in the 28th year. They were surprised and said that he was their Hubie. The students crowded around Chan, saying that among all the law students, Chan was the most famous. They asked if the song Chan played this morning was published. The students said that he seemed to have a wonderful teacher. Chan replied that the song hadn't been published yet. They asked who composed the song then, and the students thought it was Chan's teacher who composed it. They assumed that Chan was studying at a music school or that his parents were musicians. However, Chan said that it is entirely his own work, and he wrote it himself. The students were surprised, and some didn't even believe it. Chan said that if they were so interested, he could prove it. Someone said they wanted to listen, and someone asked if Chan could still play the piano. Chan said that he would play a song quickly then. He sat down at the piano. He was asked about the name of the song. T-San told them to just listen first, and so Chan started playing the piano. Music filled the room. Then we are transported to the vicinity of the university. Students who passed nearby and heard this game said that there is a cool atmosphere. One of the students exclaimed that they should see it. Those who listened to it had a strange feeling, as if they had fallen from heaven to hell, which makes you feel shocked, because you fell asleep and woke up in an unfamiliar place. Chang continued to play the piano. The audience was crying. They wondered where they should go, how they ended up here, what they need to do next. They became travelers who lost everything in an instant. Then came a thick darkness. The audience cried and said that it was very sad. The teacher immediately heard Chopin, and the perfect Chopin. In his opinion, these are notes that only Chopin could have squeezed into a sheet of music. It was very touching. Chan finished playing the piano. The students tearfully said that they wanted to hear more. Then they themselves gave the name to this piece. They called it Heavenly Sorrow. Chang was thinking that the original title was just Composition No. 7. Then a teacher approached the students and asked who the student was. The teacher asked if the student was from their department. The students told the teacher that Chan was in a different department. Then the teacher asked in surprise who he was then. The students said it was kind of like a freshman. Then the teacher was even more shocked and asked if he was from the Faculty of Law. Chan then turned to the teacher himself and apologized for using the piano without asking. The teacher saw Chopin in the vat. The hero thought that Chopin had helped him a lot. It wasn't Chan playing the piano. There was definitely something different. It was as if Chopin had taken possession of a vat. The hero received a notification that the paid karma points are divided between God and Banton. Then we are transported somewhere and see that Chan goes and thinks that this is not a new type of voice phishing. Chan submits new shares and God consumes them. Chang turned to Chopin and told him not to master him like that next time. Suddenly, Chan received a notification on his phone. The hero said that it looks like it will rain, so the place from the street was moved to the 103rd lecture hall. Chang said that it means that there is still a little money that they handed over, which means that there will be enough money for a beer. Chang walked along and was glad that it was a good day. Passers-by thought that Chan was very handsome and also played the violin in the morning. Then we are transported back somewhere and see that someone is yelling at someone. We see a man apologizing for not being able to do something. Another man in a blue shirt shouts at him and tells him that the man in the yellow t-shirt is no good at all. He asked him if he even knew how well Dongxiang was doing. Then the man pointed to another man in a suit and said that he was no better either. He asked if he, as the chairman of the university council, should have taken care of that too. The man said that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find another place. He said it was because a lot of people were coming. However, the boss interrupted them and started shouting that they should make the impossible possible. Moreover, their law school didn't have such a disaster before. Then someone behind me shouted that this was too much. The boss was a little confused that some worm would dare to say such a thing. He turned around and saw someone. When he saw the one behind him, he was shocked. Chan decided to introduce himself. Chan said he was a law student, a person who administers justice. They all recognized Jiang Tisang immediately. The man asked about what Chang had just said. The hero said that the boss is already going too far. The boss got angry and asked how Chan, a freshman, could contradict his words. He asked if Chang was out of his mind. Chang thought that it wasn't him who was out of his mind, but the boss. The boss once again called Chan bad names. Chang said that even if the man is a teacher, he doesn't have the right to call the student that. Chang demanded that the teacher take it back and apologize. Jiang said that Jiang is also one of the students who will be responsible for implementing the law of justice in the Republic of Korea in the future. Chan said that by insulting him, the teacher insults all the students. Of course, the teacher didn't like it. He was very angry. But Chan was completely calm. Chang then asked if the teacher had said at the entrance ceremony that the students were already adults. Chan asked the teacher to match his words and treat them like adults. Chan said he didn't go to law school to hear that. Then the chairman of the council said that the teacher should not use maths in relation to them. The teacher asked if the chairman had completely lost his mind and if he had seen Chan go against him. The chairman of the council said that he did not notice it at all. Chang once again told the teacher to just apologize. However, the teacher asked if he should apologize for not being able to find a suitable place. So the teacher refused to apologize. Chang asked if the teacher would apologize if another place was prepared. The teacher smiled and wondered if the upstart had said that he would find a new place. The teacher agreed and said that if Chan could find a place that would suit the rest of the teachers within an hour, he would publicly apologize. The teacher told the freshmen that they would be holding an event at the Fulton Hotel today. The chairman of the council was shocked when he heard this. Chan immediately took out his phone, then said that he would make an appointment right away. The teacher was thinking that Chan wouldn't be able to do anything at all, since this was the Fulton Hotel. The teacher didn't believe that Chan would do anything, so it only amused him. Chang then called CHSU, the banquet manager at the Fulton Hotel. Chan asked if he could ask them to do him a favor. CHSU agreed and asked how he could help. Chan said that they urgently needed a place for an event, and he asked if they could use the banquet hall at the Fulton Hotel. The CSU manager asked if it was necessary today. Chang said that about 100 people would arrive in an hour. Everyone was shocked. The teacher said it was impossible. The CHSU manager asked the hero not to worry and said that everything would be ready. Chan also asked them to have Chef Albert Leo prepare their meals. The hero also asked them to send them 3 buses to Korea University. CHSU said that he would deal with it immediately and said that they would see each other in an hour. The teachers were even more shocked when the chef prepared the food and 3 buses arrived. The teacher said that this is impossible and it can't be. Chang asked if he should call the CEO this time. Chang once again told the teacher to apologize. The teacher began to the hero and shout that it was a bluff. Chan was a little upset by this. Chan said this was the last time he would give a warning. The hero lost his temper and demanded that the teacher apologize if he wanted to live. The hero once again demanded to apologize before he just got rid of the teacher. The teacher got scared and apologized. The teacher admitted that it was his mistake, and he promised to watch his language from now on. All the students were shocked that the teacher was just running away, which amused them greatly. As the teacher ran away, he thought about the monster's appearance just now. The chairman of the council thanked Chan. The hero said that you need to help your own people. The council chairman and the man next to him burst into tears. The students once again talked about how cool the vat was. Thanks to what Chan did, he earned karma points. We then transfer to the Fulton Hotel. The students were surprised that the law school also came here. The law students had just gotten off the buses and were heading to the banquet hall. The man said that they didn't understand what it was, but they chased him all the way to the food cart. Then a girl said that if a chef cooked, one person would get about 100,000 won. The red-haired girl thought about what she should have checked out for herself. Everyone was talking about Chan and how cool he was, and they couldn't believe it. In just an hour, Chang had rented a banquet hall in the hotel. I also took care of the food. There was a rumor among the students that the family on Chan's mother's side was a conglomerate. The students talked about how this Jang T-san would be able to do anything, no matter what. The girl was shocked that it was Chan again. She thought that Chan had really caught her. Then we flash back to the office and see Jang asking Cho's lawyer how the financial supervisory service investigation went. Cho said that everything was disabled and blocked. The lawyer said that this is a legal situation, so he's going to give it his all. So for now, Chan doesn't need to talk about it, because they're very smart. Chang asked if Cho happened to know someone who could run a business. Cho asked him why Chan was doing this. Cho's lawyer asked if Chang had decided to go into business seriously. Chan responded positively and said that he was thinking of doing it soon. Cho's lawyer asked a few more questions, including what exactly to supervise, whether it was a small business, and whether Cho knew the place. Chan said it was possible. Cho's lawyer said that he would then be able to get some alcohol from his friends. Cho's lawyer said that if Jang has the capital, it won't be difficult to take on a difficult business. Chan said it would be a group. Lawyer Cho agreed, but then a realization hit him, and he was shocked. Lawyer Cho asked if it was Tongren. Jang said that it was, and then asked if Dongren was too small to be called a group. Cho wanted to ask something else. However, Chang interrupted him and said that it was exactly like that. Lawyer Cho suddenly started shouting that this shouldn't be done. Chan said he was thinking of taking over the management of On's group. However, Lawyer Cho nervously said that it was better not to touch them. Cho was excited. He asked about how much money the On group had invested in the birth of this regime. Cho exclaimed that Chang knew this very well. Cho's lawyer said it was obvious that the group's chairman On would just kill Jang. Cho said that this time, Jang really might die. However, Chang chuckled and asked Lawyer Cho not to worry. Lawyer Cho said that Chairman O is really serious. Cho exclaimed that it would be better to go with Tongren's group. Cho said that he would help and offered Tongren, saying that he could also give his mother a present. Jang asked if these appetizers could be the main course. Lawyer Cho then asked if Tongren was the appetizer and Anna was the main course. Chan said it was possible. Then the coffee was brought to Chan. He thanked team leader Yu for the coffee today. She said it was part of her job description. Suddenly, someone called Chan. It was his mom, and she asked if he was busy. Chan said he wasn't busy and asked about what had happened. She said she wanted to ask him how he was doing at the university. Chan said that if she was interested, she could come see him for the weekend. She asked if Chan could come by himself this time. This surprised Chan, and he asked if something had happened at home. His mother said that everything was fine at home, but Chan had a problem. Chan asked if she was saying that he had a problem. His mother told him that he had received a summons for a medical examination. Chan was shocked because he received a summons to join the army. Chang thought about how he definitely wanted to forget about it. Even after his return, the memories of the army are terrifying. In his opinion, this place is like purgatory, where worms of all kinds are collected. You asked him if it was about military service. Chan felt uneasy because he had completely forgotten that she was there. Chang said that a summons had arrived for a medical examination. She said that she thinks Chan will get the first level. Chan was confused and couldn't understand why she had such a reaction. She said she thought the Marines or Special Forces would be great for Chan. The hero wanted to ask something. However, you interrupted him and asked if he wanted to know about how she found out his age. She laughed and said that Chan didn't seem to know much about women yet. He said that if there is interest, then women can find information as well as men. You said that she once said that it's not a man who lures a woman, but a woman who first grabs a man by the tail. She said it was suspicious that Chan only asked to find plane tickets and book a hotel and paid for it all on his own. Not to mention Chan's addiction to snacks and fast food. She said that it was also quite strange when Chan only went to work during the holidays or weekends. You said that as far as she knows, Jang is studying law at Korea University. Chang thought that she still couldn't verify this information. You said that's why she had to take a deeper drop. You said that she knew roughly where Chan lived, so she tried looking for Chan's old school. She said Jang attended Changju High School and then went to Korea University. Chan was shocked. You asked if he thought she would neglect Chan just because of her age. You asked if he knew how calculating women can be. She said that there is no such company in Korea anymore. Even if the CEO was a high school student, you would still stay in this company. She asked about the importance of age. Chan was embarrassed and said that he knew she would understand. You said that she would take all the secrets with her to the grave. Her words confused Chan a little. You said that even if Chan joined the army, she wouldn't betray him. You promised that she would write him letters and visit him every month. She asked to be treated badly just because she is so old. Chan wondered why she made it sound like she wanted him to join the army. Chan said she didn't have to come to him. She asked Chan if she had done something wrong. You shyly asked if he didn't like her. Chang said it wasn't that, but that he wasn't going to join the army. Then we flash somewhere and see Hying being told by someone that Jang seems to be going to his hometown. Someone said that Chan left his house early in the morning and is now driving down the highway. Yi Hyun asked about the bodyguards. The source said that Chan was traveling alone. Hyun told them to follow Chan. Hyun finished the conversation and said that although Chan was young, he was good at business, so you wouldn't immediately say that Chan was just a student. Hyung said that Jang's luck was now at an end, just as soon as Chan arrives in his hometown. Then we flash back and see Chan driving to his hometown. The hero goes to Changju. He began to have long-standing memories of beating up 30 people. Chan finally arrived and got out of the car. He inhaled and exclaimed that it was the smell of his hometown. Chang said he could meet up with friends, but the main goal was to deal with the military service. Suddenly, something blinded Chan. The hero thought that if the gods didn't call him now, he wouldn't need to anymore. Chang exclaimed and wondered what kind of god it was. An old man came out to Chang and asked if Chang had come to check on him. However, the hero thought that it was just the opposite. The man asked if Chan was doing well. The hero asked if something was wrong, because the old man has a bit of a sad aura. The old man asked if Chang noticed it too. Chang said that it seemed the old man had done something big. The old man laughed and said that Chan had a good feeling. Chang said that the old man's manner of speech had changed, and then asked again what had happened. The old man asked if Chan had ever heard of the Lake of the Gods. Chan realized that this was the same legendary lake that Nova Hungnam had saved the elf queen from. They also say that Jean gave the work to the dwarves who crossed it. The old man said that he once rested at the Lake of the Gods and managed to get there thanks to the glasses that Chan once gave. Chang said it was probably the Lake of the Gods, a very popular holiday destination. The old man said it was his first time there too. Since the trip there cost a lot of points, the old man couldn't go on his own. However, according to him, everything was just fine. The old man said that this was a different level. Chang excitedly asked about what the old man's words about the other party meant. However, the old man said that the water was so shiny and soft. Chang understood what the old man meant. Chang asked the old man why he was suddenly talking about how great the lake water was. The old man exclaimed that he had studied there. Chan was shocked. He asked about how it happened. The old man asked if he had told Li Chan. The hero did not understand what was being said. The old man said something about ancient runes. He laughed and said that he had learned them well. Chang was shocked that the old man had learned the magical language found in fantasy works. The old man said that in return, he also taught them a bit of the language. Chang asked if the deity even needed to know languages. The old man said that it was necessary for them to become higher-ranking gods. The lower classes need to learn in order to take a high position. The old man said that a lot of gods have been coming from other dimensions lately because of part-time jobs. The old man said that Chan had also heard of them, and then gave the example of dwarves, elves, and magicians. Chan was shocked and said that of course he had heard enough. The old man said that's why he taught those guys the language. The old man then quietly asked Chan to tell anyone about this. He said it was amazing, but they had a lot of languages, especially the elf girls. The old man said their bodies were so juicy and impressive, and their glasses were even more impressive. Chang realized that by shiny and soft, the old man meant elves. Chan was thinking that even though the old man hadn't met a goddess like Nova Hennem, at least the old man had seen elves. Bon felt a sudden surge of envy. Chan still has some of Nova Hyen's training materials, but Chan wants to see the elves too. Vansdale then asked if Chang was surprised. The hero expressed his respect to the old man. Chan said that there was no limit to Vansdale's coolness, because he also earned points. Vansdale said that even so, Chan wouldn't be able to go there. The hero got angry and asked why he couldn't, because he also wanted to. Vansdale said that Chan is still not a deity. Chan asked why he wasn't a deity. The old man said it was different and Chan couldn't go there. The hero said that only his body is in the world of people. Chan asked if he doesn't just talk to the gods and make deals with them. The old man said he didn't say there was no way to get there. Chang realized that the old man had some knowledge of trading after all. Chang asked what he needed to do. Vansdale said it might be a little dangerous. Chan asked about the dangers of learning a language. The old man said he thought Chan could survive this. Vansdale asked if Chan had earned a lot of points. Then the hero replied that there was nowhere else, and he had enough points. The old man said that then you will have to pay twice as much as stipulated in the old contract. The hero immediately agreed. This surprised Vansdale somewhat. Chang asked if the old man's original goal was not his glasses. The old man asked if they would sign the contract in that case. Chang exclaimed that this was a matter of course. Chan said that now he takes the runes and gives away the points. Then, the hero received a notification that a powerful god from another dimension began to pay attention to the hero. Chang asked why a powerful god was paying attention to him. The old man laughed and said he'd made it clear that it wasn't a safe business. Chan said he hadn't thought about it. Then we are transported back to the real world. There, Chan was met by friends and greeted. They started asking him about his life and telling him that they missed him. Chan asked if they missed him or his wallet. They rushed up to him laughing and said they missed them both. One of them asked if Chan seemed to have grown up. Chan was asked if he was already on a couple date or a blind date. Another friend said that T-Sang was out of their league for a long time, and they just need to try a little harder, and everything will work out. Then another one said that T-Sen already has Seo Ryung, and also that pretty Nuna from Changju Girls' School. They laughed and said that Chang was a master at disappearing halfway through a drink. They asked him why he had called them. One of them exclaimed that he went on a blind date yesterday. Hying said that if everything goes well, he'll buy you a treat. His friends were obviously happy about this and talked about how Hyunchul had grown up. But Jang was embarrassed. He thought about how they hadn't changed at all. Then we see how the characters are already sitting in a friendly company and drinking. Hying said that everyone who wanted to come said they would come. They said that there would probably be a lot of people. After all, when they heard that Chan would be here, they made a fuss. Chan asked them what they thought about running to the internet cafe and checking out the ice rink. Then one of his friends yelled at Chan and slammed the shot glass down on the table. He told Chan to collect his thoughts, then asked who was even playing this game right now. He said that the best games are shooting games, so it's time to update the games. A friend laughed and said that for them, who will soon join the army, you can't think of better games than shooting games. Then someone asked if they had passed a physical examination. They started discussing it, and it turned out that most of them had passed a physical examination. They were talking to each other, and one of them asked if the other would like to go to the service with them. They said that they would enter at the same time because they liked this situation, and so they agreed. Chan was a little shocked that they were so crazy. Chan apologized and told them to go to the army without him. Chan said he had a strabismus. They were shocked. They asked him why he was apologizing. They hit him on the head and exclaimed that it was just fine and something to be proud of. One of them said he was jealous of Chan anyway. They talked about Hyun going to morning prayers and praying for Chan properly. Then they decided to go and shoot themselves to the fullest in an internet cafe. And so they were already sitting and playing games. Chan thought that no matter what anyone said, Chan liked the years of his youth. They even drank beer. Chan was very happy and wanted his friends to have as much fun as they liked. He was happy about it. So no matter how much they drank and ate, his wallet would always be full for them. Chang said he needed to get to his car quickly. Chang walked out of the restaurant and suddenly turned the corner and stopped. He turned to someone and told them to come out without hesitation. Suddenly, several people appeared out of nowhere with machetes in their hands. Chan told them that he knew they were following him from the moment he parked. He called them dung flies and ordered them to come out. They came out and Chang saw them. Chang said that their knives have very large blades. He asked if they were going to cut his bones. Then, one of them quickly attacked Chan and even managed to catch him off guard. He caught Chan a little with the blade. Chang was shocked that the blade was acting up like a bee. He yelled at them and said he was scared. Then the other two attacked Chan as well. He called them worms and asked if they really wanted to cut him up. Chang grabbed one of them by the face. Chang knew they probably weren't local. Then Chang tripped one of them and it flew away. Chan said that this time they are determined. Chang's veins started to swell, and he squeezed one of them's face so hard that he started crying and screaming in pain. The black-haired boy next to him watched in horror as his companion screamed in pain. He was shocked. The blond man, sitting on the ground, was also horrified. Then, suddenly, light appeared on Chan's palms. They were shocked. They wondered about what it was. This was the 5 elements technique. Chan asked them what they were so afraid of, and then laughed. The hero said that it must be their first time encountering someone like him. The black-haired guy just got angry. He shouted to his comrades to prepare for battle. However, Chan was amused by it. They seemed ridiculous to him. Chan was completely calm, and the blonde guy pounced on Chan. The hero was determined. He was waiting for them to make the first move. Chang said they were all going to die here today, every single one of them. The hero looked crazy. He liked it. The opponents were scared. But the black-haired guy shouted to his comrades not to be scared, because Chan doesn't have any allies. Chang was determined. After a moment, blood began to spray out in all directions. Chan's opponents fell to the floor. The two men behind him were unconscious. The black-haired guy was holding onto his face and grunting in pain. One of them had a broken jaw. They were both lying on the ground in a pool of blood and unconscious. He asked if they had changed their minds about attacking now. He asked if that was all. He began to urge them to come at him as they had before. He asked them if they were assassins. However, the black-haired guy could only mumble. Chang then asked him who sent them. Chang said that the opponent should answer when asked. Chan then asked if the opponent really didn't want to. Chan said that it was okay, because Chan knew all about it anyway. Chan said the black-haired guy can do whatever he wants. The black-haired guy was shocked. He asked about what was wrong with Chan. The hero said that the guy can live without one hand. The opponent was shocked and thought that Chan had gone crazy. Chang kindly told the opponent to get some rest first. The hero said that the friends of this black-haired man have a lot of legs and arms. Chan asked him not to worry, and as he walked towards them, he told his opponent that he was next. The men were horrified. He suddenly stood up and shouted that he would tell them everything. He begged Chan to forgive him and told him that he was guilty. Chan said it was a good decision. However, Chang turned around and said that it was too late. The hero said that even with all the desire to forgive the opponent, the countless deaths behind the enemy's shoulders indicate that Chan will crush their bones and cut their flesh right now. The souls told Chan that this was the atonement for their torment. The men were shocked. Then we see the blood spatter again. After that, we are transported to Chan's office, where someone excitedly asked if Chan was okay. The hero said that as far as they can see, he is safe and sound. H. Wang asked which worms dared to do this. The hero said that they were specially trained assassins. H. Wang was shocked. He asked if Zhang was casually talking about mercenaries. The hero asked if H. Wang knew them. The man said that this means that those rumors are true. H. Wang said it's no secret in the security industry. H. Wang said that it would be difficult to find traces or fingerprints of mercenaries who have received professional training in China. Chan asked if they had a lot of them. H. Wang said he has heard that there are many people who enter the country using forged documents. H. Wang said they are said to be particularly good at kidnappings and murders. Moreover, they even have a thriving organ trafficking business. Chan was shocked, of course. He was expecting everything. But he couldn't imagine that the guys waiting for him would be so bloodthirsty. Chan knew it wouldn't be too difficult to protect himself, but his family might be in danger. Chan then turned his attention to the people behind him and asked about them. H. Wang said that he only brought in 10 people quickly today. Chang ordered 2 of the girls to be introduced to the sisters as tutors, while he ordered the others to guard them from a distance. Chan said he was thinking of building a new training camp near his father's farm. Zhang also asked Zhang to install surveillance cameras and other necessary equipment. He told them not to save money. Chang said that he had heard that they were going to increase the number of employees to 50. H. Wang confirmed it. Then Chang said that 100 would be nice too. If they are professionals in their field who can be trusted, then their doors are always open for them. Then we're transported to Hyung's office. He yells at his employees for screwing up. He shouted at them that they were traitors. The men were shocked. Hyung was furious and asked where the were now. He called Chan bad names. Hyung told Zhang to wait a bit, because Hyung was going to ruin his life. Then we go back somewhere and see Chan. The hero looks at Han Dongkal's personal data. This person is ranked 3rd in the organization in the Seoul hierarchy. Zhang said that Han is much more skilled at committing fraud than fighting. Han also had the nickname Gangnam Hanaho. The action takes place in the same office. Lawyer Cho is talking to someone and asks the other person to relax because his shoulders are too tense. The interviewee said that even at this age, he can't control his emotions. Cho's lawyer said that their representative Zhang is a good person. Cho asked the other person not to be nervous, but rather to speak confidently about themselves. The interviewee said that he understood his friend Cho. The interviewee then told Cho not to mention that the building was fully used. Cho said it was, which surprised the man a lot. And so they came to Chan's office. There they were met by Chairman Yu. Lawyer Cho asked her if Lee Changyu was still there. She said Chan was expecting them. Lawyer Cho called out to Representative Chan that he was here. The hero greeted them and said that he was waiting for them. I was shocked that the director is a small kid. Lawyer Cho asked Kwan to say hello. Cho said that from now on, the one responsible for Kwang's life is Jiang T Sang's representative. Kwan took a couple of steps forward, then said he was glad to meet you and introduced himself. Ha Kwang Wu thanked Jiang for giving him a chance at the interview. Chan said that there was no need to thank him, because it was Chan who should say thank you to Kwan for his journey. Chan asked them to sit down. Kwan realized that Chan was quite mature for his age. However, according to Kwan, Chan doesn't look like someone who has lived the life of an office worker. And so Chairman Yu brought the three of them coffee. Cho's lawyer approached Chan and asked if he had looked at the guy's resume. Chan said that he really did check everything out. Lawyer Cho happily asked Jiang for his opinion on Kwan. The hero said that Kwan can even be called an example of a South Korean worker. Kwan felt awkward, as he was confused that Chan would say that about him. Lawyer Cho was also nervous and said that his friend was a living legend of Devon. Cho said he could vouch for Kwan. Jiang agreed and said that he thought Kwan was trustworthy. Kwan modestly said that they flattered him. At the same time, Jiang announced that Kwan had been hired. Kwan was shocked, of course, wondering why it had all happened so quickly. Jiang said that he trusts director Cho more than his brothers. Chang said that if Cho recommended Kwan, there was no need for him to hesitate. Director Cho told Kwan to take good care of Supervisor Chan. Cho's lawyer said that if it didn't work out, he would be kicked out as well. Kwan was happy and said he would do anything to help them. Chang suddenly thought of something. Chang told Kwan to assemble a capture team on the 10th floor in that case. Kwan was shocked and asked about the capture team. Jiang said that he is appointing Kwan to the position of lead manager and director. Kwan was crying, and he thanked Chan in a shaky voice. The hero asked if Kwang had really worked in Devon for a long time. Kwan said it was true, because he had worked there for 26 years. Chang said that he personally really likes the people from there. The hero said that it is impossible not to note their outstanding technique of creating something with their bare hands. Kwan was a little embarrassed and said that Chan was overestimating him too much. Chang ordered Kwan to gather the men from Devon. The men were shocked. Chan said he needed talented people. Kwan turned to Cho and asked him what Chang was talking about. Kwan asked what Chan wanted with the capture team and the people. Chang said the director apparently didn't tell Kwan. Director Cho said that it wouldn't have been any fun if he had told Kwan everything from the beginning. Kwan was confused. He asked about what company they were going to take over. Kwan was horrified when he heard that they were planning to take over Anna Group. Director Cho said that in fact, their law firm is also owned by Representative Jiang. Then Kwan was even more shocked. Director Cho said that if that was the case, Kwan should be marked more often, as promised. Kwan wondered if that was the problem. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Kwan shouted that he would sacrifice his life for the leader. Cho and Chan smiled, and the hero said that it was great. Cho thanked Jiang's representative. The hero said that he was the one who should thank Director Cho for recommending a good person. Chang said he heard that the police had tied up those guys. Chang asked if they had found out anything yet. Director Cho said that those butchers are very vicious. One of them committed suicide, and the others are keeping their mouths shut. Director Cho said that he thought it would be seen as a group fight between them. Chang asked if they were Chinese. Director Cho said he had contacted the Chinese embassy and public security agencies. Director Cho said that they told him to do whatever he wanted, because those guys aren't Korean citizens. Director Cho asked if Jiang had any idea where the detractors might have gone. Chan said they didn't go to Anna Group. Chan thinks they've made a new enemy. Director Cho said that Jiang has a turbulent life. Chan said that he wanted to live quietly. But apparently his entourage does not want that. Director Cho said that Chan has a lot of enemies for someone his age. Chang said that his enemies automatically become Director Cho's enemies as well. Director Cho said he knew about it. He said they were already getting a headache from Anna Group, and now these worms with knives. Director Cho said that he would also like to live to be 100. Then we're transported somewhere. We are transported to a certain house. There we see a man looking at a photo of those bandits. The man realized that this wasn't just a brawl. Something wasn't clean, he thought. He also monitored stock prices. He mentally said that his father had exceeded all his expectations. The man said that they took care of her as if she were their daughter. A man is reviewing the case of Jiang Tisang. Then he says that his nephew is very smart, entered the law faculty of Hankook University, and his abilities as an investor are amazing, and he is also good at fights. The secretary asks what to do with the money that the man saved up. For the sake of Mr. Chu's family, I will manage them well, he shouted. We are transported to a courtyard where a guy is sitting with a cigarette in his hands and is happy that he lives like this. Then he remembers how he justified himself to the chairman. Chairman, we screwed up, kill us. We sent talented guys, but they couldn't cope either, the man said. The chairman replied that this could have happened because everything could not go according to plan, and said that he just made sure that no one spoke behind his back. He began to cheerfully shout that he would never forget such favor from the chairman. Keep the money I sent you for your own pocket expenses. The chairman was generous. It bothered the man that he'd screwed up, and the man had given him 300 million anyway. And it also bothered him that there might be something going on between Chan and the chairman. He was thinking that if he could do this, he might be able to earn some money. Then he wanted to go to the bathroom. Not caring where he was doing it, he just stood by his own fence and started watering. He kept thinking that if he suddenly made $30 billion, he would get out of here. And he also thought that he would have to find a real shooter who would finish off Jiang T-san with the first shot. Well, chairman, wait at my place. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a hand hits his head against the fence with all its might. At first, he didn't know who it was, but it kept hitting him. Then he said this naive worm doesn't know how cruel this world is. After these words, he threw it with all his strength to the ground in his own waist. And this mysterious person turned out to be Chan, and kicked him on the head, after which he died. Handong Call. That was the end of his life. Karma points are added. They are added 3 times in a row. We are transported to the house of Chan, where he says that the morning buffs have finally arrived. It was already spring outside. The hero is getting better much faster than he expected. So lonely. A lonely loner. Anyone who hears me will say that I'm a strange grump. But what can you do if my life changed 180 degrees after the regression? Said the hero, after thinking about all the affairs that he had. And apparently with Clara, he experienced the closest feeling to love. Remembering abruptly that moment with Clara, all of a sudden, we're transported to Jiang's office, where he asks Director Han how he's doing. Ha replied that things were going smoothly, thanks to the support of the chairman, that is, Jiang. The hero asked not to call him the leader and choose something else, but apparently he decided on the chairman. After that, he began to tell us that relations at the Anna Group enterprise are built on the principle of 3 circles: the time of existence of Anna, their property insurance, financing in the field of technology, Sberbank investments and securities, as well as their asset management. All this is in the first financial part. Chan realized that the report was much more interesting than he had imagined. Ha went on to say that the second part is the middle part and is responsible for trading. It includes Anna Construction, and Anna Chemical. Chan pretended not to know, so as not to offend. The final part of the story is a part of Service Leisure, which includes the outstanding department store chains Anna Galaxy, Honor Resort, and Anna Development. They came to the conclusion that this part would soon be merged, because he had assembled a capture team for these 3 segments. They need to buy a large block of shares in order to take over Anna Group. Based on the information that they received after a quick check, foreign money funds significantly lowered the share prices due to short selling. And they came to the conclusion that using unfavorable public opinion and the global financial crisis, they will be able to carry out a more calculated mass promotion of M&A. After listening to all this, Chan decided that he was good because he managed to find out a lot in such a short time. As a result, they will be able to take over more than 45% of the shares of the ANA joint stock company that are in the hands of foreign capital. Zhang asks Wu Ha if they will shoot at the very core of cross-corporatization. Ha replied that that's right. ANA joint stock company is the core of ANA Group, and Chairman Oh Seung-hayek's personal stake is also included. Ha then said that it was very rude to ask about such a thing. But how many shares does Zhang own? After all, Ha is sure that foreign capital has clung to ANA, and he aims to seize the right to manage. If they start to cooperate with them, then it will be impossible to carry out the seizure. The hero replied that Ha should not worry about this. They will just capture everything completely. These words surprised Ha. Chang also asked him to prepare a team to capture the motor division. And since it looks like Devon will soon be put up for sale, he should congratulate the capture team. The director was very surprised then. Chan wondered why he was so surprised. Because isn't the beauty of shopping in the 1+1 promotion? We are transported to a mansion by the sea, where the girl is sitting and listening to the radio. A sad, slow song was playing, which made the girl cry, remembering Daniel. We're going somewhere again, where Mr. Cho tells Chan that if only he knew how good he feels right now. And then Chan asks, "Is this your first airplane ride?" "I don't think I'm a child anymore," Cho smiles, and tells him that he's not a child anymore either. But for some reason he flies then. Noticing that he turns out to be a truant, the hero replies that he has a release. Cho was surprised, because he didn't even know there was a release at all. Suddenly, 3 men in suits stand in front of them. Jang decides to introduce them and says, "Robert, say hello. This is lawyer Yoon Tae-jo, who is in charge of the Korea legal department." They say hello and Robert also introduces himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Director Robert Ryan, overseas business partner." They reluctantly shake hands. Chan notices this and thinks that he seems to have experienced this feeling of excessive competition. I asked them if they were all right, thinking about how hard it was to be the boss. We are transported to another character who is talking on the phone, asking if he's sure, to which the other person replies that they sent him the file, so he should study it. A voice from the phone asks what his intended route is. The interlocutor says that it seems that he is going to leave the country. Most likely we are talking about a VAT. From the phone comes the phrase, "Good job, now get out of there. The next operation will be taken over by the Bravo team." "Okay," the man replies, getting into a taxi and asking for a ride to Itaewon. Then we go back to Chan and Cho again. They are met by 2 flight attendants, greeting them and saying that it is a great honor for them to accompany today's VIP customers. Cho was surprised that they were called VIP clients. Flight attendants show the way where they should go. Cho is confused because he did not order them to be VIP clients and thinks that this is the work of Robert. The competitive spirit never left him. He thought about what this Robert was doing because he didn't look like a crook at all. Then he thought, but our guards will be much more efficient. Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean anything. How influential he is, since even a personal exit to the plane was prepared. Pure extravagance. I have to protect T-San's Korean assets. Robert and Chan chat about the wonderful weather, to which Chan replies with a smile that he should take more time to enjoy all the joys of life. Cho still wonders why he's so attached to him. Thinks that anyone who looks at him will think that that Youngman is number 2. The girls led them to the entrance of the private jet. When Cho came out, he was very surprised and asked Chan what it was. He said, "Can't he see what it is? It's just an ordinary plane." Cho replies that it is understandable. He is a plane and a plane in Africa. But he did not talk about it at all. Chan smiles and says that this plane doesn't belong to him. Cho was even more surprised when he realized what model of plane it was. It was a 430th, just like the one the Sultan of Brunei had purchased in 2000. They were greeted by 3 other beautiful flight attendants, saying that they are honored to meet all of them. Cho thought that he was finally getting a taste of life in his 50 years, thinking that at least he would die for Tisan. Then were transported to the inside of the plane, where Chan asks Robert how he's doing with the election campaign. Robert replies that everything is now under their close control. They actively use the services of the Super Committee for Political Activism. They all purposefully replenish political capital and conduct elections of members to the Democratic and Republican parties. Chan asks if there is any news from key figures. Robert replies that they promised them a nice bonus, saying that they will definitely not disappoint them. And they also said that they want to keep in touch with them until the end of the re-election. The hero asked how things were going with the projects that were under the direction of Robert. They tell him that they founded several financial companies that manage patents on the instructions of their boss. However, obtaining information about patent owners is not an easy task. It didn't take them long to select companies that deal with intellectual property through headhunters. He thoroughly studied information about the internet, mobile devices, mobile messengers, artificial intelligence, electric cars, just like Chan and instructed. But he could not find an answer to the question, what will those patents be useful for us in the future? Chang says that's why he set up the concept of the project, because you need to find the right investment companies and get a patent. This project aims to capture as many as a dozen mega trends that are waiting for them in the near future, which will come after 2010. Robert wondered what mega trends are. Chan went on to say that first of all, nano is the Internet of Things and nanosensor. These words surprised Robert. There will come a time when computers, cars, thermostats, and soon mobile phones will be under the control of network control of physical objects, Chan said. Robert asked what network access control is all about. Chan explained that this is a device that controls artificial intelligence. In a professional environment, it is called IT. The second is energy that does not harm the environment. Robert asked, does he mean something like solar power? The hero replied that yes, solar, nuclear energy, and their goal is a new generation of batteries that store energy. The interlocutor relaxed and said that at least he had heard about something. He knew that S is a large-scale energy storage system. Chan firmly said that from now on, solar power will be the #1 energy source among all electric utilities, followed by nuclear, renewable, and systems. In 10 years, the efficiency of the panels will increase by more than 30%, and the production of 1 watt will exceed the amount of fuel consumed. And before that happens, they need to get their hands on the necessary technology. Robert says that the electric cars he mentioned earlier, at the direction of the boss, he acquired several suitable patents. Chan praised it and said that what follows is a question about artificial intelligence and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The Fourth Industrial Revolution? Robert was shocked. Chan said that if computers and the internet were the paradigm of the third economic order, then artificial intelligence will become the locomotive, because now weak artificial intelligence AI is evolving and will be called Uggy. Robert asks Chan if he is a god or a seer. Chan realized that he had said too much and asked why he had brought it up so abruptly. Robert explained that Chan has knowledge of things that he has never heard of before, much less seen. The knowledge you have is amazing, but I still can't understand how you can be so knowledgeable about the technology of the future. Robert finished his thoughts. Chan is still trying to make excuses about whether he remembers what he said earlier about the mysteries of the East. Robert asked. In cases like Chan's, he has to resort to mysticism. He started making a big deal out of it, saying that in the place where he lived, people were called microcosms. The interlocutor says that he may have heard this somewhere in college, but Chan interrupted him and went on to say that he was taught that Easterners have a unique spirituality and depth of understanding of the universe, and that microcosms definitely originate from this form of thinking. Thinkers said that if you want to know the universe, then first of all you need to know yourself. Chan, too, as a youngster, asked countless questions about his existence, and one day he got an answer. Robert's face shows that he understands that this is all the ravings of a madman. But out of politeness and respect for his boss, he asked what the point was. Chan replied that he had received supernatural powers. The interlocutor was surprised by such words. The hero came up with the idea that when it comes to capital investment, he can predict the outcome to some extent. Then he added that Robert shouldn't try to find out more, because if the information about Providence was leaked, both Chan and he would be in great danger. As it was said, Robert understood that all this was nonsense, so he even began to think that his mind was already clouded, which is strange at his age. Suddenly, we hear Cho's voice saying that Chan didn't abandon him, because when he dies, he will follow him around like a ghost. The hero asked why he liked this plane so much. Cho looks very happy and says that his tongue already hurts to talk about how much he likes being there, because it's a real paradise on Earth, adding that there can't be a better place on Earth. Chan says that they will be boarding soon and they should get ready, hinting that they should stop bothering Cho. The girls said they were happy to serve him, so Cho suggested they go out for dinner. After landing, they drove through some woods and fields. The ride must have taken a very long time, as Chan said that he was already tired of driving. The hero asks Robert, "Isn't this place called Napa Valley?" Robert replied that yes, this is one of the most famous wine regions in California, and there is also a legend that nymphs live there to protect the wine. Chang noticed that the other party knew a lot about this place, to which he says that his American ancestors were among the first owners of the winery, saying that his great-grandfather emigrated here during the fever era and grew a vineyard right on the wasteland. Cho's face showed that he was still competitive and distrustful of Robert. The hero says that apparently his ancestor was very wealthy since he owned a winery. He replied that yes, he was rich at that time. But unfortunately, he suffered great losses due to a disease called phylloxera, what causes damage to grape trees. Chang was surprised, because this is a plague for grape trees, which is called a sinister epidemic. Robert says that, in a happy twist of fate, his grandfather resumed production. But at that time prohibition came into force, and he went bankrupt. And the last wish of his late father was for Robert to find the winery of his ancestors and calm their souls. Chang guessed that this was where they were going, and Robert says he owns them from now on. Cho listened to the dialogue all the time and was a little jealous, and then asked Chan that he was very interested in learning something. Maybe he didn't know much about English, so I'm not sure that I understood the whole point of the dialogue correctly. But why did the ownership pass to Chan? Did he invest in America without his knowledge? Who was Robert anyway? Chan was amused by the situation, and he knew that Cho was just curious, since Robert didn't really know about his real condition either. He said, "I was entrusted to receive a part of the capital through investment, and also initially there was capital that I invested abroad." Chang didn't want to tell them the whole truth at all, thinking that sometimes people don't need to know the whole truth at all. Cho shouted that here he is, Representative Chan. When it comes to investing, he is incredibly cool. Chan thinks Cho is actually exaggerating a little. They finally arrived at the right place, and it was a huge mansion. Everyone is just in shock, Chan or Robert, and they praised Cho for his work. When night falls, we see a lot of people in beautiful business suits, just like a night ball, and Chan is standing on the balcony, looking at everyone and thinking that this place is full of pleasant atmosphere, and he will need to bring his parents here sometime. Chan feels that there is still a lack of violin sounds to add to the atmosphere. Then he hears a crash. This scared him a lot, because he should not hear anything, since there is no one there but himself. He decides to walk around the mansion and see what the noise is. The sound grew clearer as they stumbled down the stairs, and it led him to the basement entrance. When he got there, he saw a very large number of barrels of wine. The basement was designed in a vintage style. Just then, he noticed something, which scared the hell out of him. We flash to another personage who is monitoring Chan's mansion and says that he has arrived. A voice from the phone asks if there are any changes. The tracker says that no changes have been observed yet. It is asked to continue to monitor and remain vigilant, as well as not to disclose its location. He talks to himself and doesn't even know who he is causing so much anxiety, and thinks that after this mission, he should go on a date with Rachel, like he's going to burst from the stress. We're transported back to the vat in the basement, where we see someone's hand tapping on a barrel with the words Merlot, "Wake up soon, time to work, because you need to sleep in moderation. Otherwise, you will disappear." Then he says, "Why am I so worried about you, who have been in this state for 7 years? You must have a strong and lively taste of excellent quality. You have an insular taste, but you know that's your charm. Cabernet Sauvignon is prized in this area, but you're special. Come on, make a lovely foam, make beautiful sounds and please me." Chan wondered who this elderly man was, because he wasn't standing on the ground with his feet. But he wasn't falling either, so it wasn't a person or a deity, so it was a ghost. God. He wasn't kidding about ghosts. The man himself saw him and flew up to his face, which really scared Chan, and he asked if he could see him. Chan, confused, replied that no, he couldn't see it at all. This made the ghost very happy, and he began to be glad that he could see him. Chan is terrified, because even deities don't scare him anymore. But ghosts are a completely different matter, since he's not even sure if he can do anything to them in any case. Chan, trying to get out of there as quickly as possible, says that it's cold there. Then, after thinking about it, he says that this is basically logical, because they are in the basement. The ghost is a little upset. The hero leaving says, "Vinishko, try there." With this exposure, the taste promises to be excellent. The ghost tells him in the back that he dropped a gold bar. Scared out of his wits, Chan knows he can't get away with it. The man says, "Nice to meet you, kid." Chan doesn't know who it is, so he asks if the man can give his name. This surprised the ghost, because he is quite famous, because it was he who raised all the children here. "A grape wine fairy?" the hero asks. The ghost noticed that he knew him after all. That's right. He was none other than the fairy guarding the wine. Even the smile is already frivolous. When we think of fairies, we think of them as cute creatures like idols, don't we? How can this red-nosed grandpa be a fairy? What's Fae? He's more like an alcoholic ghost. Chan thought of the man. The hero decided to ask what kind of abilities the man has then. He believes that they are as excellent as his infectious laugh. The ghost smilingly replies that of course, he is just a god in everything that concerns wine. Chang thought that he was certainly smug. Then he decides to ask if his last name isn't Ryan, by any chance. The man replied that yes, this is his last name, because his name is Connor Ryan. How could he know that? Chang thought to himself that everyone would say that he and Robert were exactly alike. Then, deciding to start a dialogue, Chan empathizes, because it was not easy for them during the gold rush years. Connor wondered how the boy knew all about him. Chan continues his speech that it was incredibly difficult for a man to live in a foreign country, barely making ends meet. There was already danger outside the house. And what to say about a foreign country? The ghost, with a very sad expression on his face, says that ironically, it was much more difficult for him to live in England, and confesses that his father was Irish, and his mother and brothers died during the potato famine, and his father barely got out, took him with him to England. But they were both no different from ordinary beggars. Then, more and more immersed in his memories, he says, "It was not without difficulty that we moved to America, in search of money. They worked tirelessly to buy at least a small plot of land, and then they decided to plant grapes. My father died in the process of making money, and he loved wine. His last wish was to drown in a barrel of wine." Chan realized that the ghost also has feelings, because he really misses his deceased father. Connor adds that he really loved that time, and that he enjoyed growing grapes with great pleasure, because they were cheap and scattered like pies. They had the best wine in the area. This story made Chan sad, and he decided to ask why they didn't cross the river Styx. After all, when a person dies, he must go to the Lord, and staying in this world is a dubious decision. The ghost replied that he was very worried about his son because he could not acquire all the skills for winemaking and making wine. So he stayed to help the wine ripen. Chan says that the world has changed a lot. His son is already in the next world and probably waiting for his father. The ghost says through the pain that he understands that it's time for him. And it's not that he doesn't want to, he just can't do it. And clarifies that he simply forgot how. Chang was confused because he didn't understand how it happened that a person died, but he forgot where he should go after death. He believes that this is not in his authority, so he is unlikely to help in any way. Suddenly, a voice asks if Chan wants to send a lost soul to heaven using karma points. Chan doesn't know what to do with it, and apparently doesn't want to spend points on the ghost. So he says his thoughts out loud that who he is to decide where to send the deity, because he's just an ordinary person. Then, thoughtfully, he adds that he is not quite an ordinary person. The voice says that if he sends a lost soul to the other world, he can absorb its abilities. This phrase made Chan think about the sentence at the same time. Suddenly, we are transported to a mansion where someone says that the taste of champagne is praiseworthy. We see three people sitting at a table, one of them a vat of champagne in his hands, who says that it was made in champagne. Then he starts talking non-stop. The sound of the cork opening is inimitable. And then a faint steam, and the bubbles are transparent, like glass. And the champagne itself has a special aroma, imbued with the earthy smell of the region. Sparkling wine is better than what is made in champagne cannot be found. Kantochi's condition is excellent. The two people at the table were Robert and Cho. They thought that Chan even mentioned the condition of the cheese. Robert says that this is not surprising, because the boss did his best. Cho asks why Jang suddenly wants to become a sommelier. Then Chan was carried away by the stories. Champagne is made from the best grapes grown on clean limestone soils. The present elegance and elegance of taste characterize vintage champagne, which is not blended with a reserve wine of the Chardonnay variety. Since the grape plantations grew in an environmentally friendly environment, there is no artificial smell. Grinding, pressing, fermentation and filtration, maturation, and even bottling are all top-notch. Even with secondary fermentation, the liqueur de circulation was optimally preserved. Robert, do you agree? The hero spoke out. The others were shocked by this knowledge, and Robert replies that even he's not that good. Cho says that Representative Chan is responsible for the blizzard. After taking a sip, Chan says again that it only tastes better when you drink it. Then he explains that remuage and degustation, even dosage liqueur, everything is done manually, and the degree of sweetness indicates that the champagne is semi-dry, and it is most likely something that a stubborn merchant released on his own behalf, because the aging time is 5 years. Robert says in his mind that this is a prestigious cuvée. How much longer is he going to talk about it? Cho decided to say right away, Chairman Chan, please stop. I think my ears are going to bleed soon. To which Chan replies that he wants to buy out the area of production of this wine. This shocked Robert and Cho. They are already mentally asking the chairman to stop at last. We're transported to Chan's plane, where he thinks America is as big as expected. They asked him when he learned all this. Chan was still preoccupied with his thoughts. His feelings from crossing America from time to time are felt in a new way. Cho kept up and asked, did he make a deal with the Night Goblin or something? Why did he become so smart? The hero realized that he needed to change the subject and asked how he liked New York. Cho replies that it's a great place and says that to celebrate his retirement, he spent 31 days and 30 nights there with his beloved wife. Chan wondered if he was married and did this to flight attendants. Cho decided to ask if Chan knew that the UN headquarters is located in New York. The hero replied that even a first grader knows this. The captain of the plane says that a little more, and they will land at LaGuardia Airport. Cho asked in surprise, aren't they going to JFK? Robert explained that it is difficult to take off and land there, so private planes mostly use LaGuardia Airport. Chan smiles and says that they've had a glass of wine together, and at least they've started talking to each other. Our characters have already arrived and left the airport. Robert says that he booked them a suite at the Fulton Hotel. Their personal driver was already waiting for them. Chan tells them to go first. Cho asked him if he didn't want to go with them. The hero answers that he needs to go to one place. We are moving to the Museum of Modern Art. Chan puts a black American Express card on the counter. This surprised the cashier very much. The girl got up and said that she would be his personal guide. Chan replied that he shouldn't, because he could look around on his own. Walking through the museum, he came across a masterpiece of Go. The painting is called Starry Night. He caught himself saying that this was a fantastic and extraordinary feeling, because he wrote this work while staying in the monastery of Saint Remy, where he got to after cutting off his ear after a discussion with Gauguin. Chan is very excited to see the painting live. Stars always made the hero want to dream. It's like hearing the voice of Van Gogh himself. Suddenly, a lady came up to him and asked, "It's a beautiful piece, isn't it? When you don't look?" This scattering of stars is so captivating. The picture reflects Van Gogh's subjective idea of death. Chang thought about how she wasn't even looking, but she was talking. Then he began to examine the girl. She goes on to say that people say that this painting expresses an absolute fairy tale, but she believes that the artist showed the struggle of the soul for salvation, which is probably why he chose to commit suicide. Chan replied that this was not the case. Those words made the blonde turn to face Chan in wonder. Chang was still thinking about the lady's beauty. Now that she turned to look at him, he thought that she was quite a beauty. Chan shared his point of view that Van Gogh did not commit suicide. It was only an inspiration for him, because he fought for salvation. But it was only a mental shock that any creative person goes through. Madness, in other words, Chan said. The girl is a little surprised, and said that Gog still committed suicide. Thereby he managed to bring death closer. And the fact that his work was completed by his own suicide is not an exaggeration. The hero said that he had heard that Van Gogh did not commit suicide. The lady asked who had told him that. Chang thought if only he could tell who had told him, since it was Vincent van Gogh himself. Then he adds that Gog loved to draw pictures, and even now he is only doing this. Bandage still draws his stars, and to call such a person a suicide, he would be upset if he found out. She says she still can't figure out what he's talking about. Chang realized that even though it sounded like a complete lie, it was the absolute truth. Then he just says he has to go and leaves. This excited the girl, and she thought that he said everything he wanted and just left. Chang thought that today, the pictures were more important to him than any beauties. After all, the works of the Celestials created by them during their lifetime are different from those that they create now. He thinks they've lost a lot of their greed right now. Then the hero saw the paintings of Uncle Cezanne, when he suddenly realized that they were fake. The girl he met screams something, and it scares all the people away. They think what's wrong with her. The hero understands that even the New York Museum of Modern Art cannot earn a living, and that not all people are blind. Are they asking him back to back about what he just said? Turning around, it was the same lady. Chan wondered if the girl was a stalker. After that, he clarified that all he said was that it was a fake. She is upset and says that the hero is really an ill-mannered and strange person. Then she added that even though he is a VIP with a black card, but she does not intend to tolerate insults anymore. Chan wondered how she knew him. All the visitors heard Chan's words and began to wonder about the authenticity of all the paintings. Then he asked her who she was. The lady replied that she was the curator of the Museum of Modern Art and introduced herself. Her name is Sarah Johansson. Then she asked what the tactless man's name was. He said she didn't need to know. She replied that it was worth it, because he just threw a rather offensive phrase in the direction of the work of Paul Cézanne. The hero realized that she now wants to make a scene here. Then she added that he had defamed the museum and its employees. Chan decided that she wanted to argue with the expert and began to explain what was wrong with the painting. If I provide evidence, can you burn this cheap thing? Are you saying that you can't accept the nonsense I'm saying? Since you are a curator, let me ask you a question. Would you still be sitting still if you found out that a fake work is being passed off as a real one in a museum? This is an unacceptable insult to colleagues. The girl has already started to blush with anger. Visitors are shocked because this guy claims that the picture of Paul is fake and that he talks to the curator in raised tones. The lady says she won't forgive him, and Chan says she won't either. When suddenly the boss comes up to them in an argument, asking what happened. The girl explains that this man claims that the work of Paul Cézanne, Chateau Noir, is a fake. The boss is a little surprised. Ah Chang confirmed her words. A man with a haughty face says that slander can be brought to criminal responsibility. Chan realized that the threats were bad, and then says that he couldn't pretend that he didn't know it was fake. Then they said they were calling the police. And they claim that the authenticity of all the paintings here is approved by many experts in the field of art. And soon they noticed that the hero looks young, and they say that since he is a student, they would be grateful if he left the institution. The girl says that this is a VIP visitor. Chan says that he can explain in simple words why this picture is not real, and began to explain to them. As everyone knows, Cézanne suffered from diabetes in the last years of his life. Works created in the style of Chateau Noir are often rated as masterpieces, but only those who do not know what the Cézanne environment was like say so. After all, unlike other works, his paintings from Provence, where he came to be treated, are written in much more rough and strokes, so some of his works are not clear. The boss said that this is a well-known fact, and so what? Chang went on to explain to these dim-witted people what was wrong with their painting. The problem is that in 1905, a year before his death, the artist's environment was not very good. Then he was struck by another disease, hand tremor. They pretended not to know this and were very surprised. The hero said that at this point, you can finally make sure that the picture is not real. Other visitors do not believe his words. They think that it sounds like a stretch. But Chan added that an incredible artist worked on this fake. But he made a huge mistake. The rhythm is not the same. Everyone in the audience drooped, thinking about what kind of rhythm, and what it even carries, considering that this is all nonsense. Because in the museum, there can be no question of any rhythm. Take a closer look. Only when you look at the picture in the context of his past works can you see the smallest differences. His hands started shaking in 1903 to the beat of 2-2-3, and in 1905, his condition began to deteriorate. However, this fake has a 3-3-3 beat. The person who wrote it was a very healthy person. Chan gave another fact. People still did not believe him, again saying that it all sounds far-fetched and they need clearer evidence. Then the hero says that he will show them the real evidence by asking the crowd if they would believe him if he showed exactly the same painted picture as this fake. Suddenly, we are transported to someone's office, where they say that the investment center of the Korean branch of Anna Group is two subsidiaries, Anna Investment and Anna Insurance. Of these two daughters, Anna Investment stands out in particular. After all, if they get Anna Investment, other branches will collapse like a house of cards. One of the employees says that as expected, the incident with the evasion of American corporations from paying taxes led to a deterioration in the image of the corporation, and this led to a sharp drop in shares. Robert explains that branch mergers have gone overboard in the pursuit of capital growth, as in May of 2000, they acquired Anna Energy, and in September their subsidiary Pohan. He reflected that the Anna Group takeover briefing was going pretty well. One of the employees said that at the same time, due to large-scale mergers and acquisitions, the cost has increased dramatically. Robert then asks how the stock market is doing. Chang thought that even though Robert was hosting this conference, he was the one who planned it, and Robert is just a figurehead. And no one even suspects that all this is the result of a collaboration between Chan and Robert. The employee says that the total number of shares issued is almost 65 million shares with a par value of 5,000 won. The current market price is 13,000 won, and the market capitalization is about 843 billion won. Over the past few months, About 3.5 trillion won has been withdrawn due to short sales. The per score was also sharply reduced from 7 to 1.5. For your information, the average in the same industry is 14.5. Another employee says that their capital to debt ratio is now almost 180%. So if this continues, the stock price will fall even more. The third employee says that their net profit for 2006 was 275 billion won, and in 2007 538 billion won. The unanimous opinion of domestic investment companies has changed from indecisive to firm agreement to sell. Robert asked how the stock was doing. The employee replied that they had collected almost 50% of Anna Group's shares to date. At the same time, Anna Insurance shares fell as expected. Robert asked if they had received their assigned power of attorney. One of them replied that he had received permission to delegate authority to small investment firms. Robert then asked again what they thought of the Anna Group's response. The employee again said that the direct share of the owner's family is 11%, and the group's subsidiaries are about 21%, and another 12% are owned by domestic pension funds and third-party companies. The remaining share of shares is owned by small private investors. The chairman of Anna Group has close ties to the Korean government, as pension funds and large investment organizations have no choice but to give preference to Anna Group. Another employee says that if the management rights are transferred to a foreign investor, the government will not give them the management rights, because public opinion is unlikely to be favorable. Robert says that in any case, this is exactly what he expected, since if the US government makes a statement, it will greatly facilitate their work. Therefore, they have already allocated funds for lobbying and sponsored an information channel in the Korean media, so there should be no problems. Once a new board of directors is formed, the previous board will not be able to avoid legal liability. They not only committed fraud, but also took out significant profits through shell companies. And this is a model of negligent management, which simply should not be in an American company. The owner is just. He then added that a free trade agreement between Korea and the United States will be unveiled in the near future, because they can recklessly file a claim, referring to the existing procedure for handling investor complaints. But in the US, they will win the court for sure. Cho asks, Director Chan, do you understand? To which he replies that he does not understand what it is about, because he is just a simple investor. Then Robert asks, what about the missing share in Korea? Chan replies that his investment firm and a friend of his own the necessary 1% of the shares. Robert plays along and thanks him, calling him Daniel. The hero says since they are all gathered here, then he has a suggestion for the investors present. He would like to lead the Korean side. All the investors were very surprised. At these words, one of them asked if he was too arrogant for someone who has only 1%. Chan wonders if he should turn a blind eye to this or not. Jang explains that Korean public opinion does not favor foreign capital. As everyone knows, the management system in Korea has a unique style. He can guarantee that he will keep all the money invested safe and sound. Because isn't the purpose of investing a profit? The girl noticed that he was too young and doubted whether he could manage everything himself. Then he asked if they knew about Dune. One of the investors said that this company has long been dissolved. The hero was asked, does he really want to hire people from a bankrupt company? We are transported to another office where someone is shouting. The employee says that there are no more available shares to buy. The boss says this is crazy, and the employee adds, stocks that were falling before suddenly peaked because of rumors of a merger with foreign capital. The boss nervously clicks on the mouse to see how much money they have left. But the employee says that there are only 2 billion won left. So the boss asks them to raise it to 3 million. The boss slapped the table viciously. He mentally addressed Oh Seung-hyuk, telling him that he wouldn't die. The employee revealed that CEO Zhu's company only has a 2% stake in their company. This angered the boss. Then the employee asked if he needed to be contacted. The boss said that he definitely needed to be besieged for prevention. Then he asked to contact Lee Ki-in. He thinks that he will need their help. We're transported back to the museum, where the guy claims that everything is nonsense. The boss tells him that he should at least look, because he is ready to prove everything. Suddenly, the guy shouts that he bought it at an auction, and how Chan dared to desecrate the painting. Then he tells Robert to his face that he knows that things aren't going well with them right now, so he won't let this Asian monkey in so easily. Robert replies that Daniel is not someone he can talk about in that way. When suddenly Sarah walks in, the screaming guy is happy to see her, and she just says that she was told that the preparations are finished. The boss and the kid just stood up in surprise. The girl noticed this and asked what was wrong with them. What did they see there? Robert, who is standing nearby, also saw it and is just as shocked. They even asked him if he was okay. Suddenly he shouted, "Shadow Noir." Absolutely everyone was very surprised and did not even believe their eyes. Robert still wonders who his boss is, after all. Then Chan tells them to take a closer look, because the painting Shadow Noir was created later than his work Rocks in a Cave, and it was painted in 2 or 3 brush strokes. And Chan began the narration. The Shadow Noir painting in the Picasso Museum in Paris was a work created at a later stage. At this time, the artist had an initial period of hydrocephalus, and to compensate for this, he added colors, slightly shifting the touch interval. But the work presented in this gallery has the rule of the third exact coloring technique. This is nothing but a miracle. The painting reflects his strong trace of soul, created by combining the body and spirit of the artist. Then he put the final point, saying that therefore the Shadow Noir painting displayed on the 5th floor is fake. So there are no traces of Paul Cézanne in it. The man shouts that this cannot be, because according to him, anyone at first glance can tell that the work exhibited at MoMA is a painting by Paul Cézanne. The boss, too, trying to justify the picture, says that all these works of art combine an abstract atmosphere, a floral selection such as can only be found in Paul Cézanne. The girl also decided to keep up with them, and said that Chan means by the rule of the third exact technique, and asks to explain it in simple language. The hero thinks what kind of people they are. Everyone was suddenly taken aback, not knowing what to say, since they saw Paul Cézanne behind Chan's back. In addition to this, Chan said that there is no hint in this picture that Paul Cézanne had a hand in it. Suddenly, we are transported to an apartment in a skyscraper, where someone reflects that traveling is always useful because it calms the mind. It also allowed him to meet Clara in Hong Kong. Then we see someone pour wine into a glass and say that, as befits a Shadow Mountain wine, the taste of the wine has a very pleasant taste and depth. The girl is surprised that he knows Shadow Mountain. Then we hear the hero's thoughts again, where he thinks that he was too young then, and it seems that Clara is trying to hide something from him. It turns out that we were transported to the restaurant where Chan and Sarah are sitting, and they say that this is a vintage of the 2000 years. Although Chan is talking to the lady, he doesn't let go of Clara in his mind, and he thinks about the fact that he likes her, but he can't call it true love. They clink glasses together, and Chan says it's like life comes from the wine itself. Really? The lady asked. The hero thought about the fact that although he likes Clara, but this beauty that sits in front of him has an aura that can only be a more mature lady. She is not only beautiful, but also kind. And the girl said with a smile, "It looks like Chan really likes guilt." Then she said, "Daniel, the wine review from your lips sounds like poetry. It's a pleasure to listen to you. Thanks to Daniel, I was able to fulfill my dream. It's quite an expensive place in New York, and even booking a table here is not easy, but thanks to you, I was able to visit here." Chan joked that it's nothing, it's not hard for him. Then she asked again, what happened today, deciding to ask if he really drew that picture himself. The hero said that he did not know how to prove it, even if she saw it with her own eyes, but did not believe it. She explained it by saying that countless appraisers didn't even notice, and Chan decided to interest her by asking if she wanted to know how he could have guessed without being an avid fan of Paul Cézanne. And he said that he had already said that there is no soul in the picture. although the colors and technique of execution were perfect. But the forger could not breathe life into the canvas, for example, Miss Sarah Johans. This confused the girl very much, and she asked to be called simply Sarah. Chan said that anyone can feel it, as long as the soul is not damaged. Insensitivity is what smelled from the picture. The person who created it just wanted to make a profit. To which the girl asked if there were feelings in the picture of Daniel. He said the answer was in his eyes. This confused the lady again. The hero said that this is very bad. The girl asked him if he didn't like the food. All Chan can think about is how to get her out. And whether she's faking it or not, he doesn't know. He says that today time passes faster than it seems. The lady asked him that he really need to go somewhere. In his mind, Chan says that he needs to go back to school because there is a queue of people that he needs to beat. And he said that he needed to go back to Korea after tomorrow's meetings. The girl says that she would like to talk more about painting with Daniel. Gathering her courage, she says, "Daniel today." These words stirred Chan up, and he was a little confused. She finally managed to say something, and offered to have another glass with her. Then he handed her a bottle of wine and told her that they needed to hurry up and have another drink. She thought that Chan was even really cool. Then we are transported to a mansion, where someone says that the name of the new target is Lee Hang. He is 20 years old. And they began to tell all the information about it. He is currently a first-year student at the prestigious Korean Law School of Korea National University, and using new investment methods, he was able to acquire billions of dollars in assets in 2 years. They told us. Then a man with a cigarette in his hand asks about new investment methods. The gray-haired grandfather replies that according to the information received, this is so. The man asked why he had met Robert back then. Grandpa replied that a company merger was currently underway, and it looked like they were trying to acquire a Korean company. It seems to him that he noticed the financial problem of last year, and in preparation for this, he seems to have finished working on foreign investment. Grandpa believes that he will soon start implementing his plan. The man smiles maliciously and says that he already knows everything and believes that he has an outstanding talent. We flash back to Chan's apartment, where we are shown that the bed is still warm from last night, and Chan thinks about how it was like a long journey, during which all the secret desires flared up like madness, and Sarah turned out to be quite a passionate girl for him. And during the break of dawn, the beauty quietly fluttered away after a languid kiss. The hero thinks that she should have at least left her phone number. This is the so-called American style. I think American foxes also have 9 tails. And we see Chan being kissed in lipstick. We are transported to the hero's office, where they are told that they have finally made a final decision. Their assault on Anna Group and the power to elect the chairman and chief executives were transferred to the Lore Investment Corporation. Chan realizes that the scenario he and Robert have come up with is coming to the end they need. He also thinks that he has a slight feeling that he has already become the president of a multi-level company. Robert asks if he has any other instructions, to which Jang asks how many shares of Dong Ryung Group they have. They tell him that there are not as many of them as they expected, but their domestic business is also booming because of the stable circular investment structure of Dong Ren Group, Dong Ren Construction, and Dong Ren Bonds. Even if they can buy back as many shares of Dong Ren's main company as possible, it seems that they can't buy more than 40%, because the lion's share of the shares belongs to the family of the company's owner. Jang remembers the future and realizes that Dong Ryung will fall apart in a few years, and now is not the time. So it asks if there is any way, to which Robert replied that he thought they should capture Dong Ryung Food. The stock of this company is 10%. Although it is called Dong Ryung, the company belongs to another person, the main company of Dong Ren Group. He also owns a 10% stake in Dong Ryung Food. But like other conglomerate families, his family members do not trust each other and see everyone as enemies. Robert says that he will continue to rock the situation with short sales. He also heard that the company's reserves are small due to their recent projects in Russia. Chan says that he likes the offer and asks them to give it a good shake, so he will try to contact him. Then he adds, "And Robert, from now on, your salary is $100 million." This really surprised Robert. He even started to confuse the words. Then we are transported to a courtyard on a skyscraper, where someone on the phone asks, "Lady, are you all right?" We see a blonde who says that everything is fine. A voice from the phone answers that he is happy and warns that it is worth checking again. The girl is already raising her voice, asking what it is, whether Comey trusts her or not. They tell her that everything is wrong. She tells him to take care of it then, and if possible, let their shadows stay away. It can't be so obvious. And he says that she will dial her father herself. After hanging up, she closed the phone, walked to the edge of her patio, and said, "Goodbye, Daniel." We're transported back to Chan's office, where he goes to the reception desk and gives a small box with the words, "Receive and sign, head you. This is a small gift from me." She was very happy and asked why it was so important for her. Chan says it's just like that, and asks me to make a cup of coffee for him. She screams and says that she will be happy to make him the most delicious coffee in the world. Then I thought about how it happened. The atmosphere around him seems to have changed. He seems even more cool. After arriving at his office, Chang sat down at his computer and started looking at stock charts. When he sees this, he says, "Everyone is so busy today too, wow. This is just crazy. Just crazy. They must have all gone crazy." My heart fluttered. The more money you spend, the faster you get used to it. Low-quality products will soon disappear from the art market. It seems that the company may go bankrupt, but in any case, this can no longer continue. Then adding that now is also the best time to buy art, because the world is wide, cheap, and there are a lot of passable things in it. The 2008 year is the first period of corporate sale at a favorable price in the last 10 years. And in the 2009 year, the first cryptocurrency created by Satoshi Nakamoto will be released. It was Bitcoin. Chan thinks, "Whenever I have time, I'll sweep it all up like I'm buying snacks. Because the time will soon come when you can buy pizza for 5,000 Bitcoins. And when the time comes, I plan to create my own cryptocurrency." When suddenly his phone rang, picking up the phone was Cho's lawyer, and he says that he has just submitted an application for holding an extraordinary general meeting of shareholders regarding who will be the next responsible person. Chan realized that this could be considered a declaration of war. Let's see who's who. The hero thanks Cho for everything and asks him to do one more favor. Cho says he will do whatever he says, and Chan asks to buy the school as a foundation corporation. Cho asks which school, high or middle, in which district, and who he will give it to, whether it will be a university. Jang says Yangju University is up for sale. Chan asks him to meet with the owner and arrange everything, says to offer him 200 billion. Chan thinks that he should use the money to earn karma points even if he dies, and the university is perfect for making his mother's name famous. We are moving to the R&O office. We see how various employees walk. When we suddenly hear a shout asking what they should do, the law firm itself issued a statement. He said they were going to pick up their Ana group. The director says he's heard that these Sami rats have been acting very strange lately, and he tells the employees not to worry because it's just a law firm. Suddenly, we see a car flying along the road. Its speed was very high, which even skidded on turns. Chang got out of the car. The security guard told him that you can't park here, to which he asked if his aunt was here. The guard didn't understand and asked why he was looking for his aunt here. "I'll ask you again, is my Aunt Murren here?" Chan repeated. The guard was taken aback and said that he meant the chairman. We hear a girl's voice asking, "Oh Young Moo, how much capital do we still have left?" She was told that at the moment they have about 90 billion free funds. She said it was much less than she expected. The employee says that most of their investments were invested in a new enterprise located in the Russian Federation. The bank contacted them and continues to demand to return at least part of the loan. The girl says that she already knows, but it was such a good opportunity, she is sorry to miss it. It was Ju Mai-ran, Jiang T-sang's aunt, who also happens to be the CEO of Dong Ryong Food. When the phone rang, she picked up the phone and said that she was being interrupted in the middle of a meeting. A voice from the phone says that a guest has come to her, who says that he is her nephew. She says that such visits are usually warned in advance. Suddenly, in the background, we hear Jiang say that he is Ju Sol-ran. They tell him that he can't just barge in. Walking into the middle of the meeting, Chan made a show of shouting, "Your charming nephew came because he missed his aunt so much. Tell me you missed me so much too?" "Me too, me too. You can't imagine how excited I was when I found out I had an aunt. And I went to hug my aunt. Everyone there was very uncomfortable to see it all." Chan adds that he bought a gift, and he realizes that it's not much, but asks him to accept it. After all, he was rushing here in a hurry, and he didn't have time to prepare a gift in advance. So he bought a 2008 limited edition watch. It's decorated with precious stones. It only cost him 100 million won. She says we need to postpone the meeting until tomorrow. Everyone left the office, and they started talking to each other. She asked him if he was Saul Rand's son and what his name was. He gave his first name, Jiang T-sang. She also asked about Seol Ran herself. Chan said she was home. She was curious about where she currently lives, to which the hero replied that she lives in the city of Yangju. Since she lives in the countryside, it's good. It's safer for her to stay away from all of this, my aunt said. Then she added what he was doing, judging by what she saw. He simply replied that he was a student. "So, where do you study?" "What is it?" she asked. Jang replied that he was a first-year law student at Korea National University. She noticed that he seemed to be studying hard. Then he asked, "But auntie, you just said that it's safer for mom to stay away from all of this, right? What did you mean by that?" Her aunt realized that Chang wasn't asking out of idle curiosity. Then he talks about whether Chan knows that their brother is a very scary person. Chan asked if she was afraid of him. She said that she was very afraid, and that Chan should also be wary of him. Then he hands over his company card and says that he currently owns a small investment company. Then my aunt said, "Isn't he a student?" He replied that yes, he was a student, but it was also his company. "Do you really think I'm not capable of anything, aunt?" She tells him not to pretend that he doesn't understand, because running a company is not easy, it's really hard. Chan says he might need some help. The aunt says, "Hey nephew, don't try to test the waters. We both know that we are not in a relationship where we can give away a luxury watch worth 100 million won. What is the real reason for your visit? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sorry about what happened to your mom." More and more immersed in their own deep thoughts, said my aunt. "I was 10 years old when my mother died and my stepmother came along. Do you think it didn't have a bad effect on me at such a young age? But I didn't hate her, and I didn't hate my sweet and always cheerful little sister. But if I showed any attention to my stepmother, my brother would become violent and even beat me up. I just wanted to survive. My brother really was and still is a terrible person." These words touched Chan, and his eyes were wet. So he thought that he should sort out everything, because he sent people to kill a person that he hadn't even seen before, and he wouldn't gain anything by killing him. Why then, Chan would not even have inherited anything, since in the hereditary queue, he is almost at the very end of the list. Then it suddenly occurred to him that if he and his father died, his entire fortune would go to his mother, and so would his younger sisters. And if the mother dies, the entire fortune will pass to him. The thought made Chan very angry. So she decided to ask him again what it was that had brought Chan to her, knowing that it probably wasn't about the money. He says that he is considering taking over the company, because there are a couple of companies that will soon fall under his influence. The aunt is taken aback and asks why he talks like he wants to own a big company. Chan said in his mind that it wasn't a big company, but a conglomerate. Then he turns to his aunt, and she immediately realized that he needed something from her. Suddenly, he offers to do a real big business with him. We are transported to someone's apartment, where someone wonders where they got so much money at that age. Then he says that his murder failed, And what should they even do with it? Looking at his personal data report, they say that he is good at music, even enrolled in Korea National University. When he suddenly noticed the phrase in the report that Jang is related to Song Yuri, Chan received a warning from his aunt. When asked to go into business, she said that Chan's first priority was to take care of his own safety. Chan, meanwhile, was practicing chopping apples with his sword. The hero was thinking that this was still not enough. He knew that his breathing, stance, and swordsmanship were still not perfect. Jang was well aware that CEO Han Jin-woon's help wasn't unlimited. The hero also knew that it looked like his uncle had some ace up his sleeve that Chan didn't know about. However, this doesn't mean that Yi Chan has put all his cards on the table. After all, Chan has a Lord Grand Jade Emperor, some sort of illegal mentor to Chan. The hero wondered if Mr. Mentor would accept his remaining points. Chan was suddenly nervous. Chan then received a notification that he couldn't summon a god above the average level until he raised his level. This shocked Chan because he didn't know that his level was low. Chang realized that back then, all the gods he had met so far were not even middle level, but low level. Chan thought it was all about the points farm, but he couldn't figure it out. Chan couldn't figure out what the level limit was, because this wasn't some kind of game. Suddenly, someone called Chan. The hero asked Director Ha about what had happened. Director Ha said that he was sorry that he had to disturb Jang at such a late hour. Jang said that everything was fine and Director Ha could talk. Director Ha apologized for his impudence and asked if Jang could spare him some of his time. Chang was somewhat surprised and asked if Director Ha really wanted to do this right now. Chan then asked if something had happened and if Chan was being threatened. Director Ha replied shakily that it wasn't that. Director Ha spoke very hesitantly. The director said that a certain person says that he wants to meet with Chairman Chan. The hero was shocked and asked who this person was. But then he said he understood. Then we are transported to the house on the beach. Someone asked if they failed. The subordinate replied that the 31st Squad, from the lower ranks, reported that the mission failed. The white-haired youth asked if the subordinate was talking about that Korean. The subordinate replied that it was true. The man said that due to police surveillance, they were unable to contact them. One of them committed suicide, while the other two are currently in a vegetative state. The white-haired guy asked about what happened to the target. The man was nervous. He said they couldn't figure it out while they were in a vegetative state. The white-haired guy ordered them to deal with this and complete the mission as soon as possible. The man shouted that he understood the master. Then the white-haired guy said that the honor of the organization depends on it. Then we are transported to Seoul at night. We see Chan driving his white car. He parked and was met by two men in suits and told that Chan was expected. They accompanied Chan on his way to the rendezvous point, and so they went somewhere. There was an old man sitting there, and when he saw Chan, he laughed and said that Chan had finally come. Chang looked around and said it was nice because it was quiet enough. The old man asked if it was possible that they agreed. The old man said the young man knew something. The old man said that when you need to clear your mind, fishing is better than any medicine. The old man, while stirring the coffee, asked if Chang would drink coffee. The hero accepted the offer with a smile. The old man asked about what was wrong with Chan's way of speaking. The old man said that he had heard that Chang was not in the army. The hero realized that the old man must have already found out everything about him. Chang smiled awkwardly. He thought about how he actually served in the army. But no one knows about it, and that was in the past. The old man said that the Chan was different from what the old man had heard. The old man said that even though he was a decrepit old man now, he had once had a network of agents that was hardly inferior to the National Intelligence Service. Chang realized that this elderly man should not be underestimated. The old man smiled and said that even now he could find out a lot. Chang understood that this old man had once been the one toying with the economy of Korea, as well as the entire world. This old man is Chairman Luo Woon-jung. Young said that he had heard that Chan was turning 20 this year. Chang replied that he did. and then asked the question himself and asked if Jung had caught a fish. Zhang said that if he wanted a bite, he would put the bait on the hook. Yu Yizhang can't eat freshwater fish because of its disgusting taste. June offered Chang a drink. Chan still agreed to the offer. June then asked if it meant that Chang was taking care of the old man's kids. Chan said he was flattered. The hero said that he only hired them because they seemed very competent to him. Zhang laughed and said that was true. However, the old man said that his children were not the kind of people who would allow themselves to be mistreated. Jung said that in any case, Zhang seems to have a lot of money for his age. The hero was surprised and wanted to ask about how Zhang found out about this. Starkey asked why Chan was so surprised. He said that the earth was full of hearing. Jung said that Chan's account and his mother's account are not something secret. Then, the old man suddenly exclaimed to tell Chang not to trust government organizations. Zhang said that there were many bandits and rats hiding among them. And this time, Director-elect Choi. According to the old man, the only thing this child cares about is money. June said that he found out late that the former chairman was obsessed with money, so June had to take care of him. But Choi somehow survived, moreover, ran for president. The old man said that life is truly ironic. Chan was shocked. Zhang had some questions when he looked at the hero. June laughed and asked if Chang believed that it was possible to see the future. The hero was shocked. Now it became clear to him that Zhang did not easily become the chairman of a large company. So far, no one has ever suspected Chan of anything like this. But now it's like he's walking on thin ice. Zhang, meanwhile, said that whether it's visions of the future or ghosts, don't get too hung up on it. The old man said that you can see visions of the past, but you can never predict the future. Zhang said that people are strange creatures, because even a saint can eventually become an insanely evil person if he gets caught on the hook called wealth. The old man said that this is why the future is inscrutable. Jung said that whether it was a vision or the machinations of ghosts that whisper the future, Chang should never trust anyone or anything. However, Zhang also said that you can't ignore this either. Jung asked Chang to take the time to make some straw for himself, so that Chang could do it. June told Chang not to blame anyone, even if one day he was betrayed and Chang ended up like June. The old man said that this is fate. This shocked Chan, who asked if the old man had been betrayed. Zhang said that was how it was. He said it was the friend he trusted the most. Jung exclaimed and told CEO Chang that they were persistent and hardy. Jung told Chang not to underestimate them and never forget to take care of his neck. The hero was shocked. He asked about who it was, about who was chasing him. June said that Zhang is being harassed by the Ilseong Society. Chan was shocked. Chang received information about the venomous snake's ancestors. The snake ancestors began to observe Chan. The hero received a notification that in exchange for the information provided, Du Woon-jun was paid karma points. Zhang said that these worms are worse than parasites. He said they had hunted him thoroughly. This is the first time Chan has heard of this organization. He wondered if they were gangsters. Zhang was confused, and he asked the old man what Ilseong Society was and why they had given up on Zhang. Zhang said that in order to avoid being killed by the black-haired foreigners and those guys who were hunting for Zhang's head, the old man had no other options but to say goodbye to his accumulated wealth. Chang was shocked when the old man started talking about black-haired foreigners. The hero got very angry and asked if it was possible that they were related to the Anna group. The old man said he didn't know all the details. Zhang only found out about their existence after he lost everything. He then asked with a smile if Chan also thought he was a thief. Chang asked if Li Jun didn't enjoy what he had. Chang said that the old man had invested a lot of money in the world of politics to use as he saw fit. And in addition to that, June had committed accounting fraud. Chang smiled and said that it was quite a lot of money. If Chang wasn't mistaken, it was approximately tens of trillions. Zhong got nervous and said that it was true, because it was true. However, Zhang said that everyone did it back then, and it wasn't out of the ordinary. Zhang said other large companies have also engaged in accounting fraud. Even now, companies are thinking about it. Although the truth is that the old man said that it was much worse before. The old man said that if you looked at it that way, he really was stealing. Jung said that it wasn't enough for him to stir things up just in small Korea, so he tried to steal from the whole world. Chang looked at the old man blankly. The old man said that he didn't expect his company to fail. Jung said it might sound like an excuse, but he wasn't trying to take everything for himself. Zhang said he just wanted to give more bonuses to his employees and create more good jobs for people. He said that he wanted to become the head of a larger state, not a small Korea. He just wanted to take the country to the world stage. Chan knew that too. The fact that Chairman Du Unjun was generous to the union. The old man said that during the International Monetary Fund crisis, when all the big companies joined in the restructuring and made great strides, Zhang couldn't even cut his staff by 20% because his employees said they had nowhere to go. As a result, the old man's company fell out of favor with the government. The old man asked if Chang knew a man named Zhou Hongyi. Chang asked if the old man was referring to the former chief of financial supervision. The old man laughed and said that he was talking about this man, who was once an employee of the old man. But the old man had to fire him because Hong was not doing his job well. The old man said that this puppy had a grudge against him, and at the right moment in revenge, he stabbed him in the back. June said that this worm who had been fawning over him all the time was working with the Deputy Prime Minister for Economy Yang Bong-jun to get revenge on old man June. Chang asked if June wanted to say that the two were part of the Ilseong Society. Zhang said he didn't know, but he doubted it. The old man said that the Ilsen Society is not just an organization. The history of the society goes back more than 100 years. Zhang said that if this is true, it has been around since the Joseon dynasty. However, the old man said that it wasn't to this extent. June then said a few names, namely Ban Yongju, Song Guk Young, Young Il Guan. The old man asked Chan to memorize these names. Chan asked if they were creditors. The old man said that these worms have sold their country for profit many times. The old man then started talking about a man named Ban Yongju. But Chang interrupted him. Chang said he knew a man named Ban Yongju. Chang asked if it was the director of a financial company. Young said that Chang was quite smart. The old man said that Ban Yongju is the older brother of the director of this Chaguk Ilbo school. Chan was shocked. The old man continued and said that a man named Song Guk Young had become a lawyer. Subsequently, he took the position of Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and founded a well-known family of lawyers. The old man said that this person is the founder and CEO of the Li Cheng law firm. The hero was shocked. The old man started talking about a man named Jung Il-guan. The old man said that during the dictatorship, Jung died while serving as the prime minister of the Korean government, a member of the National Assembly, chairman of the Korea-Japan Parliamentary Association, and the first president of the Liberal Democratic Union. Jung said that Jung was the worst of the worst among pro-Japanese figures. The old man said that the son is now a member of parliament. Chan was very angry. Zhong said that the man had hidden himself so cunningly that it took Zhong a long time to find him. The old man said they were much better at hiding than rats. Zhang then said that the Ilseong Society is an organization created by those who secretly receive money from secret Japanese organizations as political foundations and use this money to finance election campaigns. These worms are trying to sell the Republic of Korea. The old man said that even major media outlets interested in politics push and support each other to control the government. And several companies are even members of the Ilsen Society. The old man said Chan needed to find them. This way, Chan can live a long life. The old man said that his favorite Shakespeare left these words in Macbeth. Evil always begets evil. Jung told Chang to be strong, because that was the only way he would survive. Then were transported somewhere. Yuri asked her father if something was wrong, since he was supposed to be busy today. Her father said that he just decided to carve out some time to meet his adorable daughter. Yuri said that back then, if her father had time, she could have called her mother as well. Yuri said that her mother has been nagging a lot lately, and that it's probably because of the menopause, so Yuri asked her not to get mad at her mother. His father said that's why he solves this problem with an envelope that Yuri's mother will like. The girl said that she also likes such envelopes. Her father said he would give her a thick envelope after they ate. Then he turned back to Yuri. The girl was very nervous. Her father said that the time she hugged him, she asked him to buy her some snacks. My father said she was very nice. Then he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. He asked her if she had anything to say to Dad. She didn't understand at first and asked what her father was talking about. The father gave an example of problems in relationships. The girl was shocked. She pretended that she did not have a relationship. She said she didn't have anything like that. Her father asked her if she had no one at all. Yuri was very nervous. She kept claiming that she didn't have anyone. Her father said that then she could take a sabbatical and go to study in France for a few years. He said that she could even transfer there and finish university there. Yuri asked about how she really had to go abroad so suddenly. My father asked her if she had ever mentioned that she would like to study abroad. Yuri exclaimed that she was fine with everything right now. She said she could go after graduation. Her father said he'd already spoken to her mother. Her father insisted that she go. Yuri knew that he must have learned something by saying that. My father said it was an order, not a request. He exclaimed to let her know how big the world was. Her father said that when she finished her studies abroad, she would marry the man her father had chosen. He said she just had to marry the man he'd chosen for her. Then her father told her something just in case. He said that nothing would change if Yuri went to complain to Grandpa. He said that her grandfather had already given his consent. Then we flash somewhere and see that someone calls CEO Chan and asks about what happened to him. Cho's lawyer said he was sure Jang didn't call him because he missed him. Cho asked if Chang had caused any more trouble last night. Chang said he had a few more questions. Cho's lawyer asked why their smart CEO Jang needed an ordinary lawyer like Cho. Chang asked if Cho knew a place called Li Yingjiang. Jang asked Cho's lawyer to tell him everything he knew. Chan said that he is particularly interested in what is hidden from the public, something that was not disclosed to the general public. Cho's lawyer said it was a pretty scary place. Cho's lawyer said that Li and Jang goes beyond a normal law firm. Chang asked if Cho was referring to their connections to powerful people. Cho's lawyer said that's true. But that's not all. Cho's lawyer said he didn't know all the details, but it was officially founded in the early 70s by lawyers Li Yang-moon and Jang Sung-kal. Although at first glance, it seems like an ordinary law firm, it is more like a legal union. Cho's lawyer said that only the real owners of the firm, Li and Jang, are not the two. Cho said it was a senior lawyer named Song Gun-jun. Jang asked if Cho was referring to Supreme Court Chief Justice Song Guk-jun. Lawyer Cho was a little nervous and asked did Jang know. The hero said that he was a law student after all. Cho's lawyer said that according to rumors, when Sung Guk registered a law firm, he started inviting all the best lawyers he knew there, which was a huge boost for his business. The lawyer said there were few cases at the time that his firm couldn't win, and all because Song Guk-jun is the supreme judge. Cho said that simply put, Sung used any method and could benefit from everything. Cho said that Chief Justice Song Guk-jun's son, Song D-kyung, is a board member. Song D-kyung graduated from Hankook University Law School, worked as a judge after passing the bar exam, served as a senior judge, and then joined Lee and Jang's firm and became one of the board members there. Lawyer Cho asked Jang if he thought Kyung managed to become a director in the shortest possible time. Cho said he hoped Jang understood the big picture. Chan said that he now understands that they are not worth contacting. Cho's lawyer said that in fact, their firm is trying to stay away from them, which is why most law firms don't want to go against Li Yingjiang. Cho said that because they don't shy away from using illegal methods to get things done, no matter how you look at it, they are the sharks of the legal world. Cho said that if something becomes impossible in Korea, they attract foreign experts. He laughed and said there was a reason why their fees were so high. Chang said that in that case, Anna Group would definitely ask Lai Yingzhang to help them. Cho's lawyer said it could be, and that's why he's doing everything he can and more. Chan said he needed the help of a lawyer. Cho agreed and said he was willing to do anything. Cho said that for CEO Zhang's sake, Cho might even pretend to be dead. Chang said to plant the seeds. Cho was shocked, of course, and asked if Chan was really going to take up gardening. Chang was thinking that lawyer Cho had never been very imaginative. Chang didn't say anything, but at the same time, he thought about what Cho had said correctly about gardening, except that they would be planting people instead of plants. Chan is going to put his men everywhere in earnest. Zhang asked Cho's lawyer to release the information that Cho had previously reported to Zhang. The lawyer was shocked. He asked about what data we are talking about. Chan said they just talked about it. Cho's lawyer said he doesn't fully understand CEO Zhang. The hero said that this is data on corruption of members of the National Assembly. Cho's lawyer was shocked that Zhang still remembered it. Chang asked if Cho's lawyer had this information. Lawyer Cho was very nervous. He was very afraid of what would happen if he revealed this data. However, Chan interrupted him and exclaimed that as a bonus, he would give Lawyer Cho a house in Kota Kinabalu and a lifetime VIP card from any 5-star luxury hotel. Cho was shocked. He refused to do it, and disappointed that Chang thought he was such a person. Cho suggested that they simply not make such deals between them. Cho said that Zhang shouldn't be so extravagant, given their brotherly relationship. Cho then asked again about the data Chang wanted. The hero said that he is interested in something that can be immediately made public. Cho was shocked. He was under a lot of stress. Chan then said that he would tell you just in case. The lawyer exclaimed and asked if Chan had any other request for him. Chang asked if Cho had ever heard of the Ilseong Society. Lawyer Cho was scared and said he didn't know about it. The lawyer then asked CEO Chan about how he learned about the case. Chang replied that it was a matter of chance. A trembling Cho asked if this was too much. The lawyer broke down and started shouting that no matter how much control he had over the situation, it was impossible to get rid of such an influential law firm at the snap of a finger. Cho shouted that it was creepy because there were less than 10 members in this company, and that even he didn't have this information. Chan realized that he wanted too much. Then, all of a sudden, the office got a call. Chang asked about what had happened. The receptionist told Zhang that Director Han Jinwoon had told him that he would be coming soon. Chang asked the receptionist to tell him to come right in. The receptionist said that Khan also asked me to tell him what would happen to the guest accompanying him. Lawyer Cho said he had completely forgotten about the meeting. He said it looks like his retirement is just around the corner. The lawyer said he was busy today, so he'll go. Cho's lawyer said he would send the materials by email. Zhang just smiled and said that he would contact Cho's lawyer. The action still takes place in Chan's office. The hero heard the sound of footsteps coming from these two people. The guest that Chang had been waiting for all this time. I waited so long that I even opened the door a crack beforehand. Han Jin-woon turned to Zhang. Chang turned around and looked at the guest. He saw a man in his early 50s, short, with a rock-hard body. Chang could feel the cruel, cold eyes staring back at him. Chan introduced himself and greeted the guest. The hero held out his hand. The man shook the hero's hand and said his name was Chang Hoon. This is Zhang's first meeting with the future head of national intelligence. Then we are transferred to the National Intelligence Service building. There we see a man asking about the head of the third group. The interlocutor said that the head of the third group was at the meeting place on the square, and they missed him. The man asked the interlocutor if he had become complacent just because he was the head of the previous administration. He asked if they still considered themselves employees of NIS. The man shouted to them not to miss any of them and to keep an eye on him. He told them to find all the subordinates who supported the previous manager. We flash back to Chang and see him shake hands with Hong. Chan thanked the man for coming and said it must have been a long journey. Hong said that he never thought that the road would be so difficult. Han asked them to continue the conversation and said that he still had things to do on his schedule, so he had to leave them. Chang looked at Han approvingly. After a while, the heroes were already drinking tea. Chang asked if Hoon was having a hard time right now. The man said that he had a golden time. Hong said that when he was in Nis, he couldn't get more than 5 hours of sleep a day. Now he can sleep as long as he likes, and no one will even say a word. Hong said there were no documents and no manual to sit in front of. Jang said he thinks Hoon should keep working. Hong said that for the time being, he would like to retire and just take a break. Hong said he had heard that even the president was going to return to his hometown and take up farming. Hong said it was always his dream to raise a younger student and write a book. Chang asked if it was a pity for Hoon to finish so early. Hong said there was nothing he could do about it anyway. He was upset and said that there was nothing else he could do right now. Jang said that even though it was their first meeting with Hoon, Jang would like to ask Hoon a favor. Hong smiled and said that he didn't have anything. Jang strongly encouraged Hoon to go to the United States and study there. The man was certainly shocked by this suggestion. Chan said he would cover all expenses and also prepare the visa. Hong said that it's not so easy because today's regime is tougher than Chang thinks. However, Chang said that everything would be fine. Chang said that he was also a good hand at sewing. Hong was surprised. Chang said Hoon can also hire retired employees. Chang said that Hong can have whatever he wants. Chan has prepared conditions that are difficult to refuse. Chan was sure. A person who loves an organization would take the bait, even if they didn't know it was a trap. Then we are transferred to the MTS building. Seo Rang asked him if he didn't love them anymore. Chan asked her to stop crying. The girls were very happy to see Chan. The hero held out a box of cakes and said that he had heard that these cakes were popular recently. The girls, of course, were delighted. Group leader Chu Ming asked if they were really pigs. She told Chan not to try to get rid of them with just one meal. Chan felt uneasy, thinking that they were the same age as them, so he asked them to speak casually. But he realized that he probably shouldn't have given them that right. Chan said that he just prepared a gift to repay their love. Seo Rang and the other girls were waiting. Chan said that he wrote a new song for them. They were shocked. Because Chan is a law student, they didn't expect anything good. Chan then said that the song is called Tell Me. Chan mentally apologized to the girls he stole the song from. Chan got a lot of dark karma points. Then were transported back to Chan's office. Cho's lawyer called Chan and said that he was able to find out that Lian Chan was working with Anna. Chan said that was to be expected. Cho's lawyer said they must have spent a lot of money. Chang asked what the results would be. Cho's lawyer said that there are many facts that they won't be able to refute, so even the court won't be able to do anything. Cho said that foreign investment has already been attracted, so nothing will help them. Chang asked the lawyer to push them as hard as possible. Cho said that he will mobilize all the connections he knows, but he thinks it will take some time. Cho said he'd try to get it done by the end of the summer break. Chang said that Cho was in a good mood and asked him to keep it up. Chang thought about how he had come to an agreement with the university's chairman, Chu Yang, that would give them a few more months. Chang said it was good news. Cho asked when the scent data would be published. Chan said they were probably starting to post it now. Cho was shocked and said that he had kept them to himself for so long. Chan asked him to think of it as a contribution to a good cause. Meanwhile, April has arrived, and fallen sakura leaves are flying everywhere. We see someone raise their hand. It was a girl who greeted Chan as he walked down the street. Jang asked Xianbi if it was a good day. The girl said she did. Then she asked him when he was going to give her time. Sond said that he told her that he would give her individual lessons. Chan apologized and said that he had been very busy lately. She asked if he could still share his precious time with her. Sond said that there was already a queue of beautiful newcomers who asked her to introduce Jang to them. Suddenly, someone started discussing some video. Someone laughed and said that it might be because this American site is very popular. Someone said that they can't even go there because of the huge traffic. Someone else said that this video is also available on other sites. People were talking about the fact that right now this video is being distributed everywhere like crazy. Chan and the girl were standing there looking at the group of guys who were discussing this. Judging by their conversations, the video showed the younger brother of the group's chairman, Anna. Chan mentally apologized to Anna Group. People said that during the conversation, he says that he is the chairman's younger brother. Jang thought about how it looked like this family was going to be wiped out of Korean history this year. Seonbi asked Chan in confusion what everyone was talking about. Chan said that it seems that one amazing video has gone very viral. She asked if it was really all Bedlam's fault. The girl asked why all men are like this, except for Chan. The hero realized that the Me Too movement was launched today, right now, with only a few days left until the election starts. This is the perfect day to send one person somewhere far away. Then we are transported to the city of Jeongju. We see a man named Oju Hayek yelling something. He asks the residents to trust him again. Hayek said that even though he wasn't born in Jeongju, he still considers it his hometown and is willing to do everything possible for it to flourish. The man said that over the past 4 years, he was able to attract many companies and worked hard to develop their city and support local businesses. Hayek said that he also maintains a close relationship with President Hyun. He shouted into the microphone that if they chose him, he would make this city the mecca of the regional economy in the next 4 years. He asked the esteemed residents of Jeongju City to support him. Then we see Hayek's name being shouted out by the support group. They sang about Hayek being the #1 candidate. They were cheering, but Hayek wasn't happy about it. He shouted into the microphone and thanked them. Then he suddenly started cursing. He was furious that the other candidates had made it so much easier. Then we are transported somewhere and see someone asking the gentleman for a cup of chamomile tea. The guy in the suit said that the results of public opinion polls are extremely positive. The guy told Hayek that they were ahead of the other candidate by a full 15%. Hayek smiled wickedly and said that thanks to these worms, he would still win a grand victory. Hayek said that this is their chance to take matters into their own hands, because those protesters don't know anything about politics. Then he asked about who had gentle hands. He asked about where Chang Yang was now. Then a girl came out and asked if he had called her. He was overjoyed and said she was just in time. Hayek said that his shoulders were very stiff. He told her to come over and give his shoulders a little squeeze. The girl was embarrassed, but she listened to him anyway. Hayek then ordered the other men in suits to go for a short walk somewhere. They also felt uncomfortable, but they obeyed the order. And so Chang Yang started giving him a massage, which he said was very relaxing. Hayek said that as he thought, when it comes to shoulder massage, a young girl like Jang Young is best suited for it. After saying that, he started to paw her. The girl was uneasy. She didn't like it. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, shouting. He asked if Kim's assistant was crazy, and Hayek asked if Kim could see that he was on a break. Kim said they were in big trouble. He shouted for Hayek to check the internet quickly. He opened his laptop and looked at the news. He was shocked. The caption said that an intimate video of a representative from Jeongju Oju Hayek was leaked online. When Hayek saw this, he was shocked. Kim then told the representative that the party leader was calling. Hayek thought about how 10 years ago, when he was a nobody, he had organized a party with some of his acquaintances. Hayek asked if Kim was seriously suggesting that he answer the phone now. Hayek was very nervous and said in a shaky voice that it was all fake. Suddenly, someone broke the glass in the office. It turned out that the townspeople started throwing stones. They shouted that Worm Ju Hayek should resign. They gathered under the window and shouted at him to get lost. They asked him how else he could call himself a human. Someone threw a rock and hit him squarely in the face. They shouted at him that he was a pervert. Hayek, meanwhile, was thinking that this wasn't supposed to be the case. The townspeople shouted at him to leave the city at once. because prison is the place for him. Hayek told himself it was just a bad dream. They kept shouting at him that he was a cowardly worm. Even on the big screens in the city center, they talked about the scandal with the video of one of the members of parliament. Then we are transported somewhere and see that someone is listening to music in the car. It was a vat. The hero wondered why it was necessary to shoot the video at all, although Chan is even happy about it. Chan was thinking that if the family went down because of this, it would be really fun. Chan was very happy at heart. Just as Chang thought, cleaning the area is the best job for calming down. Jang decided that Oh Seung Hyuk and Oh Dong Sung needed to go down to the bottom to recover. Chang thought that they would thank him again. Thanks to Chan, their names are now well known. Chang was driving along the road when he saw a familiar silhouette in the darkness. He saw a familiar girl. It was Yu Rai, who was clearly upset about something. He got out of the car and asked her what she was doing there. The girl was crying for some reason. He ran up to her and told her that if she continued to stand in the rain without an umbrella, she would definitely catch a cold. He approached her with an umbrella and asked her to come with him to the car to take her home. She started crying even harder and started talking about how something had happened. Chan became agitated and asked her if something was wrong. She suddenly fainted, but Chang caught her in time. The girl Chan suddenly found in the rain. It doesn't seem like such a small problem to Chan. Then we are transported to a certain building. We see Yu Rai's father being informed that she has disappeared. The person who called on the phone said that she went to school and then disappeared from sight. Her father got angry and asked what they were doing there. My father started shouting that he didn't care if they were sorry or not, but they had to find her. He was shouting at them about what he was saying, telling them to keep a close eye on her. The source promised that they would find her. My father was in a bad mood. His father remembered that Yu Rai might be with Chan, but he didn't want to believe it. Then we are transported somewhere and see that Yu Rai is lying somewhere. From the look on Chan's face, it's clear that he's in control of himself. He stood and looked at Yu Rai, who was lying on his bed. Then we are transported to the past, shortly before recent events. We see Yu Rai thinking that she will have to leave tomorrow. Now that she has to leave, she finally understands what that feeling was like. She knew it was love. Yu Rai kept these emotions deep in her heart. She wondered if she could just see him again. See a guy named T-san. She really wanted to see him. Suddenly, we see that Yu Rai has woken up, and Chan has put his hand to her forehead. He said the temperature seemed to have almost subsided. Chan said he didn't know what had happened, but now she didn't have to worry. Yu Rai was surprised by something. Chang said that in time, these experiences will mean nothing. He took his hand away from her forehead. However, Yu Rai suddenly grabbed his hand. Chan didn't get it. She asked Chan to give her a hug. This confused Chan. He was confused, and she brought her hand up to his face. She pulled him to her and asked him to love her. She told them to let their love overwhelm them. They started kissing. However, Chang said that this is not possible because it will only complicate things. Yu Rai said that she wouldn't blame him and asked him to just let it happen. Chan called her Sanb again. She told him to call her Yu Rai. It was raining outside. Then we transferred to Korea Engineering University. We see that someone invented the iPhone. It turned out to be Chan, who said that they were in the future because they were the first smartphone users. Chang asked Youngsi to help distribute them. The first users were shocked. They were overcome by a fantastic feeling. They said it was very cool. Since this is an iPhone that is currently impossible to buy even with money, the surprise of these students is quite natural. Through Robert, Chan will be able to get a party card. Chan said that in 2007, Stephen Matthew released a funny thing that they are now holding in their hands, an iPhone. The students asked why Chan was giving them these phones. Chan said they were gifts. The students were very happy and started shouting. Students said that this phone is like a small computer. Chan said that the iPhone supports two 5G wireless networks, but unfortunately because it's GSM, they can't access this feature in this country at the moment. Zhang promised that everything would change in 2 years. The students were certainly angry at this. Chan said that before talking about the app that was developed in the first place, he would like to ask them all something. Chan asked about how they think Apple will be successful. One student said that people will be interested in learning about the new phone, but he doesn't think other big companies, including Nokia, will stay away. Also, someone said that they heard that Microsoft and Google are also preparing to surprise everyone with new technologies. Chan said that based on his predictions, Nokia's fortress will soon collapse. They talked about that. That was impossible. And they asked if Chan knew how much of the mobile market Nokia controlled. Chan asked about what would happen if he said that Nokia, which will also release a mobile phone, will fail. Chan said that in the future, Apple will enjoy great success and become a leader in this niche. The students asked him why he was so sure. They said Chan was exaggerating too much. Chan said that they had just experienced it themselves and should have understood the reason. But there are 3 key reasons why people like the iPhone. They were suddenly inspired. Chan said the first reason is the device itself. He said that if they were using a MacBook or an iPod series player, it was clear to them, a user interface that no one else can match. Chan said it's an identity that creates a special bond between machines and humans. The second reason is an addictive element of the program. He said that if they use iTunes, they will sooner or later discover that their device has a USB plugged in. Chan said that this is the addiction that Stephen Matthew is striving for. And the third reason is that Apple provides a developer-oriented programming suite. Chan said that with intuitive tools, the business will attract talented and curious people, and many of them will become incredibly successful. Chan spoke about the era of app development and code fever. According to him, this is the time when it will be possible not to bend under various companies in order to achieve success. The student said it wasn't even a web marketplace. He asked if Chan really thought the app program would make money. The student said that for a law student, Chan has a rich imagination. In his mind, Chan just laughed and wondered if they didn't believe him even after he gave them so much information. Chan decided that then he would personally show them. Chan asked them to review the applications. Users looked at their phones again. Chan asked if they saw the app with the lion icon. He asked them to try running this app. Zhang said it was an app developed by him and San Baonsi. Everyone was shocked that the two of them developed the app together, because they were sure that it was impossible to do it together. Chang thought that they were the ones who underestimated themselves too much. In his opinion, you should not be so surprised, because this is just the beginning. Chan said, even if you're not part of a company or group, you can use development tools. Normal people can also hit the jackpot using development tools. He sees a cool lion cub and says that the cubs are very cute, noticing that this is completely to their taste. The lion cub discontentedly asks where he came from and says that people have no respect at all. Chan started tickling him, and he laughed very hard and shouted that he was tickled. Everyone in the office shouted that it was very cute and cool, and started trying out the app. The hero thinks about whether this is a cool tomboy, isn't it? Then he says that he reacts to his touch. Chan realized that this app was the first one to draw attention to the iPhone, and with the fact that he did it together with Vladimir, it didn't take long. In the audience, they began to ask how he was able to create such a thing, and whether it was really just the two of them who did it. Chan asks everyone in the audience to remember that only those who know something can lead this world. You have received a huge amount of karma points. Your ancestors look up to you, who give you good advice. We are transported to the street, where she asks how this is even possible. He asks back what's wrong. Be honest, you're not a law student, are you? You're an alien, aren't you? Chan decides to laugh it off and says there's one thing he can only tell her. Aliens only exist in Zone 51, which is in Nevada. See, thought the brat saw her as silly? Suddenly, Chan's phone rang, and his phone showed that it was you. He picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. The voice on the phone said something important had happened. Suddenly, he started shouting, How did the prosecutor break in? Prosecutors and investigators. Why? What an investigator. Roman 11 was confused and didn't understand what was going on this time. We are transferred to the hero's office, where they say that they are now investigating the suspicion of insider trading. The man shows his ID and asks if they can call their lawyer. The receptionist thanks them for their hard work and then offers them a cup cold coffee, since it's a pretty hot day right now. He angrily replies that they did not come here to play. Then he wondered if she was the only employee here. She smilingly replies so that they can see everything they need. They don't stop them, and also added that she once worked for a law firm. This alerted the investigator, and he wondered why he needed this information. Then he turned to his charges and shouted to them not to stop, and to work hard, and not to leave a single piece of paper, so that they would take everything they could. The receptionist asked them to calm down and told them to take away the hard drives, because all the information is stored there, because their company does not store so many papers. So this should make their work much easier. The investigator is still negative, looking at Chan's sign. He wondered why such a young guy, and already the director, and he thinks they are all and the same. After that, he decided to check the computer, turns it on, and is very surprised. After all, there is not a single icon, not even a icon, wondering if he hid all this on purpose, and for whom they generally perceive him. They suddenly turn to him and say that their investigation is over. There is not a single filled-in column. This alerted the investigator, and he asked how this is even possible, and then started shouting that they searched all the floors and found any clue. The employee responds that this is not at all in their competence, and they cannot do so. The investigator says that he will take full responsibility, so they need to hurry up and check everything they can. Suddenly, we hear someone's voice saying that everyone has worked very hard. This angered the investigator, and he shouted with the words who dared to interfere with the official investigation. Then turned to the shouting man. Does he see what is going on here? It turns out to be Cho's lawyer. Then he says, Nam Sanjul, it's been a long time. The investigator says in a shaky voice, it's really Sunbi Nim. Before he can finish, Cho interrupts and asks that he has already become his Sunbi. Then the guy asks why did Cho come here? They tell him to pretend that he doesn't know. And then Cho shouts that he is the lawyer of this company. All the investigators were confused, and then asks for their IDs. They started to look at each other. Detective Cho didn't like it, and yelled, where are they looking? Don't they know that they need to assist the victim's lawyer in the investigation? And asks them to hurry up. The investigator told them to give him an ID card. Cho smiles mischievously, and the papers are handed to him. You drive me crazy, which means insider trading. Wasn't it already investigated? So why are you making so much noise? Detective Cho said. The investigator called him Sunbi. If we were investigating this case, Cho interrupted again and asked why they were trying to explore areas that weren't covered by their ID. Were they crazy? Then it says, that's why prosecutors have always been seen from the bad side. People hired by the law must follow the laws. Then why do you do what you want? Did Ko Guanarol make you do it? He's such a scoundrel. Just because he's higher in rank, he doesn't feel any more fear. Just because he became the first deputy. How dare he even abuse the law in this economy? And he added that isn't it true for us? Cho explains he was told that if he also abused the law like Ko, he would also be dragged down, and he'd better keep it as normal as possible. Because does he know how much Director Chan earns per day? It's at least 10 million won, which will cost them a civil suit. Also, part of their money is from American investors. Then, of course, they will participate in it. Cho smiled and asked. It seems like he didn't know about it until now. And he started to say his name is Robert. You've probably heard of him. He's currently the strongest investor wall, and also Chan's business partner. You need to choose the right side. After all, if you choose the wrong side, then you will have to collect your clothes and go to the place where you were born. Wow, the sun is already setting. and he tells them to pack up their things and get out of there. Then he shouts, "Why are they all standing still? Since there's nothing here to cover their identity at night. So once the sun has set, they'll have to finish their investigation." The investigator stands in shock and understands that the chief will mark him, and also understands that he is in the wrong place. After all, the only thing he missed was a possible clash with Cho's company. He then asks all employees to pack their bags. They obediently agreed and went to get ready. And the investigator himself bowed before Cho and says that he is already on his way. Cho thinks that this guy seems to understand his situation, and he says that even if they leave a little later, they need to leave all the evidence in place. We flash forward to some time later, when Chan has already returned to his office. Cho says that these madmen are already quite brazen. Chan replies that he didn't even know they did it of their own free will. Then he asked who their leader was. Cho was confused and said that their leader is Ko Guangryul. He's the new deputy chief of the Central Zone. But as long as it was his order, it was like Lai and Chang were the ones behind it all. Chan says that Ana Group has been very busy recently. If Li and Chang are free now, there will probably be another attack. Chang thought that the investigation would be nothing compared to this. Cho says that anything is possible, knowing how treacherous they are. Narrated by that the current South Korea is a place where not even the innocent are blamed for all sorts of crimes. Chan asks Cho to be more careful. Cho apologizes and says that he tried to do everything in his power, but it didn't work out. At least they are safe here, and asks him to wait for Jang for a while. And since they talk about Li and Chang, politics will also move on. And then he tells Chan to be very careful too. Chan replies that then he will have to reconsider all the options for the event. Cho decided to ask, does he have a good plan in mind? Chan laughs it off and says that he will just do what he sees as right. We are transferred to someone else's company. Where is the shouting asking that they couldn't find anything? The investigator was sitting there, and he apologizes. And the head of the company says, Director Ko, you were very confused, and you couldn't even handle the office of some brat. He says that it was impossible to do something there, and he will try again as soon as possible. The head shouts that he doesn't need to do this, and added that he has to go, so he resets the phone. After dropping it, he says that these don't even have a hungry mindset. He believes that today there is no one useful. Since the workers' election was over and Yuyuri had arrived safely in France, he was getting used to it. And then he said that it was all Jang T-san's fault, when suddenly his phone rang again, and they said that the director had guests. The voice from the receiver says that if he says that it's Jang T-san, then the director should recognize him. The director was very surprised and confused, but still let me in. Chan smiles and says it's nice to meet you. Director Sung doesn't really like his attitude towards him, but he invites Chan to sit down and asks why he came to see him. Jang says that he just wanted to meet his Sunbi and talk about business. Sung was amused and asked what was his Sunbi. And I thought about the fact that this guy is exactly what they said about him. Jang asks, aren't you a student at Korea Law University? School, region, and occupation. Isn't that a good start to a good relationship? Song says that since he calls him his Sunbi, what's his name? Chan confusedly asks why he's acting like this, and tells about himself. I'm the director of lore, Jang T sang. I recently heard that you were interested in my company, so I came to see you, Sunbi. Sung replies that he doesn't quite understand what Jang is talking about, and asks for it without honors. Chan says that he is one of his students. The director says, well, let me, an older man, ask you what your real purpose of the visit is. The hero asks for his help, and says that the Ana Group will soon fall, and its investors are already ready to tear them apart. These words surprise Sun. Chan says that he is quite close in communication with the investor Robert. The director is shocked. Isn't this the Robert he's thinking of? Chan says yes, it's the same Robert. And he is very close to American politicians. Song asked in a trembling voice why he was targeting Ana Group. Chan says that he accidentally heard this from Robert, Apparently, he is tracking them for political purposes, in order to do with them the same thing that he did with Diwu Hong. Sun asked again, "Is this all for political purposes? Did the man known as Robert tell you this?" Jang decided to go on the offensive and said that the reason Sunbi sent people to his office was because of this information, wasn't it? The director is very surprised, but he doesn't show it, and says that this guy is just amazing. Jang then says, "I'll tell you straight out, Sunbi. The reason I came here so late at night is because going to be a huge adventure in the near future, and I'd like to invite you to join it." We are transported to some Japanese cabin, where they say that the results of these elections were unsatisfactory. They tell him that he agrees, because if the incident had not in the past few minutes, they would be able to get about 10 spots. The chapter says, "You did a good job as a regional director anyway." The director replies that it's all thanks to him. We see Sung saying that it was all thanks to President Park Jong-un. The man says that actually it's all thanks to One Pine Society. He adds, "Director Song, I heard that you've already taken over on a group." He replies that yes, he also accepted permission from the president of One Pine Society. He has come to a merger and will take control of the AMA group, which will cause more problems than good. The man says that this is a rather unfortunate combination of circumstances. ANA Group is at least good at distributing money. Sun says that for this purpose, he has a recommendation of another good option. Everyone asked what this option is, and Song told me about Chan. There's a junior student at Korea University that I know, and he's quite talented. No, he's even as good as an investment genius. It's only 20 years old, but in a short period of time, it has increased its net worth to several trillion. After that, he handed over an envelope with all the necessary papers. Both men are simply shocked, because they have never seen such a genius before, especially since he is only 20 years old. Song says that there is a small snag in his mind-blowing talent, because he asks to take on a group for himself. And he says that this junior is now holding Robert's Wall Street investor, and says that he wants to take over on a group. They asked shakily if he was talking about the same Robert they called the investment demon. They are a little scared and say that this person has a lot of close connections, and it is very difficult to meet him even once. The older man asked, "Is he that good?" The dream narrates, "Yes, his investment in a few years will turn out to be several hundred billion." Well, if it's just the ANA group, didn't you say we should take control of it? Wouldn't it be better to just give it to him? The older man says that looking at director Sung's sharp eyes, it feels like he's already offered the contract to Chan. He replies that this is the moment to take control of the ANA group. Even the other directors agree. And that's not all I learned about him. I realized that he is also related to director Zhou, who owns Dongryong Company. This junior is the son of President Zhou's exiled daughter. The men were very excited and said that this is already gaining interesting momentum. And they asked, "Then what is the purpose of this guy?" Dream said that in the near future he said that there would be a huge gamble, and he asked him to keep an eye on it when it appeared. After all, if they accept this offer, he promises them to multiply their investment money tenfold. They asked what the risks were, which is as much as tenfold. I've been thinking about this. I need to keep an eye on it. So I believe that the two of you can help me quietly behind my back. I'm going to invest my 300 billion of my own money. We are transported to Chan's office, where we hear a voice from the phone saying that the meeting time has been set, and he is still not sure why the court set the meeting time so early. Chan replies that it's still easy. The voice on the phone asks if Chan wants to know something more shocking. He said that he had heard that Lee and Chang had left ANA Group. Chan says it's amazing. It is also narrated. Also keep it in mind that if we are going to send invitations to shareholders, it will take about a month. Chan says that he will count on him until the end. Chanwoo writes a message thanking him for the gift. They suggest that he drink some wine again sometime. Chan says that he will send his bank details to the post office. Sleep thanks him. The hero thinks about what to thank him for, because he understands that in the future he will have to stab him in the back. The landline phone rang, saying that Director Chan has visitors. They said that you would understand if I said that President Anjung sent them. Jang even forgot that the president said he would send them to him, and asks guests to enter. Suddenly, a lady in heels walks in and says it's nice to meet you, Jang T-sang, and introduces herself as Dudo. Jang thought that Dudo was a rather peculiar name, and then he says that when President Anjung said that he would send someone to me, I didn't even know that there would be such a beauty. She replied that her father was quite special. These words surprised Chan. The girl said that President Anjung is her father. Chan wonders if he would believe her if she said it was her grandfather. But her father, what a lucky man. Then he invites the girl to sit down and asks if she will have coffee. She agreed. Chang called his secretary and asked for 2 cups coffee. After a while, 2 mugs were brought to them, after which the girl says that his employees are quite beautiful and competent. Chan laughs and says that he's just giving her a high salary. The girl smiled and said that she would also like a high salary after she spent a lot on the car. Chan says that he believes that her father should give her money for a fairly comfortable life. It lists a car, a house, tuition, and at least $1 million in my bank account. Chan says it's pretty good for her age. She replies that this is not enough, and she wants to fulfill her father's dream. Chan only thinks about her attractiveness, and that if he's careful, he might fall for her charisma like most men, because she's level 99 danger. So Chan says she understands that her father's dream is quite big. She says, can he give her a chance? He says he can if she has the skills. She revealed that she is trained at Princeton University in business. She is also a master and has completed her doctorate and is also 25 years old. These words surprised Chan, who had also graduated from many colleges before, and he said it was pretty cool. She replied that it was nothing compared to his achievements. She added that her father's standards were quite high and asked if Chan knew what he said to her. He said that at best, she would be able to manage one of the sectors, so she should not dream of more, but just manage the sector. The phone rang, and Chan told them to come in. The girl asked if she should leave. The hero said that she first needs to complete an internship. This surprised her very much, and she asked how it was possible with her level of maintenance. The man asks if Chan called him, and he says yes, Director Ha. You must know this girl. He bowed to her and said it was nice to meet you. Jang says that the 2 of them need to be introduced, and says that the person who is here is the manager of Diwu Hong, Director Ha Guanggu. And the girl herself began to imagine saying her name, and she said that she had heard a lot about Director Ha. He asked her who her father was, and she said it was Du Anyung. She says that even though she grew up in the US, she thinks she can help him, and she says that she is going to join the team, thinking that the leadership of the team is very suitable for her. Director Ha says we should start then. Their plan is to take over a car company, currently the Korean company Samryong Autos. She says they're really going to attack the home company. He said no, their goal is just a foreign market and export. Then she replied that it was probably impossible. Jang and Ha were surprised and asked what made her say that. She replied that first of all, it is just a small market, and another company is already doing it. Ha says that if only they could not invest in new technologies, then such a company will not stay so long. The girl says that the next American crisis will just be in the corner, and if this is the case, then Samryong was thrown out without a single chance. And China's foreign structure is very simple, so they need a different solution. Ha says that then she needs to call this decision, and this will be the condition for admission to the company. She replied that if their goal is just a foreign market, then she will take on Volvo cars. This surprised them very much, and Jang extended his hand and said welcome to the team, Dudo. We're transported to a college vat, where someone asks if they've had breakfast or not. They all agreed to go eat, and the guy says that he recently received a salary, so he will pay for everyone. Everyone was happy. There was a very beautiful meal on the table, and everyone was very happy with it. After breakfast, they went to college, where they said that Yukjijang was so good. The other guys agreed that the food today was surprisingly better than usual. But one of them said that he wasn't sure if Chan liked her. Chan said that although it was simple, it was very tasty. The guy said that then he would buy everyone a coffee. Chan noticed something and said, "Don't you want to say something?" Then the guy said that to be honest, he has a request for everyone. Everyone is shouting for him to speak quickly, because they will do everything for him. And he said everyone knows that the festival will start soon. So the professor was really happy with the results of the last meeting. So he has high hopes for this festival. Jang says, "Sunbi, does this sound like something that's assigned to the finance department?" He replies that his intuition is sharp. Chan said that he understood. So he offered to trust him in all these matters. We are transported to someone's office, where a man yells at an employee and asks that Jang T-san, that everything that happened was because of that. Then we flash back and see that Chairman O asked if it was all because of this Chan worm. The manager said that this is true, because the report says so. The manager said that they confirmed that there was indeed a feud between Master Dong Sung and Chan. The manager said that what's more, a student known as Lee Yi-rin, whom the young master met at Korea University. The manager said that she was rumored to be Chan's lover. The manager then spoke about the Tichun Beach incident. They confirmed that it was related to sexual harassment. Moreover, the problem with the girl who was a member of the girl group FOB turned out to be Jang's close friend, and it wasn't just the young host Dong Sung. The manager said that the same applies to Master Oh Johyuk from Gwangju City. The chairman was shocked and asked if Johyuk was the same. The manager said that it was because they discovered that Anna's apartments, which were under construction, were in conflict with the orphanage that Jang Tison sponsored. The chairman asked if the manager wanted to say that it was Jang Tisang who leaked Jo Hyuk's video. The manager said he believed it was true. The chairman was furious. He slapped the table in anger. He then asked if Chang had also attacked their group. The manager said that it was true, because it was an lore investment group, including several foreign investors. They concluded that these groups had joined hands. The manager said that even the building that Chan bought is full of former members of Daewoo, who are now part of the takeover team. The chairman said that Chang got him well. The chairman said that he shouldn't have let his guard down because of Jang's age. The man asked if this information was accurate. The manager said it was accurate information because they checked it twice. Then the chairman wondered who the worm Jang Tisang was. The manager said that Chang was rumored to be rich in investments. The manager said that it looks like Chan got a lot of benefits from futures and exchange rates. The chairman said that back then, Chan also had a hand in Liu Chang. The manager said that this is the case since director Liu Chang, Dongmoon is a senior. The probability of this is high. The chairman suddenly started laughing. The chairman said that he had been taking medication all this time without even knowing it, while Chang was doing all these things under their noses, and the chairman didn't even know anything. The manager apologized to the chairman, but the chairman said that everything was fine. The chairman said that such things happen in life. The manager was shocked, after all, ever since in the past, whenever he saw the chairman laugh like that. In the end, it always led to someone going missing. Then the chairman got up from his desk and went to the window. He asked if the shareholders' meeting would be held in 1 week. The manager confirmed it, and then said that he at least believed it. The manager thought that the chairman was angrier than ever before. The manager was thinking that it looked like at least this time, he would definitely aim for the man's neck. The chairman, looking out of the window and smiling, thought that it was time for this worm to disappear. Then we are transported to a certain park. Someone asked if the roast pork would be ready on time. Then the girl asked about pancakes with shallots. The guy said that he was the head of their house, so she could leave everything to him. The girl said that then she would leave it up to him. She said that even the professors would be here, so she asked him not to make any mistakes. Then she asked what the law school's plans were for this year. The guy asked if they were going to roast a whole piglet like they did last year and give up. Then someone said that this was true, because last year the food was tasteless and raw. Someone said that law school is terrible when you work in a team. Someone asked if they had anything interesting to look at all. Someone said that for many years, the only thing they have in their stalls is flies. They wondered that if they couldn't sell even in their own department, then how could they sell elsewhere? They all agreed that it was really disgusting. Then the students took a couple of steps and were shocked by what they saw. They wondered why their space was so large. The guy said it was about the same amount as all the other departments combined. Then the girl wondered what it was, because she had some uneasy feeling. Then they saw trucks pulling up, and they had even more questions. When the trucks arrived, a man shouted to everyone to hurry up and put everything in order. The students were surprised that the trucks had fancy tables and chairs. And there were also a lot of gas cylinders. They wondered if it was hotel food. They were shocked and could not understand what was happening. The men brought out Chinese frying pans. The girl said that she feels bad about it. Suddenly, someone behind them yelled for them to clean up if they were done. The students turned around and saw that this was no ordinary tent. The guy said it was like they were preparing for the opening of the restaurant. Everyone was shocked by the fact that clams and octopuses were brought there. He wondered if they'd even hired a chef. They wondered if the law school had sponsored all of this. They shouted that they were crazy because festivals should be held by students. They also shouted that it was a hoax and a scam. However, someone laughed and said that it didn't matter if they couldn't cook. The guy asked if they knew how difficult it was to make these ingredients. Envious students shouted that it was a bluff. Then someone said they were going to show them what real talent is. A man came in and asked if they were ready yet. The man said that first of all, he would say that everything looks good. A disgruntled student asked President Yu if this was a scam. The president asked what it was. The student said that school festivals should be run by the students themselves. But if they get so much help, it's a hoax. President Yu laughed and said that he never thought he would hear such a thing from a business student. The president asked if they didn't always get help too. President Yu said that even this year, it didn't seem like their kiosks were funded by their faculty alone. The students were angry, of course. Then the girl asked who the sponsor was. She asked if this is possible in cooperation with any company. Then she suddenly realized something. Someone approached the heroes and said that they had gathered early. It was Jang Tisang. She was shocked that it was Chan again. Then we are transferred to some airport. There we see a man who got into a taxi. The taxi driver asked where this mister wanted to go. Suddenly, the taxi driver looked at the mirror. There he saw a formidable man. This man had blonde hair and a scar on his face, and he said he wanted to go to Apgujeong. The taxi driver wondered who this tense-looking guy was. The taxi driver was uneasy. Then we are transported back to see that cooking has already begun. Someone asked for one spicy seafood jjampong. Chan was also asked for an octopus with webbed feet and fried pork. Chan was cooking. He said the first order was ready. The festival was in full swing, and everyone was really enjoying Chan's food. The students were surprised by the dishes that Chan prepared. Thanks to this, Chan earned karma points. Yungsi mentally urged Chan to look at them. Suddenly, someone walked up to the vat and spoke to him. They asked him how he could be so attractive when he cooks. The girl said she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Chan laughed, thanked her, and asked them to order more from them. Yungzi was shocked, because these girls were from the music department. Then someone approached the vat again. It was two men. One of them said he lived to see Chan here. The second man asked if Chan was learning to cook instead of going to class. These were the professors that Chang had met during the entrance interview. Chan exclaimed that he loved these professors. They asked him if he really wanted the package so badly. Chang laughed and said that they were going to spend a lot today. The man asked if they could buy as much food as they wanted, as they gave money in advance. Chan said that this was indeed the case, and that he would take care of it. Then, suddenly, someone walked up to Chan and called him director. Chang saw that it was Cho's lawyer. One of the girls who was nearby asked if the CEO could really cook as well. Students who watched it wondered if they were celebrities. Chan laughed and said it was his school. Chan said they shouldn't call him that here. The girl apologized, and the others said they were going to quietly get drunk and leave. A man suddenly came out and asked permission to take a seat for two beautiful ladies first. Chan felt uneasy, and then asked his Yuxianbi to greet the person next to them first. Jang said that this person is Director Cho Yun-ti, the director of the Samu law firm. Everyone was shocked. Cho said he was pleased to meet all of them and introduced himself. The three men bowed to him and said it was an honor to meet him. Suddenly, someone else came up to them and said that as far as they could see, Lawyer Cho arrived first. Chang realized that the financier he had been waiting for was already here. Director Song said that he and Cho haven't seen each other in a while. The men were once again shocked. Then a man who had been standing somewhere behind them all this time asked if they hadn't even seen him all this time. Director Song and Lawyer Joe greeted Nim Sunbi. Nim told the two of them to come visit him at the Atlantic. He offered to meet me there. The men were shocked again. Director Song called Jang Hube and said that he was here. Jang thanked Director Sung for coming. Director Song said it would be nice to come here in a while. This was clearly a gathering of people in authority. Even the famously emotionless director Lai looks human here. It's really an incredible sight. Then, suddenly, someone shouted to the men to come over to him. Elite lawyers of South Korea. All of them met at the university festival. And at the center of it all is Chan. Then we're transported to Chan's house. We see that the hero wants to take the elevator. But at the same time, he whines about the fact that he has a stomach ache. Chan wondered how he'd managed to knock out so much alcohol in the first place. We see flashbacks of Chan being at the festival. Chan had never thought that she could drink so well. We go back to reality. Chan took the elevator. Then he entered the password for his apartment and went inside. However, he suddenly felt something. An uneasy and unfamiliar feeling overtakes Chan, and it's quite subtle. In a house where Chan lives alone, the atmosphere should be the same, but something is wrong. Suddenly, something pierced Chan's shoulder. It was a shot, someone shooting at Chan out of the darkness. The assassin fired twice, but Chang managed to avoid the second shot. The hero jumped to the side and was able to dodge a few more bullets. He bounced off to the side. Chan was in great pain. He couldn't see anything in the dark. The hero wondered what he could do. Suddenly, the hero looked to the side and realized that this is it. Chan flexed his arm, using his strength. He realized that he needed to finish this with a single throw. Chang calculated that the distance was approximately 7 meters. The omniscient attack and defense range is correct. Then, he threw this vase that was in his hands. Someone shot at the vase and it shattered. And then Chang finally found the killer. He was in shock. He didn't have much time to hit. However, Chan punched out. With this blow, the hero managed to tear off the killer's arm. The killer immediately fell to the ground. Blood flooded the entire room. Chan asked the killer if the worm really wanted to play with him. Then Chan was also disappointed because he remembered something. Chang remembered that he still had to attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow, however. Then we are transported to a certain place and see that there someone asks everyone to take their seats. We see a man looking at the time and waiting for someone. The man wondered if something had really happened. It was Cho's lawyer, worried about Chan and wondering where Chan was and what he was doing. The host then began his speech, saying that according to the decision made by Seoul County, a joint stock company will start its first shareholders meeting on May 2, 2000. The moderator said that this meeting of shareholders was held in response to numerous disagreements regarding the management of the group. In accordance with the requirements of the shareholders, the meeting must begin. The moderator announced a representative of a foreign investment company that had made claims for mismanagement. He also announced the name of lawyer Cho Yun-ti from the Samu law firm, who will now appear as a witness. Lawyer Cho was thrilled that it looked like he would have to start without CEO Jang. Lawyer Cho came on stage and introduced himself. He said he was sure they were all aware of the problems that Anna Group was facing. Cho said that due to the Anna Group's mergers and acquisitions, management is currently facing liquidity issues. Cho's lawyer said that due to their mismanagement, expenses have increased and profits have plummeted. Cho's lawyer said that not only that, Anna's manager and true owner, President Oh Seung-hyuk, along with his family, used Yunil Media and ruined the group's image. Cho's lawyer said that due to the failure to capture D1 Joseon, the company's funds and capital are extremely small. Cho's lawyer said that everything is recorded in the material provided. He said that the current state of the group is at such a level that if at least one party loses, it will affect circular investments and guarantees of multiple exchanges. Due to the parent company and loans, the group will reach a point where revival will become impossible. Cho's lawyer said that if the group failed today, he wouldn't be surprised. The audience started shouting and asking if Cho was too cruel. They were shouting for Cho to do it in moderation. Someone was shouting at Cho to stop these scoundrels. He shouted that it was treason. Then a man from another part of the room shouted at him. Lawyer Cho intervened and asked everyone to calm down. Lawyer Cho said that if someone still behaves destructively, then they will start firing people to keep the peace at this shareholder meeting. Cho's lawyer said that's what he's talking about. Foreign investors are having such a hard time coming to the aid of Anna Group, which is experiencing difficulties. Lawyer Cho said that in this way, the owner of the company is not an individual or a family, but shareholders. Cho's lawyer said that today, they are seeking to get rid of Anna's abuse. Listeners wondered if he was crazy. Cho's lawyer said that as a shareholder holding 49% of the shares, he requests that the current president Oh Seung-hyuk and his directors be removed from office. The chairman and manager were shocked that Cho owned so many shares. The shareholders started shouting and asking about when he had managed to get so many shares. The host said they heard what Lawyer Cho said. The host then said that they will now hear what the current president, Oh Seung-hyuk, has to say in support of his opposite argument. Lawyer Cho left the stage, and Chairman Oh walked out onto it. Lawyer Cho wondered if something had really happened to Chan. Cho wondered if Chang was too late. Chairman Oh adjusted the microphone, introduced himself, and said that he was the current president of the Anna Group. At the same time, the president of the company thought that the lawyer was crazy because he has more than 49%. President Oh said that firstly, he regrets that he met with their shareholders for such negative reasons. President Oh said that he apologizes for this because he has no excuses. President Oh bowed. But at the same time, he was thinking that Lawyer Cho must be wondering why Chan wasn't here. Chairman Oh gloated, because the reason was because Jang had died last night. President Oh thought that nothing would happen, no matter how long Lawyer Cho waited. He then told the shareholders that he, Oh Seung-hyuk, wasn't dead yet. Chairman Oh swore that he would protect the Anna Group, which was passed down to him by his father. He said that the number of D1 Joseon residents has not yet been determined. Chairman Oh said that they also received a response from the government regarding their low capital. President Oh said that if they could just overcome this obstacle, he would make sure that the investments made would bring multiple returns. Chairman Oh said that they will not stop serving their shareholders. Then he said that was all, and asked them to make a wise choice. Then everyone started shouting for everyone to believe in President Oh. They shouted that once this happens, they can't let the Korean business fall into the hands of scoundrels, because it would be considered an act of high treason. The host said they wouldn't start by asking questions. He said, they will now start in descending order of the shareholders with the most shares. Then suddenly Cho raised his hand. The host was a little tense. Cho's lawyer told the host that there was no need to delay. He offered to make a decision right now. Cho's lawyer asked if they wouldn't just need to surpass the number of shares Cho currently owns. Cho's lawyer said that if only President Oh agrees, they will open right now. President Oh was angry, of course, and he thought about letting Lawyer Cho pass by once. President Oh said that he was sure that the shareholders were bored, so he also agreed. The host then said that lawyers from both sides would come out and open the case. Everyone was looking at the lawyers. Suddenly, something shocked the host, because something happened. He looked at the file and was shocked. The volume of shares that President O pulled out was more than expected. Lawyer Cho was shocked and scared. He didn't question what had happened. President O, meanwhile, was enjoying himself. The host said that President O's stock is 3/100ths larger than Lawyer Cho's. The lawyer was shocked, of course, because it didn't mean anything good. The two men were facing each other. Chairman O was gloating, thinking that this was the last thing he hadn't told anyone about. The winner or loser is chosen depending on the Dongren's choice. President O was thinking that he and President Zhu were already in cahoota. The host then turned to the lawyer representing Dongren. He asked him what he would do. Then the lawyer started talking about Dongren. Lawyer Cho was shocked and terrified. President O was looking forward to what would happen. However, the door suddenly opened with a bang. The person who came in asked why there were so many cars today. This man said that everyone was working so hard. It turned out to be Jang, who apologized for being late and introduced himself, saying that he was the CEO of Lore, Jang Tison. Lawyer Cho was obviously happy when he saw Jang. President O was shocked because he thought Jang had died yesterday. Jang asked President O why he was so surprised. Jang asked if President O had seen a ghost or something. Then we flash back to how Chan was able to survive. As Chang lay there, he thought that it was like he won the lottery and got a second life, so he couldn't end up like this. Then we see someone show up and ask if Chan wants to get the ability to heal himself. There was a hidden intent in the voice. The killer, who was lying near death, asked if it was God. Chang understood that if it was someone who came directly to Chan, it must be God, and very strong at the same time. God asked Chan if he wanted to sign a contract with him. Chang thought that if it was a god with healing powers, then Chan was sure it was a god of medicine. The hero understood that the fact that God had come to find Chan in this way meant that he really needed the points. God said they didn't have much time. God once again asked if Chan wanted it. The hero started shouting that he would sign a contract. Then, suddenly, something began to shine. A golden beam rained down on Chan. He received a notification that he had summoned a middle-class evil god. Chan's wounds started to heal, and he was shocked. Chan's karma points have reached the lowest level. The realization came to Chan that he had met a middle-class evil god, so he started shouting. Chan was thinking that he was doomed, and he started whining about his glasses. The good gods began to question Chan's identity. Now the evil gods loved Chan more. We snap back to reality and see Jang asking President O why he's so surprised. Chang asked if President O had seen a ghost. President O was shocked, and he wanted to ask about how Jang managed to survive. Then Chang held out an envelope. The hero asked Lawyer Cho to take it, because these are Anna's assets and securities owned by Lore. Lawyer Cho was very happy, and President O and the manager were shocked. Chan said it was 1% of Anna's stock. Lawyer Cho took the envelope and thanked Chang. The president realized that if they add 1% to the 42% they own, it means that they already have more than half. President O was angry with President Zhu because he realized that he had this small supply. Cho's lawyer then asked the host to check it out one last time. The host picked up the microphone. He said that according to the final audit, a total of 52% of the shares. The host said that the application for the removal of the current director of Anna from the post was established. President O shouted at the top of his lungs. He screamed that this was not the case, and that he would never be able to accept it. Jang asked President O to stop talking nonsense. Jang told President O to die. President O insulted Chan and threw himself into the fray. However, the guard stopped him. President O was shocked and asked if Jang was going to move. The guards then took President O's two sides by both hands. He called them all names and asked them if they knew who he was. He was hysterically shouting that he was the president. However, Lawyer Cho ordered the guards to take President O away. President O cried and continued to insult everyone. Jang, meanwhile, admired lawyer Cho's courage. Cho's lawyer said that from now on, they will remove Oh Seung-hyuk and all of his members. He said that if someone decided not to leave, they would sue. While President O was being led away, he insulted everyone and shouted that he would never forgive these worms. He shouted that this company should belong to him. He was thinking about suing. This is a historic moment when Anna's owner changes hands. President O was hysterical and crying. All the participants in the meeting were shocked. Lawyer Cho noticed that they weren't in the best of moods. He told the shareholders that as the general counsel of the shareholders, he would recommend a new head of the Anna Group. Then he asked Mr. Ha Guangwu to come out. Cho's lawyer said that Ha Guangwu was a vice president of the Daewoo Company, and his managerial abilities were proven. Lawyer Cho said that for the above reasons, they received the support of many shareholders in appointing this person as the new president. Lawyer Cho asked that all participants in the meeting applaud. Mr. Ha was applauded, and he bowed to everyone in turn. He was greeted quite warmly. And so the meeting ended with President Ha, Jang, and Lawyer Cho standing together and discussing something. Suddenly, someone called Chan over. It was President Zhu. Chan was surprised. President Zhu smiled and congratulated Chang, saying that it was impressive. Chang thanked President Zhu for the compliment. Chan thought about how this was a new enemy that would take the place that Seung-hyuk had left behind. Chang called Zhu uncle. He realized that this was his next target. Chan received a notification that he had received a lot of karma points, and also that karma points were awarded as a bonus. The notification also said that a couple of gods were happy to receive karma points. Then we flash somewhere and see Chan and a couple of other men walking somewhere. They went somewhere and Chan asked if this was the Chibo bath he'd just heard about. Chan said it was impressive. Cho's lawyer said that everything is covered with money. Jang said that President Oh Seung-hyuk must have been furious. Chan said it looked like he couldn't even get most of his stuff back. Cho's lawyer said that Seung-hyuk is probably one step away from going crazy. Cho's lawyer said that because he was suddenly kicked out, he was unable to retrieve his precious golf set, which he was rumored to use to hit people. Cho's lawyer then asked how his body was doing, because Cho had heard that he had been shot by the killer. Chan said he was sure that a shooter like Leon made him at least half mentally retarded, and the Chinese evil god who summoned Chan. This god speaks to Chan. Surprisingly, this god is legendary. This god is called Hvada. Then we flash back to the flashback and see that Chan got the skills from Grabba. Of course, it wasn't free. Hvada asked Chan what he was doing. We can see that there were a large number of people there. Hwada asked Chan to treat them well, as they would become regular customers. Chan stood next to God and asked customers to stay in line. Somehow, Chan ended up working part-time for Hwada. Chang was looking at God and thinking about something. Chan wondered about how Neighbor became an evil god at the level of the devil. He is a legend who is considered a god due to the fact that he treated many people for free. Chang wondered about how if a person like this couldn't go to heaven, then who would want to do good deeds? Chan wondered about how he had become an evil god. God said that he came here of his own free will. Chan was shocked and asked why God would come here of his own free will. God said there is no work in heaven. Hwada said there was no way these boring gods would get hurt or get into a fight. But here, every day is a beautiful war zone. Hwada said that what would take 100 years in heaven would take one day here. Chang said in a trembling voice that this was indeed the reason. Hwada said that while he gets a steady supply of points, he doesn't have enough employees. Hwada told Chan to come in from time to time and work part-time. Chan understood why Hwada had come directly to Chan. The hero realized that whether they are gods or humans, they all move for profit. Then we flash back to Lawyer Cho asking if Chan was okay. The hero said that he was fine, and that the shooter only grazed him slightly. Chang asked team leader Han Ji-woon to quietly deal with the killer. Since the assassin had entered quietly, it wasn't difficult to clear him out. Guangwu said that as Zhang requested, he hurriedly passed the information to the finance department. Guangwu said they took care of the employees at the finance meeting. Zhang thanked him for his hard work and said that Guangwu looked like he would be promoted to director very quickly. Guangwu said it was all thanks to the CEO. Then Cho's lawyer reminded him that he was still here, and then Guangwu also thanked Cho's lawyer. Chan said that, as they all already know, President O used the company's funds to win the shareholders' meeting. Chang said that they should take care of this as a matter of priority. Chang said that there was no need to show any mercy. Chan said that he would talk about the pressure that is being exerted by the government. Lawyer Cho told the CEO that it would not be easy because the money that President O has invested in the government is not small. Cho's lawyer said that they are very close, especially with those who work in this office. So the negative reaction, according to Cho, will be much more than usual. Chang asked them not to worry and said that he had already planned everything. Then we are transferred to the house of President O. He shouted that he would kill them all. We see a broken glass. President O called Chan names. A drunk man says that he will send even more killers. He said that even if it didn't work with 2 hitmen, he would send 4. But even if you can't kill Chan by sending 4 hitmen, then Ott will send 10 if necessary. He shouted and asked if they really thought he would fall like this. He kept shouting that he was the president of Russia. President O shouted that he didn't want to die alone and that he would kill them all. Suddenly, someone called him. President O thought that it was the only correct decision to call his superiors. President O said hello and said that he had received a call. The interlocutor turned out to be a minister. The minister said he would be brief. He told President O to stay at home starting tomorrow. President O was shocked and asked what the minister was up to. However, the minister said that he would call President O one last time, just like in the good old days. He said that starting today, President O will be banned from leaving the country. He said that President O would need to rest somewhere quiet for a couple of years. President O got angry and asked what kind of nonsense the minister was talking about. President O asked if the minister really wanted to say that he would leave him. President O then asked if the minister had forgotten who had helped him up. Xingyuk was shouting about how he didn't want to die alone. The minister asked if President O was really threatening the minister. The minister laughed and said that he had already found and burned it all. The minister said that this is why he considers President O a worm. The minister once again said that he was telling the president to live quietly in some place. Unless, of course, President O wants his children to never have an easy life either. President O foamed at the mouth and fell unconscious. The servants immediately became concerned and started calling the doctor. Then we are transported and see that the ad banner in the city shows news. They say that Anna Group's Oh Seung-hyuk has fainted at his place of residence and is currently hospitalized. The host said that the family and former employees, who faced constant threats and harassment, opened a civil case. She said that experts estimate that the expected payout will be between 1 and 2 trillion won, or up to 1.5 billion won. We see birds flying in the sky. The city is full of life because it's the height of the day. Chan stared out the window and thought about how it had been almost 2 months since Anna Group broke up. Chan said something about time-tested files. Zhang's office received a call to say that the CEO's team leader in Doha had arrived. This girl came in and said hello, calling Chan the director. Then she asked the CEO if it's now. But suddenly something surprised her. Zhang turned around and greeted team leader Du Dohee. The Super Ant success story that started out in the middle of nowhere will continue. Now he is looking not only at the Korean market, but also at the international one. Chang suggested that she go to the evening meeting. Chan's lottery is like a second life.